Hey guys, what a day! What a day! It's mad, you know. Crazy mad. Everyone's in here. Let's go through. Big up London. Come on in. Joker. G Love.
Yo, big up Vincent, brother.
Give me a second, G Love. I'm still setting up.
No worries, mate.
Hey, G Love.
Yes, brother, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I did have a mind to come on about 2 o'clock, but come on a little bit earlier. How are you, man?
I'm all good, bro. How are you, mate? First time coming on here, so thanks for letting us on, Vincent, mate.
Welcome. Thanks for coming on. I see you stayed away from the beef earlier. That's probably a good thing.
I tend to try and stay away from it, mate. I mean, like I say, it's fucking not for me to be coming on here trying to fucking argue with people over YouTube, mate. It's not what I'm about, to be honest.
No, it's I don't know. It's kind of fun to watch, but to be involved with it's no fun whatsoever. You know. Ronnie,
Vincent?
this one's for you, man.
Is that what we're going to, yeah?
Is that getting you hot? Is that
Yeah.
moistening you up a little? Huh? I bet you like that, don't you?
Oh, it's relaxed me so much.
I'm going to give you one more bit. Look at that. Nice tent, huh?
Nice tent and a crackling fire.
Yeah,
Do you know what I
there's
would
nobody
do
out there at the
there,
fire
Ron?
anymore, is there?
What's that little square packet I see on the table there? Does it say
Have
Durex? Oh, Durex.
Ronnie, I'm shocked at you, man. I did manage to see quite a lot of that, and I understand where you're coming from, but it was a bit of a free and easy there for you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't know. You know that meme, that's bait. And that's exactly
bait.
what it was. That's bait.
Yeah. Doesn't matter to me.
No, I know. But if your theory is that it's all done just to create a little bit of traffic and a little bit of, what was the word you used earlier? Sort of creating the inertia to his site, then you did everything he needed you to do.
Well, I mean, it's up to people, right? You know what I mean? I just said, like, there's a lot of people that do you know, there's a lot of things that get said and people say, and just because people go and say, oh no, I quite like Tobbs, believe me, there's people that I speak to and they all say the exact same thing. I'm not one in a million, I'm one of a million.
Yeah, just be aware. Let's not do any more blasting, and especially not here. Let's sort of.
I understand what you're saying, but
yeah,
it's not that deep, to be honest with you.
The only thing I want to say is that, Ronnie, I'd be really worried meeting you that you would eat me. And to G Love, he'll be biting your bum in a minute. He's right below you.
Yes. Vincent,
Ronnie's got it all set up, Ron. Ronnie's got it all set up.
It does look nice. It does look nice, mate. That looks like a nice tent.
And he's got a flag on top of that tent as well.
Yeah, I'll fly that flag high. I don't mind. Someone has to.
Damn straight.
As mostly would say, there's nothing wrong with gays.
No, there is not. Yeah, other genders are available. It's always wise to remember.
Apparently, you can even get with an attack helicopter now.
You don't mind anyway what gender it is, Ronnie. You'll eat
Not
them all, wouldn't
really.
you, mate?
As long as it has moving parts, it could be electronic, mate.
Battery operated.
Uh,
So how you doing, Ron?
yeah, fine here, mate. How about you?
I'm all right, thank you.
How about your
Managed
son? Chat to him?
Yeah, he's fine. I spoke to him this morning, really early this morning. By the time he finishes school, it's only about 11 a.m. here every day
Right.
because of the time difference. Because he starts at 6 every morning, and he finishes at 12:30 generally. So yeah, he always rings me quite early. So I did
And
get to
everything's
listen
fine
early,
over
but
there.
yeah, everything's fine. They've just stopped the mandates over there for the mandatory vaccinations, which is good. That's for the adults in the workplace. Obviously, we've had some good news here, which I predicted about 6 months ago that they would scrap the NHS mandates and backpedal on everything.
Yeah, 6 months.
No,
Good.
it's been cancelled completely now.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
nice one. Oh, good.
They've announced today that they are considering scrapping the NHS mandates, which means they are scrapping the NHS mandates. That's as much as
Maybe in a
a
way they were
clarification as you
worried
would
because
need.
there was rumblings to do with the force, weren't there? Because they were saying we're not going to a few voices. Obviously, when it's a few voices, it could be a lot more voices are rumbling. So maybe they
Yeah,
were thinking, oh, hang on a minute. Who are we going to have to protect us?
100,000 whistleblowers is what it was going to look like in 3 months'
Yeah,
time. So
yeah.
they could never have risked that, you know.
But there
So
again,
all
though,
good.
these whistleblowers, they should still blow their bloody whistle.
Well, yes, and some do, but they just get dismissed and not considered in society. You know, they approach newspapers. Newspapers don't want to touch them. Media channels. But on the day that they've scrapped NHS mandatory vaccines, they've also announced a one-off payment to all those who work within the care sectors. So nurses, people who work in administration in hospitals, anyone who works in residential homes, people who run residential homes. I don't know if you've heard of this yet. They're all getting
Oh, yeah.
a taxable £743 payment to them. So it roughly works out they're all getting £500 for absolutely nothing.
What? £500 for having a stab in the arm?
Well, this is something that I suggested. It's called the HSC Staff Recognition Payment. So if you go onto the health government website, it pretty much covers anyone who works in or around a hospital, in or around doctors' surgeries, in or around where are they? It's a massive list. Anything to do with dental, anything to do with opticians, private ambulance staff. So effectively, the companies that manage the ambulance services external to the NHS. So they're all getting this one-off payment of £500. It's taxed, so £243 is taken from it in tax because it's considered a sort of a windfall payment. And
Right,
yeah, it looks like a bribe. It looks like a bribe.
so anyone, let me get this straight. So anyone who had it to keep their job is going to get a payment of £500. Is that correct?
And those who were not vaccinated as well.
Right. So what about the people that were trying to run businesses and everything, and they fell their backs to the
Yeah, don't worry
wall?
about them. Don't worry about them.
Yeah, yeah,
No.
exactly. I know a few people I've chatted to and everything, and they feel so pressured with their backs in the wall, especially one particular guy, which I had a lengthy conversation with on Holes or Bears. It was Bears. It was, and he felt so pressured and what have you that he didn't want to, but he felt that he had to. What about poor sods like him?
Still nothing in pipeline for anyone who's was
Yeah, exactly.
self-employed. And mind you, there were requirements for the self-employed, and that was submitting your books for the last 3 years and to have shown a profit. And then if your profit was of a substantial amount, you received 70 or 80% of that. So it was a pretty fair deal, as long as, in fairness, most people had done the right thing when it comes to self-employment. Obviously, a lot of people don't. They don't sort of what's the word? They don't submit the right numbers. They don't declare everything.
So
But yeah, I
already
mean, a lot of
gone,
people
Vince.
missed out on money, didn't they? Was it 3 million? 3 million self-employed people didn't receive a thing.
But my faith in the NHS hasn't been great for the past 2 years. But if there was going to be 100,000, say, whistleblowers, and if they're willing to take the money just to keep their mouths shut, then my faith in the National Health Service has gone down even further.
I think your faith is going to fall deeper over the next few years.
Yeah, because they shouldn't just say they're going to turn whistleblowers because they were the next in line to have something in their arm, so then they were going to come out and tell some truths. And if they don't do that still, then it just goes to show that, that they will carry on doing and keeping the government lies going because they're not at threat anymore.
Yeah.
And that would be so wrong.
Yeah, it is. It is. I criticised quite a lot of the Save the NHS pan and frying pan banging a year and a half ago on social media under one of my guises. It was just an absolute load of bullshit. They're there to save us, Ron. We don't save the NHS. We've paid for the NHS to save us. Some people have paid quite a lot for that,
Yeah. No, I must admit, when it first all went down, well, we've had this conversation until I was woken up. I was one of these people out there doing this and everything, but as soon as I knew the truth, that they weren't overrun and everything, and that's when they said, "Oh, let's all go out there again." Nobody went out there apart from me, and I just booed. I thought, no, I've seen it. So
yeah. So I've left a link to this HSC staff recognition payment. Quite simply, anyone who works in or around the National Health Service, residential homes, students are applicable as well, as long as their course is something to do with that area. So it's quite a long list, of people who qualify. Have a look through it, because you might be surprised to see that you qualify for it as well. It'll be about £500 net to you. Goes through your wages, doesn't affect any other payments as well.
Well, all I can say is, if they don't come out and whistle blow, we're going to set Ronnie onto you, and he will chomp away through all of you.
Ronnie's going to take them all. Ronnie's going to take them all camping, one by one, aren't you, Ronnie?
Why not? As long as they're
Every
paying.
single one of them's going to end up in that tent.
As long as they're paying. The money's right.
A free 100,000 buffet, all there for Ronnie to jump at. Oh no. Well, time will tell, mate. I hope that they still come out and, tell the truth. Well, even now, come on, come out now. If you're an NHS worker on listening to this, please come out now and tell the truth. If you've got something to say, fucking say it.
But they
Please.
have, Ron. They have, and they've been met with a wall of silence,
Yeah, I
None of
know,
the
but that's why.
newspapers wanted to touch them.
Yeah. But the more that do it, you know what I mean? If you get if there was going to be thousands of whistleblowers, which were going to come out, then all you thousands of whistleblowers come out all together as one, and the cameras will have to swing towards you. They will be forced to swing towards you to show your side, because they couldn't hide it if you're on the streets outside Parliament in your uniforms going, right, this is the truth. The cameras will swing.
I'd like
Please.
to agree with you. Ronnie's deserted us. I'd like to agree with you, but it's not the case. I've stood on Trafalgar Square many times with large groups of doctors and nurses, and the cameras didn't swing to them then. All of this throwing your uniforms on the floor, nobody got to tell their story as to why. It was just a visual experience, and it was almost like a hit piece on the NHS,
Yeah,
or the NHS
yeah, but they did
staff at
actually put that
least.
on the media, though, didn't they? Mainstream media did actually show the uniforms outside down the street, though, didn't they?
They did, but what they didn't do was present the reasoning why. It was almost like a hit piece on the NHS staff, just highlighting that they weren't happy with something. It didn't actually go into the detail of why those NHS staff were disgusted with government. There was no politics in the article. All it showed was a few workers throwing the uniforms on the floor, and that's quite a negative image to view. It's Bolshevik, it's militant, and militancy was wiped out in this country 25 years ago by who, Margaret Thatcher. She ended militancy in this country.
See, it will. See, obviously, the protesters and everything are out there fighting for. As soon as the hospital staff were going to be made unemployed on the 1st of April. And if that was going to go through, then the whistleblowers would have come out and whistle blew on everything that's been going on, blah, blah, blah. And if they still don't do that, then it's going to cause animosity towards the NHS workers. It's going to happen. Because those protesters who are protesting with the NHS workers are going to go, hang on a minute, what about us?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're going to see lots of changes within the NHS over the next few years. The last thing they wanted to do was shake up the staffing right now. So it was obvious they weren't going to push this mandate. It was obvious that was going to happen. The least that was going to happen, that they would put it back another 3 to 6 months, but they've announced today it's considering to be scrapped, which means it's going to be scrapped. When they tell you they're thinking about doing something, it's because the papers are written up and it's all ready to go. So it'll be ended long before December, long before April.
Yeah, like Jason, I know there's a young lad who's just recently started come on lives. I can't remember his name, and I think that's it. He's just gone into the care work, but he had to have his things in his arms to be able to go into that sector.
Yes.
What about him? What about him?
He will
He
be
felt
fine.
that
Well,
he had to.
he'll get the £500 HSC payment. He's one of the ones that will get it. And the reason I know that is because I'm familiar with somebody who has a residential home, and every single person there is going to receive the HSC payment. So even if you work in the office, just writing up the, I don't know, the order sheets or whatever else, you'll still get it. Anyone who works within that building. So the gardener gets it, it's totally private
See,
across the board.
we've been keeping on indies. There's this guy called Brommy. I don't know if you keep with Independent Free Press 1916.
I do kind
Do you
of.
at all?
I never get his notifications that he's on. So I get
Oh
one in
right.
every 5 or 6, probably.
Usually around about 7:30, his lives go on. But he has this young guy on there called Brommy, and he's been going through shit for months. They tried to section him, and they made allegations against him. They suspended him without pay and all this shit because he works within the National Health Service and everything. And by what I gather after talking to him and talking to a few other people, was because some people recognised his voice and they went to their superiors and informed them that he was coming on to the live streams and saying what he's noticing is happening and what have you. And this
Yeah.
is the shit that he had to go through. It's like, see, we like me, Jason, Joe, then you got Mark Kelly and a few others. We've all known this for quite a while, what had been happening to Brommy. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So we know that it's already been going on with people who are working within the National Health Service. You know,
Do you know what his position is?
he's within the transport service to do with the NHS. He's
Right.
never. I don't think he's ever actually. Oh, right. Joe hasn't seen it. Well, Mark Kelly, I think Jason follows it and everything, so they're more likely say about it. I'm not sure if he's within the ambulance service. Ambulance driver. There you go. Yep, he's an ambulance driver, and so he's
Right.
basically like UK medic in that sort of field.
Yeah.
So obviously he has gone through so much mental abuse for around about 5-6 months because he's been speaking out of the sort of malpractice that he's seen occurring within the NHS and what have you. The mental torture that guy has been through, really real mental torture, financially and mentally, he's had to go through because he wants to speak out.
So he's not working as an ambulance driver anymore then?
I don't think. See, he was put on suspended without pay, so they put him in a catch-22, and that is that
How
if
did
he
they
left,
manage to get him on suspended without pay?
because they made up an allegation,
Right. Okay.
a racial allegation,
Oh.
and the person which the racial allegation was at, that person was actually on holiday at the time. So how he could have had made a racial slur towards the specific colleague when the colleague
Yeah.
was actually not at work, you know what I mean? And this is it. And then they sent the police to his where he lives, and they took him away, and they tried to get him sectioned under the Mental Health Act.
Did they section
You know
him?
what I mean? Yeah, fucked
Did they
around with his
manage to?
medication. No, they didn't manage to in the end to actually section him, but he was always because of his mental health, he was always under that threat of, are they going to attempt that ploy again to shut him up?
Is he still
You
knocking
know,
about?
I spoke to him last week. I did get to speak to him, but in these live, he had a technical fault. So before I could get to the end of the conversation with, you know, because we were talking about a specific subject at the time, and then I would have gone on to his personal stuff and turned around and say, well, how are you doing? How is this going and everything? And but there was a technical difficulty, so it shut down. So I haven't been able to speak to him since that time. So I won't know until I speak to
I
him.
don't know him, but if you do see him again, ask him to contact me.
Yeah, most
Did-
certainly. Most certainly.
Did he ever start his paperwork for his unfair dismissal? Has he ever asked? Has he ever done a freedom of information request to get the actual what they call the human resources to get that guy's shift pattern, which he's entitled to have because they've made an accusation on that day? Because I never ever
Yes.
saw him produce 2 seconds. I never ever saw him produce one piece of paperwork. I never saw him produce nothing to show that he had anything happening to him at all. I've never seen him produce anything that proves he's an NHS worker. I've only ever heard him say that somebody recognised his voice and that's what happened, right? And it's interesting that you said he went through a lot of mental torture and financial problems. So I take it that his problems generated a lot of donations, quite possibly. I'm just curious, have you actually seen anything at all whatsoever?
I haven't seen anything.
Nothing. Nobody has.
Nothing
Nobody
at all
has.
yet.
That's why I've came on to ask the
Nothing as
question.
yet.
Right?
Yeah,
Because
nothing as yet. No.
he was given advice. I was on the panel when he first came on, and he was given advice. He was told, wasn't he, what to do, and he never did it. And I'll tell you something else. When you get sectioned, they don't let you keep your mobile phone so you can go on lives, guys. They take all that shit off you when you get sectioned. I've took somebody to get sectioned because you've got to section your cell in Scotland. That's the way it works up here, right? Because you've really got to be mentally put your cell in a fucking mental institution. You've got to be no right? You don't get to keep your mobile. You don't get it. And if they do you for like a 7-day section, Ken, when they try to get the 28, when they grab you in, like he said he was, on his mobile, inside. Well, that's a lie.
Our daughter was sectioned a few times,
What
and
age?
she had access. And she
What
had
age?
access to her phone in her
What age?
30s.
In her 30s. You didn't get nothing up here. You didn't get none of your mobile devices. You get sectioned.
This is in England, and yeah, she had access to her phones. The only thing which she didn't have access to was the cord. She had to go to the desk to charge it up.
Mental health. You've got a history of mental health then?
Yeah.
And is it possible that the mental health is helped by her mobile phone? That's why she gets to keep it, because of specific mental health issues. Not because she's an ambulance driver, because normal folk didn't get to keep their shit, where I am anyway. I'm just asking questions. I'm not trying to make you guys a liar. I'm just saying that you're selling a story here and you've got no proof whatsoever. And that's what I'm asking. I did ask in the chat. Hey, I did ask in the chat. You did, and I know you noticed it because you said, "Oh, Joe's no saw nothing," but you never actually commented on whether you saw anything either.
No, I haven't seen any paperwork.
I think he's a liar, eh? I think he just scammed everybody out of money.
I wouldn't know on that fact, but I do know that if you are in England, anyway, that the only thing you're not allowed to have is the cord, because obviously you can strangle yourself with it. So you have to go to the desk, and your phone has to be there while it's charging. They don't allow you to take the cord to charge it yourself. But you could have the phone with you all the time.
They'll take they'll take the cord out your hoodie and all that, so you can't strangle yourself with a hoodie. Aye, that kind of stuff.
The reason why I said straight away, Ron, ask him to contact me, is I have a little experience in tribunals and with the NHS as well. And from what you described, it's a cut and dried case. Absolutely a cut and dried case from what you've described there. So I'd be interested in finding out if it was as accurate as you've described there.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that I thought as well, Vincent, when I first heard this shit, when he was first explaining everything, when he was telling everybody, I was like, fuck off, I'd bat that out the park. There's nothing to be worried about.
You'd get hundreds of thousands from that.
A lot of money. And the longer he leaves it, the less chance he's going to get it, because he only has a certain period of time. Right? And that's what worries me about the whole situation, because he's happy to take everybody else's money, but he's not happy to chase 100 to 200 grand because of what they've done. If he says what he says is 100% correct,
he'd get a lifetime payment from them.
Honest.
Yeah, he would.
That's alarm bells in my head, mate, because I said it on Indy's shit before I was blocked for Indy. I was on the panel that night. He was on greeting and all this shit. And he was telling what to say.
I was going to say he would have been advised immediately when he was either dismissed or whatever to take it to a tribunal, and that would have been from within the service, because it's an allegation, it's not proven, and he would have been straight away advised to go ahead with some form of formal investigation.
Absolutely.
And if they were to section ambulance crews for mental stress, with all that to be done left.
Do you know anything of the story, Medic?
I don't. I've sort of got the gist
you've
of
heard
it.
of it.
I've sort of heard rumblings, but not really heard the facts fully. But we are being muzzled slightly, but they're not putting that kind of pressure on us. We're just being told to be careful.
I'm aware of that. That's why I asked Ron to.
Yeah. We've been advised to be careful what we say.
I haven't been constantly on Indies, so if he has or not, I wouldn't know. But I cannot say if he has produced anything or not. But I can most definitely next time I'm on in Indies, and if he's either in chat or I'm on a panel, and if he comes on a panel, because Indy don't mind having links shared on his live streams. So what I'll do is
tell him I wouldn't want to speak to him online. I'd want to do it in private.
Yes, I'll let him know.
I don't want to make a live out of it,
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, something's not ringing true there for me. But if it is as you've described, then I'd be more than happy to help him.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all. That's all I know at the moment. If he has produced anything, I couldn't honestly say yes or no on that, because I'm not on Indies every single day. He does a live. But apart from that, he may have done. I really cannot tell you if he has or not.
Yeah.
And if I'm honest, I've not been on Indies lives for months. What I took out of it is when it was first happening, when he was first telling us what was going on, and that was months and months and months ago. And I've not seen him daring, but I've not been on there either because I got blocked there. But go figure. I didn't go anywhere.
It was about 5 or 6 months ago, wasn't it, when Bonnie started?
It was definitely before Christmas, a couple months before Christmas. But like I say, for me, just the same as Vincent, what you've explained tonight is pretty much all I remember him saying as well. So it's not like you've missed anything from what I can remember either. You know what I mean? That's why I was curious, because nothing had really changed within the story within that time from when I heard it originally, and for what you were saying. That's why I came on, because I was like, well, there would have been some more there, if you get what I mean. Just for me. Yeah. You know what I mean? But like I don't ken. I just ken that if it was the way he said it was, you shouldn't have got anywhere near where it is now. And if he's got mental health issues, like he said he was with the stress and all that, you know what I mean? I can understand that, but his union reps would have looked after him. They would have had folk specifically because of that looking after him. You didn't pay your dues.
This was about, I would say, 2.5 months into when he first said that he was going through problems with the NHS. So he'd been talking about 2 months, maybe 3 months he'd been talking, and then all of a sudden he said about the problems which he was getting after that time. it wasn't straight away as soon as he started speaking on indies. It was about 2 months, 3 months down the line, and then he mentioned that shit's going on. So it wasn't straight away.
Yeah, see, what I would say is, given that what he was accused of, he would have been suspended on full pay until that was investigated. Then, depending on the outcome, it would have gone to gross misconduct, in which case then they could possibly go for the without pay. But then,
yeah, it's when they brought in trying to say that he had made a racial slur to one of his colleagues, but one of the colleague which they were referring to was actually away on holiday on the specific date of where they were saying it from. So that's what I know of.
Yeah, it's an unproven allegation. So at that point, I mean, they would have insisted upon a full investigation into those allegations. So at that point, he would have been suspended on full pay. As for the mental health issues, he would have been offered counselling and loads of support anyway before it even got to being sectioned or whatever. So I do find that a little bit far-fetched, but, who knows? I mean, things have got a bit mad over the last 2 years. So, no one really knows. But from my experience, anyone who goes through any kind of trauma within the service and needs counselling, it's there. The support network is there. So it's a difficult one. It does sound a little bit iffy. I mean, he may not be putting it over the best way. He may be sort of being overly emotional in the way he's putting it and not, it's difficult to establish. But as far as I'm aware, he would not have been dismissed without pay.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're better in the field. Maybe you should start tuning into indies if you're able to. I don't know what sort of times you're working and everything, so it may be difficult for you to be able to go on an indie live, and then you could go up on panel and say what you've got to say to do with the NHS, and maybe be able to talk to Brommy himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there is a national standard, so it's not like it depends from service to service. Although every area has its own service, there is a national standard for all of them, and this is somewhat unusual, I have to say. Yeah,
because at least you know what he's talking about as well. You know how the mechanics works within the NHS. I haven't got a clue how the mechanics works, but obviously you would know, and you would know the questions and everything, what to actually ask.
Yeah, I mean, for something like that, generally, if an accusation like that's made, you would go before a board. Effectively, like 4 people is the norm, and they would say to you what's been said. You have the opportunity to have your say. They look at the facts, and then they decide from there what they're going to do, and that would probably lead to a suspension. While they do further investigations, they've got to know exactly what was said, when, anybody present. I mean, if there's no witnesses, it becomes hearsay, and that's a totally different matter entirely.
Yeah,
so, it's a very difficult one.
I think the first thing they do when they get told like where it happened, when it happened, the first thing they do is check to see if the cunt that said it happened is working that day.
Well, yeah, that would be the first thing.
And the first thing they would check whether they were both in work that day.
Yeah, and was whatever was said directed directly at that person, or had it come from a third party?
Yep, and they would have found out that one of them wasn't at work, according to the information that we know so far. So therefore, if one wasn't at work, what's the whole thing? The whole thing's a bum deal, eh? It doesn't exist.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's hearsay. Yep.
The problem for me
solve that one.
The problem for me is that the NHS handles literally hundreds of millions of pounds worth of discrimination cases each year at the moment for issues such as sexism, racism, and so on. It's not too long in the future before we start to have those same cases about the stress put upon people for taking the medical transformation. And I think there's going to be an avalanche of claims from that. You may even find those who have had the medical transformation will start suing the NHS because they at least have a path to recourse, unlike others who have no path at all,
Do you think Do you think that'll happen like in the next 20 years?
I think it'll happen in the next 3 to 4 years.
Now, I think it'll have to happen a lot quicker than that for most people to be able to get to the end of their claims.
Well, the NHS settles really quickly on discrimination cases. They haven't set any precedent yet to say no to anyone when it comes to a claim of racism, sexism, or disableism, or anything like that. Any of the isms, they pay out every single time.
Yeah, this is going to be
councils. They won't dare challenge these cases.
Yeah, but this is going to be slightly different, though, isn't it? There's slightly different circumstances, considering it's all going to be based on the blame game. And the blame game ain't going to get allocated to anybody in this country. So what happens if the blame game gets allocated to a foreign national? Who's liable for anything then? Anybody in our country? No, obviously no.
See, we already know that anybody within the government sector, national health especially, it seems to be, anybody that comes out to speak up are being discriminated one way or another to shut them up or discredit them. That's what seems to be happening all over the world.
But
not just the NHS.
That's nothing new. That's why we brought out whistleblower acts that actually made it harder for the whistleblower instead of paper that was supposed to make it easier, you know. So this phenomenon we're going on about people getting silenced. I mean, come on, that's WikiLeaks showed you that 20 years ago. I mean, not new, guys. This is no new data. This is no to be surprised. You know, if you thought you could speak 20 years ago when you could, you probably haven't noticed it. It's not getting any worse. It's just getting more obvious.
Since we got UK Medic on here, then, right? Do you think that the thousands are going to come out which said that they would be whistleblowers are still going to come out and be whistleblowers within the NHS?
The problem with it is whilst effectively you're supposed to be protected under this whistleblower thing, is they will try then to discredit you in some form or another, so that anything that you say holds no value.
Yeah.
But what if the thousands come out like they said they would?
It's been my experience in the past, nothing quite as serious as this, but where someone goes forward and it's like we're all behind you. When that person steps forward, suddenly he looks around and they're not behind him at all. You stand alone.
Right. So in other words, the NHS are going to stab the protesters in the back to save themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in essence, yes.
Wow. Wow.
Come on, seriously, right? The NHS, the same people that are fighting for their jobs, no offence, if this offends anybody in the NHS, right? These are the same people that stabbed all our kids. You're the same people that just for your wages stabbed everybody in this fucking country. And you're the same people because you were following orders.
Yeah.
Stabbed everybody.
Well, that's why I thought that they would come out, like Maria Moon just said, you know, to redeem themselves or whatever before it comes out publicly anyway, because sooner or later it's going to come out publicly. And if there's certain people did know exactly what is going on and they didn't come out publicly, then, well, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes when it happens.
It's already came out. Came out. UK Column leaked it a year and a half ago, just before they got kicked off YouTube. It's one of the reasons they got kicked off YouTube. It was the NHS worker who worked in the high offices, and the management, and they got told, just shut the fuck up and do your job. We've all got a role to play.
Yeah, I mean, a prime example of this whole situation is if you take the mandate that they were talking about. If you've got that number of NHS workers that are not prepared to have the J, doesn't that tell you something?
Of course. I mean, it was obvious for the start because we got just over 500,000 is the UK-made licensed technology cupcake, and it was only for the NHS. And then 2/3 of the NHS said, "Fuck off! I'm not taking that, you silly cunt. What do you mean you only want to do a third of the shift in case we all fall over These are people that have gave whole entire schools injections in 2 days. They're like, what? That's no fucking normal. We're not taking that. And all of a sudden, we've got just under 400,000 Jags for all use in the UK. Aye, because the NHS said we're not taking it, and then gave it to everybody else. Made a choice that they weren't taking it, and then gave it to everybody else. It's a bit like a smack. It's a bit like a smackhead, right? Saying, I'm coming off the gear. Here, guys, I'm off the gear now. Do you want to buy it for me? It's the same thing. There isn't any difference.
But do you think that the protesters would have backed them as much if they knew that if they got what they wanted, and that was to keep their jobs and everything, and then they were going to go, but we're not going to say anything if we keep our jobs, and we don't have to do what we've been doing to all the rest of you people? Do you think the protesters would have been backing them so much?
Do you honestly believe the protesters were backing them up after they were all jumping about London Bridge during the pandemic? No social distance.
I would say that they were there to back the NHS at the same time, since the NHS was getting hit, was supposedly being hit on the 1st of April.
Supposedly, the key, and they all knew it was the getting hit because they were working there. They knew it was the busy, but they just went on dancing and TikToking anyway. That's why it was the busy, because they were fucking TikToking.
Mm-hmm.
It's no fucking rocket science, Ron. I've not supported the NHS through the whole entire this shit. But I started supporting.
I totally agree with you.
When the NHS put on their website, the pandemic's over. Go home. The pandemic's over. Go home. That's what they put on their website. That's when I said, right, fine. You can now get my support because you're no actual physical lying to me. And then whenever I saw any of them dancing, same with the police and the fire brigade, I just thought to myself, get back to fucking work. Oh, you don't need to work, eh? It's all bullshit. But you're still lying to us. Bang your pots and pans. Bang your pots and pans like a bunch of gimps.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've got full pay. They're no on furlough. They're full paid. Full wages the full fucking time. Sitting on their arse doing fuck all for the vast majority of it. And then when you're putting a bit of pressure, I'm sorry, it's not a fucking job. It's a fucking vocation. You knew what fucking job you were going into when you went into it. So don't be surprised you got stressed. You facilitated everybody to get out. You facilitated everybody to get out. I'm sorry, like I'm actually more of an Ireland team medic as well, so you know what I mean. It's pretty much the same.
No, I agree with what you're saying totally. It is a vocation. Yeah, it is. You won't hear me bitching about the long hours and the stress. It's part of the job. You know, dealing with people that are very, very poorly is stressful. But I knew that when I took the job on.
But you must get a bit, like, if you realise it's a vocation, right, and you're not bothered about the hours, you must get a bit, like, no offence, a bit enjoyment, self-worth with the helping that you're doing, if that makes sense. It makes it worthwhile, right?
Well, that's why I did the job. That's exactly why I did it, for the satisfaction of helping people, not for the money, not for the kudos or anything else. You know, people say I couldn't do your job, and I say, well, with training, of course you could. Anyone could do it. Of course.
When you actually go through the training, it's not as hard as you actually think it is it? You know what I mean? It's not once you actually go through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's harder now than it was when I first joined, because now it's it's a degree course now to do it. But it was a lot easier when I did it. You know, I mean, you did sort of your basic sort of training, then you were out on the road with a tutor paramedic, and you learned, your craft out and about.
Pretty much like an old style, what they call apprenticeship, basically. But
yeah, well, we went from the days of, if you go back 30 plus years, maybe longer, the days where you'd throw the patient in the back of the ambulance and floor it to the nearest hospital. Now the whole line. Well, that's the truth. The reality is now that if you're doing your job properly, by the time you get to the hospital, the patient is stabilized and you're handing over somebody who's in far better condition than they were when you got there. And the hospital's job, in most cases, is a lot easier because you've done the bulk of the work. I mean, my boss always said to me that you go out on a job on blue lights because obviously you don't know what it is until you get there. So it could be very, very serious. And then he said, if you've done your job properly and the person isn't absolutely critical, then you shouldn't be going to the hospital on blue lights. You're just driving back.
Yeah.
with a patient that's stabilised. There are
Right.
obviously situations where that's critical that you have got to floor it with the blue lights, but I would say 70% you actually take them to hospital not on blue lights.
So, see, you're saying like when you get to the hospital, right? Am I right in assuming be like a lot of the like the people will be sick, and a lot of the social distancing that was getting implemented at hospitals, when you were going to drop the patients off, you're actually having to wait there for hours before you can drop the patient off. Was it as bad as what the mainstream media was saying, or was it that?
Oh yeah, I've got video footage from my camera on the car showing all the ambulances all queued outside with patients sitting in the back waiting to be handed over. Part of the problem is that, and as I've said before, I would do exactly the same thing. People have been trying to get appointments with their GP. I think all the GPs are sitting on a Caribbean island somewhere, sitting cocktails because they're not seeing patients. So people are then phoning ambulances and going to hospital, or taking themselves to hospital to be seen at the hospital because they can't see a doctor.
No, that's fair.
So then you've got staff tied up dealing with these people. So then when you turn up at the hospital to hand over a patient, there's no one to hand the patient over to. So you've got to wait and wait, and it's ridiculous. And that's where the problem lies. So it's not there's a shortage of like ambulance. I mean, but when someone said to me, "Oh, we waited 14 hours for an ambulance," well, my answer to that actually would be more for you, because if someone was that serious, I'm afraid they'd be in a cab, or I'd be taking them in a car or whatever. I wouldn't be waiting 14 hours for an ambulance. But this is where the problem was, is the ambulances being tied up at the hospital unnecessarily because of all the delays caused by other patients that maybe shouldn't be in there, you know, and I'm in danger of going down a route I don't want to go down.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'll ask you a different question, right? They're talking about up here. I'm up in Scotland, right? And they've already started mucking about with our police system. What they want to do up here, I don't know if it's like the same as what it is. Vincent, brilliant. What they want to do up here is they want to model our ambulance service on the American system, where you're getting fire brigade ambulances as well.
Well, what they've done here is a lot of fire brigades are actually training their crews, and they're carrying things like defibrillators and oxygen and stuff like that. Because sometimes, like if there's a fire, they are the first on the scene, and people involved in that fire may need oxygen and so on. So they sort of do that as like a first responder almost before the ambulance arrives. And you'll see now the police, when they have protests, you'll see them with little pouches with like first aid on it, sort of type thing.
Yeah.
They're training more and more police in the use of like defibs and having oxygen and so on, because again, you know, you take a traffic accident, the police are normally the first on scene. So again, it's, you know, so I think it's going to be spread across all three services at some point. To what degree they'll be trained, I don't know.
Well, I think up here they're talking about merging the ambulance service with the fire brigade pretty much. So you'll get, you know, like in like New York, you might get a fire brigade ambulance that turns up when you phone for an ambulance, or you might get the ambulance that turns up. That's what they're talking about doing up here. So I'm just curious to see if you were getting similar stuff. But if they are training up fire brigades to just carry defibrillators and that, the next logical step is they get newer vehicles for the Pacific ones that have been trained up to go out in the vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, whether they will do that, because there's so many private ambulance companies operating here, and during the pandemic, you know, I mean, I've had ambulance crews from private companies come down from Norwich, they've come up from Kent, you know, and they don't know the area, which is a lot of help when they get a call.
That's a bonus.
That's what I found. Before 2019 and before, I was going to hospital, and yes, that was all happening, that you would be in the ambulance for a while before you was able to go in. But since 2020, I think it's once or twice where I had to wait for about a half an hour, or I've been lucky the times where I've gone there where, you know, no ambulance are there. But yes, I have noticed that when have had the ambulance come, that they have said that they come from another county and everything, but when you get to the hospital, that ambulance is the only ambulance which is actually there.
Yeah, I know.
So where are they all being held up at? Are they being held up at the local greasy spoon on the side of the road or something?
No, we McDonald's were giving you discount. So
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
they
what I mean.
don't.
It's not happening.
They don't down
Not where
here. We
Hmm.
don't get any.
you came
We
in
don't
it down here.
we don't get any concessions in McDonald's at all. I actually walked in behind 2 police officers at about midnight, and their meal was free. When I ordered mine, I had to pay for it. And I said to the manager, "What's the crack? How come they don't have to pay?" Well, we never know when we might need them. And I thought, you never know when you might need me. I remember that.
But you take the Hippocratic oath, which means you didn't need a McDonald's.
I don't eat McDonald's anyway unless I'm desperate.
I had to comment because it just seems strange that, because my daughter's partner, she's in the caring sector, and they were asking for extra people if they could come in and help at the hospital, and it's one of the major hospitals in the county where we live.
Yeah.
Now but by what I was being told, they were overrun and everything, but the other hospitals weren't. That they were literally basically what I'd class as, hospital staff twiddling their thumbs and everything with nothing to do. They won't run off their feet and everything. But this particular hospital, which was close to London, was overrun. And that's why I've always turned around and said maybe what they were doing was taking cases to specific hospitals.
Yes.
For the media thing, you know what I mean? Oh, look at this story, this hospital, and it's all, look at the ambulances and everything. But if you went to all the hospitals, you're not going to find that's actually happening.
Exactly,
you know what I mean?
Yes.
You're more likely to be looking at 5% of the hospitals in the whole of the country where this was happening. The other 90 to 95% of hospitals were basically dead. Sorry, punt the phrase, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, my local hospital, I mean, as I say, I've got footage, and, during the main peak of the pandemic, it was rammed with ambulances, and there were ambulances queuing. And where the difficulty was they had to assign a separate entrance for the cupcake patients to go in through away from everybody else, with all their protective equipment on, so they didn't get any cake on them, so that caused delays. But you hit on a point that I was going to say. The route I didn't want to go down was, quite often you'll see a lot of staff at a nurse's station with bits of paper in their hand and not very much evidence of any work going on. And they're very clever in the hospitals as well. What they do is you go into A&E, you book in, then they call you for triage. Nurse comes out, takes you into a room, then you sit back down again. Then they call you and you go through a door and they sit you in another corridor and you sit there for half an hour, and then they move you to another bit and you sit there for another half an hour. So to all the people sitting in A&E, people are moving, they're being seen. No, they're not. They're just being shunted all around the hospital, basically.
So, see, in A&E, when come out of there, it was empty. A&E waiting area, empty. And this was during the height of it and everything. The beds were in A&E basically empty. Staff, nothing to do. Doctor comes up to me and I said, do I need a mask? Why? Do I need to have a test? Why? And like I said, I went outside. I think I said it on Vince's before. I went outside, pissed off. And this was in May 2020, right at the beginning of May. I was sitting outside the hospital waiting for a taxi to come and pick me up for about half hour, 45 minutes. And I didn't see one ambulance come past me.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you did hit the point there about being taken to specific hospitals for specific reasons.
Yeah,
I'm sure there is very much an element of that for the media The outer lying hospitals, you know, sort of in the home counties, are not going to get that kind of press coverage. But you go to a London hospital, and of course, you know, it's all local to them. They've got the opportunity to be there with camera crews and filming it all and making a big thing about it. So yeah, there's probably a degree of truth in that.
Yeah, they made it look worse, and that's the other thing which got me, UK Medic, is that they completely closed down all hospitals for people to have treatment and everything. But the hospitals which I was being taken to didn't have to close their doors because they weren't overrun and what have you. And you know what I mean? That just fueled me even more, knowing that people that I knew weren't getting their treatment, or you know what I mean, or being delayed for treatment and everything. And I know that hospital was a few hospitals in the area where I am were not busy at all, and that just fueled me even more. You know,
what this all did was it actually gave the government the sort of backing that they needed to do all the things they wanted to do by saying that the NHS was overrun, and showing these images and giving and closing the hospitals down like that, giving the impression that the NHS was overrun and therefore you must stay indoors and you mustn't go out because look at the situation. That's why you can't get to the hospital, because there's they're absolutely snowed under. So it just sort of furthered their agenda, basically, whatever that may be.
Yeah. No,
well, I get paid money, because it's like 65 quid when you turn up to a GP surgery, and nobody was allowed to go. So that was a lot of 65 quid saved off the budget.
Yeah,
and I mean, basically, it's the same with the dentists, because like they're all private, you know what I mean? So they're all pay-as-you-go services, and that's why they would only give you a fill-in or pull a tooth out. And that's why I didn't want to give you fill-ins, because pulling a tooth out's more money than the fill-in is. And they were limited on how many they could have coming into the business. I mean, the whole system.
Well, it's an easier job. It's an easier job and pays more from the government. So they ordered all of the dentists to remove teeth.
Yep. UK Medic hit the other point, which I wanted to go on. Sorry about this. Is that when he turned around and said that the doctors hiding under their desks or they're working from home and all this stuff? Why are they? That I asked 3 separate departments when I was admitted into hospital, and they all turned around and said that because the doctors aren't seeing the patients, we are having more patients arriving at the hospital. But in that case, I can still honestly turn around and say that there still wasn't ambulances ramped up.
Yeah.
And the staff still weren't as busy as what they were portraying it to be, although the doctors weren't seeing the patients. And that's still happening now. You know what I mean? This isn't, this was 2020 is still happening now, where the doctors don't actually see you, and it's still not ramped up, although hospital staff will say to you, well, we're having the influx of patients because of the doctor won't see them. But I don't see it when they're telling me. I think, well, hang on a minute. You still haven't got that influx of patients. So what you're talking about? But I can understand.
Yeah, I mean, I had a ludicrous situation because obviously, you can't get to see a GP. So I did the thing online where you book an online consultation and then they ring you back. And I did this on the Monday, and I had an email back saying I'd get a phone call on the Wednesday, but couldn't give me a time. When I did get the phone call, it wasn't a doctor, it was a paramedic from the doctor's practice.
Yeah.
And I said to the guy, I said, do you know who you're talking to? And he said, no. So I told him, he goes, Jesus Christ. I said, yeah, I could do this myself. I said, can you write me a prescription? And he said, well, no, of course I can't. I said, exactly.
Yeah.
Said, the whole exercise is pointless. But what if we go on to this current situation going on at number 10 and things not being, the truth not being told? The reality is that man has lied from the first day he got into office, because they're talking about putting up tax and national insurance to fund the NHS. What happened to the money that we saved that we're not paying the EU from Brexit that was going to be spent on the NHS? Where has that money gone? Where are they spending that?
Where's Captain Tom's money?
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. What happened to all the billions of pounds that we've saved not paying into the European community that was going to be used to actually reform the NHS and make it a much better thing? No. He actually turned around and said when he came into power, there will be no increase in taxes or NHS, taxes and national insurance while this government is in office.
Yeah.
Well, it went to all them bogus companies, which to do with the families and everything. The millions which went to their bogus companies and what have you, that didn't produce anything.
Yeah.
Are any of you guys aware of this story that ran last year in September? There was 3 aspects to it. The first one was many doctors were saying get used to no longer having face-to-face doctor appointments, and they would all be carried out by Zoom. And then the second story involved in the space of 2 days from this one, was doctors demanding extra cash for seeing their patients face to face. The doctors' contract at the moment is the most generous contract they've ever had in history. It's £110,000 just to start if they run a practice, and then they get paid for each individual customer afterwards. And then the third one was the Doctors Association, the Doctors Union, I can't remember what their name is, demanded that the government end face-to-face appointments for patients forever going forward. They didn't want to do face-to-face appointments anymore. And these 3 stories hit the news, but they disappeared by about a week afterwards, and it never made the media, and it never made any of the newspapers. And I've not read or heard of anything since. So I guess it was scuppered by somebody.
But that's because the government was putting out the data that they got for a certain country, yeah. And also, as you probably realise, Vincent, we have the similar medical system for GPs as what they have in America. The only difference is that they get paid money. They go to very nice resorts for all expenses, 2 weeks kind of meeting, and lavished upon. And those people that go around the GP surgeries with the lunches for the whole surgery to speak to the GPs, they would have been passing on all of those biotech leaflets and information to the GPs. Yeah. Plus the government selling to the GPs, it's really scary. Why would you not demand danger money?
And also as well, there's a fourth point to this as well, which I should have added, is that if you read this article, and it's true to this day now, 6 months after this article, 5 months after this article, the average GP now on a full paid contract only works 22 hours a week. And that's the average. Obviously, some will do more and some will do less. But the average is working 22 hours a week. Their original contract, which they're still getting paid full for, was for 50 hours a week. So effectively, for the last year and a half, the government have allowed our GPs to work less than half the hours they're contracted for the same money.
And that's what's known, guys, as a 3-day week. The same as what your banks were doing when they were open 6 days and only for half the day.
But this actually sort of links to something that Vincent and I were talking about on another panel. Obviously, we're doing Zoom calls and stuff like that. How can you assess a patient? We were saying that, you can tell what's wrong with somebody by their skin, their eyes, and all sorts of things. You can't do that on a Zoom call. How the hell can they examine you properly? You're not going to get correct medical diagnosis over a video call.
If we're honest, right, anybody that wants to join anything like doctors and that, right, they do what's known as an aptitude test. Do you know what the pass mark is for a GP?
Go on.
50%. You have to get a minimum of 50% to become a GP, right? So think about it this way. You only have to be right half the time, and all your answers are in a book sitting on your desk.
And the drugs that you prescribe are actually recommended to you by a drug rep.
Of course. Who brings you lunch every couple of months.
I found over the years that I actually know more than most GPs, which is shocking, really, when you think about it.
Yes. I agree with you there. You medics know as much. Yes, I agree.
You know, but this whole situation has got completely out of hand. And the thing that made me laugh, and this is only recently in the last sort of 6 weeks, doctors are still not seeing people because of the thing, but they're actually allowing people to go in to have the cupcake.
Mm-hmm.
You can go in and get a cupcake, but you can't see a doctor.
That was like during lockdown. I could walk into a KFC to use the toilet because I'm disabled, but I wasn't allowed to order food at it because I was in a car.
God.
I'm not joking. I could walk in and use the toilet, but I couldn't order food because I was in a car. It was only drive-thrus that were open. I was like, but I can use your toilet. He was like, yeah. I was like, you're taking the piss, eh? And he's like, no, hopefully you're coming in to do the toilet, though. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, okay. But they wouldn't let me buy food. I was all right, though. I did actually. The guy did let me go around the drive-thru and pretend I was in a car and that. Like, you know what I mean? To get something. I've got a video. I honestly, Vincent, I've got a video of that. I've got a video of that. I promise you. I actually do have a video on my phone. I go into the drive-thru at KFC in Falkirk in Scotland, literally. You know what I mean? But I had been in at first and was like, I did say to him, hey, look, are you mental? Like, I can come in here and go to the toilet, but I can't get any food because I'm not a car. How does that even work? And the guy was like, right, just go round then. Hurry up, just go round. Just do it. And I literally got to go round the drive-thru on my feet. Came what I mean? But no, that's crazy. That is crazy. But that is the craziness. Like how far it's went. You can use the toilet. Yeah. You can't buy food because you're not a car.
Yeah, I mean, a ludicrous situation. My GP practice, which I left some time ago, because I'd come out of hospital and I got yelled at by the doctor, I'm not prescribing you any more medication. And I said, I've only just come out of hospital. You haven't prescribed me anything. And the doctor had actually got the wrong notes for the wrong person. Did I receive an apology? No. When I looked at the reviews of my doctor's surgery, the amount of patients that have died from being misdiagnosed, being given the wrong medication, and the rudeness of the reception staff, etc., absolutely dreadful. I couldn't get the level of service I wanted. So would you believe my doctor's is nearly 100 miles away because I couldn't move to another practice in the town where I live because you have to be within a certain postcode. So I have a friend that lives about 90 miles away who I use their address and I go down there and I go and see the doctor and I get seen.
Wow.
How ludicrous is that? You know, I mean, the last time I had to go to the hospital, they couldn't believe that my doctor's was nearly 100 miles away. It's like, what? Because, you know, they have this policy that you have to be within the postcode to that surgery. It's crazy. And literally, I'm less than a quarter of a mile in the next postcode to the next nearest doctor's surgery. But I'm not allowed to go there and register.
That's because of the wards. It's like your voting wards, basically.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
My local hospital never shut the whole pandemic.
Mine didn't shut, but they weren't doing surgeries and stuff, you know. But there you go.
No, they still did everything. They did everything as normal. You can check it out. Forth Valley, they actually, because of the pandemic, they actually paid off the building early. Which is interesting because they never shut.
The
I don't think
PFT loans.
They paid all that off, whatever it was, whatever the costs were. They paid it off early. They never shut down.
Yeah, do you know what? It's very strange you say that. The councils managed to pay a lot more off their loans as well during the last 2 years. And it was something I was talking about the other day, how the council slashed all of their essential services and buildings down by about 90%.
Yep.
Quite a saving.
They also lost a lot of money, if I remember correctly, 2 years ago when those Eastern European banks that were bailed out by raping Greece failed again and never got bailed out this time. Hundreds of millions of pounds.
I wonder if most of the hospitals have managed to make bigger payments on their PFT loans.
All I know is, like,
that's a freedom of information.
Advertised. That was what was advertised in my local press. You know what I mean? Up here, it was the
What
Falkirk
was the
Herald.
hospital? What was the hospital name?
Forth Valley, the latest one, Forth Valley.
Okay.
And it was Falkirk Herald was the newspaper that I seen it in as well. But it'd be an interesting FOA if they would actually give you that information, because I bet you they've saved.
They would have to.
Bet you they've saved a lot. Most councils.
Quite a few.
What UK Medic said. I really can't.
Oh, what about the doctor's surgery?
Yeah, I'm thinking, you know what's going through my head? So a postcode in somewhere like Iraq, you can get to see a doctor. But you can't get to see a doctor because your postcode is somewhere else.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So
crazy.
I literally have a friend's address in the area where I go. There are very good doctors. And I just say, I'm going to pop down, you know, for the weekend or whatever for a few days because I've got a doctor's appointment. And they go, yep, fine, no problem.
This is the state of the country, people.
Yep.
Isn't there an obligation for you, medic, for them to provide services wherever you live or wherever you work?
Exactly.
Not wherever you live.
Exactly.
So
that's the point I was making.
Doctor's surgery near your work.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But it doesn't seem to work like that, unfortunately. The GP surgeries are a law unto themselves. It's the same with a lot of the dentists now in the town. I think there's about 6 or 7. They're all going to go private. They reckon they're not making enough money on the NHS contracts, so they're not taking on any more NHS patients, and you're now going to have to be private or you won't get seen.
Well,
yeah, I think the surgery is private. It's not the NHS. First it was Richard Branson, and now it's some American company.
Yeah,
they're all private dentists.
Mm-hmm.
No NHS anyway. They just take NHS customers. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Realistically,
they used to be NHS, and
they
they're
did
still
indeed.
being paid. Their doctors are still paid by us in the most.
Which is very true. But they're regulated different for hospitals are when it comes to private hospitals and whatnot.
Yeah, no, of course.
Here's a question for the panel. What value would you place on a local air ambulance service? In terms of life-saving, not the financial value, but in terms of life-saving and the need and the necessity for an air ambulance.
Well,
for which ambulance, sorry?
Any for the air ambulance. So whatever area you're in, your local air ambulance, what value do you place on that in terms of its support for the NHS? Would you say it's a vital resource that's much needed?
Well, of course it is, but we're probably all aware that the NHS doesn't fund that in any way whatsoever.
Exactly, and that's what I think is scandalous. You know, that it's a resource that is used by the NHS, but yet it's funded by the public through donations.
The unit cost of
it's around about
air ambulance is horrendous.
It's around about £5,000 a flight.
Yeah,
thereabouts as a ballpark figure.
It's a shame that they don't view the funding of helicopters the same when it comes to the police, isn't it? You know, when they're just following some joyrider who smashes up a £600 Ford Cortina.
Yeah.
You know,
all paid for out of taxpayers.
To keep it in the air for hours for that.
Exactly. Whereas, you know, a helicopter flying a medical team to a critical patient is not valued enough that it's funded by the government or the NHS.
But it's still funded by the public. Either way.
It's still funded by what, sorry?
It's still funded by the public either way.
Well, yeah, except they rely on if people suddenly stop donating.
No, of course, I get that. But at the same time, all government's job is to collect money and allocate it. Any shortfalls that come because, like, realistically, we've got to go slapping folk a boot to keep the gas price low, eh?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it is a resource, but let's be honest, there's more monetary value allocating a police helicopter than what there is allocating the resources to an ambulance helicopter. because the police helicopter will get arrests, it'll get charges, it'll get lawyers getting paid, it'll get money changing hands, and it'll get fines issued, jail sentences. It'll generate tax through various positions
Oh
within
yeah, absolutely.
the system.
It makes money, whereas the air ambulance doesn't. What that does, it saves lives, but that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aye.
But that's the hard. Good night, Ray. Have a good night. That's the harshness, the realities of life.
Oh
Realistic.
yeah, absolutely.
Because part of the revenue gathering of how you're financing the NHS is catching criminals and allocating monetary value to their crimes.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
When you catch big criminals, you steal all their stuff and stuff like that, and auction it off in quiet days to all your police officers, and don't tell anybody else when they're auctioning off all the good stuff. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So it's a win-win situation, isn't it? You know what I mean, for the people within the system. Obviously, I'm taking the piss, you know what I mean? But
what I don't understand, something you sort of said there actually. What about when the police seize uninsured vehicles and they send them off to be crushed? Why not auction them and get the money and put that money to good use?
Because they own the vehicle, so they're getting scrap value, because you're just the registered keeper, you didn't own nothing.
Yeah.
How many call-outs a day does the ambulance do, Alec?
The air ambulance, it depends, because there'll be a balance of flights in the helicopter or call-outs for the response cars, because obviously the helicopter doesn't fly at night. The pilot makes the excuse that birds don't fly at night, and he sees no reason why he should.
Well, yeah.
The reality is, I mean, people say, well, the police helicopter flies at night. Yeah, but he's not landing.
Yeah.
You can't see where you're landing at night in a helicopter in areas, so there's overhead cables, stuff like that. On average, I mean, we operate two, one in North Essex and then one sort of South Essex, North London. About 3 calls a day on average, if you average it out. Some days you don't get a call out at all.
And then some days you might get 5 or 6.
Exactly, yeah. And between the two bases, it's it's difficult to quantify, but it does average about 3 a day at 5,000.
It's an amazing service, and clearly it does have a use. There's a real good use for it, especially when you get a particular patient who needs transporting to a particular hospital, which specialises in their condition.
Yeah, I mean, the main purpose, the main role of the helicopter is to get the medical equipment and the team of doctors or whatever to an incident as quickly as possible. In terms of actually taking the patient to the hospital, more often than not, they are transported by land ambulance. If it's a severe head injury or spinal injury, then of course they will be flown by helicopter. And burn victims quite often are rapidly moved via the air ambulance, but for the most part it is actually by land ambulance.
And am I right in thinking you've travelled in the air ambulance?
I've done both, yeah. I'm a fat bastard at the moment. I'm too heavy. If I got in the helicopter at the moment, it would fly around in circles.
Just bobbing up and down on the ground trying to get up.
What you using as helicopters? Is it still Gazelles and shit?
No, we've got an MD 900 and the other one's an Augusta. So one we load from the back and one we load from the side. But yeah, at the moment I'm a little bit overweight, a little bit portly, to put it politely.
I assume if you're doing an air ambulance, it's for a far greater trauma reason. Yeah. It's called out. I mean, it could be a major road traffic accident, which is very severe. Or fall from height, head injuries, that kind of thing, spinal injuries. It is major trauma that the air amps is called out for. And it's the same with the cars. So, if you came and it goes up, it cost an extra 5,000. That's doghouse. Doghouse, it won't even get off the ground.
Yeah, if you look at most of the flight paramedics, they're quite slim. Yeah. If you put on too much weight, you're not good news for the pilot.
Well, yeah, it has a weight limit, doesn't it? Unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yeah, they sent out an air ambulance for me once, and then 2 ambulances turned up. This is in the past 18 months as well. I didn't know that an air ambulance had turned up as well, landed on the fields where we live. But, yeah, that was a bit of a waste of money.
Well,
Did you not get in it, Ron?
No, they took. That's what I'm saying. They took that. Had an air ambulance land on our field. Had 2 ambulances turn up as well. I think a paramedic turned up first, then an air ambulance, then 2 ambulances turned up. And this is in the past 18 months, all on one sitting. This was, you know what I
I'd have
mean?
gone for the air ambulance, definitely, just for the ride.
I was out of it by then, mate. You know what I mean? I would have known if I
You
flew
never had
or,
a choice.
you know what I mean? I could have been on a trolley and they could have taken me there. I don't know.
All that was, Ron, right, was everybody within the NHS that didn't want to be part of that TikTok video that afternoon. That's all that was. Everybody got the call and everybody was jumping at it. I'm no fucking TikToking, these good cunts said, and everybody flew towards you.
Yeah, more likely they had nothing to do. So I thought, oh, let's all go to that house.
Well, it's either that, or the helicopter was on the way, and then somebody came back through the radio and went, "No, we got the middle name wrong. It's that, Ron. It's going to be too heavy to go in there, but just turn up anyway, man. You just pretend it's a fuck up. We didn't want to tell them it's a bit big."
I don't know. Maybe for a spell of time, I was famous of something. I don't know. I was given the real treatment. I don't know. Oh man, but I was oblivious to it all. It was me partner that obviously once I was at hospital and I woke up and everything. She said you had a helicopter turn up for you, 2 ambulances, the paramedic turned up and everything. Oh right, special treatment. What a waste of money.
Well, the thing is, they actually at ambulance control, they actually have a paramedic literally sitting there looking at every single call that's coming in, and he is the one that allocates the air ambulance to a job. He'll decide based on the nature of the injury or whatever that the air ambulance should be called for that. And then obviously ultimately the ambulance will also arrive, but the air ambulance will be dispatched first. So that's a full-time job. Then we have somebody that has a full-time job sorting out all the speeding tickets.
You still didn't pay that shit though, days.
No. But the fact is, if a police car goes through a speed camera, I'm looking to see who we got there. Oh yeah, same pilot. Yeah, basically, if you go through a speed camera, you actually generate a speeding ticket, and then they have to allocate it to a job, and then they dismiss it. The police don't generate speed tickets if they go through a speeding camera, and also, if you the fire brigade also generates speeding tickets as well. So it's one rule for the police and one rule for everybody else.
Aye. We've got similar stuff up here. You get like a lot of leeway, the fire brigade, because like there's a crossroads where I stay, and there was a guy that was like deaf and dumb, but he was driving and that, and he didn't hear the sirens, if that makes sense. But they didn't have the lights on, and they ploughed right in the side of his Ford Fiesta, like smashed them side on, right in the middle of the reservation, like Aye, 100%. That's what I. That's exactly what I looked like when I heard about that. But nothing come of that either. You know what I mean? Because it was a fire brigade. Yeah. Even though they didn't have the flashing lights, it was like laws of averages. Somebody being deaf in the car, I suppose. But nothing happened. There's quite a lot of leeway you get. Where you can like severely fuck up really, and nothing will happen.
Oh yeah. It's just a waste of time that having somebody sitting there trawling through all the tickets.
That job will go soon with the AI, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, they've now turned around. I mean, they've had instances where a vehicle's gone through on blue lights and the camera doesn't pick up the blue lights. It depends on when the camera flashes. So they've started to fit the vehicles now with a solid blue light in the middle that stays on, so that is seen irrespective of whether it catches the blue flashing lights. But they've still to sort of run that out across all the vehicles. We've got one or two that have got them on, but not all of them.
That'll get fed out as they're replacing the vehicles off.
Yeah.
They lease them all pretty much, don't they? They're all leased basically. Eh?
Oh yeah. I mean, even the helicopters are leased. We lease the helicopter. The helicopters are leased, and so are the pilots.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's mental.
I mean, I've got photographs where we've gone from sort of having the red helicopter with the yellow one, as Vincent just showed there, to where we had like a red and white one, we had a yellow one, an orange one, while ours was in being repaired, you know.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Surely when the processing for the speed cameras reaches the leasing company for the vehicles, they just write them off anyway, reply back and write them off.
I don't know exactly how that works. I know that it comes. I mean, they are written off by the police as soon as a job has been allocated. Oh yeah, I mean, but it's the fact that someone has to sit there going through them. Because, for example, I could think, oh, sod it, you know, I want to get a McDonald's and whack the blue lights on, go through a speed camera, you know, like the police do.
So do they have to go to the lengths of cross-referencing it against an emergency call?
Absolutely, yes.
Do they?
Yes.
So they could catch you rushing to McDonald's before it closes. Then.
Which is why you won't find ambulance crews doing those kind of things, because if they get caught, whereas the police, they are exempt, they don't generate a ticket.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
So to me, it's a waste of resources to have someone sat there, like effectively with a speeding ticket, and then having to go, oh yeah, that was a red call to such and such, or, you know, speed camera for a helicopter. Don't be a smart ass, doghouse.
You can't how to deal with speed. I've always wondered, right? Like, speed cameras are easy to deal with, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they've got two holes at the top of them, at each side there. If you cover the holes, right, then when it takes a picture, it melts the film.
Because it overheats.
It overheats. So the holes are there because it's too hot inside. Without the holes, it would melt the film. So all you do is cover up the holes. Every speed camera that flashes, the film disintegrates. It's like Mission Impossible, if you choose to accept this mission, because everything goes bye-bye. And nobody ever gets...
In Essex, they have a far better way of dealing with them. They just set fire to them.
I was reading a story not long ago, maybe a week ago.
They do.
There's a particular speed camera somewhere in the country, and it's near a village, and it's apparently the annual tradition to trash the speed camera. I think it's like a New Year thing, and I read the news story of it. It made me smile. They were thinking of ever more ingenious ways to disable it.
Yeah.
Disable it. That's a better one.
You drive around Essex, you know, and you'll see them burnt out where someone's poured a gallon of petrol around the bottom of it and thrown it all up and set fire to it.
I lived in Worcestershire for quite a few years, and there was a particular village, and it had just one of those boxes that told you what speed you were doing. It didn't issue a ticket, but as you were driving through the village, it kind of guilt tripped you into slowing down.
Yeah.
So it would say, I don't know, 30 miles an hour, and there'd be a thumbs up or a smiley face. But if you were doing 33, 34, it would go red and an unhappy face.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have those here as well.
And it was very effective. I mean, they always make me slow down. I'm quite a sort of a careful driver anyway. But somebody had put a board above it, and the board had written at the top, high scores. And then there was a list of names going down with all the highest speeds they'd managed to get out of this machine on it. and it just made me smile every time I passed it.
Yeah,
Nice somebody having a sense of humour.
Yeah, there was one of the little villages in Essex, and one of the old boys there stood at the side of the road with a high-vis jacket on, with a hairdryer in his hand, to try and get the cars to slow down.
Yeah.
He actually stood like in the hedge, with a hairdryer, and until a car came down the road, you could see them braking.
You'd be terrified, wouldn't you?
You
One
wouldn't know,
glimpse
would
of a high-vis jacket.
Well, actually, that's one of the most interesting things ever, the high-vis jacket. There's a guy on YouTube, and he did a social experiment saying that people automatically obey anybody in a high-vis jacket. And he was in London, and pedestrians were walking along, and he said, "Can you move away from the curbside, please, and move closer to the building?" And he just stood there, and everyone was almost right up against the edge of this building walking past because he told them to.
Yeah.
He said, "Put on a high-vis jacket," he said, "and people will listen to you."
The power of the high-vis.
Absolutely.
I think that's so
I had this.
of people, though, isn't it? It's a percentage of people are susceptible to that shit.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, no, everybody.
No.
Having quite a gullible population helps as well.
Well, you see, we've been brainwashed by that box that we plug in the corner of the room and sit and watch.
I was having this conversation the other day. I think it was with Ron or somebody else. And it was about a video where somebody had a high-vis. And I said, the only thing you can do, the only thing that wins against a high-vis is another high-vis.
Absolutely.
You match them at their game.
But we do discriminate because we don't take notice of people in orange high-vis. We only take notice of people in yellow high-vis.
Is that right?
Well, yeah, because normally you associate orange with roadworks, and which it never used to be. Orange only used to ever be for the railway. You could only wear orange. It didn't actually meet with the standards to wear orange working on the roadworks. But now they've relaxed that, and you got the people don't take any notice of orange.
Wow.
It's the yellow that people respond to.
It makes quite sense now when you think about it, right? Because orange man bad, and Biden loves yellow man.
Well, there you go.
Makes sense.
Absolutely. Doghouse, new thing for audience, high-vis and a camera, no arrests. Actually, I actually commented on one of AB's audits, and they made a big thing about him filming the headquarters of one of the police forces, and they were throwing the terrorism act at him and all sorts of things. And I just commented and said, funny how you can actually stand outside Buckingham Palace with a camera, and there's never any hint of terrorism or suspicious behaviour, but you do it outside a police station, straight away it's suspicious. Think about that one. All the people that stand outside Buck Palace, Buck House, no one takes a blind bit of notice, but you do it outside a police station, and you are subject to the Terrorism Act. Oh, there you are. Must be obeyed. Camouflage and a high-vis jacket.
Does this man want to be seen or not?
Actually, I think he's undercover myself. I think he's going.
I've never seen a luminous DPM. It goes against the whole entire fucking name here. Yeah, luminous DPM.
Right. The high-vis thing is a culture now, isn't it? It's almost been put upon us by stealth. So anyone in a position of power has high-vis, and it's probably a masterstroke to have done that as well. Because as you say in experiments, people do listen to somebody.
Or they're Eastern Europeans in a Volkswagen Passat going to work. In my area, all the guys that work, most of the guys that work in the factories are Eastern European. They all drive around in Volkswagen Passats, and they all wear high-vis waistcoats.
I'd say that sounds like a cliche, but I actually know somebody who does, yeah. So maybe it's not a cliche.
You even get people laying on the back shelf of their cars, on their parcel shelves and things now. It's like a status symbol. I've got a high-vis jacket.
Yeah. You don't see these things in Europe very much at all, if at all. You know, considering the EU with the sort of the agency responsible for bringing them to us, it's not something I see a lot of in Europe when I'm there.
Unless
The
you
old
drive in
high vis.
France, if you go to France and you drive and they stop you and you haven't got a high-vis jacket on board, then you get fined an equivalent of about £100.
That's nonsense.
It's
I've
it's
been
not.
stopped.
No, it's
It
not.
is. It is. I've been stopped quite a few times by the French police.
Well, they've tried it.
And
that's why I make sure
you're
I
meant to
carry one.
you're meant to have the triangle. You're meant to have the little safety pack.
First
They've
aid
made
kit.
it now where I think you have to have the first aid kit with the Mars bar wrapper coverings as well.
Fire extinguisher.
And a high vis. Yeah. I have a first aid kit, and the triangle is sort of comes with my car, but I never carry a high vis. And I've been stopped twice, and they strip your car. The French do. They look through your car.
Oh yeah.
And legally, they're allowed to. You know, you don't know.
I mean, it is part of their thing with the actual high-vis jackets, but they probably don't bother enforcing it, if you know what I mean.
No, they've never even mentioned it. I'm fully aware of the law. Obviously, I go there quite a lot.
Likewise.
Travel all the time. But they've never mentioned it, and I'm not going to bring it up.
No. But it is supposedly one of the legal requirements.
Yeah. Apparently, there's a tunnel just as you get into the Czech Republic from Germany that you're not allowed to do 180 miles an hour going through. And
you're
I've
not allowed to.
Twice.
Damn.
No.
So you left your McLaren.
That's all I'm saying on that.
You left your McLaren at home, did you?
No, sorry, 180 kilometres. I didn't mean to say miles. Kilometres an hour, which is about 125 miles an hour, which is what I do when I'm going through this tunnel.
Yeah.
So,
yes, France is
a joy to drive. You know,
no.
I change my car every year anyway, so it's not like they're ever going to catch me in the same car.
Yeah. No, what you need to do when you're in France, you just need to drive a Citroen 2CV, and they won't stop you.
No, they wouldn't bother with you.
And I say that because I have one sitting in my garage out there.
Do you?
I do, and that's what I use to go to the shop and the market.
There was one in Leicester years ago, and I dated the owner for a bit, and her number plate was CRY 848Y. So the number plate read Cry Baby. And it was a peaches and cream 2CV.
Yes, mine was a bit of a labour. I love trying to restore it to roadworthiness.
What condition is it in?
Sorry, what was that?
What condition is it in?
It's in very good condition now. The roof was completely rotten. Mice had been at the seats. So with a bit of obtaining material and some very good sewing, the seats were replaced. The roof, which is basically deck chair material, was replaced.
Yeah. What made you want to TV?
A soft baby blue is the colour, with the lovely little frog headlights, which are like candles.
What made you want a 2CV?
Just because it was just so typically French, and it was in a barn, rotting.
Yeah, I do like Citroens. My favourite car of all time is the DS6.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The old Statesman Citroen. Amazing cars.
With the air suspension.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
You know, you can take one of the wheels off and they'll still do full speed going down the motorway.
Not one of the most attractive cars, but a very comfortable car.
You're kidding. You're absolutely kidding. They always reminded me of like something out of Joe 90 or Thunderbird.
Yeah. But I mean, unconventional, I suppose, is the word would be more to the point. Because I actually had to use the estate version as ambulances back in the day in France because of the air suspension, all the rest of it. That's what the ambulances were. And the police used to use them, of course, as well.
But amazing looking cars. I'm going to put one up on the screen. And I defy anyone to say it's not a beautiful looking car.
Yeah, I should have chosen my words a bit better. It's more like unconventional. But it does look very futuristic for the time, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is the short wheel version. You get it where the back door on the long wheel version is about 1.5 foot bigger, and then you can get it in the estate, but they're incredibly rare.
Yeah.
To get one of these now, probably £30,000-40,000.
Yeah.
Easily.
Nice high windscreen. Really good. I mean, the all-round visibility was superb in them.
Yeah, and the handling was better than anything that Rolls-Royce, Daimler, or Bentley were producing then or even now. You know, the air suspension was just revolutionary.
And if you look at the size of the headlights as well on a car that old with huge headlights like that.
Yeah. Well, they had then what my car has now, and a lot of cars have now, which is directional steering.
Yes.
So when you turned the corner, the headlights would turn into the corner as well, but it was done mechanically. And now with the advent of LED lighting, it can be replicated through electronics.
Which makes sense when you're going around a bend, because obviously the headlights are pointing straight ahead, and as you're turning, you can't see the curb.
Exactly.
I mean, how many people have hit the curb on bends at night on a dark road because they can't see it?
Yeah.
You know.
But I think it's becoming a feature on most cars these days now, when they're fixed with LED lights standard.
Yeah.
So the bulbs are always omnidirectional, and just obviously the charge is changed in them to change the direction.
Nice big bench seat in the front there.
Mm. Yeah, amazing cars. Amazing. Be very expensive if it needed repairing as well. So it's totally impractical.
Dog wants the trolls to try harder.
Yeah, have we had a troll? Oh, they're not even trolls. They're just
the bots, aren't they?
I see them as visitors from another planet.
Like some of the people in Yahoo and YouTube and all that, you know, from another planet.
I really don't understand why people struggle with trolls. It's just, I don't know. They won't get any of my time, you know.
I think it depends on your frame of mind at the time, because I've been subject to a little bit of it. And
do you know what? I was just about to say, I didn't even think, and then I was just about to say, I remember you about a week ago saying you're sick of it. What was going on?
Well, I remember you saying that I appear to have been cloned.
Yes.
And there's been a little bit of a situation with myself, and I'm going to say the name, and you know, Linology. We had a little bit of a secto. Now, I'm not sure whether it was her clone, or whether an encounter that she'd had that she thought was me was my clone. But there's a little bit of animosity there at the moment. Cop felt the need to get involved, and was going to organise a stream for myself, Lynn, Dino, and himself. To which I said, not happening, because it's got nothing to do with Dino, and there's no disrespect to Dino. The only problem that's arisen is between myself and Lynn, and we need to discuss it. No one else. To which I got told to F off and all the rest of it, and fucking there's someone trying to help you, and cop blew a gasket basically. Cop, he blew a gasket and told me to fuck off. I'm trying to help. Yes, he did, and he's taken the stream down because it's a shame, because it was he was almost hysterical in the way he was screaming at me. And so I told him, I actually emailed him and said, take away my spanner. I won't be back on your channel.
Do you know what? I've been on Cop's stream twice, and we've just had a one-to-one chat for an hour or two, and he's forever telling me how nice he is.
Yeah. No, he blew a gasket because I said I didn't want this, conversation between the four of us.
Have you noticed his support has dropped considerably recently? He gets one or two people in on a
I think.
I don't know if he's upset somebody.
Well, I think he's had a bit of a hard time with his recent encounter with the police, and I think he's feeling a little bit sort of damaged as a result of that. And as we know, these things can affect us, and yeah, I think because for him to lose it like that it was completely unjustified. He absolutely went berserk, and I said, okay, that's fine, bye. But I think he was embarrassed by it because he's taken it down. Normally he leaves his lives up, and that one's no longer there. So I think he realised that it wasn't really the way forward. And I had a similar sort of situation with Shady when he was drunk, where when they were waving the gun around on the screen, and I told him not to, and several people told him not to, and he was being egged on by Wingnut to, oh, fuck 'em was the attitude, basically. And we tried to point out to Wingnut that guns are illegal in this country, and therefore it's not a good idea to be waving guns around on the screen. Shady then turned around and said he'd like to own a gun. He'd like to shoot someone just to know what it's like.
Oh, good God.
So both Sandra and I left the stream, and then basically Shady lost it because he was very, very drunk. And he said he was within the 1% where he goes from being a nice person to being a nasty drunk. And he said, don't make me the 1%, medic. And I said, go ahead. And he blocked me. And then the following day,
so much not being able to get onto YouTube full time,
Yeah. He basically the next day was sort of remorseful and apologised, and he said, I don't expect you to forgive me. And I went on there and said, look, at the end of the day, I said, you were drunk. I said, so that's water under the bridge. But the thing is, I think sometimes if you're nice on here, you become a target for the trolls.
I'm not so sure. I think because many have made comments about me. Somebody made a comment about my mother once. I mentioned my mother in a live stream, an 85-year-old woman, and somebody made a comment about me sleeping with her, having sex with her.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, which is that's as sort of raw as it gets.
Yeah,
you're gonna start using words to upset people.
Yeah.
And I didn't address it, I don't think, in the panel, but I did reply to him in the chat by saying, well, I was in there once,
Yeah.
I was born. But I don't know if it's whether, I'm sure if you just don't reply and don't react to it, they'll just stop, because human nature says that they'll move on to their next victim, surely.
Yeah. And I agree totally. I think sometimes I say it just depends on your frame of mind, and you may see, and it may sort of basically hit a nerve, and you feel obliged to say something. But as you say, the best thing to do is to just ignore it and deal with the people that are enjoying the stream.
Of course, yeah. Well, you don't come onto a live stream. You don't think to yourself, I'll go on the live stream and see what the trolls are saying about me.
No.
You come on with the intention of having a nice conversation, chatting to some nice people in the chat, and then leaving and crack on with your life. So,
and trying to make a valid contribution to it. Yeah, and trying to make a valid contribution.
Why would you get tied up with the idiots? I call that nonsense earlier. I watch and I'm just gobsmacked, really, that people behave like that. I've never seen people behave like that in the real world. Yeah. They either have a scrap or they don't bother with each other.
Yeah,
they don't.
Doghouse says Yeah, as Doghouse says, Shady keeps saying sorry on every live. He does actually. He keeps
He does,
apologising.
and I've told him not to because I was aware. I wasn't aware of the first bit. I was aware that he had a gun on his live, but I didn't know any more of the story.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't got a malicious bone in his body. He's generally speaking, he's a happy drunk. But he drunk a little bit too much that day, and it was water off a duck's back. I just chose to leave the stream at that point because obviously it was getting out of hand. But and it's the same with the Tony P situation. You know that obviously has been the topic of conversation for over a week now. And my view on that is simple terms: a 56-year-old man should have known better, and that's it.
Yes. I had him on my stream yesterday.
Yeah.
He well, I didn't invite him on. He came onto my stream, but I did give him a bit of a grilling.
Well, yeah.
Yes, I did watch that.
Yeah, I think I saw part of it.
What's the whole event? I wasn't watching it live. Maria Moon found it later on in the day, and we watched it. And yeah, you did give him, the justifiable one.
I warned him when he was in the back room. You know, if you come on, Tony, I am going to tell you my opinion. You know, I'm probably aware that you've been asked a million questions already, but if you're going to come on here, I'm going to ask my questions. And he put his
ask a million more.
Yeah. Well, I think you asked him questions which people had tippy-toed around to ask him. So everything you asked him was a valid question. You didn't overstep the mark, but at the same time, you didn't pussyfoot around it, which is really good. It was straightforward, which is the way it should be.
I had an agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And I proved my agenda, but nobody noticed it, right? Nobody spotted what happened.
I didn't see the whole thing, so I'm unable to comment. I didn't see enough of it to actually know.
Okay. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. We might get away with this, and I'll make the video private. Just bear with me. Right. Okay. Let me set this up. I asked him a series of questions, and my last question was going to be the exact question that he gets asked by SG. And there was a reason why I wanted that last question answering. I'm going to mute my mic because I'm going to have to play it live through mine for you lot to hear it. So I'll play it now.
Are we being truthful?
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taken his video down, right? The live stream down.
Yeah. Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, it happened.
So there was nothing wrong with the video, right? It may be controversial, but there's nothing actually wrong, rules and all things like that, you know?
Did anyone hear that?
I did, yes.
What did you hear?
Him saying about the rules and all the rest of it, and Tony said he YouTube hadn't taken it down.
Did you hear it, Ron?
No, he hadn't broken any rules or regulations.
I'm going to play it again. SG says to him, you hadn't broken any rules. YouTube didn't take it down. Listen to what Tony answers.
Okie doke.
Are we being truthful?
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taken his video down, right?
The live stream down.
Yeah. Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, they have.
So there was nothing wrong with the video, right? It may be controversial, but there's nothing actually wrong, rules and all things like that, you know?
Yeah. So YouTube did take it down, and then he says there was
So
nothing
yes,
wrong with
they
it.
have.
Yeah. So that
SG said YouTube hasn't taken it down, and Tony said yes, they
Yes.
had.
They had.
So that says that there was very much a lot wrong with that video. And Tony then sort of saying, no, there was nothing wrong with it. Well, quite clearly there was. And as far as I'm concerned, it was wrong on every level.
See,
Doghouse heard
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
yeah.
I got him to
'Cause
answer
he-
another question as well. And the other question was, if it had been a young boy who had come onto his live talking about exactly the same thing as she had, would you have used the same level of niceness, free speech, and being so soft?
No,
And
he would
said
have removed
no.
it.
I wouldn't have had a boy. I would have had a girl. Wouldn't have had a boy.
Yes, and then later on he retracted.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted him to retract it because it makes him look a liar, you know?
The thing
Yeah.
is, I mean, when you watch, I mean, Laura and I sort of sat there one night and we spent quite a while going over the video, and you could see he was reveling in it. He was enjoying every moment of it.
Yeah.
Mr. Deegan would like me to play it again. I'm going to play it again. I'll play it again a couple of times so you can hear it, Mr. Deegan. I'm going to mic up for 2 plays.
I was being truthful.
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taking his video down, right? The live stream down.
Yeah. Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, they have.
So there was nothing wrong with the video, right? It may be controversial, but there's nothing actually wrong, rules and all things like that, you know?
Yeah.
I was being truthful.
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taking his video down, right? The live stream down.
Yeah. Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, they have.
So there was nothing wrong with the video, right? It may be controversial.
Yeah.
That's pretty conclusive.
You see, for my mind, if I'd have had a young girl say come onto one of my live streams, my first question in my head would be, what on earth is she doing on a stream of someone of my age and the people that are on that stream?
Yeah, me too.
I would seriously question why a young girl would even be entertaining coming on my stream. That would be the first thing. And as I say, you know, at the end of the day, he's a 56-year-old man and he should know better. And so there is no justification, there is no excuse. Nice or not.
Right. He's actually admitted that YouTube took it down. So there must be a problem with his live stream. You can't sugarcoat it or anything. See, how I look at it is that I got the assumption that he took it down after being talked about and everything.
Yeah.
On Dino's and other situations where it's been talked about. And he has said that he took it down, but clearly by that answer, it wasn't him that took it down. So there must be a problem, people, with what was going on in that live.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we all know that. I mean, and let's face it, how many people tried to tell him to stop?
Well, I went on. I was the first one who went up there. I think Bear followed me up there. I think it was Bear, and because the chat was going crazy, so I just went up there to her and say to Tony, "Are you looking at the chat? You know, are you seeing what's being said?" And so in the end, I just said, well, it's your channel. It's up to you what you want to do, you know. So yeah, and then I went on at the end. I said, well, yeah, and then he closed it quickly because Ray went on. That's it. Ray went on there very calmly and tried to speak to him and everything later on. But then he closed it down. He closed the actual stream down. But to me, what people have to realise is that so many people went on there, didn't have a go at the girl. You got to face it. Bear didn't have a go at the girl. He spoke to Tony directly, like I spoke to Tony directly. He spoke to Film Boy spoke to Tony directly. We did not have a go at the girl. It's his stream, so I couldn't say anything to the girl. It is really the person whose stream it was to take control or turn it off.
He was supposed to be the responsible adult, and therefore he was the one that should have been. He should have been in control. You look at him, actually look at his body language. Forget what was being said. He was loving every minute of it, and he was positively encouraging her.
Oh yeah, the hands, gestures. Oh yeah, we were sitting there watching it and everything.
His body language was like, he was like a dog after a bitch on heat.
Yeah, and that's why on Dino's, I did go up on panel, and I tried to, because somebody else went on there and made it a personal conversation, like he does, bull in a china shop, trying to put two things together, rolled up the host before he even got there by the back chat and what have you. So I thought, no, this is wrong. You shouldn't roll up the host because then it's going to come out wrong. So I went up there and I asked specific questions to try to get to the real answers. But then really, what's her name? Lynn hit the final blow. And that was about him taking it down. And he said, no, I don't, in other words, I don't see the problem in it. And that's where I left. I thought, fuck it, I'm off. And that's it. I left. I thought, well, there you go. That's it.
I think that's the point where I left when Lynn said about taking it down. I mean, people were trying to warn him that, he could get his channel taken down. He built up this community and he just wasn't listening to anybody. So, it's...
Agent X brings up something
about
which
Laura.
I wasn't aware of.
Yeah, that surprises me actually.
Was that on Tony's stream last night, Agent X?
Joking.
Because I can tell you about another happening, which I will in a second. Let's see what Agent X says about when it was.
I didn't notice
Tony's. Then
no, big up London. I was just saying I didn't notice that he actually said anything to the girl. All I knew was that he was talking directly to Tony every time. He went up there twice, I think.
Ronnie, did you see the little video I just played, or have you just joined us again? So it was on
Agent X, let me ask you this question. After knowing that YouTube did take it down, because I know that you was one of the people trying to justify that there wasn't nothing wrong, sort of. Oh, you found out last night as well. So has your view changed on that actual thing now? Because I didn't know till just now. I watched it and I didn't notice. I got to be honest, I didn't notice it. You know what I mean? And that completely now. Well, yeah.
Let me just play this video for Ronnie now, and then we'll carry on exactly where we are about Laura, I guess.
I was being truthful.
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taking his video down, right? The live stream down.
Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, they are.
So there was nothing wrong with the video, right? It may be controversial, but there's nothing actually wrong rules and all things like that, you know.
Did you hear that,
says it
Ronnie?
all.
It played really choppy for me. If anyone wants to see the original video, it's still on my live stream at 7 hours and 27 minutes. I haven't manipulated this or anything.
Ronnie, yes, it was removed by YouTube. Tony's been saying that he removed it, but YouTube, he admitted there that they did. So
when SG says YouTube didn't remove the video, Tony says, "Yep, they
did." Yeah. Well, they probably received a lot of complaints on it, so they would have had to remove it. They have a moral responsibility if they receive, and I would imagine everybody that watched that stream would have complained.
And let's be honest, it would have been removed to vulgarity had she been a 60-year-old woman. So I don't feel that it's proof that she was under 16. What I feel is proof of is that Tony lied about it.
Yeah.
See, to me, I've got to be honest here. I couldn't tell if she was 14, 15. I would have said definitely no more than 18, 19 at the best of it. But since the way how she was talking, how she was smoking, and everything, it showed that she was a lot younger than 21, a lot younger. So really, it should go in your mind. There's a possibility that she is under 16 years old. Then that is a good enough reason to go, oh, I'm going to hit the kill button, at least kick her off the channel. If you know what I mean. Carry on with the stream, but just go, Bob, I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is the age is irrelevant. The actual behaviour was disgusting.
Yeah.
As a smoker, watching her smoke, she wasn't even taking it down. She was like a kid trying to pretend that she was smoking.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly. And drinking.
Yeah.
And drinking, and she could have been a minor. We still do not know if she's a minor, so we have to take her face value.
Yeah.
But for me, I totally agree. If it's a 30-year-old, 50-year-old, I still would have kicked the person.
Yeah,
I wouldn't matter. But since the person could have been a minor, that makes you even quicker to push that button.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's the thing. That's where he went wrong. He allowed it to go on for far too long.
3 hours, or was it 3.5 hours?
I think it was about 3.5 hours. Yeah. I mean, I say I'm not a big fan of
a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of trial by YouTube, but at the end of the day, if you put yourself out there and you allow that kind of thing to go on, people are going to talk about it.
Going back to what Agent X put about Laura, I find that very surprising, really, because she made quite a statement yesterday or the day before on Tony P's live. And what happened was Shady had come on to Tony P's and Laura was there. And Shady had apparently made a reference on his channel of roughly where Laura lives. She lives in the East Midlands. And then on Tony P's live, Shady had said the same reference again. I can't remember the location that he said, and I guess it doesn't matter. But she went nuts at him. She went off on one. She had a rant at him for a good 5 minutes. He looked really upset. He looked quite teary, and then he left. I think Tony P kicked him out of the room after Laura had barracked him for 5 minutes. And then she went on to another 20-minute tirade against Shady whilst he wasn't there. And Shady was replying to her in the chat, for fuck's sake, what's wrong? What have I done? You know, the usual stuff that anyone would do to try and find out why somebody was so upset by a word. And it was quite horrific to see. And no sign of Shady since. 2 days ago this was. He hasn't sort of lifted his head since.
No, sorry interrupting. I actually saw Shady having the conversation on his stream with Laura. He actually had Google Maps up, and they were referring to where he lived on the map and how far he was from a particular castle and
Right.
where she was. And she gave the first part of her postcode so that he could find on Google Maps. And he had the map on the screen. And so that's what that. But she was actually saying, yeah. And she actually gave him her postcode. The first part of it, you know, and then
Right.
she said, she said, you're about as far away from that castle as I am. So that sort of narrowed
So
down
it's
the
her own
area.
fault then.
Yeah,
It's her own fault.
yeah. You know, she was going along with it, you know, because she said, well, whereabouts do you live? And he said, there. And he pointed the arrow at Derby. And then the castle was sort of like halfway between him and where she lives, given the postcode that she'd given him.
Yeah.
The first part of. So it wasn't like Shady had found out and put it on there. She was discussing it with him. So God knows how that all sort of got to the point. I mean, and I left because it was pretty boring, really.
Well, her rant was going on about how she's sick and tired of people talking about her, trying to make her a spectacle, sharing all of her business, sharing where she lives, trying to sort of make something out of nothing. And she demanded privacy. She demanded that people keep their nose out of her business. And she made a good 15-20 minute rant out of this, and people were loving it. You know how the
They like
YouTube
drama, don't they?
crowds
Yeah.
are. Yeah, they do. And Tony P was just sat there listening to her, and she was very animated. And now, if we're led to believe by Agent X, later that day, there she is talking about BJs and foreskin. You know, what does she want? How does she want it? You know, do you want it? Do you want it to be calm and serene and private, or do you want to be out there and, you know, sort of over the top and sexual?
My observation,
because she roasted Shady's bollocks.
Yeah,
that's the bit I'm bothered about.
I mean,
that's what she says on a live stream. She roasted Shady's bollocks, and Shady is a nice bloke. He's not the most what's the word, tactful when it comes to things, but you're aware of that when you approach Shady, and
he's not
and you
malicious
act accordingly.
Yeah,
but he's not malicious. Yeah,
no,
that's true.
I mean, my observation. I mean, I've spoken to Laura at length, and you know, we've sort of got on. But I'm not being funny. If you're that sick, what are you doing spending 3, 4, 5 hours on a live stream if you're that ill? Sorry.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, if I was that ill when I had COVID, you barely saw me because I just wasn't, you know, up to it. And you just think, I think some of it's attention seeking, and that's where I'm going to leave that one before I get shot down by somebody.
Well, that seems to be a general consensus. I'm not aware of what I don't watch YouTube enough to know anything much about anyone really, but that seems to be a general consensus.
Yeah, but people do like the drama, that's for sure. It always attracts.
Oh yes.
Attracts you.
Oh yes.
So yeah,
She's not have a go at Shady.
He lives in London. Oh dear.
Yeah, but the difference is Ronnie wants finding. That's the difference. Isn't that right, Ronnie? And why do you want finding, Ronnie?
Oh, that tension. that, actually, I drove past that tent earlier.
That's why Ronnie wants finding.
Oh. He wants help getting his tent poles up.
Tent pole, yes. Dave Dachura, you did. You missed all the drama earlier.
Hello, Hole.
Hey, Hole. How you doing, man? How's Mama Hole? Every day I see their little squabbles and I think to myself, oh, it'll be resolved by this evening, and then back to normal tomorrow. And each day it's just got worse for the last 2-3 days.
Well, I think what happens is like sort of this, we'll be talking like this, and then somebody from either the chat or the stream will go onto another channel and mention it, and then it carries on again.
Yeah,
I mean, a bit like the situation with Tony P. That's been going on for over a week now across several channels.
Quite rightly so, though, because I said to Tony, this is a community, and you disappointed the community. Effectively, you did something wrong, and I asked him what happens to people who are who go outside the limits in society. He said they're shunned.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happened. So he knows.
Yeah, and he hasn't really offered an apology either. Not really.
Well, he just
Who
keeps telling
apologised?
people he's too
Tony
soft.
hasn't really offered an apology.
Well,
He made the excuse that he's too soft for his own good. Well, that's not really an apology, is it?
he doesn't owe anybody an apology. It's the fact that he actually went through it. You know what I mean? It's up to him what he does with his life.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's nothing to do with an apology. He just allowed it to go on. He wanted it to go on. So
I think you do have a responsibility to the people, though, that come on your channel. When you have something that extreme take place.
Well, it's like television, Medic. You can just switch off. Nobody's forcing anyone.
Yeah, which I did. Which is true. I mean, I left. Yeah, so you're quite right.
So the fallout is all on Tony. I said to him before he came in, I don't want you to apologise. It's I'm not looking for an apology from you, but I am probably going to try and understand what's going on. But no, he doesn't need to apologise, Tony. When he made a very lucid decision to do what he did, and he made that decision many times over 3.5 hours. If that's not dragging it out, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and he has to accept that people are not going to entertain him any longer, and he has to accept why people won't entertain him any longer. Because it was what it was. You know what I mean? I'm not going to stop speaking to people that still don't see any wrong in it. It's going to make me sort of go, but I'm not going to stop speaking to those people because it's their own decision. You know what I mean? But Tony himself, I think that for me, myself, if it was my child and what have you, that's how I see it. I've got 2 daughters. So that's how I'm looking at it. So, somebody else might not have daughters or might not have children at all, and they may see it differently. I don't know. But from my perspective, I can only talk from my perspective.
Yeah, and I think that's true. I think that's true of all of us. We all have different sort of perspectives on it and all the rest of it. So, yeah.
No, I'm only being honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as James says, his ego took over. Absolutely, he was loving every minute of it.
Yeah, and that's what it was. He was enjoying it. One he enjoyed out of it was the views. The immense views he was getting, because normally he's got around about 20, maybe 25 at best tune into his live. Well, when you got, what was it, 200, I think it was, or something, ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then, he's going to lap it up, and you can see he's lapping it up. So there's different things going on, for him to keep that live going. But, it comes down to the fact that the situation should really say, right, I'm going to kick you. I'd rather only have 20 people watching than nearly 200 people watching.
Yeah. Agreed.
I went over to Vincent's, didn't I, Vince? And you had Buzzfix on. I had to literally leave it. I was well out of it. I was. So I went over to Vincent's, and I come up on his panel. I didn't talk about what was going on Tony's. I just come on there to chat and everything. I had to leave it for a while because I was sort of like, this is wrong, so wrong.
I just sat in the background and watched everybody trying to get him to stop. And I thought, and that's when I decided it was time to leave, because when the man's not listening, you think, okay.
Yeah.
People were actually being his friend. They weren't attacking him. They were actually doing it out of friendship. Look, Tony, stop.
Yeah, exactly.
No one was being nasty. It's like, we're trying to protect your channel, Tony, for God's sake, you know. But he couldn't see that.
No.
Wanted to confirm that YouTube took it down on Tony. What do we all think?
Now knowing that as well. Yeah, and he was saying, no, I took it down. Makes things even sort of, hang on a minute. Because that's what he said. When was it now? Yeah, he mentioned it on Dino's. He said he's going to leave it up, but then it was down the next day because I checked and it was down. But obviously, when Vincent had the thing 24 hours later, then we find out that he wasn't the one who took it down. It actually YouTube took it down.
When I play the video, does it play well for you? Because it's choppy on mine, but I'm running all of the software, so I don't know if it's just my end. Is it playing normally for you guys?
Yeah,
seems to be fine. Let me play it one more. Play it one more time for Ronnie, because he's just asked whether. I mean, I hear what I hear. I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone.
No.
I was being truthful.
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taking his video down, right? The live stream down.
Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, they have.
So there was nothing wrong with the video, right? It may be controversial, but there's nothing actually wrong, rules and all things like that, you know?
Yeah, he's confirmed that YouTube took it down.
Didn't he say it twice?
Yeah, I think so. Well, he said
Because
yes.
I heard the first one, but then the second time he spoke, he says, yes, they have.
Yeah, he said, yes, they have. Yeah. And then he said there was nothing, it was nothing wrong with it, but it was a bit controversial. And he said, yes. So he's saying there was nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it live, Vincent, but with me and Maria Moon, because Maria Moon actually saw it, that you'd actually had him on your panel before I knew. So we said, right, because you was watching it through your phone, weren't you? So I says, hang on a minute, I can find it on the actual TV and watch it that way. Tony Vincent talking to Tony 2 days, well, over the weekend. Yeah. So yeah.
The thing I thought was awkward was when his wife came in the room.
That was strange though,
that
because
was bizarre.
Did you see Dino's in the evening though?
Yeah. And
she was sitting beside him.
Yeah,
just sitting there and everything. And it was Mark who went up on and turned around and said that, you know, this actually happened earlier on, and Tony booted themselves off before Mark got to say what he had to say on the matter. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I couldn't understand her calmness.
She looked really awkward though. She looked very awkward, and I was thinking, my God. My reaction was, boy, is he going to get a roasting afterwards, because initially she said she wasn't aware of what was going on.
Yeah, but even when Ronnie went up though, and Ronnie is Ronnie. He's very blunt. I like it. He's very blunt. Yeah. That's the sort of thing how I am. So I like the bluntness of him. So he said it very clearly, basically about what was going on but I don't know, it just seems strange. The whole thing just seems strange. You know what I mean? No, I do like your bluntness, mate. That's how people should be. Get out aired, mate. London's more people should do it, mate. So do you know what I mean? And I just found the whole thing bizarre, strange. I don't know.
It was very,
Maybe
very.
it's my age, but you know what I mean? Maybe it's our age, you know, being 40 upwards. I don't know, but I think a lot of people, a lot younger. Well, Ronnie is a lot younger. He saw it as, wow, is this really going on in front of my face? Am I hearing the words?
Yeah.
So you know. But hey, that's
it is what it is. You know, I think it depends on what point people came in as to the level of what they saw, you know.
Yeah. Well, basically got it right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe what's this. I mean, I had to leave. I thought, wow, I'm no fucking prude. I've seen pornos and everything, but bloody hell. Not on a live
What kind of pornos, Ron?
I've seen all sorts of bloody pornos, mate.
What's your favourite?
I've even had a giggle
I'm
at
asking
watching
for Ronnie
the
here.
fucking... What, me?
I'm asking for Ronnie here. What's your favourite type of porn?
Comedies.
You don't have to answer, Ron. You don't have to.
Comedy.
Don't do comedy porn. Don't give us that nonsense.
Yeah, believe me, there are some really funny
they
ones.
don't make comedy
No,
porn.
seriously, there are some really funny ones out there which actually have got a storyline, but it's funny. You know, so you know what I mean? Those are the types. I just don't want to see clip from clip to clip. You know what I mean? It's one that's got a storyline and it's got humour in it. Those are the ones I like. But what do you like, Vincent?
Well, I'll tell you the type of porn I like, Ron. The type of porn I like is two men in a tent. Now, that's the best porn you can get. That is Oscar-winning porn all day long. Two men in a
Ronnie,
tent.
he wants you in the tent.
The sequel, Two Men in a Tent Part 2, was even better than the first time, wasn't it, Ronnie? The first time was a little bit awkward because we were just getting to know each other. But the second time, bang. The second time was exactly like this.
Oh, bless him.
All night long.
Brings a whole new meaning to camping, doesn't it?
But that, I don't know. See,
I was going to say Vincent's excuse is when he's dyslexic and he actually typed in RedTube instead of YouTube. Oh my God, how do I know that?
What's RedTube,
I was going to say, how do I know what RedTube is? I thought it was to do with red helicopters.
What the hell's RedTube?
I thought it was to do with red helicopters.
You're telling me that there's a red tube out there?
Well, there you go.
Wow. See, this is it. See, I wouldn't be on YouTube. YouTube itself, if it wasn't for the last fucking 18 months, I'd stay well away.
Ron's only talking like this because Marie's in the same room as him, Medic. Don't worry.
No, she knows. I was never interested in anything to do with forums or anything like that. The closest thing I got into forums was playing a computer game. You know what I mean? And then I'd be chatting. That's the closest thing I wanted to get involved in.
I can tell you a story that will make you laugh. I had my bank account emptied about 3 years ago. So, I mean, the bank contacted me and talking to their security team and all the rest of it, she said, right, so I need to run through a few questions. So she said, did you subscribe to Slut Housewives $1.99? Yeah, and the Horny Mature Sluts $1.99. And I said, no. I said, if you'd have asked me that question 20 years ago, the answer would have been yes. I said, but I only ever went on the free ones. And she cracked up. And I said, anybody who tells you they've never looked is a liar. Anyway, so she said, right. She said, well, what they do, she said, they normally go on a porn site using your card because it's a small amount of money. And if you don't notice it, that's when they then start spending loads and loads of money. I actually got every penny back with the exception of the 2 porn sites they'd subscribed to.
That reminds me of Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, the sketch where he turns around and says that we could make money, ask Tigger, the best thing he ever made and everything, and you charge him £10, nobody's going to go to the bank and question it. That reminds me of that story.
Yeah, but she said that's what they do. They go on a porn site using your card because it's such a small amount, like for a trial membership, that you won't notice it. You'll probably think it's a bank charge. And then they go out and spend loads of money. So, but she just cracked up when I turned around and said, "No, if you'd have asked me 20 years ago, yeah." But I only went on the free sites.
Can everyone see what the flag is like on the top of that tent?
No.
Flag is like on the top. I can't
Can
see
you
a
not see the
flag.
flag the flag flying above the tent?
Nope.
No.
Let me move the photograph a little bit.
Oh, right.
It's Joe's
I
tent.
didn't hear it.
It's Joe's tent.
Right. It's funny how it turns into daylight very quickly.
Oh, did you spot that? Did you spot that?
Oh dear.
Ronnie's getting all excited.
Honestly, I didn't know that there was other thing called Red Tube. Honestly, didn't know. Fucking hell.
What's the most popular one? What's the most popular porn site? They're all free now, aren't they? You don't have to pay for them anymore.
No. God's truth, I've been involved in porn stuff for fucking years.
You haven't made a porn movie in years, is that what you're saying?
Years and years and years. I think the last time I watched one was 20 years ago, maybe. You know what I mean? Fucking, well, before, I'm not sure. Fucking ages ago. Yeah, give them all the fucking way. The ones what we had. Literally, you used to go down to the market, didn't you? And you go up to the DVD stall and you'd have a box underneath, like 3 for £15 sort of jobs. So you just pick out 3 and take them home. You never fucking watch them.
Well, yeah, the council recently cleared out one of my neighbour's garages, and in there was boxes and boxes full of porn DVDs, but they had all the lighting and reflectors and all that. And he actually worked for a supposed to be like a nudist and thingy sauna in London. And the amount of equipment they found in the garage, so they were obviously making pornos at the place as well.
It's a lucrative business.
It is.
I wonder if it's still as lucrative. You know, with the advent of free porn online, I wonder if the actual profits aren't there anymore.
Well, somebody's got to produce them.
I think what you get on the site, the free sites, though, is just like a taster of what the full thing is. I don't think you get the whole movie. So I think the whole idea is you see it free and you think, cool, yeah, I'd like to see the rest of that. No, you just go on to the next free one.
I mean, I refuse to believe anyone in my chat would watch anything like that anyway.
Absolutely.
So, chat, put a 1 in the chat if you do watch porn. And put a 2 if you don't.
2 if you did.
Well,
if you did and grown out of it. Or if you're addicted to porn, put 3 X's.
Well, anyone who was on Tony P's live stream obviously watched porn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Anybody that still goes on Tony's.
3 X's. if you're addicted to porn, or you tune into Tony P's live stream every time he goes on YouTube.
There was something mentioned that somebody typed, in Film Boys chat that Tony P's invited her on his next live. I replied to that person, "What are you? Who are you on about?" And the person never actually replied.
Mm. Perhaps he's trying to get his viewing figures. He's trying to get his viewing figures back up.
Maybe that's it. It was him who typed it. I've never seen the name before, so I thought, okay then. So, what you
It's important
implying?
to remember some of the trolls are very creative and very clever with what they put. It's not just, Tony P's or whatever, or other words. Sometimes they'll put something which can be quite leading,
Yes. And that's why the person didn't reply.
Of course,
I think over the last couple of days, Tony's been on a couple of other people's streams saying, I'm going live at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and all this time to try and build back his sort of following, But I think he's going to find that that's going to be limited.
Yeah, I think he's back down to normal viewing figures and back down to his normal usual self. But if Laura P was doing that kind of stuff, doesn't that contradict her approach when she went on there to rescue Tony from another woman saying sexual and lurid terms to him? Isn't that a little bit contradictory?
Has anybody seen this though?
No, but Agent X said it.
Yeah, I know, but it depends what context and everything. That's what I mean. I'd have to see it to be able to make a judgment on it.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
I ain't gonna take somebody just saying something was said and make a judgment on that. I can't make a judgment. I have to see it and hear it for myself.
Yeah, no, you're right there. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been a 10-second sort of mention of it, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Like it wasn't the 3.5 hours.
That's not much of a blowjob, though, is it? 10 seconds.
I didn't even know Tony had the stamina of 3.5 hours.
At least your jaw wouldn't ache so much after you'd finished, medic.
No, I wouldn't be paying for that. I'd want a refund.
But no, I'd have to watch it to make any judgment on that. What context and everything, and what I mean, the lead to making that statement, and after, what I mean. No, I can't make a judgment on that.
Yeah, no, you're right, Ron. You're right.
I only use prostitutes in Harlow that give nectar points because I need to save up for my Christmas.
Blimey.
Have you been jabbed? Did you take the half hour?
Oh dear.
That's the other thing, though, which was a bit shocking, was that that this is the other shocking part of the Tony P thing, was that it was early in the day as well.
Yeah,
really early in the day,
wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was before the watershed, wasn't it?
Yeah. So see, I know that we joke about me. Vincent has, Ronnie, and a few others have all bantered with, but they're all been in a joke manner. So we can't all act innocent where we've talked about certain things, but it's all been in a joke manner between consenting knowing that we're all consenting, you know what I mean? So just before I get somebody slam something at me, you know what I mean? Put it in context, and that's why I can't comment on Laura until I see it and hear it for myself. Just putting that out there.
No, that's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, I think it's highly unusual, but not necessarily impossible.
Mm-hmm.
How long did it go on for, Agent X, if you were watching it? Do you know how long that conversation was? What I saw when Laura was on Tony P's live stream and had a go at Shady, she made quite an animated, quite an angry speech of how she's sick and tired of people drawing her into things, implying things, being sort of suggestive with her, and being sort of overly familiar with her, and then bringing it to her door and bringing it to her family. It sounded quite cryptic. Clearly something had happened to her before. But she made this whole song and dance, which it went on forever. I eventually stopped listening to Tony P's. I was just sort of listening as I was working. And so I'm surprised after that little rant that she would say anything which might encourage people again, you know, because speaking like that is a dangerous thing. It encourages people. People think you're at a level that they can approach you at, you know.
As you said before, you know, you put yourself out there, don't you?
You do. Of course you do. You share everything, you know, and you can't act all disappointed when people, you know, behave in a certain way.
I know too much about Ronnie, and I wouldn't trust him around because he's fucking eat me, I think. I don't mean it in a sexual way. I'm talking about actually fucking eat me. He's a cannibal.
He certainly would. He certainly would. But at the very least, Ron, you'll have a nice weekend with him.
Yeah. I'll be on the Barbie within 5 minutes.
Yeah. Before he starts eating your ass, you know, you'll get a couple of nights away in a tent somewhere. Rural.
Well, I'll put it this way: Crinkle says I'm a fatty, so there you go.
Well, that's funny that Vince and I were having a similar conversation yesterday.
Yeah, why did Crinkle call you fat, Ron? What was the purpose of that?
I didn't say anything. One, I know what to do with Crinkle, and that is just totally blank him. Is one method. Just say hello to everybody but him and direct my conversations to everybody. He has to be included in that because obviously it's going to get around, but usually it's to the panel and what have you. But what happened was we was just in the back, and Miss Emma was trying to talk about something, but then the stream went down, so we was in the back. So I was intrigued in what Miss Emma was trying to say and everything. And before Miss Emma could still answer me, he just started calling me names: fat this, fat that, fat. And then he says, I'm going to go and make a live. A fat monk, was it as well? I'm a fat monk. I'm this, you know, I'm fat, and everything. So I just turned around and said, I'm in your head, aren't I? I fucking bored straight in your brain, that little part of the brain. I said, clearly, because you just gone off on one, and all I was trying to do was speak to Miss Emma. Because I was ignoring her.
I think Ronnie wants you snuggled up in that double sleeping bag with him.
Oh, bless him.
I think he wants a hug. Get nice and get nice and cozy.
Yeah, and then they start noshing on you. What is this called now? Is that a dagger or something in your back? It's by Peter Gabriel. That is that song. Yeah, I
It
know,
is,
mate.
yes.
I know.
Well run.
Yes,
It's
yes, mate.
I always find somebody will comment on the title of my streams.
Yes, yes. I've already noticed.
Did you see
You're
what
into the same sort of music. Yes,
James
yes.
has put? James Patrick has put there. London is a chubby chaser. Is that correct?
Well, if you go by what Crinkle says, you'll be chasing me. I'm a chubby.
Well, I think I'd best leave then.
But,
dear. I'm like one
yeah,
of
it's
those
funny.
weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. You push me and I just go back again.
Actually,
Well,
I've
we
known
know.
somebody like that. Not a lie, UK medic. I knew somebody like that. It was a couple, and his wife would go off on one and everything. So all he'd do was push her down, and she couldn't get up. She had to wobble herself around until she got to the furniture to actually lift herself up. Because he'd just walk out. He'd just go out to the pub or something. Just leave it at. Seriously?
Saying looked like a 10-pin bowling pin.
She was a bowl. She was actually a bowl. It's so funny. He would literally just walk out and go do the garden, or he just walk to the neighbour, or he just go to the pub and leave her. Yeah, she was well aggressive, so I didn't blame him doing it.
I was going to comment on, we all know Ronnie's any hole's a goal policy when it comes to love partners. No limitations as Ronnie. Not ruling anyone out.
Well, judging by what he's put there, if you cross-dress as well, you're in with a chance, look. if you're chubby into cross-dressing.
I was going to say something else there, but no, I'm not going to go there. I'll keep that for another day.
I've made some really fat, ugly women feel like Marilyn Monroe. You say the nicest of things, Ronnie. You're a proper charmer, you. Are you going to come in for 20 minutes before I head off at 4? Come on, London. Come in and justify all of these comments.
My polite term for women that are of large statures, I say, oh, she's a big old unit.
If you come in, Ronnie, and if you're nice, you know where it ends.
Did you catch the other thing that Crinkle said on Film Boys? That you didn't. He said on Film Boys, not the night just gone, but the night before, that Bastion Radio, he actually sent in a report and it got closed down because of his report.
Really?
Look up.
Yeah, seriously. And he said he made a mistake because he turned around and said, I've done, he said, I did Tony P's and I did Bastion Radio because what Bastion Radio did was let him on and everything. And they booted him out. Bastion Radio booted him off. So he went and made a complaint, reported and what have you. And Bastion Radio had his... had a strike, closed him down for X amount of time. And
so Bastion Radio is gone now.
What?
Bastion Radio is gone now.
I really don't know when this happened. He didn't say. But then he made another slip up, just like Tony did. As the conversation went on, he says, I've got a list. Myself, Mark, and a few other people picked up on that and said, list of them. And he says, no. If I say list, it means like if I was going, I'd have a shopping list, like to buy some sausages and a bottle of milk.
Right.
So he's done it more than twice. Simply because somebody has kicked him off, or he isn't allowed to go on a panel.
Do you think he finds it a sport to have these sites removed, because when he goes onto people's lives, he will use every word in the book that YouTube don't allow, and he'll use them repeatedly.
Oh yeah, he's done it so
Nobody
many times on
notices.
Filmboys. Yeah,
Nobody
he's done it
notices that
so
he does
many
it.
times. Yeah, because I'll be up on a panel, especially Filmboys. He'll do it on, and he keep on. I said, Crinkle, stop it! You're on Filmboys. Stop using those words and everything. And then he go, oh, sorry. And then he'd do it again and again and again until Filmboy has to go, I have to shut this fucking stream down now.
Yeah.
So he does do it deliberately. There's no
It's like the
doubt.
other night when you were speaking to Ian about his tablets and the treatments, and you were sort of discussing that. And
Oh, yes.
Crinkle came in and turned it into COVID immediately. And he was
I
using
know.
the same conversation that I heard him use 4 months ago.
That's when I turned around and said
to him frequently.
It's always the
that's
same
the night
narrative.
that Maria Moon ended up crying because Ian was putting. It's his second time of having the courage to go up on a panel, and been wanting to talk to Ian for quite a while, but I felt ill the night when we was going to be on Dino's to talk about it because he's an epileptic also, but obviously didn't know all the other situations which is going on in his life, so he was pouring it out, poor Ian, and everything, and Crinkle just completely no empathy. That's why I can't like the guy, you know what I mean? And what I said, I meant. You know what I mean? If he's on fire, I'll pour petrol on and get a fan. I mean it. I didn't mince my fucking words. Joe found it rather amusing. but yeah, because there's no fucking empathy in the guy.
No, totally.
And we've come across him do it so many times in the past 18 months. Do exactly the same thing. He did that to SG. SG opened himself up on a live one day. And SG was talking about family members and everything, which had passed and what have you, and he had no empathy then. He did it on about another YouTuber, had no empathy, and this is the guy, and that's why when people say, "Oh, I find him amusing," Ronnie finds him amusing. Nothing against Ronnie. But this is when people turn around and say, oh, yeah, I find it funny, this, that, the rest of it. I can't agree because I have actually seen the other side of him, and it's really nasty.
I have a confession, Ron. I have a confession. I love going up against him.
Yeah.
For the very reason that DJN1 points out there. I've made him rage quit twice, and I'm aiming for the third one to be catastrophic turn. He doesn't come anywhere near me. Since the last rage quit, he won't come near me.
Can I be on the panel as well?
I just like getting in the guy's head. I like getting in the guy's head, and I know I'm in his head, and I like it. I do. I take complete pleasure out of it.
I see why people don't like Crinkle and the comments he makes, and when he makes a certain comment in a certain way, he knows what he's doing, and it's to trigger people and that. And I do find it amusing, yeah, but like not in a way that the stuff that he says. I don't find what he says amusing, yeah, but just like fucking, he knows what he's doing, you know what I mean? He's a little fucker, you know what I'm saying? It's hard, man.
Put it this way, you like to have a laugh, Ronnie, and I love your sense of humour and everything. But if you went on a panel and it was a serious conversation, like somebody's health and what have you, you wouldn't even go into making jokes or completely dismissing the conversation that's going on and take over the panel and go somewhere else. You know what I mean? And completely destroy. Exactly. He will do that.
I did see it with Ian.
You know, I like to have a look, but he says, oh, I don't know what I'm walking into on a panel. But then he says, oh, I assess the panel and then I go up. Well, you can't have it both ways. What do you assess the panel before you go up, or you just go up there blindly? You know, you can't have it both ways. So he contradicts himself even in that. You know what I mean?
He makes me
He
laugh.
knows
And he
exactly what
says,
he's doing.
yeah, he makes me laugh and he says, can I just have a minute to finish? And 10 minutes later, he's still going on. He hasn't reached the point.
Yes. Yes. And there's so many panels. He like me and Welshie, you know, people say, oh, you know, me and Welshie and what have you, and a few others, you know what I mean? But the thing is that we've been on, I have never once reported Crinkle, although he's muted me numerous times because he doesn't like what I'm about to say because it debunks whatever he's just said beforehand. He's booted me to the back. He's booted me off the panel completely. So I've never thought, oh, I should go and report for whatever reason. But then he complains because he's been booted off of a panel.
Or put in the back
That's
row.
like, wow.
You know, when
Wow.
Crinkle was little, he used to always say, "Why? Why? Why?" You know, when you say something to your kids and your kids say, "Why? Why?" Like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? You can imagine Crinkle is one of them annoying kids.
Just say he's a total hypocrite. Of everything that he says, he's a total hypocrite.
Yeah.
The best one.
You will get to know. You will get to
Yeah,
know.
no, I see it. I've seen it. I see it from day one. I'll tell you why I liked Crinkle straight away. Because every single person on every single panel hated him. And I kind of was like, I want to meet this guy. And then when he come on, he was like, hello. I was like, oh my God, I'm so intrigued. You know what I mean? He just, I don't know, he's just different. He's different. I've never seen that type of person online before. You know what I mean? I've never seen that type of person with that persona, with that sort of, I don't know, like wind up. That I ain't seen someone pull off what he pulls off, so it just makes me think, shit, man, I like this guy. And I like underdogs. I always support an underdog. So when I see 4 or 5 people on a panel firing shots at him, he doesn't tell you, you know, oh yeah, fuck your mum and all that type of shit. He keeps it. He takes the shots fired at him, gives it back. You know what I mean? And he gets under people's skin, kind of just
He does play the victim though, a lot. Oh, they're bullying me. Oh, they're bullying me. No, they're not. Nobody's bullying you, Crinkle. You want to be the center of attention. You want everybody to direct everything at you. But then he'll cry out later on, oh, they've been bullying me. Like a spoilt little brat that needs to be slapped into a corner.
It takes me back to the other night. Me and Ron was talking, and Crinkle was on the panel, and Crinkle and me and Ron were just sort of batting backwards and forwards with each other like Crinkle and Horace does. And then Crinkle was like, trying to get a word in like everyone else when he's talking. He finally did though, but he was like, but can I just wait? Can I? Ron weren't letting him get a word in.
The best one was when, I was going to say, when they were talking about the subject that shouldn't be talked about on here, and he said, oh, UK Medic's in the chat. He said, come up on the panel, Medic, let's hear your take on it. And the minute I came on the panel, he wouldn't let me get a word in edgeways. He just pushed his point across completely and wouldn't let me say anything. I thought, well, that was pointless.
Oh, he will do that. Well, did you see? I don't know if you saw the where he went on Reverend Lord Simon Sideways. If it's still up, go and watch it.
I did.
Fantastic, fantastic. This woman come on the panel. You didn't see her or nothing. He kept, like, I was on the panel, but Reverend kept us at the back, but we could actually get involved. But this woman were asking specific questions, and he did not like it, the questions that she was asking, because they were specific questions about his university and how long he had been at doing this and how long he'd been doing that, because he didn't have the answers to her questioning. He literally doesn't have the answers to what she was saying. Say something.
if you've watched him when he was talking about the subject that shouldn't be mentioned, you could actually see him Googling it. You can see the reflection in his glasses.
Yeah, he Googles it all. Vincent, classic example. Vincent asked him, Vincent can verify. I was sitting there and I was creasing up. Because Vincent was really, in his calm manner, just talking to him casually. But I was noticing Vincent putting in certain little things and whatever. You're very good at it, Vincent, but I was watching. Anyway, Vincent, no, I like it. And Vincent asked a very easy question. And that was, get it right, it was to do with that when has science got it wrong? He took about 3 to 5 minutes to find the most complicated answer to have, and by that time I'd typed in like he's Googling an answer, but I was on a panel the next day. This was on Indies, and I said exactly the same question. Now this non-scientist and everything, who's just a normal Joe like all of us, was on the panel. It said tobacco. The science said that tobacco was safe to smoke. Crinkle didn't even know the answer.
Yeah, very good point.
10 well-known good examples, and yeah, he wasn't quite ready for that one, was he?
No. He had to Google, and he had to Google something that really was sort of a brainy person would know the answer to it. You know what I mean? That sort of answer he had to dig up to, to give a reply. That is Crinkle. He Googles it all.
Well, this is why he tries to control the panel so that anything directed at him runs along with his narrative, that he wants to talk about, that he's got the answers to, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
He takes, it's very selective in what he says in order to get certain responses that follow his narrative, basically.
Yeah.
Outside of that, you caught him out. Outside of that, and you catch him out.
Yes.
I mean,
and that's what I mean by chatting to him for 18 months and everything. That's why he doesn't particularly like me, because I've been following him and we've had these debates for 18 months and he's come back with the same thing.
Have you really been talking to him for 18 months?
Yes.
Have you got psychological problems? Have you had counselling?
Literally. Yeah, 2 years it'll be in spring. I'd say 2 years, end of May, when I first come across him and he went on Civil Disobedience Live.
Wow.
And then he was going to Dino's, and then I plucked up the courage to go on to Dino's Live. So yeah, 18 months.
He's commenting in the chat, don't you?
Is he?
Yeah.
He's hidden himself from us.
Yes.
If he's there, he's hidden himself.
I've sent him a message, but he's not replied in about 5 minutes.
But no, that's why I can turn around and say that Mark has been debating with him for 18 months as well. Dino, obviously, for 18 months as well. There has been a few of us, been debating him for 18 months. That's yeah. So we pretty much know him and how he works.
Yeah, see, it's different. I only been around like 2 months or 3 months, really. Do you know what I mean? So I've only seen Crinkle's side over that last couple of months, and everyone says he used to be proper bad and he used to write bad shit. And it's hard to judge someone when you haven't seen that side of him, though. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally understand. You know what I mean? But
I wouldn't disbelieve it, though. I wouldn't disbelieve it. I believe that he was like that, and he says some horrible shit and all of that, and he doesn't show sympathy or empathy, and I totally believe that. But I don't know, since I come around and that, and I've been seeing him, kind of just, I don't know, it just comes across as, why are them guys that's annoying to people? And he's like, fuck it, if I annoy you, live with it, type thing. Do you know what I mean? But it's, obviously you have history, you know what I mean?
Yeah, see, I could sit there. Well, I'll put it this way. Yeah, Pap had gone offline. Yeah, and he had had a couple of strokes, and it was a Wednesday night. Dino, Plod used to have a Wednesday night where it is Plodology, and then you'd have Dino's live on a Friday night. I was up on the panel on the Wednesday night, and it was about 20 minutes before the end of that live on the Wednesday night, and Crinkle come on, and we had a pretty civil conversation. And he turned around and said to Dino, "Can I come on Friday?" And Dino turned around and said, "Well, don't want you to come on because Fluke was coming on the Friday night. Fluke always went on the Friday night, and it just ends up being mayhem." And I was agreeing with Dino, but he said, no, I promise, I'll be perfectly fine. You know what I mean? We'll have a proper sit-down debate and everything. So, well, okay, then, if you do it that way, then it's going to
Ron,
run
1 second.
smoothly. It didn't.
I've got a Henry Crinkle in the back room.
Ooh, lucky you.
Henry, if it's you, put your camera on just so I can verify it's you, first of all.
Big up my Camden brother. Respect my Camden
Henry,
brother.
put your camera on. Okay, it's not him. Sorry, Ron, carry on.
Anyway, but come the Friday night, straight away, as soon as Fluke come on and Fluke started talking, he started making stupid noises, using his sound machine and everything. And Dino said, "Will you cut that out?" You turned around and said Wednesday. I was up on the panel, and I think Mark was as well. I think it was Mark. And Dino turned and said, "Look, you said on Wednesday that you're going to have a proper debate and everything." Anyway, he stopped, but then Fluke carried on talking, and then all of a sudden he said that Pap was dead. And guess what he died of? He died of COVID. So that was the first time I called him a CUNT.
Right, this Henry Crinkle is telling me his cam's not working, so it looks a bit suspicious. I'm going to let him in, but I'm going to keep you full screen, Ron.
You know what I mean?
Nah, I mean.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
Hey, Fatty.
That ain't Crinkle. I don't know.
Oh, God, that's funny. No,
Anything better than that fake Henry Crinkle?
Hold on. It's me, James.
You're not nasally enough, mate.
Sorry about that. You can Vincent, you can put
James.
Yeah,
James
Patrick.
who?
James Patrick.
Oh, James Patrick Madonna. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, as soon as
Have
you
to
said
be
it's
careful,
James, I thought, I know
that. Sorry about that.
Wait, James, I done that the other day, and I almost got labelled the prolific porn bomber when I done that.
And a
Got to
troll.
be careful with them ones.
That was when you were doing Mostly, wasn't it? You wanted to come in to imitate Mostly.
Yeah.
But your
Yeah.
imitation was crap.
No, because they when I'm in the moment, I can do it. But do you know what I mean? They ruined it for me. They literally ruined my idea by calling me out. They ruined it. I can do Mostly really well when I could be bothered.
Do it.
Oh, I don't know. I can't do it on the spot like that. Tomorrow I'll do it.
Come on.
I'll be Mostly
Do
all day
Mostly.
tomorrow.
Do Mostly.
I can't do it on the spot. Honestly, it would sound really bad.
Hold on. Let me speak.
Hold on. Wait, run. Hang on a minute.
I know.
I
Do
do
you
it
know?
mostly.
I
Host,
can do a mostly.
go on.
You ready for my mostly?
Yeah.
Right, here it is.
I can do it mostly. I'll look. Like, just say. I'm just going to say, host. Host, look in the private chat, and next minute, these birds fucking modded up.
No.
No,
Well,
because
this one.
you always get
There's
like
there's
slagged off in the
nothing
chat.
wrong with
Being mod.
gays. Shut up. There's not listen to me. There's nothing wrong with gays. But
Well, it's
mostly no one said
interesting you
anything.
should say that, Ronnie.
And then I say to him, mostly no one even's talking about gays. We're talking about the Iraq War. Don't mention gays, okay?
It's funny you should say that, Ronnie, but you know when his girlfriend went on to Shady's live,
Yeah, she's been going
and
slagging
that
him off a lot of places.
she's been very critical of him, and somebody asked her the question, what do you think about mostly going around telling everyone that his 12-year-old son is gay? And she sounded very uncomfortable with that.
Mm,
I
I
think she
would
said
be.
something like, I don't think
Well, she's up on panel.
Yeah, she came up on a panel
Yeah.
on
I
Shady's
didn't know she
live.
did that.
Yeah.
Was
Mostly
Andrew
it's part
J
of
there
the
as
panel.
well?
Yes, he
Yeah,
was.
Andrew J was
The
there.
funniest thing was she apologised to Andrew J for not for mostly promising to give him 10,000, and then she went on to say he's got no money. He's had to just sell his laptop because he's broke, and he was an alcoholic at the time himself when he offered you that money to go to rehab for alcoholism.
Wow.
So she was very, very honest when she came on, you know.
Well, boy, I mean, when she was in live in the chat and he's telling her, pick up your phone now, I know it's just chatting that, but she always seems a bit on edge. Like,
I've got to say this though, Maria Moon did just point out something valid there. How do you know it was Mostly's partner?
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
It most definitely was her. Most
How do
definitely
you
was
know?
her.
How do you know?
Because he was in the chat,
Yeah, but
and
he could have prompted someone to see her.
No, he was in the chat later, and then he found out that she'd been on talking, and he was listening to it whilst he was still in the chat, and then he put, "I'm going to go and listen to the rest of this conversation on my own. I'm leaving the chat." It's
And you're
definitely her.
certain it was Mostly in the chat?
Yeah.
All right, okay. then.
Yeah. There was
Yeah, but I'm thinking
no
maybe,
doubt of that one. No doubt whatsoever.
I'm
Right,
thinking
yeah.
maybe he's got someone to do it to bring
to
them
make it
things
seem like he's
up
got a
front.
bird.
Yeah, and to bring them things up front that you don't really want to apologise for.
Well, later on in the chat, she was in the chat, he was in the chat, and he was threatening to top himself and start drinking. Not necessarily in that order, obviously. If she didn't switch her phone on and speak to him,
She sounds trapped.
it was very weird, and he was. I know you can't do it in chat, but he was shouting at her in chat using capital letters,
Sounds like
demanding
a
that
blackmail to me.
she speak to him. You know,
I've been on the panel before, and he's been on the panel, and he's been quite vocal about it, and told her, "I'm trying to call your phone, pick up your phone," or he'll be sitting on the panel, and then in the chat you'll see him say, "phone" with like 10 exclamation marks, and she leaves. She doesn't come back. It's like he tells her time for you to go from the live or something. Very weird.
yeah, it's
But
odd, isn't
I
it?
can't imagine him asking a woman to say sorry for him. But what I can imagine him doing is getting a woman to go live to make it look like he's got a girlfriend.
Do you reckon he's just her patient?
What's that?
Do you reckon he's just, because she's supposed to be a psychologist or something, right? Do you reckon he's just her patient?
Do you reckon?
I don't know.
Oh, look, it's Crinkle.
It is Crinkle.
Nami.
Mammy.
That Crinkle's
It's Crinkle
saying.
in the chat as well, Ron.
Yeah.
Crinkle, crinkle.
No, don't say that. That's like Candyman. He'll appear.
Yeah. Wait, do you know what? All right, then. Let me put it to you like this, yeah.
Yep.
What if, yeah, Crinkle is mentally ill, seriously, and what he reads from the mainstream media and that, he takes in and it scares him, maybe because he suffers with something like Asperger's. Because people with Asperger's, one of my family members suffer with it. As a young child, 7 years old, he heard about a terrorist attack, and he learnt from a newspaper that people had been hurt in this terrorist attack, and he actually dreamt about it for about the following 4 days, and it played on his mind. That was his Asperger's, and he used to wake up and say, I dreamt last night that the people were in pain. I was scared for them, and stuff like that. What if, innit? And everyone's laughing at him for his mental health illness.
I'll have to
We
sit and
could
look
all,
and analyse him and see.
Ask him when he's drunk.
I'd be able to tell by watching him long enough. I've
Well,
never taken enough notice.
someone the other day actually said to Crinkle, are you doing this online because you're dying of cancer? And Crinkle said, no. I can't remember who said that to him, but someone actually said to him, are you doing this on YouTube because you're dying of cancer?
Was it Ron?
No, it
No,
wasn't me.
Ron wouldn't say that. Ron wouldn't say
Wasn't me.
that. I'm going to try and remember who it was. Fuck. But he just said no, you know, and they said, do you suffer with any other mental health illnesses or any illnesses that you're dying from? And he said no. And I feel like if he did have some sort of diagnosis, he probably would have said yes. Do you know what I mean? Because he's quite an open guy, like, I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean? For a man who's like, if you think for a man that's trolling you, he's quite open about his private life.
He's definitely got deep set eyes.
The person we've all got to fear is actually our host, is Vincent, because apparently he is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I've heard this.
So.
Yes,
I've heard this.
Do you know what? Did you watch any of that?
Yes,
telling
I did.
everyone I was a wolf in sheep's clothing, whilst telling everyone to shut the fuck up, telling everyone he didn't give a fuck what they think or think of him or anything else, being rude and obnoxious and really personal to everyone, and then finished off every time by saying, but don't forget, Vincent Vega's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I know. It was constant, wasn't it? It was like every other message.
It was, yeah. The madness.
So Vincent's
so we've got to
Because
fear
it feels
Vincent.
threatened.
Yeah, we've got to fear Vincent. He's that wolf.
Yeah, he's threatened by the questions that you ask.
He's luring us into his
He
trap.
finds you unpredictable.
He's definitely a prompter.
Finds you unpredictable. And when something's unpredictable,
I was silent for most of it, just because, I mean, I'm not the most, accommodating of people when it comes to these things, but I was silent because I just didn't want to upset the thing for anyone else in the room. Jason's panel, it was his sort of live. I think Ronnie was there and you were there, Ron, and I didn't want to do anything to make myself look like the wolf in sheep's clothing, so I was silent, but he still went on about me.
But he accused you of that because he didn't like your calm, measured approach to things. He found that threatening.
Yeah, that was the suspicious bit.
Because you're so calm and your responses are measured and sort of thought out.
He was in a live tonight, yeah. He was in a live tonight, and someone mentioned me, about this Ronnie London something, and he put in the chat. I didn't type back, yeah. I was just lurking, yeah. And he responded in the chat, "You need to watch out for Ronnie and Vincent. They're a trouble." That's what mostly insects put in the chat. And all the geezer said was, I don't know where this or something about I don't know where this Ronnie London's come from or something like that. And he's put in the chat, you need to watch out for Ronnie and Vincent because they're trouble. And I was like, Jesus Christ, man. But
I
Vincent
remember
don't
that
barely.
conversation now.
Yeah, Vincent didn't even speak. Vincent doesn't actually. The other night, Vincent didn't say nothing because Mosley was sitting there, yeah, and he Mosley was still trying to dig Vincent out. I couldn't believe
It
it.
was. Yeah,
You've
right.
ach-
That
Well, I
was the
wouldn't
bit.
trust Ronnie with a knife and fork, that's for certain.
Nah.
well, you've achieved fame, Vincent. If you know if you're getting that level of attention.
Mosley's my super fan.
There you go.
Mosley's my super fan. Do you know what? I sent him my telephone number by email. I asked him for his email about a week and a half ago, and I sent him a telephone number, and I said, "Send yours, and I'll call you, and we'll talk about it offline because I just want to try and help that we don't clash like this anymore, you know." And I wasn't gonna be, you know, super nice or super horrible to him. I was just literally going to say, mostly, you know, you've got this in your head that me and you are, you know, enemies, and we're not. So, you know, if we just avoid each other, that's best. If you want us not to avoid each other, you know, I'm not against you. And I was going to try and help him, but he's not. I think the thing is, and it's the same with a lot of addictions, with respect to people with addictions, they have to find the boogeyman. They have to identify a boogeyman in their lives to blame, you know.
Well, then they can play the victim, can't they?
Well, they can justify a particular addiction, and his obviously is, you know, sort of methadone and whatever else he's taking as well, alcohol and so on. So he has to point at something and say, that's the reason why I do this. And I think I'm that for him at the moment.
See, after that, when we was in the back that night and everything, so I don't mind mostly, but I did find him frustrating that night. Really frustrating.
I think we were really nice for 3-4 hours with him, trying to help him to understand. We were super nice.
Because it was like the conversation was going round and round and round and round for fucking, what was it, 3 hours and everything. And
long time.
You know what I mean? I really tried, but I found it frustrating. I don't mind mostly. He's never done anything to me, but he was so fucking frustrating. I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh, fucking hell, ain't you listening? Ain't you getting what I'm trying to say? I don't mind him. But I don't know what the beef is between you three. I really haven't got a clue.
I'd say it was more Ronnie than me.
I get the blame for all beefs now. No, do you know, I don't mind mostly. I mean, he just, I mean, I don't know. There's some people that kind of get their back up when they're asked a general question can make someone think that you're aiming some sort of bullet at them. It's weird, like. You have to be a bit more. I think with some people, you just have to be a bit more delicate on how you ask questions or put up questions to them.
Yeah, but just remember, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you.
Yeah, exactly. Paranoid saved my life, man.
That's the other thing. Me and Maroon just pointed out. He reads the chat too much when he's on panel.
Yeah, he does. He wants to engage in the panel and engage in the chat, and that should be illegal. You know, you get one or the other.
Yeah,
it is. It's if you can do it, and you can not bring what people are saying in the chat to roll you up on the panel, because that can happen. But if you can't do that, then don't look at the chat when you're on panel.
Well, there's very if you're a panelist, there's very specific things that you choose to point out in the chat as you're going along. Do you know what I mean? I would just because there's 5 people asking 5 questions in the chat, don't mean I have to answer all 5 if it ain't relevant to the topic at hand. I mean, if you can't give
Yeah.
a short and sweet answer and just give that person a straight answer, don't answer it, man. You know what I mean?
I think
But
the
And
key
that's
is to answer the pertinent comments rather than the ones that have got nothing to do with what you're talking about. And that's, you can get very quickly distracted from what you're actually dealing with when someone types something in chat. So, yeah.
That's why, excuse me, Raymond's just made me a sandwich. That's why I got up on that panel on Tony's.
Stop
Because
talking me mouthful.
shut up, you're not my dad. Shut up.
But
Anyway,
what's he got his mouth full of, though?
Maria sandwich.
Tuna and cucumber and tuna and onion sandwich. Anyway, I shall digress.
Digest, you mean?
I said digress, not digest.
Cross-dress,
Yeah, that and all. Anyway, that's what I noticed with Tony's thing that happened a couple of weeks ago now, 2 weeks, oh no, a week ago. Fucking hell, time flies. Right. Is that, and that's why I went up on the panel, because he was putting up things which were being said in the chat, the nicey things and answering to the nicey things, but he wouldn't acknowledge the things saying, are you sure you want to have this conversation? Oh, this is getting a little bit too much. And that's why I went up on the panel and said, look at what's being said. And it's right. You know what I mean? If you're going to look at the chat, acknowledge everything that's being said. Otherwise, don't look at it. That's all I was trying to say. I'll carry on enjoying my sandwich.
Yeah, but he'll be on the panel and also the most active person on the chat as well. And he can have sometimes 2 or 3 running arguments with people in the chat whilst he's arguing with somebody on the panel. That's quite a skill required to do that. You know? I like one good sort of, what's it called, tear up, but I don't do 3, 4 or 5 at the same time.
He's something else, honestly. Like, and I have seen that a lot as well from when I used to just lurk around, and he'd be like, there'll be people debating on the live, and he'll be like, Vincent, there's someone in the chat that have said that they don't agree with what I said, and it's like, all right, mate, jump into the chat and talk to them about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's quite a tortured soul, isn't he?
He got me blocked from Tony P's on that famous day. Right, he said to Tony P, I'm going to put her name in a private chat. He's really nasty. He's the worst. He's the worst of the worst. Blah blah blah. Right, so he put it. Obviously, he typed my name in the private chat, and he went, "Oh, James Patrick." Oh, he said, "Don't say it. Don't say it."
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Got me banned the cunt.
He's such a little slime ball. Do you know things like that? Things that happen behind people's backs, and you know, like when you know it shouldn't be aired, don't say it type of thing. Yeah, and he's just typical of someone of his caliber to say, ban this guy, but don't tell him that I told you. Like,
exactly.
The caliber of him.
It's snidey. It's the mate that was a snide that you didn't want to hang around with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, the insect is quite appropriate naming, isn't it?
It is.
Although Mr. Deegan describes it better when he calls him injects.
Yeah. Mostly injects. Mostly infects.
Here we are bullying people again, guys.
Mostly rejects.
Yeah. Mostly incest. Mostly incest.
Oh, that's controversial. Oh dear. I'm going to have to go and get some. I'm going to go get some sleep in a minute. I'm at work at 2 o'clock.
Mostly no interest.
Girls, play nice. Now, girls, be nice.
You're one to talk.
I'm always nice.
No, that's debatable.
Unless I've got something to say, then I am a bit blunt. I know, but I can't help that. I'm a nice person. I think. I don't know.
Who told you that?
I am who I am, and I can't change myself. I'm too fucking old in the tooth now. Can't help it.
You're always fucking eating.
Yeah, I'm a fat slob. That's why I'm actually I'm a
Yes,
I'm a
Sprinkle
fat
was
bald-headed
right.
monk.
You could call Ron
Yeah.
Jabba the Hutt from now on. Or...
Yeah, I'll go by that.
Don't forget motherfucking poor cunt as well.
Well, that's why Ron got a family-sized tent for you both.
That ain't big enough for me. What you on about?
Don't knock it till you try it, medic.
That's why he's got the extension.
Yeah, one of my colleagues at work said that.
Ron's so fat he gets the micro penis sized condoms.
Ron's so fat. When he
Yeah,
jumps
I don't mind.
Yeah.
But Ron don't even sound fat. I don't know where he's got that from. I don't know what it is. It must be because
Maybe
Ron's
did
always on
Pavarotti.
the cakes. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm fat, skinny, whatever it is. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. You know.
Mm.
I'm so fat.
Well,
I go to bed. My backside's in a different postcode.
Huh?
Of what consequence does it have
I'm
to
so
somebody
fat,
else
I'll
on
roll
the
to the
internet
shop.
that you're talking to, you know?
What's that, Vince?
Of what consequence does it have? Whether you're fat, thin, tall, short, blue, yellow, brown, green, yellow, white, you know? It's
A lot of
no
health consequences.
A lot. If you're short and you're built like a ball and you can't get up, it makes a lot of consequences there. A lot of problems. Although you can stand at the front room window and look in and it's rather amusing.
You'll see Ron on a Channel 4 documentary, My 600-Pound Life.
Side of the
Yeah, they
aircraft
get a
into
winch.
hospital.
Yeah, they get a winch to move me.
Yeah.
His
I'm famous.
wife
That's all
said,
that.
his wife says, come away from the window. We're trying to sell the house.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't mind. I've been called worse.
I do love
You
them
got it, lad.
documentaries, though. They make me feel really healthy, honestly. When I feel down, I just put on some sort of Channel 4 documentary with, like, you know, the Undateables on it or something. It makes me feel really good.
Oh, you're still watching TV? I'm going off for you.
Yeah.
No, I haven't watched TV in like 2.5 months, to be fair. I haven't got an aerial in my house. Well, I do have, listen to this, cheeky fucker, yeah. My landlord was like, yeah, everything work in your house, everything work. I'm like, all right, cool, everything works. So I come in my house and plug my TV in, and there's no fucking aerial connected to the back of the TV socket. So I have to get an indoor aerial, and I ain't been bothered to get one.
Look,
But yeah.
what sort of TV set have you got?
Say that again?
What sort of TV set have you got? Have you got a modern one, an old one? You know, is it Android? Is it what?
Oh no, my TV is just a Sony flat screen, like 40-inch or whatever, 32-inch or whatever. And fucking, it's nothing special. You know how I come across it? So when I was getting ready to move out of my missus' house, her dad's next door neighbor died. Yeah, an old woman. Oof, yeah, she died in the house. So that day when she died, the next day I signed my tenancy and I turned around to my missus and I said, yeah, speak to the geezer whose son is died next door. Speak to the boy, yeah. Just tell him, like, you get me, I've moved into my house. If no one wants her TV, I'll take it. So he was like, yeah, all right, come round and take it, yeah. So I said to my missus, all right, go round and get it, go round and get it. When she went round there, the old woman was still there waiting to get picked up. I was like, make sure you get that TV for me. She weren't even cold. She weren't even cold.
So it's not internet connectable then?
No, it's not internet connectable. It's just onto the aerial. Yeah.
It can make it get a dongle.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that's
have
what I
an
was going to say.
I have an Xbox I plug into it and all that sort of shit. But yeah, I just haven't got an aerial at the moment, to be honest.
I'll link it.
Yeah, but the point we're trying to make, is that if you can, I think it's James just said, if you got a dongle to make it internet friendly, and if your phone can mirror cars, if it's capable of, I don't know what sort of phone you got, then you could have apps on your phone, which then you could mirror cast straight to your TV set and watch everything for free.
Yeah, no, well, do you know, I can't do it for free on the Xbox, but you see with my Xbox, I can plug it into my TV, put on my phone data, and I can watch Netflix and shit.
Oh, you can do it that way. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. But I have no interest in Netflix. I don't like really that series and episodes. I'm not a film type of person.
You don't have to have Netflix. You can.
Yeah,
There's loads of APKs which won't cost you a penny, mate, and you can watch anything and everything that you want.
Yeah.
Put Streamio on your Xbox.
Put what on it?
Streamio.
Streamio, yeah.
Yeah.
Going back to what you said about Ron earlier, Ronnie. In StreamYard you can switch people's cameras on, don't you?
No.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
I'm going to full screen Ron and switch his camera on. You watching?
Go on.
He's eating his sandwich. Look.
In a minute.
What sort of sandwich is that?
You bastard! Oh, you got me! Fucking hell!
That's some sandwich that is going in there.
Why, turn my camera off, you cheeky sod.
Wait, when
actually,
Vince said that,
I thought they were supposed to put pounds on. It actually looked like it took pounds off of me.
And he's having a drink now.
Don't I look sexy? Come on. Any woman out there would go, whoa.
Not 1 inch of that is not usable, is it, Ron? Every square inch of that is usable, isn't it?
Oh yeah. You love me.
When I see Ron, I'm just gonna see a belly of pork. You know one of them belly of pork strips.
Oh God.
That's why I said I'm not going to see you. Make sure you ain't got no cutlery on you.
I live in London. I walk around with half my cutlery. Wait, when Vincent said, "Oh, you can turn on cameras," yeah, for a minute then I thought, no way, and I quickly moved away from my phone, my face, and I thought he was gonna switch it on me. Then I thought,
you have the right software, by the way.
You got to remember, you have to have the settings on, though, haven't you? If you've got them accidentally on your phone, if your settings ain't correct.
Oh, on a phone, I'm not sure, but on a PC, if you've got the right software, you can access anyone's camera. That's why you advise you to put a little bit of plastic over it or a bit of tape.
Yeah, but it's not easily done through StreamYard. It's not easily done.
StreamYard's not going to control it. There are hackers that can do it, but no software is available that people can switch a camera on.
Yeah, you have to be a hacker. Yeah.
I have got tape over my camera.
Me too.
Yes.
TV as well.
Always a good idea.
But it's funny you should say that, Ronnie, because I did switch your camera on earlier.
Oh yeah.
Was he in the tent?
He wasn't. He was posing. He was posing
I've
in his
seen Ronnie
bedroom.
before. You do realise that Ronnie has shown himself once.
Yeah, he's done it accidentally a few times as well.
I'm going to show him now. Here's Ronnie.
Yeah. That's me.
Ronnie, Tony P wants to talk to you.
Gangster.
Yes.
That was Crinkle as a teenager.
Yeah, because Ronnie's got a really, for obviously his age, the hairdo, the how it's shaved with the pattern. Yeah, I've seen you, Ronnie. You.
Oh, you
Yeah,
don't.
I caught it. I caught it.
Yeah, I think I've seen Ronnie on camera once. Yeah. I'd be able to identify him in a police lineup, that's for sure.
Yeah, clipped it.
Maybe I may have to one day.
Clipped it. I've got it in my album. Ready for one day.
You'd be able to find out all about me if you had me face. Imagine that.
How the fuck do you clip things and download things and whatever? Because people say, "Oh, you can download people and everything." I think, how the fuck do you do it?
Grab them.
Yeah, you can just record people's lives and stuff like that, and then you just edit out the bits you want to upload.
Yeah,
it's pretty simple.
Something like that.
Yeah, it is. It's quite simple. It's easier if you're using two devices, and then you've got a lot more playability.
I ain't got a fucking clue.
If you're just using one device, it would be almost impossible. But if you've got two devices or more, then you can clip away all day long. I don't bother clipping the lives or anything like that. There's nothing interested in there. But a lot of people do for evidence purposes, and I don't quite understand why they would want to do that,
Mm-hmm.
It's what causes all the trouble, isn't it?
The thing is, if they're edited, then it's not evidence, is it? Because you've tampered with it.
That's true. That's true. That's why I said earlier, if anyone wants to see the original video, it's at 7 hours and 27 minutes on the live stream.
Yeah.
Just as a sort of a full disclosure.
Because you need to
see what the one you showed earlier on?
Yeah. To form an opinion, you have to see it in its entirety, don't you? If it's clipped, you're only seeing the bit that the person wants you to see.
Yeah. Well, it was odd, really, because I was just about to ask him, were you made or did you delete the video? But if you watch the video, I'd asked him the same question about 4 or 5 times, which apparently it's an interrogation technique. If you ask somebody the same question 5 times and change it or alter it slightly, on the 6th question, you usually get the truth. So if you use the 6th question to ask any question that you want, they'll normally spill. And that's exactly what he did. SG got in the question before I did, and he said, YouTube has not removed the video. He said it in a different way than me. And Tony P said, yes, they had.
Yeah, they do that in surveys.
So have you caught me out yet, Vincent?
They ask the same
no, it's not a technique that I use, but they're techniques that I'm aware of. There's many techniques in debating that I use.
That wolf in sheep's clothing, lulling him into false sense of security, lulling him into a false sense of security.
Well, there's a tried and tested way to win any debate, even when you're wrong. Is sort of very easy to sort of Google these things and learn them.
Typical
Rear Moon is better.
Yes, exactly. That's what it is. And it sales.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
like UK Medic said earlier on about how somebody looks, body movement and everything, and reads their body language and what have you. Miriam Moon's better at that than what I am, you know, because
Yeah.
she studies body movement and what have you.
It's how I assess a patient by their body language. I'm asking them questions. I'm looking.
Honestly,
Their body language gives me a lot of indications.
yeah,
Mhm.
I can tell a lot. When I ask someone a question, by looking at their face, I can tell a lot by their answer. And it ain't just the eyes, and it ain't just this. And some people have a common occurrence when they're lying. Yeah, so they have this sort of cheek movement when they're lying. So if you watch someone long enough and you see that they're lying a lot of the time, you'll see there's certain things they do when they do lie. You can pick that up, but you can pick it up in people's voices too. You can tell when someone's uncertain of what they're saying or when they're trying to change subject. You know what I mean? I spoke to a lot of liars in my time, honestly, and I've caught out every single one of them, man. I'm not even joking. Like in real life,
The thing is,
You're not that good at it then, are you? Because you ain't noticed about Twinkle yet. Bloody hell.
No, I always say I know Quinkle. I know about Quinkle. If you know, you know. Mark Kelly's only just found out a bit about back in the day when DJ was when Quinkle was a
Yeah,
DJ. But if you know, you know.
no,
It's all there.
yes,
It's all there. All of the yeah. He points you in the direction of how you can find out about them.
the thing is, with a lot of people, you can tell they're lying because their mouth's moving.
Yeah, same, true. Especially online, a lot of people just chat shit online. Do you know what I mean? You can never take someone at face value online.
I've tried to stop doing that.
No. I've never, ever trusted not one person. It's probably to do with paranoia and that, but I don't trust no one I don't know, and I don't know no one online. So trust is like, you know what I mean? An identity is a big trust to give away.
Paranoia is good if you know that you can control it. Use it to your own advantage. And that's the trick about paranoia. Using it to your own advantage.
I think paranoia one of the senses.
It's a very good sense.
It is.
One of the things
Very
I
good
learned is never piss a woman off because she remembers things that have not even happened.
Hang on a minute, I'm laughing right beside one.
Get slapped by Maria Moon.
Exactly. Maybe I shouldn't be laughing. No, it's true. Oh, she said no, it's true.
You know, you get in an argument with the wife and she says something that happened 20 years ago and you go, what the fuck? I don't remember that. You know, women have a remarkable memory, whereas us men, we have selective hearing. It's a medical condition. It's a medical condition, you know, us men have.
We're quiet.
We're trying to remember, that's why.
Yeah, it's when your wife says to you, "What did I just say?" and you sort of go blank. Remind
Shut
me.
up. Shut up.
Me.
Shut up. Shut up. You're getting me in trouble the more you fucking talk.
You're not alone. We all do it. Yeah, the eyes glaze over.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that a few times. What that woman's just done, nearly spat her mouth. Yeah, I've done that a few times.
Mr. Deegan has just asked me when Mosley's Mrs. was on Shady's Live, and it was a week last Sunday, Mr. Deegan. But I've just looked now and it's been removed, but it was there a few days ago. So I wonder if Mosley has ordered Shady to remove it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, look, I must say, if my missus was up on a panel talking stuff about me, I'd probably ask the person to delete it too. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, especially what was said.
Yeah, she was quite open. She made it
She was.
perfectly clear that she wasn't putting up with his nonsense.
It was quite
Sounds-
scathing, actually, wasn't it?
Did you
Sounds-
hear it, Medic? Did you hear it all?
I caught most of it, and then I actually started to lose the will to live, to be honest.
Yeah.
So was
Well,
Murphy
later on
out of
in
it
the
then? Was he
day,
like, was he drunk or?
apparently he was.
Oh,
But later on in the day, like I say, a couple of hours later, she was in the chat after she'd spoke on the live. Well, because when I caught it, I woke up about 7 o'clock that morning and Shady was just doing his thing. So I was having my breakfast. And then Mosley, the first thing I saw was Mosley screaming at her in the chat, demanding that she answer her phone and this, that, and the other. And she says, well, I'm just going out. And he replied in big letters, I suppose it's with him, you know, sort of thing. So there's another sort of layer to the story that we don't know any details about at the moment.
Some kind of triangle going on.
Yeah,
Oh.
and then Shady mentioned maybe 20 minutes later that she had been on the program, so I had to rewind back to listen to that because I was interested in, you know, hearing what she had to say. She sounds quite normal, perfectly normal, but obviously, I don't know, chooses men like Mosley.
Well, maybe, as was said, maybe she's like his counsellor rather than his girlfriend.
I don't know. But she didn't half reveal him, didn't she, Medic?
his case
She
subject.
didn't.
Well, yeah, there is
That
that.
was mad. That is mad.
She didn't come on
I
to
have got
support
a
him.
question to ask you, Vincent.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Uh-oh.
Right, thanks for coming, chat. Cheers for a
Two-part
strong, great
question.
panel.
Two-part question. Right? First question is.
Avoid questions.
First question is. Stop avoiding. First question is. Did you notice what Tony P said straight at the time, or did you rewind it to hear it being said?
I noticed it at the time.
You noticed it at the time. Right,
Yeah.
now that you know that, would you have him on your panel again?
No, absolutely not.
Good man.
Absolutely not. And
Good
the
man.
reason for that is it made me feel a bit uncomfortable. I don't mind
Yes.
Tony. I think I was polite to him, and I did say to him at the end, you know, I think you've made a choice which will probably sort of live with you for a while. I don't know how I'll put it, you know, and that's something for you to deal with, but it's not for me to judge. So thank you for coming on, kind of thing. But yeah, I just would feel awkward, you know.
I honestly think it's an online type of relationship. I honestly do get the feeling that it's a long distance relationship, as in like, you know, they found love online and it's kind of not gone further than that because she's probably said, I'll be with you when you're fit and well. You know, you can imagine.
What are you on about?
He's on about Mosley.
Oh, right, he switched it over back to Mosley. Okay, then sorry, I was
Yeah.
thinking, what is he going with
Everyone
here?
try to keep up with Ron.
Sorry, I thought
Crinkle
you was talking
Crinkle
about
was in the
that,
room
my
then.
bad. I thought you was
No,
talking
I
about
was asking about Tony. And like, when I thought, hang on a
You know what
minute.
puzzles me with Mosley? He says constantly. He said this. He said that during the week, at the weekend, he's at his place, and during the week, he's at their house. He says their house, but whenever he's come on in the weekday, he's always been in his bedsit, whatever it
Own
is.
place. Yeah.
What would you do, Ron? And answer those two questions that
To
you
do
just
Ron
asked
Ron.
me.
What, me?
Yeah.
Right, which questions?
You just asked me them, you dozy
I think he's
git.
going back to
Can't
Tony
remember.
P.
Oh, right, we're going back to Tony. Right, right.
Or are we talking
It's-
about
It's a
Mosley?
tennis match, isn't it?
This is it.
It proves
This
Can
my
we
is it.
point
just
of what I was
can we
saying
just
earlier
decide
about
who
not
was
listening.
slagging off this very
Right.
second?
Right. Right. We're talking about Tony. Okay, I need to get this fresh. Right. Beforehand, I turned around and said, "Well, I won't go up on a panel." Well, no. To be honest, I turned around and said, "I'm going to feel really awkward to go up on a panel if he's on there." Dee knows that I like going on his panel, and a lot of people's like yours, Vincent, and other people's. And now I feel sort of, do I particularly want to go up on the panel? It's going to be a sort of a dilemma when it occurs. Would I leave if he come up on a panel? So my answer to that question is this: I went up on the panel, on Dino's panel, because of how the question was asked the first time. It already emotionally affected Dino before he even come on the panel, because Kriegel combined the two together. So already Dino was emotionally involved in the conversation. So I thought, shouldn't have done it that way. It should have been directed at Tony and leave Dino's affairs out of it. So I went up on the panel. I thought, right, I'll do it direct. You can't involve, the host. You've already got emotional. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have gone off on the panel. But after now, even more so, I would leave a panel or I wouldn't go up on the panel.
If you hosted a live, would you bring him on?
No, most definitely
I'll
not.
be honest with you. It felt really uncomfortable for me the other day, and I did tell him that.
Yes.
I said it a few times. I didn't try to hide anything. I wasn't trying to be false. I was very direct with my questions as well. And people were saying in the chat, fuck's sake, leave it over. It's not a kangaroo court. Who are you to decide? But Tony made the decision to come onto my panel, and he's still going to get grilled when he goes on others in the future, because there's about 5 or 6 that he's still not been brave enough to go to. So it's not over for Tony yet, but it is over for those who don't want to engage with it. And I don't think I'll bring him onto a live again within the next 3 to 6 months. I'm happy to see how it goes for him, and I don't wish him any harm, but I think he made a really bad
Oh no,
decision.
I don't wish him any harm at all.
Yeah.
It's just that because he actually gave me his email address about a month ago. He said, "Oh, I've got something to tell you." He never replied to it, so he gave me his email address. I just said, "Hello there, this is Master Ron. Now you got my email address." Never answered me, although he wanted me to email him because he got some information or he wanted to ask me a question. I'm not too sure, but he never got back to me anyway.
Yeah.
So after that night, on the Saturday, I sent him an email and I said, "Right, you can forget my email. I don't want anything to do with you." After that, what happened on your live? And he typed back, "Cool." So,
But saying that, there are probably a few people I wouldn't just bring onto my panel anyway. I'm not going to be a panel that just lets anyone in and then see how it goes. I'm more than happy to stage manage mine, and that's how I'll always be. If anyone wants to
there's
come on
4
and
people.
speak or anything, they'll come on me and them, and that's how it'll be.
There's 4 people I definitely wouldn't have on my panel.
Ooh,
there's 4
name
people I
them.
know.
Right.
UK medic.
Well,
Ronnie
you already
London.
know 2 of them. You already know 2 of them. So you're halfway there.
That live streaming Dino's that you're referring to, I mean, Crinkle was well out of order bringing Dino's daughter into it.
And that's why I went up on the panel. I thought, because he'd already typed it in the back, hadn't he, UK Medic, saying before he even got on the panel, he was typing his malicious stuff as normal, was saying, "How can you, Dino, blah, 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 blah." And I was sitting there and I was talking to my partner and I said, why has he done this way? He's already made an emotional thing bringing Dino's emotions into what he wanted to come on the panel for. So already he had made it hostile, and I don't like that tactic.
Well, no, because it
No,
went
that's
off
a
to a bad
nasty.
start straight away, and it
Yes.
was a nasty. It
Yeah.
was a nasty attack on Dino that was unnecessary.
Yes. Totally unnecessary. You know what I mean? Yeah, like Maria Moon just said, it deflected it from the whole point was to speak to Tony, so it deflected it before it even started.
Yeah, because Dino ended up trying to justify himself and basically
Yes.
telling Crinkle to shut up. That it was
Yes.
nothing to do with it. Don't bring my daughter into it, being defensive and protective of his family, which is only right. And meanwhile, the whole thing with Tony wasn't being dealt with.
Exactly, and that's why I went up on the panel. I thought, no, get it back on track. What the whole point was all about.
Yeah. Well, beautiful people, I've got to go to work at 2 this afternoon, so I am actually going to go to bed.
Okay, well, you take care, UK Medic.
Thank you, Mr. Host, for having me on the panel, and
Cheers,
everybody
on,
in
Medic.
chat, take care, and I'll catch up with you soon. Stay safe, guys.
You take care of yourself.
And you, take care, guys. Bye.
Bye now.
Fucking yeah, it's mad, man. It's mad, and it's easy to get Dino flustered, isn't it? By the looks of things, you know what I mean? He gets quite emotionally involved in his lives, doesn't he? So.
Dino's very. I find Dino very sensitive. Tries to assess situations and everything. So sometimes he takes things the wrong way. Me and him have had about 2 run-ins and everything, but he's read it wrong and what have you. But I've confronted it, and we've done and dusted, and it's moved, and we move on. But, you know, I really do get on well with Dino, with his panel and everything. I enjoy going up on his panel because it's an enjoyable experience. He thinks the same way as I do. You know, where all this past 18 months and protesters is concerned and all this sort of stuff. So we have got a lot in common.
Yeah.
So I do enjoy it. It's just that some people, like who we just said, brings situations in on a personal matter where it doesn't have to be. You know what I mean? Already rolled up the host. Where is it going to go from here? It's fucking downhill already. But Dino, yeah, he's a sensitive guy. He's a sensitive guy. You know, I know some people don't get on with him and everything, but like I've always said, if I don't see it and hear it for myself, what the grievance is about, then I'm not part of it. So either you can accept me that I'm going to speak to that party and this party, although you're not getting on, it's not my problem. I'm not going to get involved in it. You know?
Yeah.
I like Dino, but he's too sort of accommodating. He'll support both sides, and that's not necessarily always a good thing to do, or ever a good thing to do. And with the Tony P thing, he supported Tony P all night until he found out that Tony P hadn't removed the video, and then he turned on Tony P. But when Crinkle came in and made the comparison between what happened to Dino's daughter and what had happened to this girl that spoke to Tony P, I thought that was quite a logical comparison. Crinkle's delivery technique needs a lot of fucking work. You know that, I know that.
But it isn't a comparable comparison, though, is it? Because we know Dino's daughter's age and everything, and it is a personal matter, whereas with this other person, she could be between 13, 14, 15, 16 to, I would say, no more than about 18. So the two do not, when you put it in those lines, then the two are not the same.
Okay, well, we'll sort of differ on that. And then Dino's sort of approach to it wasn't that good either, in how he sort of tried to poo-poo Crinkle. I'll never, stick up for Crinkle, but sometimes he does come out with stuff that I agree with. You know, he's not stupid. when he's upsetting people, he's doing it deliberately, whether he's an angry drunk or not, or whatever he is. He's doing it deliberately. It's all premeditated. I don't think he makes mistakes when he's talking. Is what I'm saying.
Oh no, he knows exactly. It's tactical
Yeah.
moves. And that's what I mean by as a tactical move that night, because Dino has turned around and said, "No, I don't want you on," but then he will make snidey remarks in the chat, and that's what he does. He will make snidey, nasty. So some of the remarks that he makes with some people are really nasty, brutal, nasty, all because they're not allowing him on. Believe me, when the hosts turn around and say Crinkle is making nasty gestures and things like this, I can well believe it.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know what I mean? Those are the things that people don't see or read.
I would only comment on that then. How in God's name are people still bringing him onto their panels and entertaining his thoughts at all? Because it's easy enough to block him, and that's that. You can block him from StreamYard. He can't come back.
They want free trainers.
They want what?
Free trainers.
Oh, I thought you said they want the views, because that's why people bring him onto their panels. It's controversy.
I'll put it this way: if Kringle is in the Adidas footwear, sportswear trade, and everything, I think personally, where he works in a sportswear shop. My personal opinion. But if he's higher up,
I don't know.
Sorry?
Maybe because I know he said that the other day that he started off doing it for friends. So rather he's still just doing it for friends and he's making a good living out of it, or maybe not friends. Maybe he's doing it online as well now or whatever. I'm not too sure if it actually works for as a contractor for Adidas. I'm not sure about that.
Guys,
that's my next thing. Oh, go on, Ronnie.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, fucking, I said it the other night, yeah. The amount of clothing design he says he does, the sort of I don't know. I just kind of think, was there a costume designer there? Does he design costumes for films? Maybe. I don't know.
No, but you could be right, but I don't think so. I truly believe that it's in sportswear, and if he's higher up the chain in the sportswear, especially trainer industry, if he is, then does he stand for child labour?
Well, whoever buys them anyway do that, right?
So, yeah, because let's face it, that's where your Adidas's and Reeboks and everything all come from. Child labour in India.
I'd buy a pair of your shoes, though. I can't lie. Do you know what I wouldn't mind doing? I wouldn't mind him saying, "Yo, I've got 6 jackets," and getting him to design me a coat to wear or something. Honestly,
you can say the same thing about Apple as well, can't you?
Mm-hmm. That's what I mean. So, you know what I mean? If he's higher up the chain, that's why I said, well, if he works in a sportswear shop or something like that, then he's just a normal employee. But if he's a designer, which is trying to point at and everything to do with the industry, then that makes him quite high up in the chain, which means that he gets a lot of stuff from.
Not necessarily, because the way he explained it is if he's they see people find them for their personal use or whatever, and he was saying that Adidas get in contact with them and say, look, we'll put you on a commission, I suppose it is.
Someone has to make prototypes.
We'll buy the designs, blah blah blah, and he gets a percentage.
Someone has to make an idea for a prototype of a design before they put it on the shelf. You know what I mean? And there is people out there that give ideas to companies and get paid for that idea or that design. That
And
is
they go
another thing.
scouting for them as well. They
Yeah.
literally go scouting for them.
Mm.
Who knows? He rather knows about it or he's into it. As simple as that, I suppose.
You know. But
You know,
what? Well,
Nah, I
yeah.
mean,
Nah, I mean,
Because
but yeah,
he's going to get a pair of. He was going to get a pair of size 6. I think it's Ray was on the panel at the time, or was it Talia or
no,
somebody?
Tamia or whatever her name is. Talia?
Yeah.
It was her.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but he was going to get hold of a size 6, but I think that his brain ticked and went, "Oh, hang on a minute. If I do, then Master Ron has hit it on the nail that I actually work in a warehouse or a sportswear shop. I better just get the normal size that I've been getting."
He says he does a lot of work on size 9s.
Mm-hmm.
9s are roughly
But why would you turn around and say, "I'll get one of the pair of 60s"?
Maybe he could wangle it. I'm not sure. Maybe he could email him and say, "Look, I don't know."
Yeah. See, these are little slip-ups that I noticed. It's like Vincent noticed the slip-up that Tony made, which I didn't catch. Surprise, but I didn't catch it. But I did notice that night. He said, "I'll show you one of the size 6s design," and that was to, like I said, Tanya. And then he come back with a bigger size and says, "Oh," so I think he thought, "Oh, hang on a minute. If I do that, that'll really show what his line of work
actually
is."
offered it to her, right? So let's see if that pans out.
Let's see if that pans out. Yep.
But he's offered Torb, Film Boy. He offered BBA. Who else? A few other people that he was when he was drunk one night, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, I'll get you. I'll sort you out. Yeah. What? Just email me. Blah blah blah." So he's supposed to be giving 5 or 6 people these trainers. So let's see.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a couple of ideas, but you know what I mean, you can never be too sure, you know what I mean, but he definitely, you know, he's not skint on money. He's he's not skint on money, you know what I mean? He seems happy with life.
Yeah.
You know. He's doing all right for himself. No, he listen, that geezer was offering me money at Christmas to get me out of a tight spot. I didn't take the money, but he was offering me money and all that. He's not a bad guy. I know he's fucking a wind up and that, but even if Ron turned around to him and you know had a proper conversation, I reckon he'd have a proper conversation with you if it weren't about the usual debates and that.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier on. We did for about 15, 20 minutes on the Wednesday. The Plodology had a normal standard conversation. Then obviously, and that's what I found with him is that he bitches about auditors, but then all of a sudden he turns into Mr. Nicey guy, and then you'll find him gone back to his bitchiness again. And then all of a sudden, after a while, he comes back with the nicey guy. That's what I've noticed on different streams and what have you. What happens with him? It's like a pattern. It's a pattern I've noticed.
A lot of people, yeah, that do lives and go on lives, you do end up realizing a pattern in it, like within a routine and stuff like that. It's weird, like when you observe someone for so long, how much you can gather about their patterns and behaviors. And
Well, I don't know if you know it's a pattern with me. I'll just speak bullshit all the time.
Well, the thing is, Ron, it's mostly like, do you know what I mean? You don't really give much away. You don't give away anything personal. You come on here to talk about other shit, really. Do you know what I mean? But these other people that get like, yeah, it's just fucking.
Oh no, I have given out. I have given out personal stuff, but the reason why sometimes I do is because somebody has opened up to me. Like one day Andrew did. He opened up to me, and I thought, right, here you go, Andrew. I'm going to let you know something about me because you was good enough to share a situation about yourself. And that's how I do it. I think, well, if somebody has opened up with me and everything, then I'm going to let you know a bit of myself. So then, you know, because that's how I work. It's only fair, you know. I mean, it's just the way I am, I suppose. And Raymond's going, shut up, you shouldn't. I think, well, no, he's just shared something with us. You know what I mean? He's been upfront and honest and everything. And that's why I do like Andrew, because he isn't a bullshitter. He's so upfront about himself. He doesn't hide anything and what have you. So I thought, right, I'll share something with you, Andrew.
Yeah.
And that's how I usually am with people.
No, I know that, but yeah, it's hard to explain. Like you know, like people that come on, they have a camera on 24/7. They're on live all the time. Like Crinkle, like you can just look at Crinkle, and because he has his camera on, you can tell whether he's drunk, whether he's on one, just by seeing it. You know what I mean? And that's a stranger to you, but yet you've picked up on his routine and his body language just through the internet, so you can just judge him as soon as you see him. It's just mad, isn't it? How
Because
much
of 18
observing.
months, mate. It's
Yeah,
because of 18
exactly.
months. Yeah,
But
exactly.
see what observing someone does, you know, just taking
Hmm.
it in. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know how to push his buttons, and one of the easiest ways is to just blank him.
Mm.
And that really rolls him up. Clearly, he started calling me a fat bloody monk.
Yeah. Hey, run, you fat mug. You're a fat mug.
You was on the panel, but you was asleep.
Yeah.
Mike was, and you was asleep during it all.
Yeah. I fell a kip on film, boys. I couldn't believe it.
But yeah, I didn't take it to heart or nothing. I found it highly amusing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Honestly.
The only
No,
people
fucking hell.
the
I've
only
been
people that
shown.
can sorry, go on.
I was going to say, Vincent has put me up on screen 3 times now already.
Well, do you know what?
Yes, mate.
I've noticed something very sinister in the chat. Mr. Mark Kelly has joined us, and I'm going to switch
Hello,
his
Mark
camera
Kelly.
on now, just like I did yours earlier on. Let's switch Mark's camera on. Let's see what he's doing.
Yep.
There he
Definitely,
is. He's messaging the chat.
He's either talking it or doing it. And at this particular time, he's doing it and talking it.
Let's check on Ron, see if he's finished that sandwich yet. No, still going.
Still left that.
I'm never going to finish that fucking sandwich, mate. That's going to keep on being shoved down my throat. I am making sure that then they get me out of here, they're going to have to use a winch.
While there's a lull, I'm gonna Rally Ali always addresses me in a very sinister way as well. He thinks I'm something sinister. He thinks I have a hidden agenda, and all this niceness is a ruse to be able to become whatever he described me as earlier. My hidden agenda is going to be revealed, he said. And the whole rationing behind Rally Ali's thought that I'm an evil being is because I support BuzzTex. And I had him on my channel once or twice.
There's
So
the third one.
I've invited Rally Ali on to discuss it because he does it every single time, and I do highlight your messages, Rally Ali. I'm not hiding from you. Everything you put, I make sure comes up on the screen. I'm not sure if it's attention that you're looking for, but I do give it you. And if ever you want to come on and discuss it, I'm more than happy to do that. I'll be dead nice. I won't be the horrible monster that you think I am. I'll be really nice.
I lied earlier on. I was wrong. There's 7, I think, people I wouldn't have on my panel. But you just named the third one. You
Do you
just
want to go
named
through
the
them now,
third one,
Ron?
actually.
Would it be cathartic to go through them right now?
Yeah, you just named the third one.
So we know mostly Tony P, Crinkle.
No. Mostly I would have on the panel.
Oh, would you? Oh, there's
Yeah,
another
I've
one.
not got a problem with mostly.
So
I haven't got a
Tony
problem
P,
with mostly. Yes.
Tony P, Crinkle, and BuzzTech. That leaves 4 names.
4 names.
I'm one of those.
No, you ain't, James.
You sure?
Do you care to share?
Positive. Nope, but you'll have to go back in a few lives to find that out.
I wouldn't know because I don't tend to. I don't have that much history with the lives. I guess maybe some of them are from more than 4 weeks ago. Which one, James? Who, James?
Natural Born Killer is one.
It wasn't.
Well, it is now.
But it's 8 people he won't be bringing onto a live
This is
stream.
growing. This is growing and growing. Crinkle, this is what you call a list.
Yeah, well done, Ronnie. Yeah, not a fucking sausage and milk list.
Yeah.
Fucking list. No, I've got good cause. The people who I definitely wouldn't entertain, I have got good cause not to. You know what I mean? Very good cause. By things of what I see and what I've heard. And what I've heard, yeah, what I've seen and what I've heard.
We probably all have the same opinions on the same people and probably all have them blocked and wouldn't let them on.
I know people who would have golden tickets. No, golden tickets to come on the panel.
Yeah,
now that
yeah.
list is, there's a lot of people. Yes, I can name. I can name panelists which have been on tonight. Hull, SG, Jason, Mark, Dino, Film Boy, Bear, who else? Ray, Indy, Tyrant Finder, Hippie. I think now, who else? Welshie, Jim. I'd like to speak to Wilsey. Local, Joe, Michelle C. Most in chat at the moment. I would say everybody in chat at the moment, yes. A lot of people, but there's only about 8 people, which I would go, no, I can't handle. So yeah, most people.
Yeah. What about you, Vincent?
People I wouldn't speak to.
Who wouldn't you let on your panel?
Well, I have no standards at the moment. Nobody's upset me. I think just because I felt quite awkward the other day with Tony P, I wouldn't bring him on again. I'd speak to him one-on-one. I wouldn't bring him onto a panel. And I wouldn't go onto a panel where he was. I just felt a bit uncomfortable with it. I'm not judging him. He made a mistake. He
Exactly.
fucked up. It's his business. But I just felt a little bit uncomfortable with it all, you know. I don't quite know what to
Meatball.
say. So,
Sorry.
Meatball.
Meatball.
He has just
Is
come
that one
onto my
right?
radar in the last couple of days, you know.
I think that's
I'd
one
never
of
seen
Ron's.
him before.
Are you putting me on the spot here, James?
I am. I had to go back and find his name in Phil Boyce. Can't remember his name.
Golden ticket, no, but more than likely would. Because I ain't got bothered. I ain't got a problem with people I may have a slight disagreement with. I don't grudge. I don't hold grudges of that sort of thing. It's petty. So you know what I mean.
Then?
I'm not a petty person.
Why you
You
still
know
got
what I
me
mean?
blocked then?
What?
Why you still got me blocked then?
Have I still? Oh, I'll unblock you. I'll unblock
Has
you.
he had blocked, James? You're on the list of 8.
That's why I said
That's
my name
name.
first. I said, I've got to be one of them.
No, the reason why I blocked him, let's get it right, he classed me as Boris Johnson. I thought, well, if you class me as fucking like Boris Johnson, I'm blocking you. Yeah, I remember why I did it, James. Yeah, I never remember why, mate, but I thought I'd unblock you.
It was that day when you was really like being a bit naughty in the chat, I think.
More likely. And he goes, yeah, you're like Boris Johnson or something like that. Resembled me to Boris Johnson. I thought, well, fuck it. If you don't like what I've got to say, here you go. Bang. I told him I was doing it beforehand, though. I didn't just do it. I said, right, you know what's going to happen now, don't you? He said, what, are you going to block? Yep. Block.
Disappeared.
The only thing, it's a mod everywhere now. So... But yeah, I will get around to it, mate. No problem. But I have been seeing you though, Patrick. I have still been seeing you.
Because we're mods on a couple. We're mods on a couple, so we're
no.
So you two had beef.
Even when you ain't a mod, even when you're not a mod, I see you because my TV set, my Android TV set, is under a different email address.
Oh,
so I still see
you
there.
two had beef.
Not really. My jokes get taken the wrong way sometimes.
Most of his jokes get taken the wrong way as well.
Yeah, that was.
No, I will get around to it, mate. No problem. I forgot all about it, to be honest, because I keep on seeing your name up there. So yeah. Oh, Boris Johnson.
Ron, he did not get it today, didn't he?
He's a
Ron,
clown and
switching
a
your
half.
camera on.
Hey?
And after switching your camera on and Mark Kelly's, Marie wants to know if I can switch hers on.
Can you?
And I can tell you, the last time I remember she was talking about how she blew the electrics in the house and the council had to come round and fix it. So let's put a camera on and see how she's getting on.
Hang on, not on the screen yet.
You got delay, Ron?
Yeah, well, I don't look at the small screen. I have to look at the big screen. Who's this supposed to be?
That's Marie C when her electric went out.
Ah, bless her.
Was I accurate, Marie?
Wrong colour hair.
And if you're cold, I saw this survival technique. You get hold of a rug and you put it down by your feet and you put the rug over your head and you actually gets the temperature build up. Putting a blanket over your head with a candle on. Survival technique.
Also fire.
No, you're not putting the blanket on it.
Oh,
No, you cover yourself with the blanket with the tea. Well, it's a tea light the guy had, a little
Yeah,
tea
that's
light,
right.
and he's sitting in the snow, and he had his back to a tree, put a blanket over him, and it's a technique to get the heat up, and it actually goes up quite a bit from a little tea light, just with a blanket over it. It's a survival technique.
Well, I don't
I
know
like
if
the
you've
one.
ever heard of what they call a Dutch oven,
Yep.
and it's when they have a tea light and a ceramic plant pot upside down, you know, the ones with the hole in the bottom.
Yep.
And if you can just suspend the ceramic plant pot above the ground around the tea light, the temperature it will finally get to will heat an entire room almost. They're very effective.
Wow.
Just from one tea light, it somehow harnesses the heat and it irradiates
It
from
radiates heat, doesn't it? It's like concrete
Yeah,
in that way, I suppose.
and the ceramic pot will get to a temperature where you wouldn't even go near it because it's so hot.
There you go. Survival techniques we're also educating people with.
Yeah.
Ronnie already knows all this. Goes
A
camping
little
a lot.
over a year ago, maybe it was about 3 months after all the nonsense started. You know how everyone was saying that the lights are going to go, the electric's going to go, the gas is going to go. So I bought everything just in case, like rechargeable lighting, gas heating and gas cooker and stuff like that, little mini stuff. And not had to use any of it yet, thankfully, apart from making the odd cup of tea when I'm out.
See, being a fisherman, I've got all that stuff anyway. Cooker,
Yeah,
the whole lot. Lights,
pays to be prepared, doesn't it?
yes, definitely.
Is Ronnie falling asleep again?
More likely.
He always does. He's got no staying power, that man. That's him
Well, he
snoring,
does
isn't
find it hard walking around, doesn't he, with that thing around his ankle. Must wear him out. Sorry, Ronnie, cheap shot. Oh, bless him. I do like Ronnie,
I
though.
was right about her hair. Wrong colour hair.
Wrong colour hair.
See? I've already got a cam up, that's why.
She wants to know who knew it was the wrong colour hair. I think it was a guess, Murray. I think
No,
it was a bit
wasn't.
of a guess. Oh, James. Do you know?
I know. If you know, you know. Nami.
You know.
Nami.
He's not been around today, has he?
He has
He was
dreams.
earlier. He was in Film Boys for a little while in the chat.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Did you get involved with that, James?
No, I don't get involved in none of that shit.
No,
I think I typed one thing. I think as a joke, said something like "Torbs ain't getting his trainers off Crinkle now," something like that. I can't remember, but that's about it.
Who's heavy breathing?
Might be Ronnie.
Have we lost you,
Ronnie!
Oh, it's not Ronnie.
Ronnie.
No, I've muted Ronnie, so I just wondered who was trying to hear. I could hear it just.
It's got to be Ron then, because he's a big fat fuck, isn't he?
That's not a very nice thing to say. I'm sorry about that, Ron. Let's check how he's doing with the sandwich.
Believe me, mate, I have it coming on a conveyor belt. Delivery service, mate, 24/7.
You get fed very well. You get fed very well. You don't have to fight in the kitchen anymore, do you?
No, mate.
Is the black eyes awake now? You were snoring then, Ronnie.
No way.
Yes,
No
You
right.
way.
were. You were.
I was listening to you guys rabbiting on.
Okay, then.
Come on.
3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, actually, what were we saying?
Fuck.
Yeah.
What were
Probably
you dreaming
Crinkle's a
about, Ronnie? Do
dickhead.
you remember?
No, it was just like I do that. I just doze for 10 minutes and then I just come back. I remember
Wasn't
hearing
dreaming about anything.
the crackling of a fire and crickets in the background. The odd blow on a tent.
Ronnie, I have to ask you a question, man. I know I mentioned it earlier, but I didn't really probe too much. What made you sort of spill everything earlier on Torbs?
Because it's been a while since, well, he's been just sort of goading people for weeks. I've been observing it and seeing it, just observing just how he's been treating people the last couple of weeks. And when he
I
started
had
talking about
saw that.
BBA and Film Boy being wrong uns, and I see BBA's all right. Film Boy's good stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like they ain't wrong uns.
Yeah.
And then he
No, I know
was,
what you mean.
when you have 60 people that listen to what you're saying, and you spout stuff like, "Oh, them guys are bad for the community. They need to be outcasted because they're wrong," and them 60 people go and target them people at that point, and you know they didn't deserve that.
No. No, you're
But
right, actually.
you know,
I didn't
and
know
no
what
one else.
Torbs had done earlier in the day.
No one else calls him out on any lies or bullshit, and
That's because I'm a
that's
Terminator.
the Torbinator. Yeah, you know, it's just it's a build up of things over the last couple of weeks. I mean,
I say it
at
straight,
1 minute,
Global.
you know, 1 minute he has 5 iPhones. The next minute he's begging everyone to send him brand new phones because he's got no iPhones. And then when you say to him, "Where's the iPhones?" he says, "Oh, I can't find them no more." It was only last week you had them.
Can't find them.
Yeah.
So any bullshit, I'll just call it out if I have an opportunity.
I was surprised that he didn't take the opportunity to come into Film Boys. He normally would, so I was surprised he didn't do that. Maybe he saw it as a bit of an ambush, you know.
Well, I mean, he's deleted his lives and he's run away from the truth. This afternoon, for 4 hours, he was saying, "Oh, I'm gonna fry BBA and a Film Boy. This is their careers done. They're done in the community."
He
All this
gets
type
to
of stuff.
decide that.
Well, he started getting a really big ego and a big head recently, and it's ever since he started going out with News Now Yorkshire, and it's kind of given him a bit of a boost of confidence, and I think his ego has tipped him over the edge. For the last couple of weeks, he's been saying stuff like, "I don't need no one to audit with me. I'm a one-man army." I've seen him in almost like self-destruction mode the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Funny goings on.
I mean, he was saying to me and Film Boy this afternoon, "Come up on my panel right now and I'll show you proof that Film Boy and BBA are wrong uns." And I turned around to him clearly and said, "I will not come up on your panel and give you what you want. If you want to come and show everyone your expose of BBA and Filmboy, come to Filmboys tonight where there'll be 100 people. There was 200 people there waiting for this bullshitter's, you know, this bullshitter's evidence. And he made his wife go live, and then he went live. Apparently he lost it. He went live and he was walking around his house, threatening people and threatening lives, threatening G Love. He was
Wow.
threatening G Love
G-Love.
on his.
G-Love
Yeah.
didn't say anything bad, did he?
No, well, G Love went on Filmboys Live. G Love didn't say nothing bad. And Tubbs at that point on his live started saying, fucking Mr. Glover, who are you, Glove man? Like that.
Yeah, that's not good.
What the fuck?
Did you see what Bear put? And I don't know if this was true or not. I don't think it was Bear that put it actually. And
Yeah.
somebody had put that Bear, Torbs had approached Bear to say, if we set up a fake argument, are you game or something?
Well,
You know,
I'm always.
That's what it was all about, wasn't it? Or
Well,
was
check
that the
this.
icing on the cake?
No, check this. So
To begin with, it wasn't.
Torbs has been a prick over the last couple of weeks. Torbs turned round to BBA this afternoon and texted BBA and said, me and you are going to have a problem on YouTube. BBA said, why? He said, basically for the drama, for the views. And BBA said, don't get me involved. At that point, you had Torbs looking in his camera, smiling, saying, I'm going to fry you, BBA and Filmboy. And then he was doing, you know, the jaw he does when his lips go up to his eyeballs, the smile. Yeah, and then
No.
he'd be well. When he lies, he does a lot of these mouth movements and the eye movements and all of this sort of shit with his face. Yeah. So when he was saying, "I've got a problem with you, Filmboy and BBA," at that point, BBA said, "Don't bring me into your drama," and he started calling them out. I don't know, but Mrs. BBA said he asked BBA to play along with drama to get him some views. And BBA said no. And BBA come on the panel and he said Torbs is nothing but a dirty liar. Ronnie London's 100% correct. Torbs, and this is a geezer who knows Torbs well. Torbs is a big nasty liar and he won't do nothing with Torbs ever again. That's what BBA said. That's what Filmboy said as well.
You suggested earlier as well in the chat. I have a few questions. I remember it all now. You suggested that
This is what this live was all about.
Just take a seat back on that chair, Ronnie, and just close your eyes. You suggested earlier that Torbs' YouTube channel is flatlining.
Yeah. It is.
And come on, elaborate.
Have you looked at his subscription spread on Social Blade or any other site that monitors it?
That'd be a good thing to do.
No, I haven't because I don't really care that much.
Somebody on the panel has already, James.
Oh, so you have, Vincent.
And there's 3 definitive spikes.
So was Ronnie right?
No, listen, I'll tell you when the spikes were. When he went out with
subs.
When he went out with News Now Yorkshire, he got a big spike in subs. Oh look, so News Now Yorkshire got me 1,000 followers because I went for an audit. Then there was probably another spike tonight for him or something. Fuck knows.
BBA's on twice as many subs as Torbs, isn't he?
Do you know? Yeah, yeah. BBA is on what, 6,500. Torbs is on 4.
And BBA's been around for less longer than Torbs.
Yeah.
No, BBA's been around longer than Torbs, hasn't he?
Oh, has he? I don't know. I
think
assume.
so. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No, I'm not sure now.
Hmm.
Well, Social Blade tells you when they started their site and things like that.
So, Vincent, are you saying that 12's Social Blade says 12's YouTube channel isn't dying? Because
No,
from
I'm not.
yeah,
I'm
okay, cool.
saying
Because
look at
yeah.
12's on Social
Well,
Blade.
in my mind, Social Blade, I've got Social Blade in my mind, yeah, and I can go to someone's channel and I can see over the last 2 months there's not been an increase of subscribers. I can also not significantly anyway, not for the amount of content that's coming out. For someone with 4,000 to 6,000 subscribers, I'd expect maybe 2,500 hits on an audit. You know what I mean? Maybe 1,000 at lowest. The geezer barely hits 800 views on an audit, unless he's got NNY or Live Free put in the title or something to make people clickbait. If he's not clickbaiting, he's not getting the views. Yeah.
Are you
That
looking
is
at
a
it now?
dying channel. No,
Are
I'm
you
not
looking at
looking
the
at it.
Social Blade? Oh, okay.
No. And I'll tell you, it's dying, bro.
Okay.
The only thing that's keeping Torbs' lives alive or him in the limelight is drama. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Whoa. She's right, man.
I'm hardly ever wrong, lads. I'm not going to lie to you.
That's a big drop from. What is that? What month is that?
Since the month Ronnie London come along. Since the month Ronnie London come along.
Big up, Shady.
Shady,
Shady, you got echo.
Oh, sorry, mate. Hold on a minute. Hold on.
I'm not going to say anything. I do it every single time when I start a live.
But Vincent,
Shady, I was worried about you, man. I hadn't seen you for a couple of days.
It was implied, and I'm not going to do a live stream. I'm going to do a poll because I'm over 500. It was an implied thing, that I'm a parasite. So let's do it. You know, I'm going to do that. So.
Shady, I did speak about what happened earlier on this stream. I thought what happened to you was a bit mean. I'm not going to pick on people, but I felt for you at the time, you know.
What you mean on the TP's channel?
Yes. Yes, he didn't look very happy when you left.
Oh yeah. No, I watched afterwards. Then you got the female. Basically, she missed out the other bits. It was just attacking me. I never leaked her postcode, being your ass. I never leaked it. She actually said it on my live stream, and I never said don't give your full postcode. But then she went, now people know my city or town. You actually said it loud on a live stream. I didn't get that from the private. I didn't do anything from private. I just went, we're just going around in circles. So I fucking left.
Yeah.
It does make you think for 24 hours or 30 hours. Am I a parasite? Just like Henry will say. Was Henry gone? He's still there.
Is that what she called you, Shady? I don't remember her saying that.
No, nobody called
Shady, Namin.
Yeah. Nobody said paranoid. Nobody said parasite. But when I'm thinking, it was said that all this community does a lot for me. Yes, that's true. That is true. Yeah, that is true.
That's not for her to say that.
Yes. No. She did say the community does a lot for me, and they do. That is correct. But you forgot the part of what do I do for this community? And if I do nothing, then I'm a parasite. That's the word is coming from my head, not anybody else's. So if I don't do anything, then she said with Crinkles, oh, we had a wonderful night. But she never mentioned, she mentioned that, but she didn't say I'm doing good for the community. She actually said, I love you, I'm doing this and that. Everybody else is. But she never mentioned what I do for people, if you know what I mean. And if I'm doing nothing, then I'm a parasite like Henry. Henry will tell you what that means. You know what I mean? If you're awake, Henry.
That's not real Henry Crinkle, Shady, by the way.
Oh, that's fair. Because I've been seeing some pigeons, but he's a gangster. I know an actual gangster. I know an actual real gangster. And he had his grandson feeding the pigeons. I went, I ain't fucking filming that shit. So now I'm going to have to go somewhere else and feed the pigeons. And I'm going to call one Henry, one Crinkle. And then if there's any more, I'm just going to shout Henry. That's my audience. Oh, and I've still got to do that phone box at the police station.
Do you remember the conversation you had with the Shady just before? I think Tony removed you, which I thought was awful as well.
No. Right. Here's the fact. I left because it was just going round in a circle. I couldn't get my point
Okay, that's
across.
good. She was pointing out to you. Do you remember she was pointing out to you that she deserved privacy, and for nobody to be making a thing of her, and she just came on to have nice chats, not to talk about anything, explicit or anything else like that, any detail, anything. Well, apparently, on the same channel, a few hours later, on a second live stream that he did, she was talking about all manner of things, being quite graphic, which contradicted how she spoke to you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I know a story. I mean, we was on a channel, and I don't know who said it. Said, "What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you?" And her story was horrific. And here's me. All I've had is a gun pointed to my head, and a knife put to my throat. The gun was a fake, but it was a 1980s fake where you can't put bullets in it, but you can put a blank in it where it'll still blow your fucking brains out if it's put to your head, But the knife, that was real. I thought, this has got to be fucking... And then her story was bad, her and her boyfriend. And it was just, But that, she said out loud, so private. When you say it like what I'm saying now, it's not private, because you're actually saying it to people, aren't you? But
the fact that people choose to share stuff, they can't demand privacy.
I remember the bit afterwards when I left. She said, I shared something with Adrian in the private chat, and now everybody knows where I live, that sort of thing. And I just went, no, you actually gave the first 3 digits to your fucking postcode, and it was your word, and I was filling in how to get to Elveston Castle. I'd never give her the full address. But it was perceived that I did, and I didn't.
Well, I supported you at that moment, Shady. I was watching it. I was at home working and I watched it. And I'll be honest with you, had she just made that one single point about it, I would have felt it was valid. But you probably are aware as well. She went on a good 20-minute rant afterwards about it all, which I just felt was stretching it. And I got the impression she was all about her. She didn't take into account anyone else's feelings there.
Mm. Things have been said to me in the past, but the thing is, she didn't compliment me. It was all this community is helping me out. Don't get me wrong, this community has helped me out fucking 1,000,000%. But why
Shady,
people
you're good for the
put too much
community
out?
as well, and that's not anything you have to prove. So please do me a favor right now, man. Remove that word in front of Shady, please.
No, I'm going to have a vote, but I will do for you, mate.
Okay, well, everyone has voted that you remove that word at the front of Shady.
Now I've got to find out how I can do it. Oh, there we go. I know how to edit my name. Oh, there we go. I thought it said Prince then. Prince Shady. No, I'm going to do a vote. Let's see what my bill. Because after that, then she said about the, let's call Tony. I've been supportive to Tony, but it's been tough love. You have to take it down. I can see the future, where if he left that up, look at Live Free. Do you remember somebody did a tribute to him and they made a song? That's the talent out in this community. And that's a good song. You know what I mean? Have a lovely day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a talent. Imagine that talent being put in a negative way. They could have said what? They could have had her going, oh, do this in me, and then just have Tony laughing and giggling. You know what I mean? And that would make him look bad. That's why everybody said, take it down, take it down. But when I came on, that was it. I don't think I was nasty to him. And I think she was in the background to have attack me, ambush me.
Well, don't let it.
Yeah, my
don't
instinct
let it
was,
put you off.
right, let's go.
Being normal, Shady. That's what you've got to still be, is normal, Shady. I supported you there.
I mean, I'm still planning me fucking phone box audit.
Shady, I'm
Well,
going to make myself a cup of tea. Would you take over the reins and keep these other reprobates in order while I'm gone for a couple of minutes?
Put your icon on big so nobody can porn bomb you. That's something that I've learned as well.
Nobody else will come in. Nobody else will come in.
I'm just getting a video ready then.
You can't trust anybody, you know what I mean? I wouldn't.
I'm just going to make myself a cup of tea, guys.
I'm standing here naked waiting to windmill it.
Put Ron on. Put Ron on big screen.
Yeah, you need to be big screen.
Yeah.
He's got a tiny little winky.
Do you know what, Shady? On StreamYard, I don't know if you're aware of this. I've discovered it tonight. You can start other people's cameras. When they come on with their camera off, you can switch their camera on.
Oh.
It's amazing. I did it to Ron earlier, and he was eating a sandwich. Let's see if he's finished. Let's see if he's finished that sandwich yet. I bet he hasn't. Nope, there he is. He's still eating.
Oh my God, the laughing eater. That I remember that. Yeah. I remember that
Ron,
guy.
it's Ron. What are you talking about? That's Ron.
I remember that. Have you seen the Chinese geezer eat food? The Chinese geezer eat food. And all he did was laugh. The more food it came on, he just laughed. That went fucking viral. That did.
Yeah. What about the Chinese guy? Yeah, he's in a white room. Everything's white, and these two panda bears come in, and they serve up like a bowl full of like soup and like meat inside, and he starts crying. And they tell him, you've got to eat it to get out of the room, but he's literally crying his heart out while he's eating it, and no one's ever understood why that Chinese man was fed a bowl of whatever in a white room, if that makes sense. It's weird.
It was Chinese. It's obviously Chinese culture. Chinese
Yeah.
culture. It's different culture, innit? It's like,
Yeah, no, but people were saying, well, people were saying they reckon it's triads, and he was eating a family member.
What?
Yeah, I'll get you a link. You can watch it. It's on YouTube.
Oh, so it's not real pandas. It's like gangsters dressed up as a
No, it's like, yeah, I think it's like they're dressed as something. They're in some weird uniform, and this Chinese
Yeah,
man sitting there at a table, and they come in with a bowl, and they put it in front of him, and he starts crying, and then he starts eating it while he's proper sobbing his heart out and that. And then the video just goes black when he's finished it, and everyone says that they reckon it's like it's a triad thing. His family member's done something wrong, and his family member was cooked and fed to him. That's what the story behind it apparently is.
Crazy.
see that.
Big up,
No,
Nanya.
yeah, this is the
Hey, hi
first time
boys.
you've ever visited me, man.
Yeah, I know.
When
That's
you
why I thought I'll take the opportunity and jump on.
I am
yeah,
honoured.
to me.
I am seriously honoured. Thank you, man.
How are you, Vincent?
I'm
Live
good,
free,
thank you.
lucky
How are you?
t-shirt. Live free, lucky t-shirt.
I've seen you many
Live-
times, man. So I at last got the chance to come on.
Well, you should come more often. I think the last time we spoke, you were on a protest about a week ago.
Yeah, yeah. No, it'll be more than a week. I didn't go to the last one. I was too tired.
How's it all
Who else
looking
is
there at the
there?
moment? Oh, let me
It's, uh,
show you who we've got.
So,
It's frozen.
why are you doing this? You see how lucky
Oh,
this
Shady. Shady, how are you, man?
All right, mate. Oh, I've got my lucky live free t-shirt. The lucky live
I
free.
can't see you, but I can hear you.
And none of your business is here. Because it's a lucky
Hey, how are you,
t-shirt.
Shady?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, not too bad. How are you doing in that
Good, man.
to the heat?
Who's
Pissing down,
who's?
mate. Freezing. Yeah, like
Yeah, it's
sunburn.
freaking hot.
I've got
Oh, you're
frostbite.
freezing.
Yeah, I've got frostbite. So it's different.
Who's on the
Oh,
panel?
me.
What's
me.
happening, Nanya, mate? You alright? It's Ronnie,
Hey,
mate.
how are you,
You
buddy?
alright, mate? Yeah, not bad, bro. Not bad. Chilling, man.
Hey. How are you, man?
You all right, mate?
Good to have finally met you, Ronnie.
Yeah, you
we're
too,
fine.
Nanya, man.
I haven't spoken to you before.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Nanya,
And
actually, for real,
I
bro.
was listening to you today, bro.
Yeah, it went a bit off the rails, but just
Yeah, it's a
couple
little.
of points. Yeah.
Did you listen to all of it, Nanya?
Yeah, most of it. Yeah, I
So, like me, you didn't post anything in the chat.
I wasn't looking at the chat because I was at work, but I was listening in. I had the phone in my pocket, so I was listening.
I said to Ronnie earlier, I was shocked that he shared so much. Come on, Ronnie, explain yourself to Nanya. Come on.
Well, what needs to be explained, man? I think Nanya has eyes
Yeah,
and ears.
I
I don't know,
mate.
but I mean, you know, what I mean, he probably don't agree with the way that I said certain things or whatever. But I think there were some valid points being made there, though. If you
Hey,
look
you
amongst
said what you
what I
thought,
said.
man. So that's who cares? You
Yeah.
said what you thought.
But you know, a lot of people actually think the same and don't speak.
I got no issue defending you.
Yeah.
You know, I know there are fucking auditors who how do I say it? Like they create dramas. I know there's auditors that create dramas at their audits. You know, like they'll rev up the police and security off camera, and then when they're riled up, they start recording.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, basically, I mean, not everybody does it, but it's commonplace. In America, they do that a lot. But you know, making up bullshit between channels, that's taking it to another level.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I mean, it's a build up of things over the last couple of weeks. Like I said, you know what I mean? It's snowballed into this, you know what I mean? It went over just one thing. It's a number of things built up over a couple of weeks, but not with just me. There's a number of people that have kind of got a bit sick of the way some people act on, you know what I mean? Or just, what they say and how they say it.
Remember? Oh shit! Hang on a sec. My freaking cat came out. Matt, Keanu, the cat. What are you doing? The cat. I didn't open the door. Sorry, my daughter's cat's an inside cat, and he just escaped. Just
My
grab
mate,
it.
my mate
Oh.
has an indoor cat, and it's literally a cat, but it looks like it has leopard spots all over it. Proper little leopard looking. Paid a lot of money for it.
Oh, they're a particular type of cat, aren't they? They're quite
They're
big as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they do get quite big. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what were we saying? I've forgotten.
You're saying that big up Shady is amazing. I think that's what you was going to say. Oh, and the host, Vincent. We're all amazing.
Hey, Ben Shady.
Well, Shady more so. So how's it all going over there, Nanya? How's it looking politically right now?
Not really good. The government's trying to make the third jab mandatory now.
Ooh.
It's amazing what they've been able to get away with there, isn't it?
Give the go ahead.
We lost you there, Nanya, but I said it's amazing what they get away with there. But Australia has always been seen as the test bed for politics.
Yeah. We're following in the steps of Israel. I think they're up to the fourth jab or fifth jab now.
What, Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
Are
At
you
least
aware?
They probably own they've got percentages in these jibby jabby companies.
We're at 93% now.
Are you aware that the most controversial mandate in the UK was for the NHS, and they've now cancelled that? They've scrapped it.
Yeah. I've been seeing all the videos on YouTube and Telegram.
And across the world, mandates countrywide are being scrapped, apart from 4 locations within the world. Israel being one of them, Australia and New Zealand. And I can't work that out, really, because apart from Israel, the other 2 have the lowest rates of infection and deaths known to man.
From COVID?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So where's the opposition? I know you've had protests, but where is the
We don't even hear
large-scale
from them.
opposition?
The opposition, we don't hear much from them. And the thing is, I don't watch the news, so the only thing I see is what's on YouTube, basically, or what's in Telegram groups. So I don't really see much from the opposition.
They were holed up in a bar, weren't they, next to Parliament? They'd taken over a basement of a bar.
Where, in Melbourne?
I think it was in Melbourne, yes, or possibly Sydney, actually.
What did they?
It would have been Sydney.
What did they get control of?
No, I said the opposition government. They were in the basement of a bar doing their business.
Oh,
day-to-day
yeah.
business.
No, that was in Melbourne.
Oh, was it Melbourne?
Yeah. But that didn't really get off. That didn't really go anywhere because they were the majority of the party. They gave them what's the majority.
Yeah.
And those those 5 politicians, they eventually folded anyway with concessions.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's madness, guys. What you're
Who's
having
in
to put up with.
Who's in the bottom right?
That's Ron.
Master Ron.
Oh, where is he?
Yeah,
Is he
yeah.
sleeping?
You have to
He's
take
eating.
take Social's message off.
Show him his camera. Show him his camera, Vince.
Hello, mate. Hello, Nunya.
Oh,
No, I was just,
hey.
I was just sorting out my
I'm
beds. How you
gonna-
doing?
Oh, okay.
I'm going to switch
Good.
Ron's camera on, Nunya, so you can see him.
Okay.
Then I look sexy. You want my body?
That was funny.
I know you're envious of that lovely body. So how's you and the family, Nunya?
We're all fine.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Who's I can't read. Who's in the top right?
That's me, the most famous person on YouTube, Mr. James Patrick McDonough.
Oh, James, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. How are you, all right?
Yeah.
I thought you was gonna say. I thought you was gonna say the most famous person on YouTube, the Terminator.
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 Let me see if I can get some fucking. No. Shit. I'll stick to my big screen. Can't make shit all on this laptop. I bet if I try to read anything on this laptop, I look like Mr. Magoo. Do you remember Mr. Magoo? There's a kid around.
Oh,
You remember that? That was a good. Who did that? Do it again. Somebody do Mr. Magoo again.
Where's Waldo? Waldo.
You still doing lives, Katie?
Not for a minute now. I will do eventually.
Oh, okay.
I did one, and it was. I did a live stream. Somebody wanted to know where Elverton Castle was. I said, don't give your full postcode. Just give the first 3 digits, and that'll be the centre of your city. The centre of your city, which means nobody lives in the centre. Which means, and it'll give you a rough idea. And then she went. Well, the person that went.
Oh shit! I heard about that. You.
No, people know where I live. No, they don't.
That was Laura.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I could give you
I
my
just
full
remembered.
postcode. I could give you my full postcode. Good luck with trying to fucking find me. Even with all the videos I've posted where I lived, good luck finding my address.
Yo, guys.
Do you know
Hold
what I mean?
on.
Yes,
Hey,
Andrew.
Hey, Andrew. How you doing, man?
How you doing, mate?
Hello.
Andrew, how are you, man?
Hey, not bad, mate. How are you? You well?
I'm good, thanks.
No, Andrew there, look, copying my beard. Respect.
Hey,
Copying my
is it
beard.
the same like here? Like you have a postcode, right? But that postcode applies to a number of suburbs. Is it the same over there?
Yeah, it's
Nah.
like the first 3, let's say in my city, DE1 is city centre. Then you get DE2, then you get
Yeah,
DE2.
but then you got 3 letters after that or numbers.
As you go out, now the numbers get. I think D5 is you're basically almost you're on the. I can't remember what Alberton is where. Yeah, the more numbers. It's the first like 4 digits. The first 6 are 3.
The
You know,
first
like
3
D1.
digits
It's like
could
a
be
street
anything
address.
from.
Like a street address, isn't it? The postcode's like
The
a
first
street
3
address.
digits could be anything from
Yeah,
4
but
square miles
if you got
up to
the full
40 square
postcode,
miles.
if you got the full postcode, does that apply for one town or is it the same
One road.
postcode?
The postcode.
Here in
One
London, it's one road.
The postcode. You get the full
Yeah, it's one
postcode.
road. Full postcode is.
Hold on, the full postcode will give you something like 20 properties. If you
Oh
got the full
shit! Really?
Yeah.
That's a
Depends
long
where you
road.
live, though.
Here, look.
Depends where
Hey,
you live.
Shady, hold on. Nanya, in London, a full
Yeah.
postcode relates to one road. So if I live in Northwest 2 1XZ, that'll
Yeah.
take you to one road, and the next road parallel to me will be a
Oh
totally
wow!
different postcode.
Yeah.
Oh
So
wow!
postcodes,
Shit.
But giving
It's
out
like
a postcode can be quite pinpointing to the person's road
yeah,
that they live on.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a full
Like
one.
a one postcode will apply to a few suburbs.
Yeah, like in London, we have
One name,
for
the
for,
postcode.
for
I should say,
anywhere in northwest London, you'd have NW
yeah.
starting with NW, and then for East London, it'll be E12
I know
or southward.
SC13.
Yeah,
I know SC13.
yeah.
What, have you and Laura Lou argued then, Shady? Have you argued or something?
I've stayed off for about 36 hours. I came out. I thought I was going to do my own live stream.
Ronnie, stop laughing.
I was going to do my own live stream, but it wouldn't have been positive because all I saw was our you know, it was never said to me face, but when somebody gives you information, you digest it, you get that in your brain, and then you go, oh, so reading between the lines, this is what you're saying I am. Do you know what I mean? And I was going to do a post on that.
Fuck you on about, Shady. What do you want about?
Live stream. I've not deleted my live stream. So people can look at it all day long. As long as you like and subscribe and hit that bell button.
I don't know.
Hey, Gregory. SG does some long ass live streams, but at least he's got someone to feed off. Shady sometimes does it by himself.
Yeah.
And he'll fucking keep talking. He'll keep talking till he falls asleep in his chair.
I don't do that
By himself.
That's Henry Crinkles falls asleep. Me, I have to fucking ruin.
Yeah, but all these guys, they have people with them. You're by yourself on your panel talking to yourself.
Because I have to, because nobody joins. I have to do the fucking karaoke. I've ruined so many songs. It's unbelievable. Nobody wants to do karaoke because of me. And I've had so many strikes from YouTube.
Oh, copyright. Copyright strikes. And nothing happens. They're not channel strike.
I deleted a few because, well, when you know what a mistake. When I gave him a 5-minute timeout, and then he went on like, oh, why do you do that? Blah, blah. I said, because I can. I thought it was funny. And then he went, right, you're talking about guns with this guy in America, blah, blah, blah. It's my hobby. I did ignore everybody, obviously I was drunk. And yeah, but I thought, I didn't delete it, I don't think. I just put it in the background because I'm learning this shit. But yeah, what it is, it's like, I think this is, it's an acidic community. You've got to get it just right or you're fucked. SG has got it just right. And why not? But you know something? Everybody loves SG, and he went missing. Finally got hold of him, and he went, I was paranoid, mate. I thought everybody hated me. And he's like fucking risen so fucking bad. I consider SG a rival, but a good friend rival. And we're gonna meet, we're gonna be best buddies. You don't drink, which is cool. You can be my designated driver. You can have food, and I'll have the fucking beer.
Have you met him?
No, not yet. But we're only like 40 miles from each other. We only live 40 miles away from each other.
40 miles?
Shady, there's a question for you on screen there.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Where is the live with Mostly's girlfriend? No, is that a girlfriend?
Oh, yeah. Shady, where is the live with? Oh,
she came on to speak to me, Egan.
Yeah, that might have been the one I deleted for some reason. I might have had anything with a copy strike. I deleted. I didn't put it in the back room because I don't know the rules. So
Is it for your music?
Yeah, playing music. Yeah,
Nah, you can leave them on. They're not channel strikes. It just means if you're monetized, you can't monetize that particular video.
So what's this extra thing where it says if you do it again, you're going to get banned for 7 days?
Nah, not for music.
It's just a claim. That's all it is.
Yeah,
it's just
Well,
it's not a channel strike.
Well, I think they're gone now. So,
because if it's a strike, they just block the video straight away.
Yeah.
Block it if it's a strike, but if it's just a claim, you can put it up.
I know with mostly I defended. It was with you, Andrew. You know what we're talking about. She came on. You attacked her. I stopped it.
I didn't attack her, mate. Why would the
No,
fuck
no,
would
you
I
did.
attack her? She came on to
Andrew,
speak to me.
Andrew, let me
Came on to
speak.
speak to me. I never
Andrew,
attacked her.
Andrew, you knew it was. I know you don't like mostly.
Yeah,
I
she
know you
came
don't.
on to speak to me. I
That's
got no
your
reason to
problem.
attack her, Shady, have I? Why would I attack
No,
her?
no, yeah, but Andrew, what I'm saying is, you did have a go at her because of mostly, and she came on to defend herself, and that was it. You know what I mean, Andrew?
No, she
Look.
came on to ask me what Mostly was saying about fucking.
Yeah, there's that as well. Yeah, and
Yeah.
did she promise you that she'd look into it?
Yeah, and I never said anything bad towards her, Shady.
Oh no! What, you never did that, mate. Hold on, let me get my Rizzlers.
Well, there we are then. So I didn't start on it, did I?
No, you didn't. Oh Jesus, my knacker fucking crook. I've got so much pain. I've got pain in my fucking knacker crook for some reason. And he said, "Doctor, there you are. I'll panic over." No, yeah, but I had to protect her, and then mostly looked through it and went, "Thanks for protecting me, missus." I don't know.
Oh, fuck him. He's a dickhead, anyway. Can't stand it.
The thing is, though, Andrew, you know
He's all right.
he's put space in your mind. He's rented an office in your mind. You know what I mean?
Sorry, Vincent.
Hey, you need to evict him, mate. Get that eviction order out. Get that eviction. Honestly, you're not going to get in my mind, and you might see a different person in him.
Doesn't get in my mind, Shady. I think he's just a patronising fucking prick, to be honest with you. So I don't really want to speak to him. That's why I ignored him. You know, one fucking time. Carries on.
Hey, somebody stole that from me. I had that sign going "fit in or fuck off" on my Facebook. Same sign, but I added "fit in or fuck off."
Doing it for you now, Shady.
It was fucking yeah, it was a copy of me, innit? I can't wait to get
Everyone wants to be like Shady.
a new phone.
Big
I
up,
want something
Shady.
to laugh.
No.
I just want something
So
to
are we
laugh.
going to see a live stream today, Shady?
I ain't got no credit. I'm not doing that. Do a video. I've still got a belated fucking fireworks day, yeah. You know, New Year's Eve. I've got to load that fuck up, yeah. At least it's cheerful now. I could have done it the same day. God, it's crazy. It's like a war zone. Where I live. It's like a war zone.
Next year.
I'm sure somebody at one time,
Like this year, I mean.
somebody pointed a rocket at me because I saw it land near me. The years
That might
before.
have been Ronnie.
You think you
Hey, Ronnie, you know who's a big fan of you?
My hair is crazy.
Yeah.
He likes pointing his rocket, he does.
Go on, Nanya.
You know those rockets you can hold in your hand? I've seen people battling it about 3 years ago.
Ronnie's
They're
always
all
got his rocket in his hand.
There's like eight mates. There's 8 friends. Yeah, there's 8 friends in the back of where I live, which is a street where all the restaurants are and stuff like that. And these are lads come down there with rockets and they're fucking pointing them. And they're just fucking laughing their heads off, dodging the fucking rockets coming towards them. Then, because it's on land, yeah, they go boom. And I'm like going, shit, man, this is good. I'm like 3 stories up, just watching it. You can't fucking touch me. And then somebody fucking trips over. The one's like shooting.
Just one goes through your attic room, fucking window, Shady.
Dangerous idea, man.
Andrew, you're looking well, man.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling it, mate. Not feeling it. I got a bit of a cold.
You look a bit brighter than normal.
Did you sleep much the other day, Andrew?
Yeah, I slept fucking the next day. I slept
the whole of it.
Good, you needed to, mate. You needed to.
I slept for a day now, at least.
It's a bit of a crazy one, that was, wasn't it? It was like 19 hours.
It was a little bit crazy.
Huh?
But you're looking better now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was
Just
20
Polish
hours
beer.
you done. 20 hours.
Huh?
20 hours you done.
About 20 hours. 20 hours?
Yeah. Just
Mhm.
over.
Fucking crazy.
That's a proper Aussie. Hey, oh, yeah. Come on, that was cool. Nunya, did you see your SG's channel when you got those two Australians? You got two Australians playing the music. That was hilarious.
On his panel.
Yeah, you put them
Swim
on big
something, wasn't
screen. They're drinking the beers, playing drums or trying to play the drums, trying to play the, in you know like where they can make a tune, and then
Yeah.
this is an Australian band, which
Oh, he was playing a video.
No, they were live on the
No,
stream.
they're from New Zealand, David. They're in New
Yeah.
Zealand, them two guys
Swim
are.
as fast as you can. Swim as fast as you can, is it?
Oh yeah, I know that. I know the name.
No,
Yeah,
there wasn't. No, the singer.
He's not from Australia.
Yeah, the singer said he's from New Zealand. They was actually in Australia drinking the tinners, and well, you don't even drink tinners anymore. All that bottles now, isn't it?
Good old.
Yeah,
Do you know Pig's Place?
English.
Do you know Pig's Place?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's up in Queensland, I think.
Yeah, is he in the Northwest Territories, isn't he? Around that
Territory?
area. Is he in
Queensland.
Northwest Territory or something? I don't know.
Queensland.
Queensland.
I wouldn't know where Queensland is, mate.
East Australia, isn't it? Queensland. It's East, I think. East Australia.
I met him on one of your channels. That's the first time I saw him. Was on one of the UK channels.
He's got long hair with a ponytail, isn't he?
Not anymore.
Oh, did you cut all his hair off?
Yeah, he shaved it off.
Oh, okay.
I might do that.
Swim as fast as you can. I think he's from New Zealand.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. God, he showed me his arm what some fucking burglar done to him, about a week ago.
Who swim?
Yeah, swim, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
Cut him up?
Cut him up, all his
stabbed him in the arm and that.
Oh, what?
Ronnie, you were there, Ronnie, weren't you? Ronnie was
Yeah,
there.
his tendons and his fingers are all fucked up. He can't move his hand properly, and he's got scars all up his arm and that. Apparently, the intruder turned round and started stabbing at him, and he was trying to protect himself, basically.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Crazy, that one. And he's a mechanic as well, so I'm thinking, how the fuck can he fix cars and shit with an arm like that? And his fucking arm, man. Jesus.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that swim guy. Was it Swim Duck and stuff like that, Nunya?
No,
That
swim
was
as
the guy,
fast.
mate.
Swim as fast as you can. Was he playing a guitar, Sadie?
There was
Yeah, he played it the other day.
It was Swim. It was
Yes,
Swim and
Steve.
Duck. It was Swim Duck. Yeah, him. But there was piss when I was singing, and it was like trying to it was hilarious. But I found out you can mute StreamYard, so I muted StreamYard, watched the movie, kept on going back, going, "This is fucking brilliant." And in the audience, everyone's going, "SG, stop it! They're getting pissed and pissed." You know what I mean? Please stop it. You can't get a tune together because of this.
It was a real racket.
I was like going, brilliant. Fucking hell. Then I muted because it was muted. Then I went back to my TV show, which is called Firebite. It's an Australian one. Aborigine. It's basically called Firebite. It's Aborigines, where the Aborigines live, and then you fight vampires. And the sense of fucking humour is brilliant.
Indigenous
You know
people.
what I mean? Firebite. Good for everybody in the audience. Try and get it legitimately, not illegally, allegedly. Firebite. It's an Australian one by native Australian. You know,
First
it's
Nations.
a better way. It's so fucking hilariously funny. But it's like killing vampires, which I love. And they're doing it. You know the Aborigine weapons, where it's a boomerang and those
The
weapons.
spear.
Yeah, no, they don't use a spear. They use other stuff. But it's like it looks like a banger. Oh, I can't remember that posh hockey. You know the hockey. It's like a hockey stick, but you hold it in your
Oh,
hand.
okay.
And that's what they use as a snake. So they get it in a. It's called fire bites. Yeah, it's Australian. Yeah, I think it's hilarious, man. And it's
Where's
funny.
it from, Shady?
Australia, a place.
Oh,
It's like, you know, where we go north and we all go north. You go north, 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 north. Wait until the word gets better. Then it's even hotter, and then it's called a place called Australia.
Alice
Go like
Springs, Northern Territory.
There's no train. There's no train that gets you there. I know you can't go on a train to go there, but you can get
That'd
to
be
there.
called the Outback, mate.
Yeah, the outback. I haven't seen an Aboriginal in over 20 years now.
Where do you live, Nanya? You live in Queensland, don't you?
No, I'm in Melbourne, man.
Melbourne, yeah, Melbourne.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's near
So
Queensland,
there's
isn't
not,
it?
I don't see any Aboriginals here.
Yeah,
Are
well,
they
they're
dying
all
out or are they moving out, Nanya?
well, forced
They
out.
get brainwashed, aren't they, really, to be...
Most of them are in another state.
I remember what they
We've
were doing
never
in
had many in
the
Melbourne.
Northern Territories
Like I
with
said, it's
them.
been decades since I last seen one.
Decades.
Decades. I haven't
That's a
seen
long
one in
time.
like 20 years.
Long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think that with modern day life...
No, I'm talking about like a pure breed. You know, there's a lot of...
Pure breed.
Yeah, like a full Aboriginal.
I was going to say, because obviously, when you put cultures together, you will get a blend because, you know, people like the
Yeah.
opposites. And, you know what I mean?
So they're dying out slowly.
The originals, yeah, if you're not the original, yeah. I mean, to be honest, on this Fire Bites, the girl looks more European-y than actual native, if you know what I mean. So it is a bit, it's like diluting everybody's culture, but I don't think you dilute a culture as long as you keep that culture alive. So yeah, you can look. I could look white, but as long as my descent this, it's the culture that people forget about. It's the culture. It's just like washed up. I've been given the gift of beauty. I don't like to brag about it, but fucking nobody else is fucking doing it. So I might as well fucking do it, innit? Yeah, I feel sorry for people that aren't as beautiful as me. Do you know what I mean? I really do.
It's just like being on a Shady Live, isn't it, Nanya? You'd think Shady was holding the reins and kicking his heels.
Anyway, enough about me, Vince. Enough about me. What about you and your guest? What about you and your guest, Mr.
So,
Mr.
Nanya, let me ask you, Nanya. Have you been forced to have the jab yet?
To work. Well, that's why I quit my last job.
So you're still holding out.
I was there for 18 years and 7 months.
Wow.
It was the best job. I had the best employer. And initially they offered like $250 to get vaccinated. And I admit I was tempted for a few days. And then I said, nah. And then when it came to the crunch, I always said, like, if it came to the crunch, I'm gonna get vaccinated because I don't want to lose my job. But when it did come to the crunch, I actually quit.
Did you get a payout or did they just...
Yeah, I got a payout.
Straight away? Yeah.
Not like 20 something thousand, 23,000, I think.
For 18 years work.
Not enough for 18 years.
It's just,
That's
they just pay
£1,000
you out
a year.
they pay you out your long service leave, which I didn't use any, so that's like 3 months. And I had like 6 weeks of annual leave.
Is it possible for you to find work now, being unjabbed?
Nah, I've got a new job now. I've started a new job, and I'm actually doing physical labor now. It's the first time I've done physical labor ever. Yeah, so I'm doing physical labor. I'm in a warehouse now, and I'm supposed to be vaccinated, but they haven't asked me for my certificate.
Nanya's gone into training camp for his new job. He's gone into training camp.
But because I've had COVID, I'm actually exempt for 6 months now.
Yeah.
But I don't think they'll ask me because I've been working there. Well, I started working there in December. It's been a month now, and they haven't asked me. So I don't think they ever will.
The funny thing is, Nunya,
If they do ask me, then I'm stuffed.
Nunya, was you an amateur professional bodybuilder? So you should still be super strong. With old age, obviously, if you're not still doing it. You was like bodybuilder back in the day,
So
man.
that was a long time ago, man. That's like all my 30s. I'm 50 now.
20 years, mate. You still got the strength. Sure you have.
Yeah, 20 years ago. But I don't even know why I didn't. I don't even know why I didn't get the vaccine. I don't know. 'Cause I'm not anti-vax. I don't even know why. I think it's because I'm forced. I don't like being forced to do something.
Yeah.
Anti-mandate. I
And I
look
always.
at it as.
Yeah.
Here's a question, like you don't want to be forced. You know, back in the day when you was like passionate about bodybuilding,
Yeah.
was it you got bullied at school or whatever, and they went, "You can't fucking do that." You went, "You know, someone, I fucking can." And
That's when I used to. That's when I used to knock out police.
Yeah, but never. Oh, was it the police involvement then?
That was the days when I used to knock them out. You can't do that these days and get away with it. But back then it was different.
Yeah.
No, I used to get on boxing. I used to get on bicycle all the time. And don't worry, they used to get their own. They used to get their own back with me.
Did they have guns back then?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've all got guns now.
Yeah, guns back.
Yeah, they've always had guns.
Hey, Nanya, was you a painter or docker?
Nah, that was before my time, man. Yeah, that's before my time.
I didn't think Australian police carried guns, Nunya. I didn't think
Yeah,
they
they
did.
do. Yeah, they
They
do.
do,
They
do
do.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
know.
they always carry guns.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, police have to have guns. All police carry guns. Even the guys at the station behind the counter.
Yeah. My cousin, same age as me, 57. Yeah, 58 this year. He emigrated because he got stranded in Australia something like 35 years ago. He met a beautiful Australian, got loads of kids. He was a painter and decorator doing wallpapering. You know, wallpaper in Australia? No, that's not a good idea. You want to keep the heat out, not the warmth in. That's why we have wallpaper. And he's been a copper for like 30 years.
Who has wallpaper in Australia? Do they have that here?
You don't, do you? Unless
I
you're
don't
rich.
think I've ever seen a place with wallpaper.
Exactly,
Anyway.
it's all paint. So anyway, my cousin got stranded there, etc. And then I talked to his brother, which is my
Wallpaper
cousin.
actually keep you warm, then.
He goes, oh, you know Stu? He goes, you know Stu? I went, yeah. Oh, he's telling me. He goes, remember when we was kids, we were watching those American TV shows where you got a cop with a gun? And he went, I'm a cop now, and I've got a gun. He says, it's not playtime now. And he's been a cop in Australia for like, and he's British, but they let him be a police officer.
Yeah.
But yeah, they all have guns, don't they, in Australia?
I've seen a few British cops in the city.
I never knew Australia cops carried.
Their accent, when they talk.
Andrew, did you know, let's say from the 1970s, let's say
Yeah.
1970. Let's be generous. 1978. In 1978 in the UK or in Britain, did you know cops carried guns then? From
You know,
40
in the
years ago,
70s.
we've always carried guns. It's just
Oh,
that we
okay.
airports. You go to all the London airports in the 1980s, you see these police with the long coats. Yeah, you know what's under that coat?
We still carry now, Shady, in the fucking
It was
airport.
just like it's just that we didn't brag about we had guns, but we did have guns.
Yeah.
We didn't show it to the public. I mean, now it's a defence. Now we're like the rest of the world. You have to show we can retaliate. And
I'm
now that's why
surprised all police there aren't armed.
Yeah, innit?
a lot of them are. A
Well,
lot of them are.
Especially what's
yeah.
gone on the last fucking 10, 20 years.
The reason I'm glad, yeah, that not all police carry guns in England is because you know the trigger happy cops, and not only that,
Yeah.
I like to know that there's a service provided by professionals in that professionalism with the guns. Do you know what I mean? They ain't just you don't get cases like George Floyd if you don't have
Yeah,
guns
yeah.
easily. You know what I mean? Just
Do they carry pepper spray?
no, it's illegal here. If I carry pepper spray, I'll
No,
get done
police.
for carrying a firearm.
Yeah, same. It's the same here. I'm talking about police.
Pepper spray, yeah, they do, and
I thought
taser.
women could, Ronnie, I thought women could carry pepper spray.
No one's allowed to carry any type of if you press a button and it
That's a
releases
weapon.
any type
It's a
of
weapon.
gas or it's firearm. Yeah. In England, a knuckle duster will get you the same amount of time as carrying a knife.
Yeah, I know, knuckle duster, nunchucks, and all that.
No, it's social.
World War II, my aunties had them. World War II, my aunties had a knuckle duster. My dad had a knuckle duster, and these were homemade. They made them to fit the person using them. And my aunties used to go, World War II, everybody's robbing you. So you went to get your money, put your hand in the knuckle duster, and you smacked him on. That was my aunties.
If you have a 3D printer, you can make a good fitting knuckle duster with a 3D printer.
Allegedly. Always say allegedly.
Oh, look at Vincent flirting with Maria. Give her a kiss, Vincent.
I flirt with everyone, Andrew. Even you sometimes.
Good man.
Ronnie, I've told you, just make yourself look intelligent and buy yourself a newspaper, and you don't need a knuckle duster, mate.
Actually,
that's all you need.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Don't need a knuckle duster, mate.
if you roll
That's
up
true.
a newspaper, allegedly, if you roll up a newspaper tight enough, yeah, maybe put some sellotape, that is just as good as a knuckle duster. It can do the same sort of damage, allegedly. That's what I've heard, anyway.
It's called a Chelsea brick.
And then you can open it up and read it.
Yeah.
Allegedly, yeah. I'm dyslexic. You know I don't
Or
read
just burn it.
If I buy a newspaper, it's to crumple it up and start a fire when I'm having a campfire somewhere. I mean,
That's why I normally.
Yeah. I'll say if I'm camping with somebody, do you want to read this newspaper? I'll do it in a bit. No, you won't be doing it. You won't be doing it later. It's fucking hard. I'm going to fucking bet. No. Read it fucking quickly. Read one. And
London, you cockneys have some weapons. You make weapons out of fucking anything.
Yeah, man, it's true. Hey, Nanya, what's the charges for carrying a gun or a knife in Australia? What's the sentencing like?
Maximum. Shit, I think it's maximum 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Same as like, well,
I reckon in one of my videos, I took a baseball bat down to the police station, and they actually wanted to arrest me, and I talked my way out of it.
Shit.
That class is like an
I
offensive
started
weapon.
talking to them about law, and because I bombarded them with the law, they I got away with it. So that was like, well, I'm not going to do it.
You know
It was
here.
just
So, no. Over here, I'll be very quickly. Over here, there's a loophole. You can have a baseball bat in the back of your car or in your car if you've got the baseball with it. If you've got it, then I'm going to sport.
But when I had it, it was late at night. I was there I went to the police station at like midnight, and I only had the baseball bat and nothing else.
Yeah, you should have had the ball in your pocket. You should have had the ball in your pocket.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play baseball in the dark at fucking midnight, JD. Fucking hell.
Oh,
So we give him a baseball and fucking
can you?
cricket
Andrew,
around us.
or can you? What if nighttime training with a baseball bat is better to get your accuracy right because you can't see the ball coming? Then instinct. You need a decent story. You just need a decent story.
You need to have a good excuse.
Yeah. Why are you outside the police station at 12 at night with a
that's
bat?
it.
Yeah.
Well, I went there. This is my audit. I'm definitely going to do it. I was trying to do a
What happened in the UK if you'd done that, Ronnie?
Pardon?
What would happen if you'd done that in the UK if you went down to the local police station with a baseball bat?
You'd get arrested, definitely. Definitely an
What would
arrest.
Same as
Excuse me. What if you went to the police station with a baseball bat and they go, "Can we help you?" I went, "Yeah, I've lost my baseball bat. I've lost my ball. I've got the bat. I need to."
Look, one of my friends in the summertime, he went out of his house, yeah, and he actually had gloves. He had gloves on him in the summertime, and because it was the summertime and he had gloves on him, the police arrested him for going with equipped.
Yeah, man, that's tough.
Going equipped.
Yeah.
Going equipped.
Surely they wouldn't stand up in court.
Nah, well, probably not, mate. But
probably didn't get past the
didn't even.
That's what they do. You encounter.
That's abusing police powers.
Exactly.
If you got a screwdriver or anything down the side of your panel in your driver's seat, they do the going equipped, don't they?
Rashes on
For some
his hand
reason,
or
I never
whatever.
have a screwdriver on me. Never. It's so hard for me to find a screwdriver.
I think you need a bigger boat.
No, I've got to strip down. I'm tidying up my place now, and I've got to strip down computers and get the good stuff. The aluminium. I'm not fucking throwing away.
Go for the gold. Go for the gold. Don't go for the aluminium. Go for the gold.
Then you have to buy. Then you have to buy the acid. Then you have to do this. Fuck it.
Hey, do you guys have being drunk in a public place offences?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drunk and disorderly and
you criminalise that, yeah?
Allegedly.
Fucking hell, Shady. Will you let someone else say something?
Yeah, I'm just saying allegedly. Every time I see a cop, I'm fucking
Allegedly. It's not allegedly if it's definite,
They
bro.
don't charge. They very rarely charge you with drunk and disorderly anymore. They just charge you with Section 5 public order, like swearing or inclusive in a public place.
Fucking, what about, what's his name? Marty. Got charged. He got fined for calling a cop an idiot.
Yeah, I know.
I know, that's so sad, isn't it?
Unbelievable.
Police shouldn't be so snaky.
Surely that's a false arrest, and I mean, a copper can't be offended in the UK, so you can call them whatever you want, apparently. But
yeah, they can be.
Well, idiot ain't even a swear word.
No, it's not even a swear word.
That's what you guys keep saying. Police can't be offended. They can. I checked it.
Well, it depends if any member of the public is around. If there's any member of the public,
it's not relevant.
Well,
I checked case law. I checked case law. That's how I found out. You know that, I did a shadow video for Torbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in that video, I talk about public order offence in that video.
That vid was brilliant, mate. That vid you did was brilliant, man. That vid was brilliant you did, man. Fucking absolutely amazing. But I like to big you up. Don't have to give confidence to people. Now that video was fucking amazing, man. I watched all the way through it, man. Normally I lose attention span.
Oh well, I only did my intro's only a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I watched it all, mate.
All I did was an intro.
I actually commented on it.
The
way you did that, you inspired me. I didn't.
Can I just say I'm going to shoot off? I'm going to go, people. Nice to meet you, Nanya.
Yeah, no worries. You too, man.
See you, Ronnie. See you, Ron. That bastard. See you, Judy. And see you, Andrew. Take care.
See you later, mate.
See you later.
See you later, bro.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Is that you, Master Ron? Is that the real Master Ron? Stuff in your face?
I can switch Ron's camera on, Andrew, and he's eating. Look.
I know.
He's laughing.
Look at Shady. Cough his lungs up now.
I've got Laura as well, Shady.
I don't know. I had my argument with Laura, right? I think she's a really nice girl, right?
Some people are pretty harsh with her, man.
Yeah, they're too harsh.
I seen her dancing, and people are calling her a slag just because she was dancing in front of the camera.
Yeah, that's right. She is a
I think
nice
people are being too harsh with her. She's quite a nice person. She's going through a lot of shit at the moment, and I don't know what's gone on in the last couple of days because I haven't really seen anything. But
have you noticed everybody's drawn to this community and got some sort of problem in life?
Yeah. We're all nutcases, Shady. That goes without saying. But she was pretty mean to Shady the other day, Nanya.
Oh, was she? No, I didn't see it.
Why was she? What happened, Shady? What's going on?
Yeah, to me, I don't give a shit.
Which channel?
It was my channel. No,
oh, okay.
It was Tony P's. No, look, at the end of the day, this is how I see it. Yeah, she basically implied that everybody helps me out. And, you know, this community, everybody helps me out. They really fucking do. I've actually seen in this community a lot of mental health problems. I've seen the positivity. I've seen the positivity that this community can give to people. I've seen it, and I'm trying to give it back. Everybody says I create a safe. It's fucking hard. A safe environment. Yeah, I think you should admit to it. Safe environment, no drama. But you know when drama hits and you're the host, and you see every yeah. You get drawn into this.
Everyone jumps on the bandwagon, Shady. Everybody jumps on the bandwagon.
Look, she was stressed out. You got to understand. You know when you're stressed out, you suffer depression. You get your ups, you get your downs. Do you know what I mean? But I know that if somebody says that, I'm going to get judged. You know, there's others where we got pressure. Do you know what I mean? I'll remember his name in a minute. He was my equal competitor. Now he's got three times more subscribers than me because of his voice. I've had people commenting on my channel.
You want my SG again, baby?
I love your friend. We're not friends, we're internet friends, but I do respect him a lot. Even I love the way he giggles, he laughs. I love him.
Hey, Mark Kelly.
You know what I mean? He's got that laugh. That's his signature. My signature is being pissed. He's just got that little chuckle. Everybody fucking loves it. Same with you, Nunya. You just got that little chuckle, and boom, the subscribers are going up, isn't it? True, though, isn't it, man? No, don't look. I see people, you know. What if I was them? You know what I mean? And I want to protect them.
Yeah.
I'm upset that it was implied that I'm a parasite taken from the community, and I'm not giving
Oh,
them
really?
back.
Who said
Yeah,
that, Shady?
I'm not giving
Who
a,
said
I'm
that?
not giving a safe zone. I've got people that do give me money, make sure I eat food, and you know what they say? We like your humour. Yeah. So that's
If that's you, mate, just say a word and then Vincent can bring you on because I think he's a bit paranoid about getting bombed or something.
No, I've let him on twice. I don't think his device is working right yet, Andrew.
Right.
Who was it?
Mark Kelly.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
always,
Mark.
No, but
Yeah.
do you understand? It's like I left Tony's. I went, I'm not going to deal with this today. So I left. Then, yeah, she said what she said. She said what she said, and I don't really care. I don't care because
Yeah,
it
don't
is.
know any questions, mate. She's
Look,
she's not in the best
let me tell you
place.
something. Let me tell you something.
I don't know what she said.
I've heard. Look, you see. Let's say you see she's attacking me. There wasn't the full facts there. But
She done it.
Hold on. I don't care. She did it to me. I don't care. I see somebody in distress, and when actually, I left before she cried. I watched afterwards. So thank God I wasn't there because that would have hurt me. Do you know what I mean? I try to help people out. Yeah, I'm fucked up in the head, but sometimes the people that are fucked up in the head can help other people fucked up in the head. It's like
She done it to me as well, Shady, but I didn't hold any grudges against it because she told
I don't
me
know.
I knew what she's going through, so I didn't hold any grudges. And
the
only
time is, she told me she lives near me, etc. And
Yeah, I know.
she likes nature. I grew up in nature, and that's what I try to do. And she can't wait for summertime. Just in this place, if I could go there now, I'd be there every day. I'd be feeding the pigeons, but they would be ducks and fucking swans. Pigeons don't fucking live there unless they're not crinkle pigeons. Let me tell you. Yeah, when you're stressed, you want an environment where there's no stress, and you can't beat the countryside. You know what I mean? You can't beat it. That's what I'm trying to do. And it's like 14 miles, probably 15, 16 miles where she lives. It's a car ride away. Do you know what I mean? And it's worth it for the summertime.
Yeah, I have no idea what you argued about, Shady, to be honest with you, but
I didn't argue.
I just let it go over my head, mate. Let it go over your head.
Andrew,
tomorrow, mate. Another day tomorrow.
Yeah, Andrew, I never argued. I just left the channel. I never argued.
I don't know.
Bear in mind, I know I've got issues. Laura's got issues. I don't know what they are. It could be depression, this and that. Never, you can't judge something by the first thing. Look at Tony yeah, but look at Tony P calling the P word. I was offended with that because I know what that word means. And where I live, you call somebody a pedo, you put and go, I know it means a pedo. That guy will get stabbed within a week.
Who said that, Shady?
I'm on about Tony P. You know Tony P is like.
Yeah,
Now we'll find out. You know that girl who was talking rude. She's 21, proven, but she is one of these internet workers, and that's what they get paid to do: talk dirty. Tony's only mistake was.
But not on the fucking site for this, Shady, where that shit doesn't go on, does it, really?
I mean, not on my channel. That's all I'm saying. Tony should have said, and that's what I tried to explain with him. I'm sure Laura said something like, I bullied him. No. I do see stuff. I live in a fucking ghetto. Trust me, if I point to somebody and somebody trusts me, and I point to you, Andrew, and go, I know this guy, he's a pedo. Listen, they're not gonna talk angry to you. They're gonna physically attack you. That's why I don't like that word. I don't like that word being used. No, that word alone. Pedo, nonce, in my environment, they're the two strongest words to create violence. I never want them heard unless you've got the full.
Yeah, don't put me and them to set this together and Shady, please.
No, Andrew, I'm not. No,
I know it's only set as an example, but
Andrew, listen to me now, you guys.
I think what people
we don't know how old she actually was.
One thing to
but to actually call them that name is wrong.
I think one thing everyone learns from this is that if you know what I mean, you put content out there, people are going to have an opinion.
Yeah.
Some people might not like that opinion. That's not down to you. That's down to what he decided to put out for everyone to opinionate on. Some people's views and opinions will be stronger than others, but that's the internet.
Yeah, you're right, Ronnie. You know, when the last two lives I've hosted, I'd only have people on my panel that I trust and I've spoken and I like reporting, you know? Otherwise, if it's a fucking stranger, it could be fucking anybody, couldn't it, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
You don't let Ronnie on there then, do you?
I mean...
Ronnie's always welcome. Yeah, I did fuck the name up when he came up with the name that he tried to, and I wasn't reading a private chat. I don't think anyone was. So we all thought it was fucking that dickhead, but it was actually Ronnie. We all fucked that one.
I had to Google that word. Jeez, I wasn't educated, bro.
Laura's got a lot of problems going on at the moment. She's up and down like a fucking yo-yo. She's all over the place. So,
YouTube may not be the best place for her then. Really, because she was quite. She was very mean to Shady, and then after demanding a bit of privacy and a bit of decorum, she later went on to have no privacy or decorum in how she was behaving. So
well, I can't say anything because I didn't see it or no, I don't know.
Look, when you see Laura on her best, she's the most amazing and lovable person.
Yeah, true, Shady.
She's pretty, but the thing is, that's like yin and yang. You get the good. We show the good with each other, but then you can't help but show the bad, and that's what we can't control.
Yes, Marky.
Can you hear me,
brother? Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
How's it going, lads? Everyone good? Andrew, Nunya. I've never spoken to Nunya. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, how are you, mate? Good.
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Shady, Vincent, Ronnie. Listen, you know all the dramas yesterday.
I see all the dramas
yesterday. None of you mentioned what went on in the Houses of Parliament. That was superb, mate. I thought when they was going around and Boris Johnson was getting ripped a new arsehole by his own party, I all of a sudden thought, I don't know why, I thought in a minute they're going to give it Ronnie London, Camden North, and then you was going to stand up. He was getting ripped, Boris Johnson, yesterday.
He's on his way out,
man. Did anyone see it?
Do you reckon he's on his way out?
Well, he's going to be. I tell you, who saved him is the Metropolitan Police, because they said the woman who writ the report, they said she's not allowed to. She has to keep the major stuff, not to the public. And when it's finally revealed, it's up to Boris Johnson whether he wants to show it or not. How sad is that?
Who was the PM before him?
Who was Prime Minister before Boris? I think it was Theresa May, wasn't it? and she ripped
Theresa
Theresa
May.
May's.
Oh, okay.
Did you?
Was she? She wasn't prime minister for that long.
Nah, she was, wasn't she?
2 years.
Before Boris.
2 years, 2.5 years, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
And
think she
before
was.
her,
Well, she got up and ripped him a new arsehole as well. She went. She went. Boris, you read all the rules, so you either didn't understand them or you don't think the rules apply to you. Which one was it? And she sat back down. And I thought, come on. Yeah, he was in banging trouble, but the Metropolitan Police have saved him.
he's been the PM for a few years now.
Yeah. He should have went though yesterday, but like I said, this report it's not going to be released now because the Metropolitan Police have said, they don't want all the details put out until they've done their investigation, and then they're allowed to put it in the general public. Then it's up to Boris Johnson, because all he kept saying yesterday was, you have to wait for the report to be finalised. He's not going to release the report, trust me.
Yo, Mark, if they do kick Boris Johnson out, isn't Nigel Farage or someone going to take over him for the next election?
I don't know about that, man. I mean, I think they're all wasters anyway, so there's no one going to do much better, really. But Boris is a clown, isn't he, man? He's a complete clown, the guy.
I think it's Nigel Farage, isn't it? He's gonna.
He's a different party, man. He was the what was he? The Brexit party.
Was it?
Yeah. Farage is all right, but he's got agendas as well, and he's a former banker and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. He's now got some banking thing where he thinks to invest your money in his company and you'll make millions.
Oh no, hang on.
Crypto or what?
It might not be Nigel Farage. It might be the fucking the other guy.
Well, the other one they reckon might be next is Richie Sunak, and he's married to a billionaire, so he really knows what the people are about, doesn't he?
Financial sec. Is he the financial fucking one who's in charge of all the money, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, him. So.
Well, look, Richie Sunak. He's a former, obviously, refugee, and he's obviously had a very good life. He went to Cambridge or Oxford University. He's married to a billionaire, and he's really going to be in touch with the people, isn't he? Exactly. I bet he's not had an egg. I bet he's never bought an egg and bacon sandwich from Tesco's.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. They're out of touch. That's the problem, guys. You know.
You know what they said. Oh God, fucking! When I started following politics, 6 years ago, 2016, when David Cameron got in charge, one of them said you should be able to live off £1 a day in food, and then people are like 20 fucking pound breakfasts and all this shit, man. I think it was worse than that,
believe it or not, though, Andrew, most of the third world lives on about $5 a day.
We're something like £10 a day or like £8 a day, and they have that for just their breakfast,
Yeah.
Fucking crazy.
What was good? I mean, I saw all the arguments. I saw all the arguments yesterday, guys. What was going on? There was like 250 people in the room. I obviously see Tools was sort of getting the brunt
started it all, so
I didn't really know what had happened.
Oh, that's true. I thought you wanted about fucking Parliament. I thought you wanted about House of the Parliament room. Oh, what? This on YouTube?
Yeah, no, I was talking about the Houses of Parliament, but when that finished, I don't know, about 5-ish, And then all of a sudden I come into our world, this world, and it was just going crazy, man. And I thought, the Houses of Parliament have got nothing on this lot, man. It was going crazy.
Right, I've got a video of Mark Kelly coming into this world.
Say that again, mate.
I said I've got a video of you coming into this world last night.
Yeah, I've seen that one. That's good.
Yeah, Ronnie started it all. You know that, Mark, don't you? It's all Ronnie.
I did. It was all me. I caused 250 people in life. Nah, basically, Mark, over the last couple of weeks, Tobbs has been like goading people and talking shit about people and indirectly aiming insults at people. And then today, he turned around on his live to 60 to 80 people in his live for 4 hours, and he was slagging off BBA and Filmboy, calling them wrong-uns, and he said, I'm gonna end your YouTube career, you're wrong-uns, yeah. And I said, Rod,
I thought the BBA was his pal.
Yeah, so I said, is this a joke, Forbes? Like what you're saying right now? And then he started saying, oh, you only come in my lives, Ronnie, because your parents never showed you attention. That's why you try to come and get attention off me. So I was like, do you know what? You're a prick. So he said to me, and I knew what the end of it was. He wanted drama on his channel because he's got a dying channel. His channel's flat on the ground, dead. Yeah. And he wants drama on his channel. So he said to me and Filmboy and BBA this afternoon, come up on my panel and I'll show you proof that Filmboy and BBA are wrong-uns, yeah? So I said to him, you come on Filmboy's panel at 7 o'clock tonight and I'll tell you why I think you're a wrong-un for all the lies you talk, for you telling everyone. He stands on the moral high ground and he says, addiction live, but he's drinking juice and he's doing gear and all this type of stuff, and he's telling people he's lost his phone and they're sending him new phones, his subscribers are offering him new cars, all this type of shit. Anyway,
Oh shit, I want those subscribers.
hey, listen, well, you have to do, I knew this is another thing, is because I observe people and they don't know I'm observing. So 2 weeks ago, and the live is still there, Tobbs pulled out 6 iPhones and he said, I've got 6 iPhones. If I get arrested, and I know if I get, and he said, I've got 6 iPhones and they all work, man. They all work. Then he said, when I get arrested and they take my phone, I've got 6 phones here, so they won't stop the Torbinator. Well, once he got arrested and he lost his phone, he'd come on YouTube saying that he ain't got no phones. So DJ Audit sent him a brand new Samsung phone with £20 credit. And the other day, someone said to him in his chat, oh, what happened about the other iPhones you had? And he turned around and said, oh, I can't find them now. I can't find them. They're somewhere in the house, but none of them work now anyway. So I got DJ to send me a phone. Well, this afternoon, this was a week ago, this afternoon in his live. Now, this is just one lie that I've picked up on and telling you. In his room this afternoon, in his live, that's now deleted, he said that he swindled someone out of a phone. He went, well, actually, I didn't swindle him. He sent me the phone. That was his words. You know, someone who can't.
Good.
So anyway,
to say the least, Ronnie, I know you and him don't get on well. I mean, I watched that one where he sort of really, and he went right into you. And I was going to ask him the question when I was on the panel, how comes he's so kind to Crinkle when Crinkle basically calls every auditor a wanker? And he was so harsh with you for just saying it was childish to put a camera in the police's face.
Well, I
wondered what he would respond, but he quickly come off the panel and said that, and then Crinkle answered for him. And I said, oh, you answer the questions now, Crinkle.
Well, then, so over the last couple of weeks, and this is how I know a lot of the community, I get messages of people, and some of them use their name, some of them don't use their name, and I can tell it's some people under different names just telling me, and then saying to me, you know what, Torbs is literally like turning his back on the community. Torbs is doing this. Torbs is
Yeah, but
acting
you have to
funny.
be careful that they could be using you because they know you've got a
No,
mouth. You say something.
yeah, yeah. Do you know
But
what, Ronnie?
You be
I
careful,
just
bro.
what
no,
Nunya
no,
just said there. I thought about that because you will call things out. So why can't they
no,
call them out themselves? It's almost like they haven't got the
because
balls to.
yeah, because they sit on the panel and lick his ass under their real names. That's why. You see the people that have messaged me, like some of them, they do use different aliases. They ain't using me to call them out because it's only been today that I've really got mad messages. Even if you go on there's a girl called Talia, yeah, and she said to me, you know what, I'm glad the other day that you called out Tobbs and his bullshit because no one else does, yeah. He just chats shit to everyone. Like, someone come up to me and told me that, you know, Torbs was it's not people that are trying to cause shit. Please believe me, it's probably people on this panel right now. It's people that are friends with him. This is the mad thing about it. And because they won't speak out in case the community disowns that person.
Oh, I see where you're
I know
going.
what you're
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about.
They don't want to
I know what
really
you're talking
expose themselves as not being. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say one thing about Tubbs, right? And it's what you said the other day. 3 months ago, he looked more healthier and more aware of what he's doing. And I did see the live stream yesterday, Ronnie. I don't want to say too much on the subject, but he's not looking
I'll
very
tell you
well.
one thing I've always respected Torbs for.
Yeah.
And it's the bit where he goes up to the police and says, why don't they wear a badge for the people what's died at the hands of the police? And I think that's quite
But you say
brave
that,
of
but
him, you know.
AB done that a year ago. AB went out and done that. AB done that.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Everything Torbs does is off the back of someone else's idea. The whole addiction live come off the back of Society X. You know what I mean? He didn't come up with that idea. He didn't come up with the flag idea. Go back on AB's post. AB was going up to coppers asking them to change the thin blue line badge for another British badge, yeah. And
free of charge, free of charge.
Yeah,
Do you mind changing this? And all those coppers said no. I want something.
Yeah.
But you know, like you know what I mean? The guy's full of shit. But do you see what Andrew just said? I don't really want to say too much. It's people like Andrew that come and say, look, I don't want to speak out against someone in the community, but he's full of fucking shit. But if I say something, everyone's going to turn their back on me. Whereas me, I don't care if people turn their back on me.
I don't
know
think.
you're saying it to, mate. I know you're saying it to. And yeah, you are right. There is a lot of difference between Tobbs 3 months ago and what he is now. Like, you know, there is
so if you don't realize this, yeah, when his channel was dying around Christmas,
I think it was last week, Ronnie. Ronnie, you pointed out last week what you said backstage with was on Jason's channel, and it does quite make quite sense what you're saying.
I'll just say, even Talia, I didn't know this, but you know, since I spoke out and said that Tobbs is actually the wrong one and not Filmboy and BBA, even Talia and her boyfriend Midnight, they're cool, yeah. Even they were like, do you know what? They know Tobbs in real life. When Tobbs was doing all this mad stuff and telling people that he weren't on gear, he got Talia and her boyfriend to drive them around for 8 hours around crack houses trying to get him gear. He didn't tell YouTube that. He told YouTube that he was abstinent, but yet he's driving around for 8 hours trying to get juice. And when he can't get juice, he's putting up on other people on the street corner and asking them to get him gear. And he's doing that with Talia. And then Talia only went down there to help him paint his house, wallpaper his house. In the end, it ended up with her and her boyfriend scoring for Torbs.
Well,
and
Ronnie,
Do you also do you guys? Sorry, Andrew. Go on, mate.
Is it going to be, you know, what Tubbs has started with BBA and Filmboy now, it's all gonna explode, mate. And it'd be hell of ironic if he is still on the gear, right? If he is, he's taking that shit again.
Listen to this. I have a brother that does crack and heroin. Yeah, every day. Crack, heroin, weed, speed, up for 7 days. Goes into mental health hospital. Now, when I showed him a picture of Torbs 2 days ago, and I said, "Do you think this guy's a recovered heroin addict?" And he looked and he went, "Oh, bro, he looks like a skeleton." And he said, and do you know what my brother's words were?
Yeah,
He looks worse than me, and I'm not a recovered addict. And that's not a joke. He looks worse than my brother. And and listen to this. I just want people to realize, yeah, because I see people giving him money because of his story about addiction and his addiction lives and stuff like that. And I just find it bad. Like, I just find it bad. Like,
I'm not dissing the guy. I'm not fucking bad mouthing the guy behind his back.
Yeah.
Right?
No, he had time. He had the opportunity.
Can I just say something as well? I mean, I'll ask Nunya this because you got a big channel in it, Nunya.
I don't have a big channel.
Well, you got good. You got a big support. How many subscribers have you got?
Big, but we're pretty small here.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying, do you think it's important, like when a guy's got a channel and it gets big, that his ego doesn't run away with him?
I don't think it's anything about ego, Mark.
No,
if I'm honest,
hold on, Andrew.
It is about ego.
No, it's not about ego. No, it's about addiction. It's about
Andrew.
I'm not just talking about. I'm not just talking about Torbs. I'm talking about any YouTuber. When their channel gets big, it's important that they should keep their.
You got an addiction for life, right?
Andrew,
look,
hold on a minute.
It's simple. If you got an addiction, you got it for life.
No,
yeah?
forget the addiction. The addiction, forget the addiction, right? He's an addict. Fuck him. That's it, done. Next thing is that his ego has exploded since News Now Yorkshire has been going and doing audits with him. No, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I've heard him saying on his live, daily, "I'm the Torbinator man. I don't need no one from this community, man. I'm a one-man army." He's goaded people into having a problem with him. There was no problem with him. He's the problem. Honestly.
I'm not defending him, Ronnie. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying.
No, you can.
I'm not defending him. I'm just saying. If he's got a drug or alcohol addiction, it's there for life. But I'm not saying you're wrong.
I mean, look, Andrew. What I'm saying, listen, Andrew. What I'm saying is, I've watched the likes of, say, Coley Burks for the start, and his ego. Andrew, let me finish. When he goes out and he does a live, when he's in a pub, his ego is his head so big.
Yeah.
And he actually left a thing, and I left a comment up, and he said, "Thanks for the advice." I said, "Listen, stick to your audits and don't be going out giving it all the big one, because it's making yourself look stupid." And he said, "Thanks for the advice. I think I'm going to do that." And I think it's his ego when he's had a drink and he's got everyone making all these comments, and it's, I don't know if the ego's got to his head, but he's better off when he's doing his audits.
Look at me 2-3 weeks ago. And I got selfish. I had like 500 subscribers, and the ego went to me.
Yeah, but you haven't.
No. You're missing the point. You're missing the point of where the ego starts.
Shady, you've never started on anyone, Shady, have you? You've never said a bad word against anyone. I've come on many live bands.
Right, cool. Let me just tell you, like this. If Shady, if it doesn't matter about your subs right now, if you had someone that you looked up to or you was a fan of, imagine, all right, cool. Imagine we all look up to Nanya and we all respect Nanya and we all want to go out on an audit with Nanya, and Nanya chooses me and I feel like I'm the chosen one. That will make my ego so big and make me sort of feel superior to the rest of you here.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
Where if that happened to me, I think Nunya was using me to big up his stuff. 'Cause I'd have an English guy, I'd be in Australia, and then people go, "Hey,
Well,
Nunya,
that
you got British
Shady,
friends." Respect.
Shady. That's why I asked. That's why I asked Nunya, because every time I see Nunya, he's a sort of level-headed. I don't see no ego in Nunya.
Nah, not here, man.
Yeah.
We
you
don't
seen
have
his
egos here, mate.
Have you
Yeah.
seen his videos?
Well, the
Every-
thing is, I see
if-
ego
if-
in a lot of guys. What their
Yes.
channels start growing.
Yeah.
I mean, look at me.
Wait,
I've
can I
got
just
50
say,
subs, and I'm starting to go a bit crazy.
you know what?
I've
I had an
noticed a
argument.
change in you, Kelly.
Have you got a
Look at
channel,
Nunya's
Mark?
live stream. Every's going,
Yeah, I got a
Nunya,
channel, just very small, Nunya. So
She don't
only
even
because
know.
I come in these chats. I
Nunya,
got a couple of
Nunya,
videos
you're
up that
good
were
work.
good. You might like one.
Yeah, put the where's
I
it?
don't know how
Put
to
the,
do it. If someone else can do it,
put the link in the private chat.
do you know what, Nunya? I don't know how to do it. Someone maybe, if there's a
you
mod
type
out
it?
there,
Can
could
you
do it.
put a message in the main chat?
Yeah, I
See
can
if
do
I
it.
can do it.
If
I'll
you
tell
put
you
a
what
message
I'll
in the main chat, I'll find your
do. I'll
channel.
come out and I'll put a
Oh,
comment.
Ronnie, you know what you're saying?
I'll come out and come back in.
I'm not going to disagree
So
with
I
you.
can do it for you, Mark.
Where's he gone? Where's Mark gone?
Oh, well, Nunya, to me, my opinion of you, when you're doing these live streams, I see everybody going, "You're Nunya, big up." And you just do the smile, yeah, and you get
Keep
that
going.
look. But yet, my perception of you, it hasn't gone to your head. You're not
No.
big-headed. It's like, that's it. And that's the hardest thing that people can do.
No, I've got no ego, man. I'm nothing.
No,
That's how I look at myself.
Nunya.
I'm a nothing.
You're a good guy. That's what you
I'm
are.
just an old man who feels police. That's it.
You are harmony.
Mark's
You're
link
harmony
is
in
in
a
the
little
chat, mate.
kind of harmony.
Okay.
You got it.
If we can all be like you, Nunya,
Where?
not get big-headed.
Oh, yes, I see it.
It's going to be a better place,
Got it.
man.
Where's Mark gone?
But Nunya
I
never...
think Mark went
52
to
subscribers.
Huh?
I'll subscribe to you, bro.
Ah, man.
So what I'm going to do, Rasta, big up.
You know, I noticed people said big up, and then I put that in front of my name. So everybody has to say big up to me. Yeah, am I dumb or am I? Oh, Rasta, big. Oh yeah, man. Who's this Mark Kelly? I might subscribe to you. You
Fuck
Mark
you,
Kelly.
hell.
is
Have you
fucking
done
awesome.
that in a coke or something? Shady.
Subscribe to Mark Kelly,
Are you on coke or speed or something?
I don't use that then.
He's alcohol.
Any chemical that's running around my mind now is undiagnosed because I'm an alcoholic. You know when you're an alcoholic, they don't want to know you. And nobody wants to know you. Quit the alcohol.
Yeah.
Diagnose you.
I don't think he does.
Yeah.
Unless
You're
they
welcome,
commit-
Mark.
Shady, the other day when you pulled yourself out, I thought you done the correct thing because I could see you was feeling a bit like you didn't really was doing what you was accused of, and you done the right thing, I think, when you just pulled yourself out.
I was talking to Tony and I was saying, I did a poll, I was honest. I did a poll and we were just chatting. That's what was referred. Me, Crinkles, Laura was there, and I went, look, in the background there's a poll. Yeah. If you go to Tony and you could say this and that and the other, nobody's gonna listen. So I did a poll. Should he bring the post down for now or delete it? And something like 78% of people, after what was it? 66, 7 hours, and the majority said yeah. Then I got somebody going back and forth, going, it's brought that place down. Now, why did I do it? The drama. It was about look at Live Free. You know,
is that why you and Laura argue, Shady? Because you've done a poll or something? Is that?
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't that. It was about.
Let me just
Shady's
put in,
saying.
Mark, I've got a video to show you. Everyone else has seen it, apart from the three guys in the middle. Have a listen to this, Mark. Everyone be quiet.
I was being truthful.
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taken his video down, right? The live stream down.
Yeah. Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, they are.
So there was nothing wrong with the video, right? It may be controversial, but there's nothing actually wrong, rules and all things like that, you know?
Is this about the girl?
Yeah.
I did that.
Okay.
So the topic of discussion was, in case you don't know, yeah, is that with the thing about the girl was we were saying if we've all reported the video and YouTube have left it up, then the girl must be of age. But if YouTube removes the video, she must not be of age, right?
Yeah. What's the report for?
I'm not defending Tony. Hold
on, let Nanya answer.
Nanya's bigger than all of us, so let Nanya answer, please.
Report the video for what?
Right, so it was reported for sexual content and probably probably child abuse.
Yeah, but how would YouTube know how old the person is?
Exactly. Well, this is what I'm saying, Nanya. Listen to what I said when I heard it. Yeah, people are saying that YouTube will check her ID, and if they check to see if she is of age. If her YouTube account says she's of age, they will ask her to.
You can use any date of birth when you set up a Google account.
Exactly. So YouTube wouldn't necessarily remove it if it's reported for underage. They're not going to go and ask her for her ID.
Ronnie, are you trying to say Tony's a nonsense or what?
No. What I'm saying is that when I was on the panel, yeah, everyone said to me that if the girl was underage, YouTube will remove the video. If she's not underage, YouTube will keep the video up. Now, my argument was YouTube doesn't care that much. YouTube ain't gonna go and find out this woman's age. They don't give a fucking shit.
It's like Nadia just said, anybody could use any name.
YouTube cares about opinions.
Yeah, so, Tony was way out of order. Tony was way out of order.
So Tony removed this video, did he?
YouTube took it down.
YouTube took it down?
Yeah, he admits it in that clip.
Wow.
I think that's what the video's about. You know what? Vincent just played Nanya. I think Tony P said that he'd taken the video down, but YouTube was actually taking the video down.
Oh, right, okay. Wow.
Bullshit.
They must have got a lot of reports.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing is they got a lot of reports and complaints about it.
I'll just say now, yeah, that when someone said to me, if she is over age, YouTube will leave it up, and if she's underage, YouTube will take it down. My response was exactly what Nanya said. They won't know her age. They'll only go by what her YouTube account, and they'll go by what she says she is, and they'll take her word for it. There is no way in hell they are going to get a report of child abuse and go and hunt that girl down and ask her parents for her ID. You're off your head if you think that.
But
that was my response.
Did he tell you the reason they removed it?
No, well,
I think the reason they can use it anyway, they'll just say breach the terms and conditions or something.
Right. In that clip, you hear SG says to Tony P, "Oh, Tony P." Actually, Vincent can play it again, but he says, "Oh, Tony P, you didn't move the video, did you? YouTube took it down," and he said, "Yeah, they did." He said,
let me play it again.
Yeah.
I'll play it again.
Play it again.
Yeah.
I was being truthful.
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taking his video down, right? The live stream down.
Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, they have.
So there was nothing wrong with the video, right? It may be
Exactly.
controversial, but there's nothing actually wrong, rules and all things like that, you know?
So he said, "Yeah, you're right." When he says, "Did YouTube?"
So no, he
remove
said,
it?
yeah, they have.
Yeah, they have. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear it, Mark.
YouTube took it down, not Tony P. Tony P
can I
said
So it would still be in circulation then if YouTube didn't take it down, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know my argument. Oh, sorry, I got him. Yeah, my argument was everybody loves Tony. The thing is, look at Live Free. You know Live Free, where his catchphrase, "Have a lovely day."
Shady, we're not talking about Live Free here, man. Come on.
What's
hold
that
on.
got to do with anything?
Hold on.
I don't love Tony P.
Let Shady speak.
I'm going to calm down. I'm going to calm down because obviously my logic doesn't give a shit. Nobody cares.
Well, it's
But
not, Shady.
this is a positive. This is a positive about YouTube. Yeah, look at Live
No,
Free.
no, no.
Have a lovely day.
Let Shady speak, Roddy. Please. Why have you muted Shady, Vincent? Vincent, that's not right.
Because we're going to try and talk about.
Anyway.
We're going to try and talk about the subject in discussion.
I am trying to.
He's just making it.
Keep it relevant, Shady.
I'm trying to talk about the subject. I'm
Right,
saying
cool
about
then.
positive. I'm trying to say a positive. I'm explaining a positive. Then
And we
I'm explaining
appreciate
a
that.
negative. I'm going to do a negative. Yeah.
No, no.
That's
Just
what-
explain whatever you was going to explain quickly.
I was trying to, and everybody blocks me.
Go on.
What's the fucking point?
Well, go on.
What's the fucking point? I've had beers. What's the fucking point? Anyway,
Hey,
positive.
Shady.
Just say what you're going to say. You were making an example of Tony P and something about.
Look at the positivity. Look, there's smart geezers out there. There's smart guys out there that can make a video good and bad. Yeah, Live Free got the good video. Tony, he left that up. They could have made a really nasty video of him that would have haunted him.
Who
That's
left
why
it up?
You know what I mean? That's
Who
what I'm
left?
trying to
Who?
say.
No, no, no.
Thing is,
Shady.
the thing
Shady,
is,
who
Shady,
left
that's
the
always
video
going
up?
to haunt him, that video. That's
Yeah.
always going to haunt his YouTube career.
Who
And
who
he's-
left the video up, Shady? Who left the video up, Shady?
It was on for 48 hours after.
Well, then he did it to himself.
Yeah,
Exactly, Ron. Yeah, that's
He
what he
made a
done.
big
He done it
mistake.
to himself.
Exactly.
When people try to advise him of what's going to happen, to me, he went 3 times at least.
So hold on a minute. What's that got to do with anyone else's catchphrase then?
Because he was trying to say about fucking Live Free about making good videos and Tony P making the bad.
But the thing is, two different people, two different contents, completely.
Right.
You can't.
Just trying to.
Ronnie,
Shady was just trying to fucking put an example across. He wasn't fucking saying anything bad about it.
Ronnie, any situation can be put in a good way or a bad way. Yeah, Live Free. Yeah, and somebody made a song. Imagine that same person using that same technique, the training, the skill, and put that in a negative way. What I saw was Tony was letting those doors open for those sort of experts.
Yeah, but why didn't he listen, Shady? Why didn't he listen to everybody? Everybody was trying to tell him. He was a
Yeah, but
massive
nobody would have to do a video on that. He did his own video on that.
Exactly, Ron. Yeah.
You know, I mean, he exposed
You can't
himself.
make it any worse.
Yeah, you can't. How can you make it any worse?
No, literally, you can make it worse.
You
Oh, I
could, I
don't know how.
suppose, but he's done it
You know
now.
how to edit. If you know how to edit videos,
Totally. You don't have to edit that to make it look like what it is. But
Just make the Shady with again, right? Are you on about people making a video of Live Free, put him in the wrong like
No.
today, and the
No.
same with Tony P. You're on about making
No,
them
I'm just saying, Live Free's video was a positive with all his catchphrases. Live Free, beautiful song. Imagine if somebody that with that quality, that skill, and went, I don't like Tony.
Right.
They could
That's
do
a
a
really
positive
shit analogy.
negative. No, they could put it in a negative. I could do an excuse, right?
Shady.
That girl
Shady.
that girl could have said to me,
Shady.
that girl could have said, "Come in my hair," and then
So,
then they take that thing and Tony's
right.
going,
No. Right.
and then
Okay.
edit it.
Well.
Yeah, okay.
Well.
Do you understand
Well.
how that is?
No. Well, you don't need to edit that video much to make it look worse, do you?
No.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing
Well, how
to
can you
edit.
try and make it worse? What would you do to make that worse?
You can't, Ronnie.
Thankfully,
It's not worth
No.
I've not got that skill.
You
And
could edit
No.
it, trying to make it look good for him.
Yeah.
No,
But
yeah,
you couldn't
it's
make
not
it worse.
Shady. Here, look. Here's a question for you, Shady. If you had the skill, to make it look worse, what would you do to that video to make it look worse?
Fuck me. I'd try to fucking. I'd have to have research. I'd try to make it better because to me
Yeah,
it was an
exactly. Exactly. You said my point.
And it'd be
Can't
hard
make
to
it
make
any
it
worse.
look better because
There's a
every
lot of
single
evil
word
people
is
out there.
basically out of order.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It'd be
The
hard.
only way
to
you
do
can
that,
make
you
that
know?
video better is to cut her out of the video totally.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The 30 seconds at the
Probably, yeah.
start when he says
Yeah,
hello.
yeah.
That'll be the only thing. Hello, welcome, and
Yeah.
bye.
Goodbye.
And that's it.
You know what I don't understand? I don't understand how Tony could have kept going after everyone told him. Everyone kept telling him.
Yeah.
Mm.
He
That's
just
what
kept
makes
going.
it
That's what I can't get that out of my head how he could keep going.
Well, that's the problem I've got.
And
Is,
it's not making excuses. He does have a brain injury. The poor
yeah.
fella.
No.
Can we
No,
not
but
make
everyone was saying
I know
excuses?
what you guys are going to say. That I'm making excuses for him that he's got a brain injury, but it is true, and he did not influence.
I mean,
But
Right.
Andrew, he can work on computer programming. Believe
yeah,
me.
he can't hide behind a
To
brain.
work on computer programming, he has to have all his faculties in
and
his
he's got
brain
an
working.
IQ of 170, 160.
There's no problem where having a brain injury comes into this.
Now, this is the thing I talk about, where people can manipulate people like Andrew with excuses so easily. Oh, I've done it because I was in a... No, Andrew. No, I'm not having a go at you, Andrew. What I'm saying is that hold on, Andrew.
I know exactly what you're going to say, mate.
No,
I know exactly
you
what you're
don't.
going to say.
Can I say it or what?
I can be influenced about Toad and Tony P. Yeah, I do
Can I
look at
say
it from a different side, right?
No.
Right.
No. That's not what I was gonna say. What I was gonna say was
I know exactly.
you're
You might think I'm stupid.
Hey, chill out, everybody.
Andrew, let him.
More panic attack now.
Yeah, listen. Now,
Andrew, let him say it, Andrew.
See, Andrew, yeah. See, Andrew, he doesn't see bad in people. He's a nice person, yeah. So as soon as someone says, "Oh, Tobbs is out of order," it's people like Andrew that say, "No, Tobbs is a good bloke. He's got a drug addiction. Anything."
I never said Tubbs is a good bloke for what's going on yesterday. I've never said that, Sunshine.
No. You did. You said. No. Andrew, you did. You said there. Andrew, hello.
Andrew, we don't do that around here. So we all be nice, civil, and calm. So please, if you can.
So I weren't being rude to you, Andrew. What I was saying is that there's 100 people like Andrew that will make excuses for someone else's behaviour.
I knew exactly what he's going to say, Vincent. I just told you exactly what he's going to say, mate.
All right.
Okay, but respond nicely, Andrew.
Well, in a sense, hang on. In a sense, Andrew, it's a sort of compliment that you're seeing the best in people. I try to do that as well, so it's a compliment he's giving you in a sense.
Yeah, I know, but he's still putting words in my mouth that's not
No,
true
I'm
because I
not.
haven't
I'm
actually
not.
said it.
All right,
I've
Yeah, but
cool
already
how
then.
can you
said
think
earlier about the
young
Tob
girl
situation.
talking like
I've
that to
already,
you? Fucking hell,
I,
man.
Andrew,
Where's the
you've
good in
just
that?
sat there. Andrew, you've just sat there and made an excuse for Tony's actions.
I haven't made an excuse. I never
You
made
did. You
one
said that
excuse.
he's got.
What did I say? Well, how did I make an excuse for Tony then?
You said,
Because
but
he's
he
not
has a
right.
brain injury.
It's not an excuse. It's not right what he's done or whatever
So then
happened.
why
Man.
mention it? So why
I'm just
mention his
saying.
No,
brain
what
injury?
what
Brain injury
Ronnie,
is a fact.
what Andrew's doing is seeing the good side of people, and in a sort of way, Andrew, it's a compliment to you. It's not actually sort of
Yeah,
running
but
you
it's like
down, in my view.
It's like Ronnie's having a dig at me, though, Mark.
No, I
No,
don't
no, I'm
know.
not.
I think
I'm not. I'm not.
you're reading it the wrong way, Andrew. I
I'm
think
not.
it's almost a compliment. I mean, I'm
Yeah, yeah.
guilty of that as well,
Yeah, well, I'm
Andrew.
not taking it
I
as a
try to
compliment.
find the good in the people, even when they're sort of bad.
Yeah,
Wait,
well, I'm not
let me.
taking it as a compliment. I don't know. I don't want to argue with Ronnie because I think Ronnie
No,
is a good guy, mate. You know, and
hey, Andrew, this is how I meant it. This is how I meant it. You're a good guy, yeah, and you see the good in people. So if I was your friend, Andrew, and I called you every name under the sun, and the next day I told you it's because I was clucking for gear, you'd say, "Oh, I understand that you was in a bad way that day," and you'll let me off with that. You know what I mean? You wouldn't though, because it happens on YouTube, and you still go
actually,
and chat to the same people. So you wouldn't really, would you?
do you know what? You know, you don't know me, to be honest with you, Ronnie, because one of my old mates, Steve, two or 3 years ago, he was fucking crap. He was trying to lie to me, saying he wasn't doing fucking heroin when he was actually going in the bathroom, fucking letting up smoking gear in my own fucking flat. And when I found out, I went fucking bananas at him when I said to him through my mates on Facebook on a cam call. If he does that and he fucking sleeps, well, I'll beat his fucking head up live on fucking camera, mate. You know,
Yeah.
for lying because he's a piece of shit. Like.
Yeah, he's took it. What he's done is took advantage of you, mate. Where you've been having a beer with him. You know what I mean? That's what he's done.
And he's knocking on my window. The guy was knocking on my window, and I felt sorry for the cunt. I know his brothers all my life. And,
Yeah.
listen,
Listen, guys. I've just realised the time. I've got to get your youngest ready for school and that. So, peace out. Yeah. Take it easy, guys.
Good to see you, Mark.
Sorry, Mark. Sorry. None of it is even any of my business that's going on anyway. So.
I got my chorus on.
So you shouldn't put words in people's mouth, Ronnie, because you don't know a lot of stuff that has gone on. You know.
Well, you could say that about everyone online, Andrew. Like, you could say that about absolutely everyone.
Yeah.
You know, I
you know, I'm not going to agree with you because I don't know the full facts behind what Tobes is going through at the moment, whether he is on it or he isn't on it. I don't know. Nobody really knows. But, I mean, it's a load of bullshit what he's done. And the same with Tony P. Nobody really knows how old that fucking woman, girl, or whoever the fuck she was.
But then
really,
can we agree then that him having a brain injury has nothing to do with the conversation? And Torbs' addiction has nothing to do.
You don't know the facts whether Tobe is fucking on the gear or not, or you don't know the facts.
I do know the facts. He's admitted he's on the gear, Andrew.
You can't really
He's admitted. He's admitted he's on the gear, Andrew, out of his own mouth.
He hasn't admitted it.
Well, you was there yesterday, all day.
I wasn't there all day, but you know, he did not admit anything, mate. What he admitted was, well, he hasn't admitted anything.
Is this a joke or something?
What BBA and Film Boy said, that he was calling them a wrong and he's tried to make an argument between, well, three good friends, BBA, Film Boy, and fucking what's his name, Tom.
So are you now saying that you haven't?
You know.
And now you're saying you haven't been in his.
Ronnie, I woke up at 6 o'clock last night and I tuned in and then I seen all the shit going on.
So, did you know at 11 o'clock yesterday morning, he said that he does gear? Did you know that?
No, he didn't say that though, did he?
Was you there?
Were you there? Have you got proof
Yes.
of it?
What's going on here? Am I talking to well, are you joking me?
I was watching Film Boy.
No. That was 8 o'clock last night.
He never said he was on the gear, did he? He never said
that was 8 o'clock last night you watched Film Boy. I'm talking 11 o'clock in the morning while you were sleeping in bed. Oh, fuck. All right, cool, Andrew. All right, mate. All right. When he got arrested, he didn't come out clucking for gear and go and get a fix. No, he didn't do that.
Did he? He never said he was on it.
So, yeah, I'm a millionaire, Andrew. I'm a millionaire. I'm related to the Queen, bro.
Ronnie, I'm not trying to stick up.
No, I don't mind if you are, but what you're saying is totally obscene. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
This is what's in your head, see, Ronnie. You think
no.
Right? This is what's going on in your head, mate. You know.
No, Andrew, if you come online,
I know exactly what you're gonna say, fucking before you even say it, mate. So,
Andrew, no, you don't. What am I gonna say now? Go on. Go on, Andrew. What did I say yesterday, Andrew, at 11 in the morning while you were sleeping, Andrew?
All the arguments when you know.
Andrew,
why am I being forward to it? It's not my. Oh, sorry.
I'm a millionaire. I'm related to the Queen, bro. Yeah.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Yeah, and of course Torbs ain't on gear. Of course he ain't, because he told you that. So because someone you don't know tells you something.
How do you know what he's told me? I've never spoken to the guy in private. How the fuck do you know that?
So what are you talking about then? How did he tell you he's not on gear then?
Well, how did he tell you he's on gear?
Yes, 11 o'clock yesterday morning.
Ronnie, first of all, keep it calm. Secondly,
well, come on, Vincent.
Ronnie, hang on. It is just your assumption.
It's not my assumption. Are you deaf, bro? He said it out of his own mouth. You know, if someone says something out of their own mouth on a camera, they're saying it themselves out of their mouth on a camera. Do you understand do you understand what that means? Wait, can people understand what it means when someone says something on a camera into a phone on a live? It means they're saying it.
He didn't. Yeah, what was his word then, Ronnie?
Look, so last weekend when he got arrested, he come out on the Monday and he said he was clucking. He was clucking. He had to go and get a fix. Yeah? Yesterday morning, he sat there and he was like talking about I'm on gear, man. So what if I'm on a fucking gear? So what if I did get a fix yesterday? So what if I did relapse and go and stay at my mum's house? He said these things. Yesterday afternoon, he lost his mind and he went on and he showed the real Torbs. And now I have people telling me that he didn't say this shit. It's absolutely abysmal, bro. Abysmal.
I've never said that, Ronnie. I've never said he's
you
not
did,
back
Andrew.
No. I've never said he's not back on it. What I said is he never said that yesterday on the live stream.
Okay, you was watching it with me. You was watching it on there. Then.
No. Hang on. Right. Ronnie's talking about yesterday morning. Did you catch the yesterday evening one?
Yeah.
Andrew. Right. Ronnie's talking about yesterday morning. He did a live.
Do you know there's an AM and a PM?
No, is there a fucking 24 and a 12 hour? Yeah, didn't know that, mate.
Well, you know what I mean? When I say yesterday morning at 11 o'clock, I don't mean in 4 hours from now, Andrew. I mean yesterday morning.
Well, have you got proof you actually said it? Oh.
It's all right, Andrew. I don't expect to you know what I mean? I expect nothing more.
I'm not gonna sit here and deny you might not be able to,
Can you find it, Vince?
Did you hear this, Master, on the very money lobby in the lobby?
Do you know
here
what?
that
Let me
actually
tell you
said-
something. Hold on. Let me tell you something. Torbs has deleted. He done about 6 lives yesterday. He's deleted so many lives of what he said yesterday, and I hope someone's gonna clip them. Hold on. I'm not talking to you, Andrew. I'm talking to everyone else as well. Okay. So yesterday he done so many lives. Yesterday he was calling out G Love. This was at 2 a.m. He was calling out G Love, walking around his house, showing his bank card, showing his driver's license, calling everyone in the community scumbags.
Was he under the influence?
What?
And he's always under the influence, but that makes no excuse, innit? He's a 50-year-old man who should be able to control his drug habit. That's where it is at the end of the day. But Andrew, let me tell you, there's proof there that he called out G Love as well.
G Glove. Gamer and Purge's mate, G Love.
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you, mate?
From the northeast, G Love. G Glove. Actually, not G Love.
Yeah, same person.
Yeah.
Yes,
No,
it's the same person. Yes.
G Glove, not fucking G Love.
Oh, okay. G Love. However you want to, like, are you really?
G Love glove.
He didn't call out G Love because G Love was said he didn't want anything to do with it, and it's none of his.
Do you know what, Andrew? You're so like, please drop me out, bro. You're telling me Torbs didn't say Mr. Glover, telling G Love he's out of order for coming on Film Boy's panel with me and Film Boy. You telling me that weren't said?
What, on Film Boys last night?
Are you listening to me, brother? Are you listening?
Can someone help me out here for fuck's sake?
It's all on Torb's live, bro. He's talking about Torbs, not Film Boy.
Torbs didn't come on Film Boys Live. Torbs offered for me and Film Boy and BBA to go. Oh, you know it all. You know it all. So I'm not. Don't ask me no more questions then.
Well, didn't G Love or G Glove? Is it you want about Glove or fucking Love?
It doesn't matter, does it? Because you obviously don't know who we're speaking about.
I seen G Glove go on.
No, it don't matter what you say.
They didn't want to get involved in it. And same as Gamer
Okay,
didn't want
Andrew.
to until they spoke to.
All right, Andrew. And I didn't say G Love did get involved, Andrew. I didn't say he got involved. I said Torbs was calling out G Love. Fucking hell.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You don't, well, I thought you knew, innit? I thought you knew what I was about to say. I thought you knew what happened this morning. I thought you knew what happened tomorrow, bro. What happened to you knowing?
He's telling us what Torb said on his live, which has been deleted.
Right. Okay. Thank
you.
you.
But actually, if you go on JB's live, JB played a little bit of Torbs' live, so you can look it on JB's channel if you want. He plays Torbs' live for a little while, and you can see Torbs pulling. Wait, hold on. You could. What?
He showed his bank card and his driving license.
Right. So you watched that live, did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you didn't hear him saying, "Mr. Glover on that fucking panel." Rah, rah, rah. You didn't hear that bit. No. No. I think some people have selective hearing and seeing. I'm not gonna lie, especially on YouTube.
Why would they have selective hearing or whatever they're trying to say? Why do they have that?
Well, there's a prime example of it right now.
Because you saw the live, but you didn't see the part that he was Ronnie's talking about.
Because Nanya, I had Film Boys open. So I was listening to Film Boys, and I had JB's open, and JB was on the panel official, and then JB started playing Tobes' live and he showed his bank card and his driving license. Tobes.
And you didn't see nothing more. You didn't hear or see nothing more.
I was listening to Phone Boys.
Oh.
But I seen, so I had two windows open, see what the fuck was going on, mate.
Well, listen. I mean, you know, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, when people are sort of,
You know, you're probably right, Ronnie. You're probably right, mate. I'm not saying
no,
you're
no,
not
but,
right
but
about
what I'm trying to make clear is, yeah.
You assumed that I would set up for Tub. You assumed that, mate.
Do you know where this has just stemmed from? Is me saying, so we spoke about Torbs and Tony P both to Andrew J. Torbs, he said that he's not on gear and he believes what Torbs is saying, and he said that he said that Tony P, he said that Tony P has a brain damage, so it's basically making excuses for these people's actions. I don't understand. And these are the type of people that they'll hide behind because they will throw themselves in front of the bullet for these people. Seriously.
I'm not gonna speak to Tony P. I haven't spoken to him since that day, and there's a reason for that. It's not like what Master Ron said when I was listening a few hours ago. I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable being in this fucking situation now that you put me in, to be honest with you. And I don't
but
really
he has
want
brain damage though.
Hang on a sec, right? I don't really want to bad Tobes for. I mean,
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's good, Andrew.
Right? It's a shit situation. What Tobes has got BB in and Film Boy and all the rest of us. It's a shit situation, mate. You know,
Andrew. So why won't you talk to Tony P?
Because of what happened that day. I don't.
But he has brain damage. So it don't matter now that he has brain damage.
No, but I mean that might be a reason for it. You know, there might be a reason for it.
Well,
I don't know. I haven't got brain damage myself. I don't know, do I? So, what the fuck do I know?
I think we've threshed that one out, guys. I think Andrew's not really willing to talk about it, so.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you can look at. I try and look at them both sides. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to judge. I don't want to judge Tobe, even if he is back on a gear. He's totally out of wrong. What he said to Film Boy and BBA, he's totally out of order. He's going to cause a rift, mate. Any Vincent, he's going to cause a rift.
Did you know?
Hang on a second, Ronnie. Right. I know you fucking. I know you like to have your say, mate. But can I speak to Vincent for a second? With a sensible head on his shoulders.
But you think it's just about one thing?
Go on, Andrew.
Well, that's what I wanted to say because Ronnie's getting a bit fucking too into it. And I did see a lot of shit that went on last night, and it's not fair on Film Boy or BBA. And it's not really about Ronnie. Ronnie's just trying to call out Tobes.
I agree with you.
Right. Hang on, Ronnie. Hang on. Let me fucking finish this. And yeah, so I mean, it's none of. Well, it's not. Well, it is our. Well, it's not. I suppose it's. Fucking hell.
Andrew, let me respond to that. Be quiet, Ronnie. Andrew, it's admirable that you want to keep out of it. I didn't get involved with any of it last night, and I'll be honest with you, when I started this live stream, I had the mind to stop any more talk of it, but it's been calm. We have discussed it. A few people have talked about it, and it's been nice and calm. So I've thought to myself, well, if Torbs was to come on or hear it, at least he would hear how people feel in a calm manner. And that's probably a better representation than what happened last night on Film Boys. So that's why I have allowed it. But like you, Andrew, I'd rather not talk about it. And Ronnie just needs to probably
I
realise
mean,
that as well.
I think Ronnie wants to make a point of it, and I think.
But
I
I
do
understand why
because
Ronnie's fired up, Andrew, because Ronnie
I,
was mentioned by Torbs yesterday, and if I'd been mentioned in an aggressive way by somebody, I would respond probably differently to Ronnie's way, but I
Andrew,
would respond.
Andrew, you know what Torb's done today? He messaged BBA and told BBA he's gonna start a drama to make us all. Yeah,
I
you
know.
know that. Oh, yeah, you know. Oh, yeah, you know, of course you do.
Yeah. And that's why I said it's not fair on Filmboy or BBA what Tobes, whatever his name is.
100%. But you know what? It's not fair on what he does to all of the people in his life when he's sitting there trying to turn them against people in the community and being
Well, you know
bitchy and
what?
making sly
Let me,
comments about people.
if you let me answer 20 minutes ago, Ronnie, he's the only person is going to hurt from this is Tobes himself. He's going to lose subscribers. He lost subscribers last night. He lost fucking members of his own page last night because of what he's fucking tried to do about. It's like Nunya said last night. I read the comment and Nunya said, if people in the UK make drama and for views. I think Nunya. I read one of Nunya's comment last night on Filmboy. Saying that, and it's true. This is Tobes' downfall, and if he is back on the gear, and it's going to bring him down, mate. And it's like I said earlier, Ronnie, with people with addiction, it's there for life, mate. It's
Yeah,
there for
fine.
life,
I've
mate.
got an addiction. My addiction's weed, wanking, eating food, seeing my kids. I've got loads of addictions. Seriously. But I
Thanks for
don't
sharing
put
that, Ronnie.
yeah, I mean, yeah, trust me. I have a foot fetish addiction and everything. I have crazy ones, right?
You like big, beautiful women.
And don't forget you like eating people as well. You're
Yeah,
a cannibal.
and I will eat your ass. I will eat your ass.
Oh, Mr. Bean. Whoa.
Oh my God.
Well, it's gonna be, it's gonna be Tobes' downfall, Ronnie. It's gonna be Tobes' downfall.
I like that coffee one.
Oh no. Oh.
Well, he's made his bed now, isn't he, Ronnie? Same as Tony P. He's
Nah,
made
he's
his
made
bed.
his bed, but I'll make sure I tuck him
You
in.
let me finish, I want.
You know what I'm saying?
And they both made their bed. Tony P made his bed when he didn't listen to fucking
Tony P
Andrew.
hasn't got much flack though, has he? Everyone's forgiven him.
No.
Eh?
But Tony P made the wrong decision. Torbs has made many, many wrong decisions with the wrong attitude, with the wrong outlook. He's treated the community like BBA Filmboy, even the subscribers. So his old persona. If you go back from about Christmas and then just watch his lives up until today, you'll go, fucking hell. All of a sudden, it's some different Torbs, one man army, don't need no one. I'm fucking the best in the fucking world, and I'm top fucking auditor on fucking YouTube. Like, this is the type of energy he's putting out. You know what I mean? It's like bad energy.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
Bad energy. But I just even like UK. All right, cool. What about this? UK stands together, Nanya. UK stands together. He got a
He's the one
5-year
that got,
ban.
yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, he got a 5-year ban and let's say a £500 fine or whatever. Yeah. Now for for you to fight that court case, yeah, or whatever, for you to get that conviction overturned in court will probably cost maybe a couple of grand or whatever. Yeah. But he put up a community post, and I made him take it down. Me, yeah, because I didn't agree with it. Yeah, he has 15,000 followers. He put up a post on his community page saying, I'm asking you all to donate to me as much as you can so that I can fight this court case. And I looked at it and I thought, you know what?
He pled guilty, didn't he?
He pled guilty. Yeah, he pled guilty. He's got it. Yeah, so now he wants his subscribers to get his conviction overturned, even though he broke the law. Yeah,
he wants to appeal the sentence.
yeah,
of penalty.
but he has to pay for that. Yeah, so he's asked all of his 15,000 subscribers for money towards it. Now, when I look at that, he hasn't put no receipt that it's going towards a court case that costs however much. So I look at it that if every subscriber of 15,000 people gave you £1 each, and your court case is only at $2,000, you've made £13,000 there. Now that's a steal of over. That goes into tens of thousands.
Yeah. Have you heard of Monica Schmidt?
No.
She's a campaigner here. She was recently locked up for creating a protest. This is when we had the lockdown.
Yeah.
So they locked her up, and she became a political prisoner. She had pro bono representation, and she still did a GoFundMe, and she raised over $500,000, and she's got no legal fees. So the mainstream media did a big article saying, "Oh, she's made $50,000 for every day that she stayed in prison." Because what happened is they gave her bail conditions was that she had to shut down everything, and she refused those bail conditions, so she stayed locked up. And so her friends did a GoFundMe, and she got over $500,000.
And yet the legal fees were free anyway, but the GoFundMe were for the
her lawyers said they're not charging her anything.
Yeah. Do you see what I mean? But this sort of thing, the thing is though, yeah, you're a small channel trying to grow in that, and you're already trying to rob your subscribers. That's how I look at it. Because look, if I had a channel with 30,000 subscribers, I'd be transparent with them. Proper, yeah, because the moment you're not, you lose everything, you lose everyone. You have to be transparent at a certain point, yeah. So if I had a court case, if I had a court case, hold on, if I had a court case and 30,000 followers, I wouldn't then say, let me ask everyone for £1 and gain £30,000. What I would do is I'd show them loyalty and say, look, this is the court fees. This is a picture of the receipt. This is what I have to pay. Can you help me raise this money? I don't want a penny more. That's what you're meant to do. You're meant to do that as a fundraiser. Not tell all of your followers, I'm not telling you how much court case it is, but I want all your money. That don't work. You know what I mean? The geezer shut down his community post about 2 days after I hounded him, telling him, listen, it's not fair. If all of your subscribers sent you £1 each, that's £15,000 towards a court case that probably cost 1,500 quid. That means you've made £13,500 potentially, possibly more. Imagine each one put a tenner in, or even if each one put 50 pence in, that's $7,500.
Isn't it something like what Buzz was saying with the with Belfield?
Yeah, exact same. Pay for my legal fees, all this type of stuff. You know what I mean? And there's no paperwork for legal fees. Where's the receipt? How much is it going to cost your followers?
But Ronnie, didn't we discuss this before? And didn't we eventually come to the conclusion that as a successful YouTuber, you would accept donations?
No, but we was talking about Coley Burkston and his community coin.
No, but we distanced ourselves from that, and I said to you, if somebody was to offer you as a donation £1,000, and eventually you said you would take it.
Cool.
And the whole
It's
panel
different.
was in agreement that if YouTubing was your thing, you would take that donation.
Right.
Well,
Okay,
each person would take that donation.
That's
So
different.
you have to. No, Ronnie, let me finish my point here. You have to stop making the point that auditors or YouTubers are lesser because they ask for money or accept donations, whichever way you look at it.
Vincent,
It's
if I
not the
put my
fault of
paper,
the person who asks. It's the fault of the
Vincent,
person who
no,
gives.
you're wrong. You're wrong. If no, you're so wrong, Vincent.
Algorithm subscribers or
If
views,
if if I if I put my PayPal up and people fancy donating to me, that's up to them. If someone wants to send me money and I haven't asked for it, that's up to them. But for me to use a court case to get money donated to me for the court case and no one knows how much the court case is for, that becomes sketchy to me. You're saying to 15,000 people, yeah, I'm paying for a court case, please give me money. And how do we even know you're going to pay that court case? Do we see receipts? Why can't we see a receipt of how much it's going to cost right now? Why can't you tell us how much your court case is going to cost so we can donate just that? That's what donations being given is different to when you say, I've got a court case and I need money, but I'm not going to tell you how much the court case costs. That's wrong.
But it's the choice of the person who offers the money.
But cool. But
It's
you know,
down to
it's
them.
nice.
Let me
Well,
ask you a
look,
question, Ronnie. Let me ask you a question. Would you ever donate to a YouTuber for a court
no,
case or just because they're good?
especially not a court case. But no, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Especially not a court case.
Then
You know
that's
why?
your position on it, and that position is solid. It sounds very solid. Other people view it differently.
Right,
Okay,
Ronnie, you know if like Sunboy or BBA or someone you like, done a lot of panels and you get on them and you talk a lot, would you ever donate to them just for
no,
hosting a channel?
no. I've got bills and I've got kids and I've got no money to donate to any motherfucker on YouTube. I will never give my money to anyone.
If you had money, would you?
Yeah, I mean, if I had money, there's a couple of people that I'd probably throw a little fiver or a little tenner at, but it wouldn't be often. Even if I had the money, I'd have to really like them, you know what I mean, or like their content. But I watch a lot of YouTube, and not one time I've ever thought I want to donate to this guy because I'm just not that way inclined. But Vince,
Yep.
so look, yeah, if I say to you, yeah, all right, cool. If I say to you, yeah, fuck him. If you said to me, oh, you know what, Ronnie, here's 100 quid, I'm gonna put it in your bank account, and I go, oh, thank you, mate, I appreciate that. Weren't expecting that. But if I came to you, Vincent, and I said, Vincent, I've got a court case that I want to pay. Can you help me pay it? Would you just give me £2,000, or would you say, how much does that court case worth? Well, how much is it gonna cost me? Wouldn't you want to know how much it's gonna cost you, Vincent?
You know when people donate
I'm the type of person that
to Go on, Nunya. I'll answer after.
I said I'm the type of person that would just give.
And I was going to say somebody, Ronnie, you asked a question, let me answer. Say there was a little baby who needed hospital treatment, and the only way that a hospital treatment would happen is by donations, and 1,000 people donated £1,000, but they only needed half of the money. What do the parents do with the rest of the money?
Well, look, if they've put out a GoFundMe for £5,000 and they raise more than £5,000, then it's up to them. But as long as you're transparent for what,
Exactly. Leave it right there, Ronnie. Exactly.
No.
And to answer your question, if you ask me for money, Ronnie, if you ask me for money, this is my answer.
But the thing is, though, Vince, yeah, you're telling me,
if you can afford it, if you can afford it.
What? So, but it's
you answered your question. It's up to them.
No.
Vince,
Don't
you
answer
give us £1,000, mate.
Ronnie? Or Ron, rather.
Yeah.
Let's have a check on Ron, see what he's doing. Has he finished that sandwich yet?
Never, mate. I'm never going to finish my food. Like I said, it's on a conveyor belt. It just keeps on going around and around. A new supply keeps on coming towards me.
Ronnie, I'm going to
Yes.
agree with you here. The fella that you described to me the other day, I can't remember his name. Was it Coley Burks?
Yes, yeah, Cody.
Okay, all right. Let me say this. He's a bit cheeky, asking for a contribution towards a court case which nobody else had any involvement with. But if people do donate to that, it's their choice. And he's a
Right, that was
lucky man if they do.
Coley Burks was a different situation. He's made up a community, auditing community Coley coin thing, which is going to be a rug pull anyway. You know what I'm saying? We all know that Bitcoin rug pulls. You know what I'm saying? But look, it was UK stands together for what we was talking about.
Ronnie, can I ask you a question, mate? How old are you?
31.
31.
Go on, why?
No, just asking about this. Just asking.
31, and I've been in a lot of situations where you've had to think fast and work out the situation you're in by what you hear, what you see, what you do, nearly losing your life if you don't make the right decision at the right second or around the right people in the room. You get to know what people are like. You get to know the situation. You know what I mean? Like, you can judge people good. I've got a good judge of character. But all right, Nanya.
Yo.
So you know, if you had a court case and you wanted your followers to pay towards your court case, would you say on your community page, please give me money towards a court case and potentially make £30,000? Or would you say, I've got a court case that costs £5,000 and that's what I want to get donated for, please?
I wouldn't even ask for money.
Yeah, no, of course, hypothetically.
I've got a court case.
Yeah.
Do you know what, Ronnie, you have the perfect opportunity.
I couldn't do it.
We have a YouTuber with a court case. You have the perfect opportunity to ask Nunya's opinion on it, as opposed to just giving everyone your opinion.
No, I've asked him my opinion just now,
Yeah,
Vince.
I couldn't ask.
I just asked him, Vince.
Have you been offered, Nunya?
What, donations?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Every time I'm out filming, people want to give me cash. $50 note, $100 note.
Have you had people approach you because of your court case and offer you to help with money?
No, not because of my court case. They just want to donate. They just want to donate because I want to donate. Nothing to do with the court case.
Have you ever... Hang on, Andrew, just one more. Have you ever refused a donation, Nunya?
Yeah, all the time. Every week. Yeah.
Wow.
I've accepted a donation once, and it's basically because the guy wouldn't accept a no for an answer, and he gave me $300. So that's the one time I've accepted a donation.
So these people who offer you $50 or $100, you refuse them every time. You refuse them every time.
Yep.
Wow. Good for you, man.
You see on my live stream, I say, "Oh, look, someone just asked, they wanted to donate me money," and I said no. I just keep.
You know what though? All right, now let me ask a question as well. I'll ask it again. Hypothetically, Nunya, if you was in desperate need and you needed to ask your subscribers for help towards your court case, would you tell them how much the court case costs, or would you just tell them, "Oh, please give me money towards a court case they know nothing about"?
I'll be proving it.
Thank you.
But that's me though.
Well, that should be everyone, because at the end of the day, if you ain't proving where my money's going, I don't know what you're doing with it. That means
but you're
you
not
could
donating, Ronnie.
No, donate different, Vincent.
No, I mean, I'd be showing the bill, like have the invoice.
Yes, the invoice.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, there's a difference, right, Vincent? There's a difference between.
Most people don't do that.
Hang on a second, then. I'm going to say, right, Vincent.
Go on, Andrew.
If you a YouTube channel for entertainment, like you pay for a TV or Sky Sports or anything like that, because it's entertainment, and that's what instead of watching TV, you watch YouTube or whatever, right? For that entertainment, what like you're doing now, entertaining the panel or making a YouTube video, and you set the donation. But if people ask for it, do you think that's wrong, Vincent?
I think if people ask for it, of course it's wrong. Of course. And I agree with you. It is about entertainment. How entertaining it is here, I'm not sure. But what I can say on that, Andrew, if I use somebody else's experience as well, because I agree with donations. I mean, people will work hard or do work hard on YouTube.
UK
Let me
Stands
just finish,
Together
Ronnie.
did
Let me just
ask.
finish, Ronnie. Hang on. I'll give you one good example that I've seen, and that is Nunya donates quite large amounts to lots of YouTubers from the UK, and I've seen that a lot.
No, not large amounts. 50.
You give $50, Nunya. That's a large amount around here. £25, £28 is
That's not a lot.
If five people a week did that for most YouTubers, they'd retire in the Philippines.
Vincent, I'm going to pull you on something, Vincent. You said that it would be wrong for people to ask for money, but that's what that guy has done, is ask for money with no proof of where the money's going. So how does that make that right?
You're not listening to me, Ronnie. I said he's within his rights to ask for money towards his court case, and people are in their rights as to whether they donate to it or not.
I'd rather give money to a dying baby in intensive care, or a person on the street that actually needs it.
So the difference is that if I put myself out there with a court case, and I put myself out there asking for money to a court case no one knows anything about, that is wrong.
What you're saying is
people do it, bro.
What you're saying is, Ronnie, if I want to boil it right down, is that you're saying that there could be scammers out there.
Well, listen, why did the geezer close his community post after I told him it's not fair what you're doing, asking all your subscribers, all 15,000, to fight a court case? You ain't put an invoice of how much the court case costs, so they don't know how much to donate to. Where's their money going? Can you provide this evidence? And the next day he closed his community post. That's UK
Yes, I'm saying
Stands Together.
you talked about scammers.
What, scammers or anything? If I had 30,000 people on my YouTube and I needed help,
it's a high level of transparency. He wants a high level of transparency and accountability.
What's wrong with that? I'm giving you my money. I want transparency. No, cool. But what's wrong?
People don't do that.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, look, if I said to you, I need a new sofa, can you give me some money towards the sofa, and you give me 10 grand, and it's only a £50 sofa, is that not wrong?
That's what I'm saying to you, is that you're talking about people who are who might use something to scam money out of people.
Yes, if you ain't showing proof of where my money's going, if you're not showing proof of where my money's going, you're not getting it. You shouldn't be allowed to get it. If you're telling me it's going towards something, I expect a receipt.
Hey, Ronnie.
You give it to a charity, Ronnie. You give it to a charity, so charities don't give it.
Oh, so all YouTubers are charities now, are they?
Yeah, man.
Well, I hope everyone's registered to charities. Listen, I hope all you YouTubers are registered to charities, because when I donate to you, the government will be onto you for not giving it to the children in need. Do you know what I mean?
But when you go to the shop, Ronnie, you pay tax. You get a receipt.
What? Hold on. YouTube is free, Andrew. YouTube is free for me. I don't pay nothing.
It's a choice. If you want to give money, Give money if you
No,
can
no.
afford it.
Look,
If you want it,
if I say, oh, Nanya is my favorite, if I say Nanya is my favorite content creator, let me finish. If I say every week Nanya is my favorite content creator, and every week I'm gonna donate £10 for him, he hasn't asked for it, I give it to him. Cool. If he comes out of the woodwork and he says to me as a subscriber, I have something I need to pay in my life, and I say, okay, Nanya, what is it? And he says, oh, it's £5,000, but I'm not showing you what I'm buying. I'm not showing you the cost of what I'm buying. But I want you as a subscriber to give me your money and trust me that I am doing this with your money.
If it was like that, I probably wouldn't do it.
Exactly.
My idea.
Something totally different.
I'd put it this way, yeah. If I signed a, you know, like Vincent has, he's actually subscribed to StreamYard, yeah, to be able to host more than 6 people. Instead of doing it for free, he's gone to pay the subscription fee and everything. So if I decide to do it, I haven't done videos or anything like that on what have you. Should I expect? Should I say, oh well, because I'm spending £18.50? Should I ask for money to help me to pay that £18.50 because I am entertaining? Of course not.
No,
it's
no.
me
It's
who's
up
doing
to
it.
you. It's up to you if
Exactly.
you buy the StreamYards, and it's up to us if we donate money to you. But it is up to you to provide us with the evidence where our money's going, if it's going on a court case.
Oh no, I'm saying I wouldn't because it'd be entirely up to me. But
yeah,
you know what I mean. I see. I'm a bit on your side here, Ronnie, because
I understand what Ronnie's saying.
there are scammers out there. That's why I used a specific word of what you wasn't saying was it's the scammer side of it which you're dubious about, not the genuine people out there who are actually what you're saying is I've got this bill.
Exactly.
This is how much it's going to cost me.
Exactly.
It helps out. I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
So Ronnie,
the person, and he's a true person, and then you donate to help that.
So
person.
Ronnie,
Yeah.
if I went to my subscribers and said I haven't had hanky panky for the last 5 years, and I go, give me some money so I can go and find a nice little lady, obviously adult age, or a massage, one of those, then that's okay, long as it's not about criminal stuff. Because I do need a massage, I'll be honest with you.
Like what's
But I ain't got
we
money
having...
for it, you know what I'm saying? And a kebab at the end of it, obviously, and a few beers.
I'll do an analogy.
Can I do that? Can I ask
there's...
for that?
Go on. Do you want to give me a different analogy though? Because that's just come on.
Yeah,
it's a bit pathetic, isn't it? For a man to be about something like
in my mind.
Because there are scammers on here. We've got to be honest about it. There are scammers on the internet.
I'm just thinking.
I just want to clarify. Cash donations I've never accepted, but when people do super chats or they donate via PayPal, I haven't refund. I've kept those. But it's when people walk up to me on the street and give me cash. They're the ones I've rejected. Was that your question?
What's the difference, Nanya?
Yeah, well, I've never. When people send money via PayPal, I've just let it go. I haven't refunded those.
No, of course, because people were saying, do you know, if I come to Nanya and I say, oh, you know what, I'm gonna throw Nanya in 10 quid, yeah, and I just give him 10 quid. I'm giving him that 10 quid because I can afford it, whether he wants it or not. That's a donation. Here, have a coffee on me. If Nanya then comes to our panel, if Nanya come in our panel tonight and said, guys, I've got a court case and I'm not going to tell you how much it costs, but everyone give me £1,000. Would you be happy backing him with all your money or with any money without knowing that that money is going to go on a court case? Where's the proof that you're going to spend it on a court case? Not only that, you could swindle us out of £1,000 each and your court. Wait a minute. You might wait, hold on. Hold on. You might swindle us out of £5,000, but your court case is only £500, which makes you make 4,500. So why can't you show the invoice of how much it's gonna cost so your subscribers know how much to give you? Because not everyone's rich.
Yeah, but it's under your own discretion. It's under your free will. If you believe that person, if you believe that charity, or believe that thing is right, if you go to Twitch and donate to fucking a guy's got a Twitch saying I need £5,000 to help me to do this or do that house fucking renovation. It's your choice. If a person in a third country needs £5,000 to help a family out or anything in Nepal or fucking
my final argument will be, and I think it's been proven tonight easily, is that the vulnerable people pay most. You know what I mean? The vulnerable people pay most at the end of the day from these people lying and deceiving. It's the vulnerable that think that they have a friend in this person. It's the vulnerable that loves this person that's asking for their money, their subscriber. Yeah. The person there's vulnerable people out there that find me. They say, Ron, you make my day every day. You make my day worth living. Okay, then. Well, then I think so if I turn around to that person now, because that person loves me so much, if I ask that person for 50 quid, they probably give it to me, especially if they're mentally ill or drunk or on gear. They're not thinking straight. But at the end of the day, they love you. They are your subscriber. Now, how are you gonna rip them people off? And the higher your subscriber base, the more money you make. Because if you have 20,000 subscribers and they all give you 50 pence each, 50 pence each is nothing to us. But that's £10,000. Hello, that's £10,000 at the end.
If a man had £1 million, right? If a man had £1 million and he's seen this person in need, right? A children or somebody on the street or I don't know, any situation, right? And he said, I'll send you £1,000, but I don't want a receipt. What would you think of that?
All right, let me put it back to you then, Andrew. Imagine your friends come round your house and you gave him £20 to go and get something to eat and he went and smoked crack cocaine with it. Would you be upset?
I'd be fucking furious, mate.
Okay, so how do you know an auditor that's taking 50 quid off you ain't smoking crack cocaine with it?
Because I wouldn't
give anybody with a habit money.
I've sent money to people I trust. Yeah, I wouldn't give money to a fucking idiot in the first place.
Well, I beg to differ.
Well, I know one auditor who uses his money to buy marijuana.
That's your own fucking. That's your own narrative. That's your own fucking thing, isn't it? You know.
Not really. Myself personally, I wouldn't give money to anybody that has got a really bad drug or alcohol habit. My daughter was an alcohol habit, and if we give her money for, say, the food or something like that, then it put more money in her pocket to go out and buy alcohol.
Yeah, that's
so
me.
we refused. In the end, we had to refuse because we were feeding the habit. In the end, we were feeding her habit.
Can I say something about me now?
Yeah.
I've got PayPal.
That's what you're doing. You're enabling. You are actually enabling.
Right. I'm looking at my PayPal now, and I won't say how much I've got, but people donated me. The last one was a tenner. The last one was a £5.
I was going to give Shady a tenner the other day, but he wouldn't accept it. Because
exactly.
The thing is, I think he's a good guy, so I was going to send
thing is,
what's the problem with that, Vincent?
A lot of people. Yeah, but I've not spent. Hold on. I've not spent a penny of that in the PayPal. It's still in my PayPal. It's still in my PayPal account. I've not spent a penny of it.
Well, I was going to give you
when someone says,
Ronnie?
Hold on.
What do you think of that, Ronnie? I was going to give Shady a tenner the other day. What do you think of that then, Ronnie?
Well, no, it's up to you. Listen. Yeah, cool. No, but look.
It's up to you.
Let me answer. I'll tell you what I think of it. I'll tell you what I think of it. Listen, I'll tell you what I think of it. Hold on a minute. So you chose to give your friend £10. That's absolutely fine, Andrew. You choose whatever you two do with your friend. That's totally up to you. If Shady come to you, Andrew, wait. If Shady come to you, Andrew, and told you he needed £10 for food, and then he went live 20 minutes later and he had alcohol, would you be upset?
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy. But
Would you want him to prove it to you that he bought food, or would you just trust him?
It's his choice. If I sent Shady £100 now and he spent it and whatever.
So now you're telling me
friend to spend it and what he said, what he's going to do with it, and it's my choice in the first place to send it to him. It's my choice.
Right, but you've just admitted that if you gave him a tenner and he bought alcohol, that's fine. But if he asked you for a tenner for food and he bought alcohol, you'd be disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah.
All right. Okay, cool. So if Shady said to you one day, Andrew, I need £3,000 to pay my rent, and he went and he didn't pay his rent and he bought alcohol, would that be him ripping you off?
In my opinion, yeah. That's my opinion.
Okay, so that's the end of the discussion, really, isn't it? I've made my point. That's it.
I mean, the thing is, in my situation,
you made your point. Well done.
in my situation,
Andrew, you're the person who's giving your money to people and they're buying drugs and alcohol and God knows what with it. I'd calm down if I was you doing that.
I got a taxi to the doctor the other day, 2 weeks ago, right? I jumped out of a taxi and I seen a guy sitting on the fucking street in the middle of fucking January. And do you know what I
gave
did?
him money.
I gave him a fiver, yeah.
Okay, listen, that's nice of you. I give homeless people money too, Andrew, because I feel like they deserve my money. No, because I can afford to give them a fiver and they deserve my fiver because they're sitting on the street of nothing. Now, if you're going to tell me someone who has a YouTube account with loads of followers, who has a house, who has food, who has a home, who has everything, who broke the law, then he got his own own ban, and because I don't even know why I'm having this conversation.
Right? You're putting this scenario to me. I don't even know the fuck you're on about, mate. I have no
exactly. So why do you keep having an interruption then? So why are you talking?
Ronnie, can I ask you a question?
I know what YouTuber. I know Alex Belfield.
Andrew. No, Ronnie, no one's talking about Alex Belfield, Andrew.
Let me finish, Ronnie. Let me finish.
Ronnie,
no one's talking about that.
Right, let me finish. Right, Alex Belfield was begging for money.
Oh, we know him.
Right, Alex Belfield was basically begging money for fucking. Sorry, bro.
All right, what do you want me to do about that, Andrew? What do you want me to do about Alex Belfield, Andrew, with 3 million followers? What do you want me to do about that, Andrew?
I wouldn't give the cunt a fucking penny, mate. I wouldn't give him a penny.
Okay,
He's asking it for court cases.
Yeah, no, what? He's doing wrong as well. Where's his invoice for his fucking... Where is Alex Belfield coming with? Where's his invoices for all of the money he's getting? It's true.
Ronnie, let's not get on to people who aren't here to defend themselves. I allowed it.
Alex Belfield will never come on here, mate.
Anyone else?
Alex Belfield will never come on here, and I didn't bring him up. Andrew did. Andrew brought him up.
Ask you a question, Ronnie.
Okay. Just hold on, guys. We've got a new person on the panel now. Probably listening for a couple of minutes, so we'll have a fair idea what we're talking about. Let's ask his opinion on it, Ronnie, and let's do it nicely.
All right, Vince, but can I just make clear, I didn't mention Alex Belfield, and Alex Belfield will never come on this panel. You can talk about him because he'll never come on this panel. Do you know who Alex Belfield is? Also, I never brought up that name. I never said Alex Belfield, Vincent, though. Andrew did. Can we just clear that up?
Ronnie, can I ask you one question?
Oh, so it's wrong.
Can I ask you one question, Ronnie?
Sure.
Okay, then. You know, you said when you're going to eat me and everything. Are you going to eat my toenails as well?
Yeah, he's got a good finish.
Can I say something?
If you are, could you come around and bite these ones off of me? They're fucking long, man.
Can I say something? I'm looking through my
I lightened it
subscribers.
up.
I'm looking. You know the people that sent me money. I've not spent a penny because my real thing was to get a new phone so I can do more video. I'm looking through it. There's a guy here. He gave me 25 quid. Yeah. Another guy gave me 20 quid. You can, you know when they send you money, they give you a comment. This is the biggest. And he turned around and says, get yourself some nutriments, which is food. And if I have to change my beer, hold on. He says, if I had to change my beer, which is cider, the cheapest shit, to something that I can get nutrients. Yeah, hold on. This is 25 quid donation. Yeah? I can spend. I mean, basically, hold on. This is basically get some food down my mouth, and I change the beer where I get nutrition out of the beer. That's it. But you know something? That money has never gone in my bank. But because something said, here's a fiver, here's a tenner, then now I'm doing this fast food shit.
What?
That's out of my benefits. I'm not touching this money.
Okay.
I'm really not. You know
Well
what I mean?
done, Shady.
But then,
Well done.
But then,
Keep saving, bro.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen is then a loophole is, and a guy called Snowy, I entertain him. He's a lorry driver. He says I'm brilliant. He says because Shady, I listen to your lives when I'm working, where he always joins, and it's got a boring day.
Is that
It's got a boring day. It's got a boring day. Snowy has doing deliveries, and he likes
What's
my
the point?
conversations. Well,
What's
but
the
then,
point here, Shady?
like a twat.
Is that wrong?
Anyway,
Is that
then
wrong
anyway.
that he takes in money to buy food and alcohol or alcohol?
No,
Is that
the loophole is now we will send an envelope with cash. Now, like a twat, I get my bank account and he'll give me cash, which is my mistake, definitely. But he says,
done, man. That's
I
nice.
make his day. Yeah, but I make his day. That's that. If I'm a pisshead, that I'm this and that and the other, yeah, I'm entertaining one way or another. And
Right. Can we clear
say-
up this one thing, Shady, then?
Oh, yeah,
Because I'm
man,
sure
yeah.
you're a smart person. them people decided to buy you your alcohol. They put money in your account. They wanted. You didn't ask them. You didn't. Wait a minute, man. You didn't ask them for that money. You didn't ask them for that money, did you, Shady?
No.
You didn't ask them for. Wait, you didn't ask them to donate you £20 to pay your rent, did you, Shady?
No.
No. So there's nothing wrong with someone giving you money if they want to. But what is wrong is someone asking you for money for something that you can't provide evidence that money's going towards. How can you not work that out?
Ronnie, you proved your point. You told us you proved your point. Let's move on from that.
No. He started talking about donations, £20 into his account and that. So, and then he was asking, is there something wrong with that?
Ronnie, ask if someone's asked. If I asked you for 20 quid, and I said it's for to do this, but isn't that your choice to say no or yes? Phil?
Right, cool. Let me tell you something. If someone come up to me and said, "Oh, you know what? Can you borrow me 20 quid or whatever?" and I had it and I could give it to them, I'd say, "Yeah, here you go." If someone come up to me and said, "I'm desperate for £20 because I need to pay off a fucking debt. Can you borrow me £20?" and I give them £20 and they don't go and use that money for what that money is meant to be used for, what have you taken money out of my kids' mouths for?
Ronnie, I'm sorry to say this for the final time, but you've clarified that already. What I will do is give you the opportunity nicely and calmly to ask Bear the questions and try to avoid stating your opinion on it. Just ask Bear the questions. Let's do that.
Bear. No, you do it, Vincent. Go on, you do it, Vincent.
You're far more invested emotionally in this than I am.
Well, look, Bear, are you there, bro?
Yeah.
I don't think he's there, is he?
Oi, Bear, wake up, you bleeder. I'll wake you up.
Yes, I'm here.
Right,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
so Bear.
Sometimes I was
Morning,
talking away.
David.
So Bear,
Go on.
if you, so you've got a YouTube channel, yeah, you got 6,000 followers. If you, yeah, if someone donated to your, all right, cool. If you had a, wait, what was? Go on, you say the question, Vince. Go on, because you obviously remember it.
And obviously you don't.
Yeah, I don't, obviously, innit?
Well, Bear, we're talking about donations, and let me just do this as fleetingly as possible. Ronnie is not happy that one auditor asked for donations towards a court case.
It's not
I
one,
think
and it's
the
not an
rest,
order.
no,
I've
shush,
seen it all over
Ronnie, hold
YouTube.
on. Shush.
Go on,
The rest of us are pretty much in agreement that it's that auditor's business and the person who donates. So then another question that was asked was, do you accept donations? Another question that was asked was, do you refuse donations? So if you could answer those three questions, if you
No, I do accept donations. I wouldn't refuse donations, as you know, if you've got like a follower or a supporter, right, and they want to donate to you, like, who are you to tell them that they can't donate to you?
Facts.
Do you know what I mean? I got that thrown at me a while back when I was like, nah, I find it a bit like uncomfortable. And like someone turned around and said to me, what right do you have to tell me whether I give my money to you or not? If I want to donate to you, that's my choice, not yours. But at the same time, with donations, I do think, I don't know, it depends, but I do think like it doesn't hurt to be transparent about it.
Let me put a question to Bear then. Bear,
Let me know. Hang on, Andrew. Andrew, let's just finish this, please, and then
It doesn't
Bear
hurt
can
to be
join in the
transparent
conversation.
about the donations, maybe where it's going. And
So let me ask you the final question. There's two parts to this, so answer the first bit and then I'll give it you again. Would you ever ask for donations?
No, I've never asked as such. No.
Okay. Would you ever ask for donations if you were struggling and had a court case coming up, which
No. I would no.
put you in hot water?
Listen, if I had to buy, if I needed money, mate, I'd ask somebody to lend money. I wouldn't ask for a fucking donation. That's called begging, bro.
Ronnie, you can.
I was homeless once, and I never took a penny off no one in the time I was homeless. I certainly wouldn't start doing it on the internet.
The last question is, Bear. The last question is, Bear. If hypothetically, if you was really wanting to fight this court case, and you really wanted to fight it, and you asked your subscribers to help you fight the court case, would you ask all your subscribers to donate money, not a set amount, any amount you want, to yourself, for a court case, but would you put up how much that court case would cost your followers?
I wouldn't ask my followers to pay my court case, but I guess if I would, then I'd definitely disclose how much those fees are.
We're the same, BBA. That's what I said.
All three of us. We're the only ones.
100%. 100%. I'd disclose all of that, man. You can't turn around and say, I've got solicitor fees to pay, but don't disclose how much that is, but ask 40, 50 odd thousand people to all donate £1, which, as you say, then potentially works out at like 40, 50 grand.
Yeah, that's
no solicitor costs of 30, 40. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you. And none
also, can I just add? I know who you're on about as well, and I don't really like the guy. I'm going to be honest. When you're as big of a channel as you are, why are you begging it for donations? Don't get that.
Well, that's the other thing.
You're not meant to ask for donations.
Does his channel not make enough money that like he can pay for his own shit?
You're not meant to ask for donations.
Get a fucking job, man.
See, Vincent, you're not meant to ask for a donation. A donation's meant to be willing to give for no reason, for nothing. You're meant to buy.
And I agree with you, Ronnie. But what I said
no,
was,
you didn't,
it's not my business. If I did.
You didn't agree with me, Vincent. Stop it.
Yours if somebody else asks.
Stop it.
Ronnie, you walk down the high street, you'll see people raising money and they're getting paid for it. That's not charity.
$10 million.
No. That's totally different. You're giving to a cause. You know your money's going to a cause there, and you're giving amount that you can afford. Yeah, you're not be. It's totally different, Vince. You're trying to say. So you're telling me now, people who accept donations is a charity.
Well, no, because some people who accept donations
So
are
is it only a
and
charity
some
when they're
are not.
asking? So is it only a
Well, no, of
charity
course
when they're
not,
asking
Ronnie.
this?
Why are you chopping that up?
Because you said walking down the street and a charity trying to take money off me. Well, that's what a YouTuber's doing when he's telling me he wants to pay a court fee and not telling me how much the court fee is.
And that's his business to do so.
That's his
That was my
business to do
point
so.
earlier.
But you know, it's my business to say you're full of fucking shit, robbing everyone. And you know what? I did say it to him, and you know what he done? He dropped the community post and stopped asking for people to donate money to a court case that never existed. Okay. He dropped his community post. So if I was in the wrong, why would he end his community post asking for that money if I was in the wrong of what I'm saying?
Is it safe to assume the court case not existing is Ronnie's Columbo-style investigation?
No. It exists. It exists. It doesn't exist until... Listen, it exists. He's got a 5-year ban. I've been saying this. I said it at the start. He went to court, he got a ban, and he got a fine. Now he wants to get that conviction overturned. He wants us to pay for his conviction being overturned. He wants money off of 15,000 people, and yet he can't tell us how much the court fees are going to cost. So there's me saying, where is the court fees, bro? Show me something. Show me some proof of how much it's going to cost. I might take you serious.
But more for the people. You're very invested in this one, and I don't understand why. But
Do you know why I'm
I'll
so
go with you.
invested? Because it's vulnerable people that give their money to these fucking people. Vulnerable people,
How do you know that for sure? How do you know that one of them is not a rich, successful businessman?
Most of the people
who
that
wants
give
to
their
fight
money are
corruption?
mentally ill and lonely. Most people that give money to YouTubers are mentally ill and lonely.
I
That is a
wouldn't
fact.
necessarily say that, bro, but I do agree with you.
That's a
Like,
fact. They pay. A lot of people pay for. Hold on. A lot of people pay for friendship. A lot of people give money in return for being noticed. Why do you think people get badges on their names? They pay for a fucking badge on their name. $1.99 a month.
Yeah, man.
So you'll pay $1.99 a month to get noticed by your guy. So I will pay £2 a month to get noticed by
no,
Bear.
because that's
So
not true, bro. That's not true, because that's like saying only the people on my channel, right, that pay for a membership do I fucking recognise. That's not true, bro.
No. I'm using it as.
I've said fair $5. Have a coffee, mate. Thank you for fucking.
Listen, just my view on it. I do agree with a lot of what you say, right? I do, London. I personally, when I set my channel up, right, I didn't have a PayPal. I didn't have this. I didn't have that. And people were saying to me, "Why haven't you got a PayPal? When are you going to monetize? Are you going to have this? You're going to have..." Bro, it's all there. Yeah, it's all there, but it's never in anyone's face. It's never asked for. Yeah, I might put my links in my descriptions, but again, I will never physically ask somebody to give me money. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I would never do that. And I've always said that the money that I do make through YouTube or the donations always goes towards my travel.
Do you know,
I was for my food when I'm out, or actually it's sometimes paid for a fucking me to top my phone up, bro, because I've needed to top my phone up.
And I was using it as an example, as getting noticed by your favorite person that you're subscribed to, because I've seen it loads of times.
You just said pay any YouTuber that asks or has a donate button, whatever. Yeah, that's what you just said, bro. You just said that any person has a donate button or pay for any YouTuber.
No. I said a lot of people that give money to these YouTubers, are looking for friendship and stuff, and they're lonely, mentally ill, and stuff like that. And it is true. It is true.
It is fucking true, man. It is true.
See, even Shady's agreeing.
But I'd never take fucking donations for like.
Look. I'm not saying donations
it's
are
like
wrong.
me taking donations because I can't pay my bills this week. You know what I mean?
I'm I'm not saying donations are wrong. What I'm saying is leading your subscribers to believe their money is going somewhere where it isn't is wrong. That is what's wrong. Yeah, but what also was I saying is that the people that pay $1.99,
That's fraud. That's fraud.
So it's fraud now. So it's fraud now.
If I sent money to a charity,
it's not fraud.
If I
Fraud is a
sent
criminal
money to a
offence.
charity,
Exactly.
it is fraud. If I sent money to if I sent money to a charity and it didn't go on the charity, it is basically fraud.
Right. So why 10 minutes ago did you not agree with me when I said to you it's out of order for them not to disclose where the money's going? You told me they can get. You just contradicted yourself to the highest level. You said to me 10 minutes ago, people can give their money to whoever they want for whatever reason. It's got nothing to do with anyone else, and it don't matter what the it don't matter what the person's spending the money on. But now it's fraud.
Hang on, if that money is a charity and a registered business with a charity name on it, right?
Well, we're not talking about a charity, are we?
Well,
We're not talking about a charity.
Can I say something for example? Can I say something for example? Everybody knows I need a new reliable phone. I need a new reliable phone. My mate was sold an iPhone. He says the iPhone is better than the Samsung. I think it's an A10.
Okay then, Ronnie. Okay,
Yeah,
if I
hold on.
Let me talk about
Are we just like going completely off topic here?
Hold on.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Let me talk about his phone. He offered me. This guy, my friend, has got a learning disability. He's got a learning disability, yeah. And he turned around and, "Oh, you use that phone now?" And he went, "How much do you want for it?" He went, $5.
Yeah.
He went, $5. I went, "Okay, it's $5." I said, "No, it's worth more than that." Do you know what I mean? So there are people that will make you happy. You know what I mean? There are people vulnerable that will try and make you happy. I said, "Look," and I could have borrowed the phone for now, but I said, "Look, I know he paid like 110 quid for it 18 months ago. It's a Samsung A10 from 2017.
So what's the point? I don't.
Yeah, the thing is, it's vulnerable. He'd have accepted a $5 for it, and I said no. I'll give it him back. Yeah, I'll give it him back until I know the value of that second-hand was.
I never meant, Bear. By the way, I never meant that people that pay $1.99 a month, rare. But listen, you see how if you pay $1.99 a month, you get a badge, so you stand out. Yeah. Forget that. I'm using that as an example, but I'm not slagging off people that do that. I'm saying, imagine now. I have 20,000 subs. Wait, shut up a minute. I have 20,000 subs, and then someone gives me £100. It's more likely I'm gonna pay attention to the person that donates the highest or gives me the most amount every day or whatever. The other day I was in the snake pit and Paul in the snake pit was saying, "Oh my God, where's this geezer gone? He used to give me £5 every day. He come on here. Not where's the guy gone? Where's the guy gone? Because he gives me £5 a day." That's what the YouTuber said. Now I'm not saying all YouTubers are like this, but all YouTubers come across like this, especially the ones that put up community posts saying, "I need everyone to donate me money, and I'm not showing you where it's going." How is that fair?
I don't agree with that.
That's what I don't agree with. Nanya don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. You don't agree with it. You and Nanya are YouTubers. Yeah, for you two not to agree with it, I don't know what the debate is then. Vincent is saying that it's absolutely fine for someone to say they've got a court case, donate to me, and not show no proof.
The debate to end in everyone in agreement with you.
No, but I would like to know, how you think that's okay.
No, Ronnie, you've stated your case and you stated it very well, and everyone listened to you. That's your opinion, and everyone else has theirs. That's the basis of a debate, and we've lashed it out for a good hour at least. There's more questions to ask. There's more questions to ask than just keep getting back to Coley Burks or Alex.
But he is right, though.
Because if you're going on a crusade, there's many YouTubers you need to start addressing.
Ronnie, can I ask you a question then? If Nanya sends $50 to an auditor, which I've seen Nanya do, is that his
We
choice
can
or
test
not?
that.
Or do you reckon he needs the receipt for where the money's going?
Oh my
We can
God!
test
I
that.
swear,
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
gonna answer
completely
this
We
one
can
more
test
thing.
that out. We can
Andrew.
test that out.
That is not good.
Nunya,
That is
we can test
That's
it
a
out.
completely
We
different
can test
issue,
this theory out.
Andrew.
We can test this theory
That's
out.
different because, as you
Nunya,
just said, that's somebody doing it off
I
their
know,
own
I know.
back. When you're
Let's-
asking for
They
it
can
for a
spin it
certain
on whatever they
particular
want.
thing,
hey,
if you're going to
let's
ask
test.
for donations for a particular thing, you should always show proof of why it is you need that money.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Here's
All the
what.
time.
Can we test this theory out? Let's
No,
test
we
this
can't
theory
test it out. Nanya's
No,
not sending
Nunya.
you 50 quid. Let's carry on with the
Nunya.
conversation.
Send me 50 quid and see what happens.
I say never asked for money, Ronnie.
Is this channel monetized? This channel's not monetized.
No,
I
it's
say
not.
never
Now if you're monetized.
Don't start throwing your money at me, Nanya. No good here.
Vince, you little scammer. You better give me 10%.
I only
That's
accept
what
cash.
Vince's brand is a psychologist or psychiatrist. He denies it, but we
Oh,
all know he is.
Shady, give over.
He's a psychiatrist, mate. Psychologist. Hey, don't charge me any money, but you can help my brain out. I'd love a psychiatrist. But I've got a free one. I've got a free psychiatrist called Vince. Just help me on you know what I mean? Yeah, man.
I can't even help myself, Shady. How am I going to help anyone else?
Ronnie, what do you think about Shady receiving money when he's never asked for it? Is that a donation?
I think this is what I think. If Shady sat there and someone gave him £100 or £1,000, that's absolutely nice of that person, and I'm sure Shady will be over the moon. But if Shady said, wait a minute, if Shady said to all of us right now, he's gonna be homeless tomorrow if he don't pay £500 rent, and we give him £500 rent, and tomorrow he's on the street, what the fuck did our money go on?
Yeah, I agree with.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
To me, saying that I don't ask for money, technically I do, because I talk about my life, and I'm not asking for it, but people see my story and go, I'm going to get some food. So technically, I am asking for money, but I'm not asking for money. That's what every donation I've had.
Can I just ask?
It's done.
I don't even.
a penny of
Do
that money.
you know how bad it is? I don't even care if you've got if you've got 20,000 subscribers and you can make tens of thousands of pounds. That's what I care about. You making £20. You making £20 every 6 months ain't a problem, bro.
Ronnie, can I ask you a question? You know, if a person was asking a person to fight a court case, why would you send the money if you wanted a receipt for it, if you didn't trust that person and where the money's going in the first place? So why do you want a receipt for it?
I look at all the shit that's going on.
Well, that was a silly question.
Andrew, I think Andrew, I think you misunderstood. Look, if someone sends you a donation off their own back, there's been no kind of fucking, I don't know, sob story in order to get that. Yeah. Then yes, fair enough. Shouldn't really need to be any proof because that person giving you off their own back, right?
Yeah.
To go and give somebody something, right? Often for me, Andrew, to go and give you 50 quid now, right? And then say to you tomorrow, where's the evidence I give you? Do you know what I mean? That you don't have a right. But if I sit here now and I say to all you guys on the panel, exactly that, I'm going to be thrown out. I need to find the rent by midnight tonight or I'm going to be homeless. Yeah. You guys all club together, get me the £500, then tomorrow or whatever, I've just turned around and said, yeah, there was never any proof of that, was there? And I've asked you guys for the money. You haven't chose to give it me. I have physically asked for that money. I believe that when you do that, you should. And to be honest, you shouldn't even be asking for fucking money anyway. Fucking go get a job, man.
Yeah.
I'm good, Lynn.
Oh my God.
JD,
Ronnie.
Yo,
Are you okay, Shady?
Yeah, what it is, you know, I've got the charger because I have to tidy up. I've got the charger, I just can't find the proper headphones for it. I must have.
Lynn was asking if you're okay.
I'm fine. Hey, Lynn, thanks for love. Lynn, thanks for love. Everybody that says anything, thanks for love. You know, to me, it's like a paranoia because.
Are you going to prove a shit when you put the headphones on, Shady?
If I've got a gift, it's a gift of telling my story. And people empathize, they feel sorry for me. And I never, this community said, you've got to get a PayPal. Yeah, I had one like 25 years ago. Never fucking used it. Oh, so I had to create a new one. That wasn't me.
No. Did you know? And another thing I'd like to put out there, right? This isn't a dig at you, Shady, but anyone, yeah. Unless you're out there getting content, creating content, yeah. No one should be giving you donations full fucking stop. If you're just a live streamer and all you do is sit in your own home and set up a live stream, like no one should donate to that.
Yeah, that's not content.
That's not really. I mean, it is to a good degree, but no one should be sat donating to someone that sits there hosting a live stream. Fuck that. You donate to people to help them pay for their transport out, maybe get food while they're out, or maybe they need some new equipment or whatever it may be. But if you're a live host, sorry, I don't believe that you should even have your fucking PayPal up there. That's just my opinion again.
Oh, you're making me cry, man. You're making me cry, man. This is me as a baby. I don't want
No, I'm not being a dick. Like, I wasn't aiming that at you. I just mean in general, bro.
You know, yeah, there is that. But then again, it's like
what are you donating for? Somebody to sit there and fucking talk shit? Let me tell you now, half of these lives ain't even fucking that good that they're worth fucking donating 50 pence to, let alone fuck all else.
I swear.
Well, that was harsh, BBA. You never
No, it's not. It's not harsh, is it? Why the fuck am I going to sit and give people money to sit and watch their live stream, bro? That's not harsh.
Yeah, but BBA,
Shady, he makes a good point there. He makes a very good point.
And he never sent me 50p. He never sent me 50p.
Actually, do you know, people that are sending Shady money are actually enabling his alcoholism.
How many hours do you watch these live streams?
I can prove they're not. I can prove they're not. Anything on my eBay, my PayPal is less than 100 quid. Yeah, and that money is still there. But don't spend it on booze. Get fast food. I've been buying that out of my money. It's going to take me. If somebody gives me a tenner, yeah, that's going to take me 2 weeks. My benefit, but I am having fast food, you know. But that money's still there in case I send it back.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, Steve. Welcome to the
It sounds mad. No, I've just been listening. I'm a bit busy, but I just listening. But I personally do have to now feel like I had to join and just say something. But hello, everyone. You know.
Hello,
but right. All I'm going to say is I personally have only really produced live streams, and I was asked by 3 people.
Live streams.
Yeah, I just do live streams, don't I? You know. And I was specifically asked by 3 people if I could put my PayPal up on my channel because they specifically wanted to donate to me.
That's absolutely fine.
But I kind of heard a little bit different then.
What did you hear, Wesley?
I think what everyone might be doing is kind of like, you know, considering the right way, right, and putting it over quite a few options.
If people are asking, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, I
people are asking you to put it up, SG. People are asking you to put it up.
Yeah.
So therefore, clearly, they're getting something out of it, right? Where they feel that they want to donate to you. That's good. But when you just when you're just a live stream host, even if you pay for premium, it's only like $20 a month, right? So that's all that's costing you. It's just like I don't see why your PayPal would be up. Like if I just opened a new channel now, Yeah, I'm just going to do live streams, nothing else. Let me make a PayPal to go with it. I personally don't agree with that. Different if people have asked you, if your viewers have asked you, and can you make a PayPal? That's different. Because again, who are you to tell one of your viewers, no, you're not donating to me. That's not for you to do. That's for your viewer to make that decision.
The thing is, I think it happened because through a conversation where I kind of gave away the fact that I wasn't in financial, you know, yeah.
But I just think about when people
really
donate to me, like, what are they donating for? Like, is it to put a new pair of trainers on my feet? Is it for me to go out and have a fancy meal tonight? Or
It
is
was
it,
a completely
or is
general,
it
it was a
contribute
completely
towards my
general
channel?
donation. Like,
Can I ask you one question, right? You know, if I donate to a charity, do I need a receipt of the charity as a registered company? I get a receipt for it?
No, you don't.
but funnily enough, I've been there, Andrew. I've asked them for proof of where the money goes that I'm going to give them, and they couldn't do shit. So I was like,
Right.
you know what?
So
If you
let's
can't even
ask
give me a proper answer,
let's ask SG the original question. Yeah, SG.
what was the original question? Because I don't know.
Well, do you think, basically, what do you think that is the right way to do? Do you think that if you was in financial difficulty and you had a court case, SG, and you couldn't, and you were, let's just say a court case because that's
For what? Like to do with my channel or something? You mean?
Well, anything, anything. Paul, let's just say, I don't fucking know. Let's just say you had a court case for whatever reason, yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't matter what reason.
You taxi driving.
Alright, cool then.
Okay, so I've got a court case of some sort. I'm a YouTuber, and what am I asking for donations? For that?
Somebody asked for a donation to help them with their court case, but the person wouldn't give proof of how much it's going to be of their court case.
And they have 20,000 followers. Do you think it's okay for them to say, donate me some money for my court case and not give any proof of how much the court case costs, knowing you could potentially make £20,000 off of these subscribers if they all donate £1 each?
Oh, you talking like some fucking Alex Belfield bollocks?
Yeah, do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that necessarily. Of course, no. But it's the same as and I'm not going to say that that makes people charities, but a lot of the time people give to charity, they don't even know what the fucking hell they're actually giving to, really. Yeah.
So
they're paying the wages of the person who's asking for some money in the street or something, right? With a clipboard.
So it's the same on YouTube. It's the same on YouTube. If someone says to you, I've got a court case that I want to fight, and you say, okay, well, you've got 20,000 subscribers, and you say, you don't tell me how much your court case costs, and you could potentially make a hell of a lot more than what the court case will cost you.
You said earlier, Ronnie, any YouTuber.
Doesn't matter what YouTuber it is. It don't matter if it's a charity in the street or a YouTuber. Even if it's a charity in the street, they should still give you a receipt. They should still.
If I donate to someone, I wouldn't want a receipt. If I sent Shady or Nunya or SG or Bear, or
and this is my, and that's my point, though.
Now, I gotta say, it would have to be like if somebody asks for something, right? Then they've got to stop letting people pay when they've received enough money for that. If they receive any more money than what they were hoping to get, then they should stop. You know, they should say, "Oh, I've been given a bit too much. I'll put it to use this way unless somebody actually wants it back now that because I've reached the point at which I needed, you know, the money that I needed for this."
SG, whose choice is it? Is it your choice that you donate to that, or would you want a receipt for it if you trusted that
a
charity?
receipt? No, I'm saying I just said that, like, if somebody had asked for a specific amount, let's say I asked for a specific amount, I need a court case like $3,000, right? Yeah, and I got 3,100. then I better fucking make sure nobody gives me any more money towards that court case, right? But if I do, then that's wrong. Yes.
But
Do you
I
think
know
you
this
should
is a
show
scenario.
receipts for the first 3,000 though? Do you reckon?
The what?
Can I say some
Do you reckon
personal?
you should show receipts for the first 3,000, not the 100 over?
Well, it's not
Do you
going to
reckon?
matter, really, is it? If like you're still receiving money for after that, you know.
That's the whole point of the argument, is what Ronnie's trying to say. He wants receipts, whatever, for the first 3,000.
I mean, SG is in
But
an environment.
donating is donating.
Yeah,
Asking
donating is
for
donating,
something with no proof is a different matter.
Yeah.
That's what the point is.
I would never ask someone to donate.
Look, SG, can I say something now with SG, me and SG? You have a taxi driver. You're not a taxi driver. You got a taxi. But imagine you went, you know, I need some ching ching. I'm going to be an illegal taxi driver. And the police got you, and you had to go to court. You had to go to court. Would you ask people? Would you ask people for a donation to help you in court because you illegally use your taxi to earn a bit of ching ching? And if you did,
Well, Ronnie
would
just
you
asked
stop it?
basically that question, right? But I wouldn't choose to do that, no. But if I went online and said, "Oh look what I fucking did! What an idiot!"
Yeah.
And people donated to me to help towards that without me asking.
Yeah.
Is that right?
She didn't ask for it. People heard your story and then gave
Yeah.
you money to help you out. That's the difference, isn't it? You're not begging.
That is the difference.
You're just
Thank you.
telling
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's
yeah,
the
you're
difference.
telling your story, aren't you? This is what
Yeah.
happened. I was in a bad place.
If you can't just say what happens to you in life and like, then people can decide. If you have to ask, then there's the difference. Yeah.
Right. And asking for people's money to go against something that you can't say this is the price for it, is wrong.
You can't say. What do you mean by that? You mean you can't prove?
You if you can't show an invoice of how much
Yeah,
your
it's a
court case
proof.
is going to cost
Proof.
you, then So if you can't prove to us the invoice of how much the court case is going to cost you, yet you want 15,000 people to donate to your court case, seems fishy to me. And then when I say to the person,
I kind of agree with that. I absolutely do, right? Because
so
because that's
what
the
makes
difference
it
that I was just talking about, wasn't it?
So what
Ronnie.
makes it even more suspicious is when I say to the person, I think what you're doing is wrong and suspicious and all these, and you can make a lot of money. He deletes his post. He deletes his post because he knows.
How about this one then? How about this scenario? If you want to talk about donating money, right?
Yeah.
What if somebody comes on, giving a sob story and everything, you know, they can't pay the gas bill, they can't pay the electric bill, they're having problems getting here, there and everywhere and everything. You've got a PayPal account, but the person don't really need any of the donations which somebody may give, and they don't need it anyway. It's just a sob story, but they're getting money.
Well,
that's right.
Well, if people are going to use a sob story, knowing potentially they're going to get money out of it.
See, this is it. We know that there's scammers out there. So you have to treat every single person individually. So it's up to the person if they want to donate or not donate. But when it comes down to asking for money, that's a completely different matter.
But saying that, then if it was easy to do a little sob story and get money, people be running all around YouTube with their sob stories getting money. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Ronnie,
it's the same in the street. It's happening.
You said the same subject on somebody else who's not even on this panel. You put this thing across to everybody, and you've spoken to this for the last 2 hours, and you won't give their name. How do we know
what name?
In person. Well, exactly.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter what name. It's just gone around the surface for the last 2 hours, and it's boring.
Right. Listen. I said my point. You lot kept saying, but what if this, but what if that? And I kept saying to you, it don't matter, but what if this, but what if that? And you kept on saying, but what if this, what if that? And I told you from the start, I was talking about UK stands together. So if you was listening, I said the guy's name, Andrew, so you know who I'm talking about.
I don't even know UK
It
stands.
was a specific
Okay,
person.
just because you don't know him, Andrew, just because you don't know him doesn't mean I didn't say his name.
You never said his name, mate. You never said
Yes, I did. I said his name at the
He-
start. I said I was
Andrew,
talking about UK stands together.
He said it a
Can I
few
just say
times,
though,
Andrew.
right? If I was really well off, what I consider really well off, if I wanted to donate to anyone because of any reason, with the YouTubers, yeah, and I probably would. I wouldn't give a shit, and I wouldn't be asking for
That's
any.
what Ronnie said, SG. It's like
yeah.
Ronnie loves the attention. Ronnie loves YouTube, but he wouldn't donate a fucking £2 to like Vincent
Yeah,
or
but that's
Lenny.
my choice. You can't
Yeah,
slag
that's
me off for
absolutely
that.
his choice. Yeah, totally.
That's
And
my
that's what it's
choice.
about.
You can't
Yeah.
slag me off for that. You can't slag me off for that.
He gets the entertainment.
Yeah, I don't see what's the problem there.
So Andrew, you're saying I'm more in the wrong for not donating £2 than someone who's asking 15,000 subscribers for money towards something that isn't even there. Are you
Andrew, where's
okay,
your
my
PayPal?
friend?
Andrew, where's your PayPal? Can we have your PayPal, please?
Right.
We'd like to donate to you because we like your content.
I don't do it.
But next week
Okay,
you might
do you
ask
know
us for
what?
something because you
When-
need,
when-
you know, like
when-
£2 off a
When you have
thing you need.
182, when you have, hey guys, I'll put this. When you have like 180 odd thousand subscribers, yeah, and you just open your bank account and there's money in your bank account donated, that's absolutely fine. Believe me, we all love them days, don't we? When you have that, but I would never put a channel out there to say I need your help for a reason and not give people the reason, the proof of what it's going towards. Yeah. Did you hear what SG said? Did you hear what SG said when he come on the panel? He gave his money. He gave his money to a charity, and he wanted to know where it went. Because he gave his money to a charity, he wanted to know where it went. Yeah. They said no. Wait. They told SG. SG gave money to a charity. They didn't give SG a receipt of where that money went. How did that make you feel, SG?
I didn't give them money, mate. I questioned it, right? So that if they could give me an answer as to where the money would go.
Tell you where the donation's going to go.
So if you can question,
their
a
answer
charity,
there was quite strange.
Well,
Their
if you
answer
can
to that
question a charity, if you can
it
question
will
a
be equally distributed throughout the charity
Yes.
to do the work
So a
that they need
percentage
to do.
will be for staff, and then the percentage will be for whatever.
Yeah, but he did kind of not say that as well, though. He said that it would go to help, and I was like, right, well, can you give me any kind of proof of that after I paid? And he went, no. And I went, well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to pay anything. In that case, you can't give me any indication really where it's going to go. But I don't trust these charities, you see, so I'd prefer to give that money that I would have, and I have given to charity for years before that. But I would prefer to maybe just give it to a YouTuber here and there. Like, yeah, I'd £5 donation, whatever. If I had the money to do that, then I would. But unfortunately, I don't.
See, now that's absolutely fine that SG does that. But SG, if I turned around to you and said, "Oh, look, I know you give out money. Can you donate me £100 so that
that wouldn't be happening, mate.
No, all right, cool.
Even if I had it, like, yeah, if I'm like really well off, if somebody's like, "Oh, can you give to me?" No,
Right.
I'd be like,
Okay,
what?
so there's your answer there already as well, then, guys. You know what I mean?
But if you'd got a sign saying, I'm really in the shit at the moment, and I listened to your channel and I kind of got the impression that you actually were in the shit, then I might actually donate without being asked.
So a sob story will work on some people.
Sob story
too.
should work, I expect. Yeah, really.
I would say
As long as it's not a false
and this is
sob story.
This is what I'm poking at, is that whether it's a sob story that takes advantage of SG's niceness, or whether it's someone who doesn't notice, like Andrew, who's drunk and he don't notice what he's putting his money into. These things ain't good, man. It's preying on vulnerable people.
You were banging on about fucking Tobes
I wouldn't say
earlier.
praying.
Tony P. Just because I said Tony P's got a fucking brain injury, and I said he might have an addiction, he might be back on the gear. This is where the whole argument started, and I know exactly the words you out of my mouth. And then you changed it to this fucking subject, which has gone round and round for like fucking hours.
Wait, you've been talking about this subject, Andrew. You've been talking about this subject, and you didn't even know who we was talking about. Andrew,
How many of you would donate me a set of nail clippers?
Fucking money, whether they give it to a fucking person on the street or down to the fucking NHS or fucking children in need or any fucking charity, their own person. What?
I didn't even hear what you said, Andrew.
No, I can't hear what he says.
I didn't even understand a word. Didn't even understand a word.
Do you know how long you've been talking about this money transaction for?
Yeah, I've got to go, guys. So I did thank you.
Wait, are you?
Is that doing this? I've got an appointment, so I've got to
Good
go.
to see you, SG.
But you have a good one. Yeah, I'll try and listen in the background. I'm doing my shit.
Yeah, nice to you, buddy.
Peace, guys.
Wait,
Ronnie, I'm just going to ask. Everyone else is wondering it. I'm just going to ask. Has Coley Burks knocked you back for camping?
Hey.
Did he say no?
Hey, listen. I mean,
what it is?
I'm not talking. Listen, I don't think
honest.
people are listening. Look, Vincent, I'll be honest, bro. I weren't talking about Cody Burks. What are you talking about? I don't get it.
With people who ask for money for particular things. That's what every single YouTuber does.
Are we going round in circles again here?
Yes.
Yes. Wow.
And no, Coley Burks hasn't knocked me back. No one's knocked me back, Vincent. When I see bullshit, yeah, I'll call bullshit. That's the facts about it. Listen, if the person that I'm talking,
how could he knock that back, Ronnie, after all the effort you put in?
Ronnie, can I ask you a question?
You asked me that earlier, Andrew. I'm not going to say no. Hold on, no. I answered that earlier, Andrew. Can you remember what I said 5 hours ago, Andrew?
5 hours? I was on the panel 5 hours ago,
right.
Mate.
Listen, it's not even 11 o'clock yet, so you can't tell me what I've said either.
What time is it?
Was it 50, 37? 31, sunshine. 31.
So, yeah. Tumbleweed moment. You know, tumbleweed.
No, can I ask you one final question?
Oh, man.
Can I ask you one final question on this subject?
Look, this is. Hey, can I ask? Can I just say one thing, guys? You're all laughing, yeah, at me because you think I'm the one who keeps going over it. I keep getting asked questions about it. How do you not? How do you not? I don't see how.
I'm not a beggar, but none of you sent me.
That's funny.
I've been checking my PayPal. None of you sent me nothing. I'm not a beggar. No extra money in my PayPal.
I just super chats. You need to monetize.
I think I'm going to make myself a PayPal account now.
Yeah, me too. Everyone donate to me. Everyone donate to me. I have addictions and everything. Please give me your money.
You convinced me, Ronnie, to a PayPal account. Pay me.
Hey, Ronnie was saying something.
If you lot are willing to pay for the rest of my life, I'll take your money off you happily.
Ronnie, I'm not the only one who's spotting that there might be a little deep-rooted sexual aggression between you and Coley Burks.
My eyes are
I
hurting
don't
now.
know why you got. I mean, I ain't spoke about Coley Bucks tonight, bro.
You just said it then. You just mentioned his name then.
I know. We'll talk about him if you want to talk about him, though. I mean, you know what I mean?
Does it include money? Please no.
Yeah, because they're all
Oh,
money
no.
hungry little cunts. And if I get asked a question, I'm gonna answer it, whether you think it's going round in circles or not. Don't ask me a question about it then.
I'm starving.
I don't think there are not that many channels that ask for money. I don't see anyone asking for money. Does anyone ask for money? Give me money!
Nunya, you're not on my channel then. No, Nunya, I don't want money.
Give me your money.
No one asks verbally.
Nunya, I've got 100 subscribers, mate. Send me $10 million.
Look,
I'm going to start my next live with, if you're not here to donate, fuck off.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good one.
I don't want no money from you, Nunya. What I want you to do is make sure it's frozen, gets over at SAP. Kangaroo meat, roo meat, emu meat. Get those steaks sent over to me, bro. You got a ching ching.
Kangaroo meat I have. I've never had emu meat.
Go to Shady's Big Bucks channel and fucking donate to Shady. Go on, Shady. Plug it. Plug it.
Have you ever had kangaroo meat? Kangaroo meat is the best barbecue meat ever.
Yeah.
And you know what the Australians are doing? You know what the Australians, in my opinion, you know what they're doing? They're keeping it all.
Yeah, we always have kangaroo meat for barbecue.
Yeah. Nunya.
Yeah. We only have kangaroo meat for barbecue.
Oh, what the fuck?
I tell you what I'll
We
be.
have another.
Oh,
we have
hold on.
another
Wait for this, Andrew.
YouTuber. We could grill him about donations, how he feels about it.
Hello, Basey.
Donations.
Good morning.
How can you kill a kangaroo, Nunya? How can you kill a kangaroo?
Did anybody notice Nunya?
Based Welshman has morals. I'll just put it out there. Based Welshman has morals.
Well, Ronnie, you can ask the questions then. Go on.
Do you think it's... Do you...
No.
Based Welshman. Yeah, I'm going for it. Ron, don't hold me back, Ron. Don't hold me back. Let me go, bro. Look, based Welshman.
That's up to you. Have a look.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, on the left side.
Oh, you right? Hey, Base,
I'm going to leave now. I'm going to say goodbye, everybody, because if a new panelist comes on, this thing is going to be asked to the next person that comes on.
Don't go. You're not allowed.
Fuck off. Right, it has been fun. It's been really nice. It's been, yeah, I've had a laugh. But anyway, take care of
you another time.
Nunya, Andrew,
See you another
Shady, Bear. Ronnie. Casey. Oh, fucking hell. I don't believe it. Yeah, Vincent. This has been highly entertaining. One fucking great life. I applaud you.
I felt Ronnie went on a bit too much.
I'm going to get off here now. Bye for now, everybody.
See you,
Bye,
brother.
Ron. See you soon, brother.
Yeah, Ronnie.
You go for 8 hours, Vincent.
Ronnie. Oh, Shady.
I'm gonna make a PayPal, you know. I'm making one right now, man. I'm just gonna put it out there.
I'll tell you a private here. I'll tell you a private here.
Hey, Ronnie, I'll put my PayPal in the private. Okay, mate. I'll put my
Yeah. No, I'm that type of guy who just receives money. I don't send it. I just receive. I don't my PayPal don't send money. It just receives. There's no outbox.
The day I see your PayPal link on these fucking channels, mate, is the day I will crucify you. Crucify you.
He'll be doomed, won't he?
Wait,
Bear?
listen.
Doomed.
I'll take you to my other channel. It's got PayPal on that.
And do you know what the funny thing is, Bear? You know what the funny thing is, Bear? He's got a really good
It's your
personality.
OnlyFans
He's going to be
account, don't lie.
massive on YouTube.
Yeah.
He's going to be massive, and he's never going to be able to ask for a donation.
Yeah.
Ever.
Ronnie, people are recording this shit. People
He's
are
going to
recording
die
this.
with 6 million subs and no money.
They're going to record this shit, man.
Hey, let's ask Based Welshman what he would do because
Not
he's got
gonna lie,
10,000 followers.
London, I'd throw money at you like a 2-bit ball.
Hey,
Well,
well,
yeah.
I'd
As long as you give us a little wiggle in the arse or something, you know what I mean?
I'd want it in ones and twos, Bear. I want it in ones and twos. I like the feel of copper as it bounces off my skin.
What's the question then?
All right, cool. Based, you've got 10,000 followers or something, ain't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
So imagine this: hypothetically, you get in trouble with the law, and you have a court case. So you put on your community page, please, can you help me get my court case overturned? So you've been charged, yeah, you've been fined. You're trying to get a conviction overturned, and you just say on your community page, this is what you say: "Hi, my fans." Wait, man. Hi, my fans. Can you give me money towards my court case? Wait, man. He can't hear me. Like, so listen to this. So you put on your community page, I've got a court case. Can you all help me out, please? Yeah. This is my donation button. Yeah. But you don't tell them how much your court case is gonna be, and you could potentially make £10,000 if everyone donated you £1 on your PayPal off of your channel. So, do you think it's fair that you don't tell them how much your court case will cost, so that they give you the cost of the court case and no more?
No.
Shady, you keep doing it. Shut your mouth. Stop doing that. It's annoying.
Ronnie, be nice.
I'm on my community page now.
When I'm trying to talk, he's going, yeah. I'm gonna do that. Do you know what? I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna start doing that to you.
Everyone
Wait, Shady.
It's a good question.
I'm literally on my community page now.
Let me answer the question. Right. Basically, yeah. When you're donating for a certain thing and you're asking for something off certain followers, I think it should be all documented and broken down and explained, because I've been involved in this thing for 6 years and I've seen many suspect sort of GoFundMes and court case reports, not just auditing, but other stuff as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, and to be honest with you, the last 18 months, I've had to go to court for walking my dog. That cost me personally about 250 quid. Right? They dropped the case. I didn't have to pay a penny. I'm not monetized. I don't do buy me a coffee. I don't do PayPal. You can have a look on my account. I don't do any of it, but I should, because I'm not working these days. But that's another matter. But yeah, it definitely all should be broken out. I don't think it's a problem in giving it. If you want to buy me a coffee or whatever, someone set it up for me, but I haven't put it out. But I see that because that's just like generic. But if you've specific where you're in trouble, like a court case or a fine or something like that, that's different. So yeah.
Also, it depends on the court case, right? Because, like, I don't want to donate to someone that fucking deserves to be in court for a start. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you deserve to be there, why the fuck am I helping you? But if it's like if you're maybe like in court for reasons that you shouldn't be, maybe it's a little bit different. But
if it's a buy me a coffee or whatever those things are, right, then I think that's different, because I see it's up to the person. But if you're specifically asking for something like you said, court cases, which is extremely expensive, and the money can just fly out like easy, yeah, it needs to be done properly.
And isn't that your choice, Base Welshman, whether you donate to that person or not?
That's the correct choice. That's the moral choice. That's the correct choice. If you're doing it to fight a battle, like a legal battle with the police, and it's all out in public anyway, what happened, the public can make their own judgment. They can give money accordingly, but you need to make sure that money's going in the right places and it can be seen.
Yeah, but would you want a receipt with that though, right?
What?
Would you want a
An
receipt
invoice.
with that? An invoice.
Well,
yeah.
you get one anyway when you donate, don't you?
Well, it depends. It's a registered charity or not, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a YouTuber. Fuck the charity. It's different circumstances. This is a YouTuber, not a charity. Face Welshman has just said what Nanya and Bear said. These three are YouTubers.
Well, you know.
Let me
So
ask you two
fundraisers
questions
as well.
then,
If you're ever doing
Welshie.
fundraisers, that's
Hang
the
on,
same
guys,
as
because
well. You should
everyone's
always
asked the
be
same
provided
questions
evidence
now.
for that.
Welshie, so
And
you've
the
never
sub
asked for
story.
money.
Yeah, what was that?
So you've never asked for money.
Have a look at my account.
Okay, I'm not. I don't know whether you have or not. All right, then the next question is.
I'll give you a straight answer. I've lost my business since Kung Flu. I never needed to before, but I haven't been working for 18 months. So I'm surviving on my savings. So technically, like a lot of my subs have already said, that I should be offering the donations.
Yeah.
And I wish it
Well,
will.
let me clarify.
I never have.
Let me clarify my position. I think you should, and I think anybody who creates content deserves it. So that's my permission.
Yes.
I'm not sort of being judgmental. The second question is, have people ever offered you donations?
Yes, and it is really, really nice. Like for example, I don't get offered money quite often on the street, but the last time I went to London, I was offered, well, two ladies put £10 and £20 in my pocket or my hand. And it meant an awful lot because it's much nicer when you meet them personally as well.
Yeah. So Ronnie, because Ronnie's really against this.
No, I'm
Ronnie,
not,
can you hear
Vincent.
the
No, I'm not having that. Hey. Listen, Vincent, don't even try it. What I said I'm against is what Welshie said he's against. What I'm all down for people buying someone a coffee, and I'm down for someone putting money in your bank account if they want to put money in your bank account. What I'm not down for is them being told their money is going towards a certain
Ronnie,
subject.
hang on a second. You fell straight into the trap. So I'm going to ask Welshie, those people that gave you the money, did they tell you what to spend it on?
Yeah. The one said spend it on some food for my dog, and if you want I'll put it in the chat now. I'll put it in the chat now that I've just changed my dog food to raw meat, and I bought it yesterday. And the reason why he's losing his hair, my subscribers will know my dog's losing his hair, so I've now put him on raw meat. So technically, within a week, I've bought him like £50 for the raw meat now. So he's on that.
My point was if money is donated, they don't ask. They don't tend to stipulate where it goes. It's just given, you know.
I didn't say they tell me where to go. No, Vincent. Don't try it, bro.
Your point
Vincent,
of the
don't try it, man.
What's your argument, Ronnie? You do want a receipt. You say
No. Listen, I'm gonna say this again, Vincent. Between me and you, please, Andrew, Shady, just stop a minute, because I'm surprised Vincent just done that. Vincent, my whole argument has been. Wait a minute, man. My whole argument has been, Vincent, that if you have your PayPal up and someone wants to put money in your account or give you money for any reason or put money in your account for a coffee or anything they want, that's up to them if they want to put money in your account. If you come out of the woodwork and tell all of us you've got a court case and you want the money for that court case, I want proof of how much that court case costs. Where's me telling you that donations shouldn't be allowed? I'm not saying that. When have I ever said that, bro?
I agree with that. 100%.
When have I? No, Vincent. When have I once said tonight I'm against donations, but I'm not against scammers? When have I ever once said no one should accept a donation? When did I say that?
You started out by saying that people shouldn't ask for money, and a way that people ask for money is by having their PayPal address or something like that.
No. People put out the story. Look, you see how you're twisting it, Vincent. Don't try and do that.
That's not.
Don't do that. Shut up, Vincent. Don't even do that. Don't try and twist it, bro.
Edward, you just chill out a little bit, though, eh? Chill out.
Listen,
that's how YouTubers ask for money. Ronnie.
Yeah, but no, Vincent's not saying that. I mean, sorry, Ronnie's not saying that.
Well, yeah,
Vincent, you're trying to make me look like a dickhead, all right?
If Vincent, if Nanya chooses to donate $2 to a YouTuber who does an audit video, is that wrong?
Do you know what? I've answered this question. Now I'm going to answer it with, I'm not even answering it, bro.
We've answered your question about fucking 10 times already.
No, I've answered your question. If someone gives Nanya £2, that's up to them. If Nanya asks someone for £2 because he needs something and they give him that £2 and he goes and buys drugs rather than buying food, that shouldn't be allowed. So he should say, you get like, where are you not fucking failing to understand what I'm saying?
Ronnie, we get you, bro. We get you.
No, you don't,
Ronnie.
No, you don't.
We just have a
People will
difference of
sit
opinion,
there
Ronnie.
and
That's
twist
all.
it and
We
say,
see it
no, people will
differently.
sit there and say, oh, that was a test. That was a test. Your test failed, my brother, because Nanya agreed with me. Based
I didn't
Welshman
say
agreed
test.
with me.
I said trap.
Trap, whatever you want to
I
try and
didn't
call it,
test
trap,
anyone.
whatever. Test, trap, it failed, bro.
I knew you
Because
would
what I
jump on
said,
it.
don't try and twist what I'm saying, Vincent. Don't try and twist what I'm saying.
It's still the person's choice whether you donate it or not.
Listen, I ain't talking to you
Exactly.
because you don't even know what day it is. Vincent, don't try and twist it and make me look like a dickhead.
Ronnie, that's not nice. Ronnie, come on.
I apologize. But don't try and make me look like a dickhead, though, Vince.
Sorry, I'm trying to make you look like a dickhead. Try to calm down a little bit, Ronnie. Let's get it back to where we were for the last 8 hours.
Let's calm down, everyone, please.
Ronnie, you legend, bro. Vincent.
Yeah, you see, you're doing that because you're struggling now to find a way that you can approach it.
Really?
I stated my case right from the start. YouTubers asking for money is fine with me. Whether I donate or not is another matter, and whether other people donate or not is another matter as well. Asking for donations by a YouTuber is having your PayPal and everything else. If someone makes content asking physically for money for a court case, I still said to you, because that's different from asking with a PayPal address. If somebody does that, I still said to you, it's the person who donates. It's their business and their business alone. And I stick by that, Ronnie. I've not changed throughout this whole time.
Well, the way I look at it is that, listen, yeah, a vulnerable person could say, yeah, I'm going to donate to this. There's no proof there's a court case there.
£1 million or £1,000.
There's no proof. Show me how much that court case cost in your subscribers and I'll think about paying towards it. Until I know where my money's going and how much it costs. Look, what I'm saying is the geezer's got 15,000 subscribers. He can make £10,000 for a £500 court case. He don't tell you how much it costs. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But it's not over yet, is it, Ronnie? He might well set out all of the costs when the court case comes. And he might well donate the rest of it to charity. You don't know.
No, okay. Well, we'll just take him by face value, even though we don't know him. Let's just throw our money at him and hope
not
he does
taking
the
him
right
by
thing.
face value. That's using Ronnie Columbo style assumptions.
No,
face
no,
value
hold
is
on.
when you know the full facts. Ronnie.
So why
a
would
month
you
ago,
if you don't trust him at face value? Why would you?
Okay, Andrew. A month ago, when the YouTuber put up on his community page exactly what I said, that he needs money for a court case, I replied to him saying, where's the proof of how much this court case costs? Because you could earn thousands of pounds out of this. And I said to him, I think you're on a good old scam. I think you should get your charge like a man, yeah, and just fucking deal with it. You know them ones. And he dropped his community page after like a day and a half of having it up because he knew that he'd been caught out.
Ronnie, hang on a sec. You're on about someone we don't even know. It's got nothing to do with this panel.
You do know. You just because you don't know him doesn't mean no one else don't know him. What are you talking about? Are you so self-centered? It's unreal or what?
Again.
What?
You on about Coley Burks? I used fucking
No,
name.
I'm not. Listen, hey, listen. I'm gonna say it to you clearly. I'm not talking about Coley Burks for the fourth fucking time in 6 hours. I have not mentioned his name. I'm not talking about him, Andrew. I've said UK stands together. UK stands together. UK stands together. Fucking hell.
Whoever the fuck that is, it doesn't matter. It's
You know what?
That's only 3 times, bro.
Wait, 4 hours ago, 4 hours ago, I told Andrew who I was talking about. 4 hours later, he's asking me who I'm talking about. Give it a rest, bro. Fucking hell.
I haven't been on for 4 hours, by the way. I've only been on for 3 hours, and
wow.
I don't know who I is, and I don't give fucks about that guy, but you're the one who keeps bringing that guy into it for some reason. Obviously, you've got a bit of a problem with it.
What guy do I bring into it?
Shit or whatever it's fucking
Oh, got the name up, right?
I don't really care about his name, but it's your choice.
Hey, listen, lads, I don't have nothing. I've never spoke.
Your choice.
Right, I've never spoke to this geezer. I've never spoke to UK Stands Together.
Never spoken to him. Wow.
Listen, I am telling you something. I have never spoken to UK Stands Together. So how the fuck could I dislike him, bro? I just see him running a scam and I've pointed it out and he closed his community page.
Ronnie, hang on a second, Andrew. I want to try and put Ronnie. Somebody's repeating. I think it's you, Andrew. Something's making a noise. Ronnie, let's try and resolve this. Let's try and find some consolidation with it. So can we explore a slightly different angle? And that is, why do we think Coley Burks cancelled his demand for money?
It wasn't him. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't mentioned that guy.
I thought you said Coley Burks was asking for money for a future foot court.
Hold on. Can I just ask BBA? Can I ask Nanya and BBA? Do you know who I'm talking about? Anyone else?
Yeah, I do now. Yes.
No, you do now. Yeah.
Well, I'm
not a dickhead.
Stays the same.
I'm not a dickhead.
All YouTubers.
Right, I'm not a dickhead, Vincent.
Nobody's trying to make you look a dickhead, Ronnie, but you've been so emotionally invested in this. You've lost sight of the fact that hold on. You've lost sight of the fact that other people. Andrew, can you?
You can move me.
It's not Andrew.
Probably West Basement. I think it says. It might be West Basement.
I'm on mute. It can't be me. I'm on mute.
Who's at the top right? Right. Right. So whoever's got it.
I think it was you, Nanya. It disappeared when I pressed that. Then I don't know if,
Nanya. Sorry, I was muted.
So, Ronnie, I'm not trying to make you look a dickhead. You know you're not. You've been emotionally invested in this, and people have just given you their opinion, and you feel strongly about it, and that's fine. But people have merely gave you their opinion. Nobody's argued your point.
Everyone
let's resolve it now.
Everyone who's not talking, go on mute, please. Okay, start from the top. Vincent, talk. Get off mute.
I'm not muted.
Okay. Top. Andy.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, so who's not? It's cleared up now. Okay, carry on.
So, Ronnie, why do you think he withdrew the demand for money?
Because when he put it up, literally a couple of hours after he put it up, I wrote a long ass post on his community thing. He didn't reply to it. The next day I went onto his community post and I wrote another long one saying, bro, you're bang out of order for not putting up a statement of how much it's going to cost. You could potentially earn £10,000 off your followers, and I think it's wrong. I expect you to put up the cost of these fines, the cost of these court bills that you expect your subscribers to pay towards, so that they don't give you £10,000 for a £1,500 court fine.
And did he reply?
He deleted his community post and stopped asking for money to fight his court battle.
When did he delete his post?
Do you know what? The day that I spoke to BBA about it, the same day he deleted it. That day, I can't remember exactly when it was, but BBA will tell you it was there and he deleted
2
it.
days ago? 4 days ago?
Nah. I'm talking. This was a couple of weeks back.
Why have we spent the last 5 hours talking about it then?
Because it was brought up about him, about donations was brought up. And I brought up that donations need to be more transparent. Then people were saying to me that whether you donate money whether you give Base Welshman money, or whether Base Welshman says that he's using your money for a reason and gives you no reason, it's the same thing. That's what I was being told by you, Shady, and
Ronnie was using that channel as an example.
Yeah, but
So I don't think it matters whether it was yesterday or a few weeks ago.
When I use Rex Belfield as an example, Ronnie bit my head off.
What?
When I use Rex Belfield,
Andrew, come out and come back in, mate. It's you.
What's he talk? I can't listen to that guy.
It's not me. It's one of.
No, he's saying that I used Belfield as an example.
When I use Rex Belfield as an example to the BBC, Ronnie kept my fucking head off. He went mental when I use Rex Belfield as an example.
No, I didn't kick off. I said Alex Belfield is a perfect example of what I am using as an example.
I said Rex Belfield was a perfect example.
Can we pinpoint where this echo's coming from?
I can't understand him.
Yeah. Can we pinpoint where this echo's come from? Everyone's got to go on mute and individually speak, and we'll see if we get the feedback. It's the only way we can do it. Right, everyone on mute? Okay, so I'm all right. I'm clear. So go from the top now.
You're fine. My mic has been open the whole time, so I'm fine.
Is that okay now? Can you hear me? No feedback.
Right.
No.
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Cool. No feedback.
No feedback.
None, yeah? Your turn.
Yep, I'm unmuted.
Right. So who's the guy in the top right corner then? Who's the guy in the top right corner?
Yeah, that's me, Andrew.
No, the top right. With the vodka bottle. It's Shady.
Oh, sorry, Shady, but he's been on mute the whole time.
And
we've got the feedback.
I'd be fine for us. I don't know. Shall I just jump back in now?
Yeah, do that, Andrew. Just try that, mate. Because I know it's not me because I'm muting when you're talking.
I don't hear any feedback.
No,
it's Andrew.
It's not. It's someone else.
Yeah, I'm going to come out and come back in.
Yo, that's you, Vincent. I'm sure.
I've got nothing playing here.
Are you getting feedback, Vincent?
Is it when I talk?
Yeah.
Who's hearing the feedback?
If I mute and you talk, Nanya.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Now. Yeah, yeah, it's clear.
I can jump out and come back in.
I think it's happening with all of us somewhere.
Do you want to jump out?
Someone's just repeating. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was the host. No, it's still there, isn't it? Who is it?
Okay, I'm going live. It's not me because I'm not getting anything back. So hopefully I'm fine.
When I speak base Welshman, there's no feedback.
It's gone now. I think it might have been none. You know.
He muted though. He was on mute, wasn't he?
I don't know, but since he's gone off, I can't hear no echoing.
Oh, it's Ronnie. Ronnie.
Oh yeah, Ronnie's off as well. So it might have been Ronnie.
Nobody said Ronnie. It was fucking
Yo,
Ronnie.
I'm back. I'm back.
Sorry, it sounds better now. Anyway, it sounds better.
Yeah.
I don't think we knew who it was. It was impossible. It was just a
it was impossible to
gone now. One of Crinkle's Russian bots.
Can we end this conversation now? It's gone around in circles for 3 hours.
I think it goes round in circles every time you ask a question, bro.
It's the person's choice at the end of the day, man. If they want to give to a charity or fucking YouTuber or anybody else or homeless person on the street, it's their choice if they want to help them out. You know, that charity, that person, this, that, and the other. It's their choice. You know, at the end of the day, it's their choice.
Pro-choice. That's it, mate. Pro-choice.
Right. Yeah, right. Can we fucking move on, though? Is it boring the fucking living shite out of me?
So, new subject, Andrew. Give us a new subject.
Pretty fucking please with cherries on top. I fucking beg you. Fucking hell. What's the new subject, Vincent?
Right, let's give me a second. Give me a second. I have a new subject.
Hang
on.
Oh, damn it.
Marnie is a fucking good argumenter, but he's got his, he's got his fucking
Ronnie?
argument.
Yeah, Ronnie's fucking passionate, man.
I know, isn't it?
Do you know what? I would
love
hate
him.
for one of my kids to donate to someone who isn't being transparent with them.
No, I'm talking about in general, mate.
Yeah, in general, for everything. If I
Yeah.
I do get passionate. I do get passionate.
That's good.
Agree
it's good.
to disagree. Still a person's choice. What's the new subject then, Vincent?
It's just coming. I thought I had the image that I was looking for, but I didn't. I've got it again now. So
Ronnie, you won't be up for investing in any BBA coin then, huh?
BBA coin, Coley coin. Don't even get me started on the coins.
So I'm going to put my spoon down. I'm going to put it down. Sorry.
Hey, Nanya, I didn't even know there was an auditing community coin. There's an auditing community coin.
I didn't even know this.
Absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? It's just
auditing community what?
Here, let me give Nanya the breakdown quickly. Let see as though you lot want to put Coley Burks in my mouth and let me suck him off. I'm gonna talk about him, yeah. So Coley Burks, right? He you know it's coming all up the walls. So listen to this, yeah. He put up a post one day on his community channel, and I looked at it, and on the post it said Coley coin. Wait a minute, Coley coin. It said Coley coin, then in brackets underneath it said auditing community coin, and then at the bottom it says investing Coley coin today to fight my legal battles, and when I win my legal battles, I'll give you your basically your investment back. Yeah, he doesn't mention
what he
money.
said?
He doesn't mention. Yeah. So now he's trying to get everyone to invest in this Coley coin, right? And he's really pushing it on all of these 50,000 subscribers, yeah, before he does the rug pull. But listen to this.
He's into cryptocurrency.
He just
He might be, but
because Lifty was talking about it, like hooking up with him and doing something with him.
Yeah. He's made a auditing community coin, called it Coley Burks, and in the description it says you give him money and he gives you Coley coin, which is worth fuck all. Then he fights his legal battle, and if he wins his legal battles, you get your investment back. It basically says not in money, in Coley coin. Go and read it. You ain't getting your fucking money.
Can I ask you a question, bro? Why did you say that 3 fucking hours ago?
Because we was on a I like to stay on subject and dissect that one motherfucker, and then we'll move on to the next one. No, Andrew, you went round in circles. You kept on asking me what's wrong with a donation compared to someone who's asking for donations to pay for something that isn't being provided evidence of.
I explained it 10 times, and I still fucking say the same thing. It's your choice if you want to go.
Okay. Now you've just made it go back round in a circle, Andrew. You've just made that circle again.
Right, I've got the new subject, guys. Okay, Ronnie, you've
Don't
done
invest
this
in Coley Burks
already.
coin. He's going to rob you all.
So, Ronnie, you've done this already. You've handled this subject before, but there are 4 people on the panel who have not yet tackled this subject here. All right? You ready, guys?
What's that?
The subject is.
What the hell?
Thank you. No way. I hate hairy armpits. No, not a fan of hairy armpits.
Yeah, what about it? What about her?
So let's start from the top. Bear, what do you know about women with hairy armpits?
I don't know, man. Not a lot. I've never fucking been
I've
with
never
one.
seen one.
Yeah, I've never been with one.
Not like
bro.
that.
That would scare the life out of me.
So Bear, I'll ask you the simple
She's
question.
got fucking hairier armpits than me. I mean, fucking hell. I think they're going to growl at me or something.
So let me ask you the question,
Is
Bear.
that from a porn site?
That's what third
Would you tell her no?
Oh, okay.
What was the question you asked?
Is she like a naturalist?
Yeah, that's what they're all like. They're all crazy as hell, aren't they?
Yeah, it's alright.
Mowing the lawnmower downstairs and nothing. They're just, they all grow or fucking just, like.
Yeah, I've never seen that in real life.
No pads when they're going through their monthly cycle.
Yeah, she probably doesn't shave downstairs either.
Yeah, that's it. They're strong.
Does that mean she don't shave her legs either?
A hairy woman down beneath, but not her armpits or legs.
Hey, BBA.
Go on.
A long time ago, right? A work colleague of mine, I took her home one day, right? And I can't remember how it happened, but we ended up being in the backseat of my car, and she freaking took her clothes off, right? And oh my god, I saw she was like this lady. I saw all the hair everywhere. I said, "Oh, please put your clothes back on." Right? And get this. This was like this would have been at least. Oh, well, I've been married. It has to be more than 23 years ago, right? And get this. Last year, I was talking to this guy at work about this woman that I met one day. I was telling him how I took her home, and she took her clothes off, and I saw all his hair. I told her put it back on. He looked at me. He goes, "Oh, that's my ex-wife." No way. I said, "Show me a photo," and he showed me the photo, and I said, "Yep, that's her."
Oh, Nanya, how did you recognize it?
It was his ex-wife.
How did you recognize it, Nanya?
Oh, she looked older, but I can tell it's the same person.
I can't imagine there's that many hairy women in Australia, man. Can't see it.
I don't mind that.
Seriously,
That's
Nanya,
my intimate story. That was the one and only time I've seen a hairy woman.
if this girl
They're like,
here
she's not hairy.
propositioned you, you would say no.
Yeah, nah, I asked her to put her clothes back on.
Yeah,
That must have been a really awkward moment.
Yeah. Nah. Sorry.
I would let her keep. I'd let her keep the armpit hair, and I'd get her a chin surgery.
I mean, I wouldn't knock someone back if they've got hairy armpits.
Yeah, but come on, would you let her wrap her fucking hairy legs round you in that fucking London?
Yeah, well, my missus sometimes she has like piggly legs and that. It's kind of fun. It just
I have
adds
a
more
confession.
texture. Just adds more
She got a
texture.
little stubble, Ronnie. She got a little stubble.
Yeah, but if it's your wife, it's probably different if it's your wife. If it's a stranger,
Like 4 or 5
have a
days after my
confession.
bird shaved on her legs, yeah, she's stubbly.
Yeah, but this is the sort of girl. It's like a beautiful girl, right? And she'll
yeah,
refuse.
she's a good-looking girl.
And she's gonna let herself down with her armpits.
Yeah. She'll refuse marriage. She'll refuse children. So much she have like multiple abortions, and then when she's 40 and she's past it, right, and she's been around the block, like Nanya is saying, like multiple times, and she won't be wanted. And that's the reality. That's third wave feminism for you.
Mm.
It's not feminism. It's just like, a very extreme form of it.
Wait, so are you guys telling me?
Or something.
Are you guys telling me you wouldn't take her out because of her hairy armpits?
Well, hopefully, I
No, I would. I
I
wouldn't knock her back because of the hairy armpits.
Yeah. No one really sees the armpits, do they?
Yeah, I know.
Apart from you. Yeah.
Well, if you want to bury there in the fucking armpits when you're shagging them, isn't it?
I wonder if their armpit hair is as rough as men's armpit hair, or if it's softer.
Exactly. It's like face brushes or stubble. Well, more than stubble, aren't it? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter down beneath for me, but
You have to be soft hair. Well, do you reckon it's coarse hair?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. She'd have problems though if she did have that kind of hair. Why would
She's
you?
a good-looking girl, though. Why would you?
I
Why would you
have a
go to
confession. I've said this 3 times now. I dated a girl who didn't shave her armpits or downstairs. She did her legs, but not downstairs. And
not my downstairs, but upstairs is a different subject.
and I didn't have a problem with it.
What you did? You did.
Yeah.
Hey, is this conversation going to cause offense to people? Because I don't want to.
No, it's a fun topic.
It causes offense. It causes offense to women with hairy armpits. Is there any in the chat?
Well, no,
I just don't want to offend anyone.
It's advocating for women with hairy armpits. I've only ever come across one, and it didn't bother me. She was a very
it is
girl.
always in the face to women, guys. It is. Yeah, it's not right to.
Well, no, Andrew, we're not being sexist. We're not being rude or anything,
I don't see nothing wrong with it, honestly.
Everyone's entitled to have a type, man. Like, you're telling me you don't have a type. And if somebody that doesn't appeal to somebody, then yeah, man, of course you're going to dismiss that. You're not going to pursue that, are you?
Look, I like texture.
Exactly. The only man making that you wouldn't. Because
I like texture on my women. It's just extra texture.
Oh,
Like, do you know, like I like big girls and that because they come with extra texture. You know what I mean? Like they've got the dimples, they've got the deep stretch marks. You rub some baby oil on them, you can feel all that texture. You know, like it's fun, nice. Enjoy that shit. Deep stretch
lap
marks,
it up.
big dimples. Yeah, man.
Ask for a lock of hair from her armpit before you leave her.
Yeah, and then pull it in a locket around my neck forever.
Okay,
But
I'm going to throw
That's
the
just weird,
cat
man.
among the pigeons now. So the next image is the next subject. So let me know your thoughts on that.
Fit.
What am I looking
like
at? Tattoos.
How the fuck do you pigeon for starting? Oh, she's
Oh, tattoos. Okay.
Yeah. She bodies like a pigeon.
I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind tattoos
Yeah,
on a girl, to be honest.
yeah.
I don't like the face. I don't like the face much. The face is a bit plasticky, but
The face is fake. Look at the lips.
Jesus, look at
yeah, the
the
lips,
look at the
the
fucking
tits
lips.
as well. The tits as well. But, I mean, compared to my exes, I can't say no to that. Do you know what I mean?
So nobody's offended. Nobody's offended by her body covered in tattoos, but a bit of hair caused mayhem.
Yeah. Strange, eh?
Because the hair can be removed. The way I
Yeah.
see it, if you started dating a woman with hairy pits and you didn't like it, if you did it in a sensible way, she might get rid of it.
My brother done that to me when I was at 13. He opened the page with the sun up and fucking.
Why did I know Nanya
Hey,
would be here?
JJ.
There's women being shown. Why did I know Nanya would be in here?
How did I know Uncle JJ would pop up?
Yeah, I know. Oh, well, yeah. And
I was
Uncle
thinking you were a
JJ
bit late
has
to the
popped
party.
up. Trust me. Uncle JJ's popped up for real.
You love
Fuck me, I usually take Viagra for this sort of thing. It's good to see laughter, I can tell
Did
you.
you see the first image, JJ?
Listen, I know them lips are not real, but they do look inviting. Come on.
Yeah.
Did you see the first image that we had, JJ?
You know what's down for this? You can have a dick, mate.
Yeah, I'm quite a tattoo person as well. I quite like the old tattoos. They do something for me.
JJ, did you see the first image that we had up?
No. I've only just popped on. I saw Nanya's
Right.
face, and I saw the woman,
Ronnie.
and I just knew. I had to come on and just say, Nanya, behave
Ronnie, I've
yourself.
got a question before you change this picture, yeah, Ronnie. So you're saying that, like, compared to some of your exes and that, like, you're definitely saying that, like, you would. Now, if you got her into the bedroom, right, and she's undressing, you're undressing her, and when she takes those little panties off, there's a fucking cock and bollocks, bro. What do you do then?
Stop it. Listen, then you got to go for the top. Listen, in that situation, you got to go for the top half.
There's something called a reach around, BBO. If you haven't tried it, try it. It's called a reach around.
Well, I'm just come on.
But if that was a bloke,
I didn't want you to go like too like into detail, bro. And you know,
if that was, wait, listen, I'm not
like, she
gonna lie.
goes to the
Bear,
bathroom
man,
and
why
she
are you going
comes
to
out
fuck it
naked.
up?
Then,
You're going to fuck it up now, Bear.
No, because he's on about like different textures and shit like that, bro. I mean, there's a whole
Bear, man, you've
object
got an
there,
image in
don't
my
you?
head now. What have you gone and done to me? I was looking at a beautiful woman. Now I'm thinking about a cock. What the fuck's wrong with you? What images did you know I've got problems with my head?
What? And then she took her wig off.
When I've got bare tits in front of me face.
What he said.
Imagine you get her home and she just takes her wig off and she's got a bald head. She's like, "You're right, BBA. Let's get down to business."
Let's get down to something dirty.
Yeah.
No, that's too much. That's a bit too depraved for me.
Next, Vincent. Next. next, for fuck's sake. Jesus.
Okay, JJ. So I did put an image up first of all.
That first
And it
one you're
was
saying then, was it worse than this? The first picture you put up worse than that?
No.
No, you
Oh
still
my-
would have, JJ.
Listen, I know it's a bit airy there, but come on. It looks more like a pussy than a cock, doesn't it? At least it looks like a bit of pussy there, you know?
Not
Do
really,
you object
JJ.
to that,
Not
JJ?
really. When was the last time you
Listen.
seen a pussy, JJ?
The last time he was given birth to.
Listen, in Germany, the girls are like that in Germany, you know. They don't do their armpits. I think it is a bit weird, I suppose.
Hey,
JJ's on my
Lynn
side.
said to upload a man pic for the ladies.
I can't do that anymore.
And for Ronnie.
I tell you, she's a good-looking girl, though, isn't she? She's not ugly.
Good-looking girl.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on. I mean, that is a bit weird, the old, like... Yeah, that is a bit weird, I think. And it probably smells, isn't it?
Yeah, but that just adds to the texture, doesn't it?
No, I
Smell
like
comes with
no,
feel.
I like the smells downstairs, not up at the top as well. I mean,
Well, I quite like cute feet, like cute little toes and all this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I was with a girl for a little while, and I said to her, I bought her a cheap pair of dolly shoes. Get me, told her to go to work all day in her dolly shoes. When she comes home, I will massage her feet and that.
Wicked.
I loved it.
Little bit of foot fetish there, yeah?
Nothing wrong with that, man.
No, man,
When I-
that's nice. It's nice to have a nice
When-
foot.
when
You
I-
saw mine. I've got a feet like a
JJ.
fucking dinosaur's foot.
JJ, when I show love, I show every inch of love. You know them
Go
ones.
on, brother. Yeah, that's because you're a London lad. This is what us London lads do. We you know, we sort them out all over. Every little
Italian
orifice they've got
stallion.
gets explored.
I'm Italian Irish. It's in my blood to go fast like a stallion.
Italian Irish. I'm French Irish.
No, Italian Irish.
You're French, you know, the
Italian or
lover.
Irish.
The lover.
Lynn wants you to show a man pic.
A what?
Yeah,
Okay,
what was
so
Man,
No, no man
pic.
pics, man. This is a woman. This is a woman
fair,
looking at
then
women time. We're
we should
an
put
all
a little bit of eye candy
man.
up. Put a little
Guys,
bit of eye
all
candy up
show
for
your
the women.
faces. This time to men. We're all men. Look,
So give us your
we're all
opinion
nightmares.
on this.
Where's the
fuck
women
off,
on the
man.
panel? Where's the women?
Vincent, what are you doing?
Who's this soy latte?
I don't need these images in my head. Pack it in. That's the fucking. It's like looking in a mirror to me.
That's Nanya without a shave.
Put some dread. As it goes, put some dreadlocks on him. Yeah.
Bodybuilder.
There's your man, Lynn.
Yeah, right.
Minus the hair though. I don't have the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's, you know, in this day and age, it's appropriate to shave all the hairs off the chest, I think.
I ain't got no hairs on my. I've never grown hair on my chest.
Fuck off. You shaved
I've
your
never
fuck-
grown hair on my chest. Never.
Yeah, I think some. Yeah, but when you get a bit older, that'll happen.
I'm 31, JJ. I've never grown. I've got a little snail trail
Yeah, you're
going
still
down my belly
baby.
button.
You're still puppy, man.
But when it comes
you
to
get into your
chest hair,
50s, your hairs come out of everywhere. You get to 50, you start getting
don't
hair
want
coming
hair.
out your ears, up your nose, everywhere. They grow everywhere.
do you know what? I don't want hair. And when I get
You
when I
know
get
that,
with a
Nanya.
woman, they love the non-hairiness. They do.
Good.
Women, not all women like
You
hair.
shaved downstairs then, Ronnie. You shaved downstairs as well, Ronnie.
No, I'm bushy downstairs. I'm
Oh,
bushy.
yeah. He's a London boy, and he's black from the waist down. All right?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
well hung like a donkey. Trust me. I'm
Yeah.
joking.
He's got a bigger dick than Kunta Kinte, mate.
JJ, have you seen it, mate? Have you seen it? Did you go around there for his
The only dicks I know is there are a load of people on YouTube lately, you know what I mean?
Can someone
Oh
tell
my
me,
God.
am I in the wrong fucking chat here? Seriously? It's like fucking cringe listening to.
Fucking hilarious, mate. This is hilarious.
Well, this is an happy chat full of laughter, which is really good. I've needed this. I've had a terrible night, so this is great to have a laugh.
You've got to
Oh,
laugh,
where's the
haven't you,
women pics
JJ?
again? Where's the women pics? What's happened to them?
That's what I said, JJ. That's what I said fucking 2 minutes ago. Where's the fucking women? Where's the women?
I don't want to come across as a sexist channel, you know.
Well, yeah, for
that's
Christ's
why
sake,
the
I
man
think we're getting judged for everything lately. You might as well get judged for looking at women. I mean, that's not a bad thing, is it? Adults, women looking at adults. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, Vincent.
Yeah, it's probably better you do it on your own, JJ.
Well, you know what they say. When done in a group.
I'll send
As
you
it
the
goes,
link.
that's called an orgy, isn't it? No.
Face West, man. Always so serious you are, Face West. Always so serious. Always so serious.
Where's the next photo? How about a bodybuilder?
Next one.
Go for it. Give the women a thrill, eh?
Show
Well,
them free.
How can it be sex if he shows a man with his in his man?
None of
Yo.
Yeah, you're Victoria, ain't you?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Well, what's the score? Because Canberra, I'm my geography on Victoria in Australia is not as good as Canberra, but I know Canberra's in the middle of nowhere. I think you're on the east coast.
Canberra is in another state, north of Victoria.
Yeah. I knew. So, what's the score with the truckers? Are you going to do some document? Is there anyone going past your neck of the woods to Canberra?
No, but they're already in Canberra.
Oh, yeah. Well,
They've already reached Canberra.
I did actually see it. I'm just waking up from what I see. Sorry, yeah. It's all good. It's all good out there, though, isn't it? With this lorry business.
Yeah.
Everyone's sticking together.
Yeah, man.
The way it should be.
Did you see the M4, Mr. Welshman? Did you see the M4 with all the trucks and lorry drivers in the M4 2 weeks ago?
What's Sydney like, Nanya? Is it good in Sydney?
No.
You haven't seen all the trucks in the M4, mate?
That's where I want to go to see my niece.
20 miles long. 20 miles long, by Swansea.
We're going to protest.
Yeah, all the
So protest, yeah, man. Yeah, they've gone to the capital territory. They've gone to the capital of Australia to protest at federal parliament.
Ah, brilliant, man. That's what I like about you Australians. You don't take no bollocks.
Yeah. From all states, they've all converged in Canberra.
I wonder if my niece and her husband are doing that because they get into shit like that.
No, I mean, I know it's happening in Europe as well. They're all going to Brussels. They're all going to the Hague. I wouldn't mind getting in, like, with Europe at the moment. It's just a non-starter and money, etc. But it'd be a good one to film out there in Europe because that's going to cause fucking chaos today.
I think the people have had enough, haven't they? People have finally had enough. They're getting the message and they're actually protesting and doing something about things now.
And I'll tell you what, the first thing I would do if I was filming out there now, I would fucking get a push bike straight away. Because you know the roads are going to be shut down. You're not going to be able to get anywhere. Everything's going to be fucked up. Just get on a fucking bike.
Yeah.
And
actually, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. I done it when I was filming the G7. I had an e-bike. A Super 73. They're like a big fat tire e-bike. It was the best.
Yeah, I know the one you mean. Yeah, nice.
We were doing 20
it don't look like Nanya's bike. Did you see Nanya's video of his bike? He's got the best bike.
But it was we were traveling up to 20 miles in a day, no problem. I had my dog in my rucksack. in the back, and that was it.
You took your dog with you as well. That's brilliant. I love that.
It comes everywhere with me.
Yeah, I've got a little Frenchie, man. I've got a rucksack for to put him in. I'd have to take him everywhere with me. I'm the same as you.
JJ, what do you think about Boris Johnson? Well, almost getting kicked out.
Is he? Oh, good. I think he deserves to be. He needs to be kicked out. Yeah,
it's the bad rubbish, man.
Yeah.
Only another twat gonna get involved in it, isn't it?
That's another man that just confuses me because, it's just confusing the guy. Well, you can do this, but you can't do that. You can do this. But the geezer needs to comb his fucking hair, get on some decent clothes, and start acting like a prime minister.
Well, what upsets me about this whole situation is that the normies are more upset that he broke the rules rather than the fucking rules he set. Right? They were all happy to comply and just bend over and take it off all governments worldwide, not even just in Britain. Instead of being up in arms about the tyranny, rather than up in arms that the silly cunt didn't listen to his own stupid fucking rules.
Exactly. And that's what pisses me off. I mean, they're all telling us to do this, do that. I didn't see my fucking grandkids for nearly 2 years listening to their rules being shielded, and to find out they're having parties left, right, and centre and going out. Now, that is infuriating to me. Absolutely infuriating.
Yeah, but at the same time, it infuriated me that the normies would believe that these people would listen to their own rules. We knew they weren't going to listen to their own rules. We knew it back when the scientist was traveling across London, having his shag with his married shagger. Yeah, we knew it then. We knew it back then. But I know it's slowly seeped out. It's just become so obvious that in 2020,
what makes us so compliant? Do you think, Welshman? What makes us so compliant that we just do what they say?
Yeah, that when the whole world was locked down, they were having parties. When a lot of us thought it was as serious as they told us it was. It was all a bit of a bullshit. Of all bullshit.
The police and the government, JJ. The police and the government. What? How many people live in the UK? 67 million. And
something like that, yeah.
67 million?
I think it's 67 or 70. No, Bill.
It's 68.
No, you're right. 68 to 70, I think.
Right, there's 68 million people living in the UK. I know there's 3.76 in Scotland, blah, blah, blah. 50 million.
That's a lot for a little country, trust me. A lot of people.
I know, we only got like 25 million, I think.
Yeah, look at the size of Australia. I mean, I mean, England will fit in Australia about 50 times, won't it? Yeah.
Okay. I'll find out now, but when people say we're not flooded and we haven't got too many people in the UK, Andy, we haven't got too many people in the UK. When you have a look at what France, if you look at France's square mile to population, and if you look at Britain's square mile to population, we are like 3 times overpopulated to France at the moment.
Yeah.
One
thing I'll never forget is like when I went back to London when I was 18. I left London when I was 5, and I came back when I was 18. And the first thing I remember seeing, first thing I noticed was how many people there was around.
Yeah,
freaking people everywhere.
I know it's insane.
And also the number of black people. I've never seen so many black people in my life before.
Yeah, the population of France is about
very multicultural.
26 million, 26 to 28 million in Australia.
That's changed now. That's changed now. The blacks have moved out. It's full of Asians now.
Where? What do you want about blacks in Australia? Oh, what
about London? With none of you.
Oh, okay. Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, how old are you now, Nunny? You're 40?
51.
What are you? 51. I knew you, but I knew you'd be good for your age. Yeah, I mean, it's changed again in that time, in that like 30 years.
Well, I haven't been The last time I was in London was 4 years ago.
Oh, right. And what did you think then? Do you think it changed from 18 when you were 18 to changed from now, like 4 years ago?
You just said that.
Nah, man, there's still heaps of people.
What's it got to do with? Hang on, Mason. What's it got to do with what colour or religion you were? What's it got to do with that?
What did you say, Andrew?
No, it's not. Andrew, he's not saying anything horrible. It's just discussing.
That's different. I love
the
London. I wouldn't mind living there.
How different the culture is. He's not saying anything horrible, Andrew.
Yeah, I didn't even Andrew, I didn't even mention religion. I didn't even mention religion. All right?
Black or white people. I mean, what's that got to do with anything?
No, I didn't even mention white people. I mentioned.
No, I said there's a lot of black people there. That's the easy to notice.
No, you said there's a lot more black people there, and they discussed about the differences in people now and how multicultural we are. Nothing racist was being said at all.
I know, but what's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with anything? How many black people?
That's just what I noticed.
Andrew,
that's what's stuck in my mind.
It's just what people notice. That, you know,
It's so different to here.
None of you said there were loads of blacks in London at the time, right? And he said, how was that changed? And I say it's changed because now there's a lot more Asians in London, which is a factual correction. That's correct. Now, if you take that into religion and white, that's up to you. If you want to talk about demographics in London, white are now a minority in Greater London. So just that's a fact. That's not racist. That's just a fact. You can Google it now. All right.
Yeah, I know. The same it's the same as every city in the UK. So.
Well, it's true about that.
It's not a fact on the majority. The majority is still the same, you know, but it's a fact in the inner cities. It's like that. I mean, it's not a bad thing to discuss. I think things like this need to be discussed. The more you hide them under the carpet, the more you become bitter and twisted about it.
It's not great that people separate, because that's a separation.
It is. That's right. It's not fair, is it?
A good diverse community, you need to integrate. So any separation is not good in our city. So, and even if it's a natural one, because it is natural to actually go with people of your own kin, you know, of your own religion. Even it's quite a natural thing to do. But you separate out.
I love UK. I love London.
I absolutely adore diversity. Different foods, different people, all interacting, getting on the way it should be. The whole world should be like that.
Like I said, good diversity is great for the country. It really is.
Brilliant. Yeah, totally agree with you. Totally agree with you.
There is diversity in the UK that it's not good.
I don't know whether that's probably true or not. I know it might make me sound a little bit of a racist, but there's a lot of immigrants that I don't know. I should say this.
Well, say it, Andy. Say it, Andy. You shouldn't be held back. You shouldn't be held back. Say what you could think you're going to say, and just say it. It's not going to be a problem. I mean, if you offend some people, I'm afraid that's life. That's why it's a public panel. You've got to say what you believe at the end of the day, Andy.
Well, I mean, it's the same as Swansea, Cardiff, London, Glasgow, Manchester. I mean, you know, we're just a big pawn in a small fish in a big pond. Big pond.
I tell you, when you really listen to Andrew, it makes a lot of sense, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, sensitive subjects, and people then start calling the old racist around. It's nonsense, and it's stupid. And it's good that you checked yourself, but you said what you just said. There's nothing wrong in what you just said. There's nothing wrong in what anyone said, I don't think, on the panel.
No, I don't.
I mean, like,
it's a lot of diversity. A lot of people
and they say to me, we would rather know an upfront racist than a hidden racist.
I mean, I'm not really a racist or anything, but there is.
Andy, don't even let it into your brain, mate. Just do yourself
Yeah,
a favour.
we're not saying that. No one's saying that. You're a good man. I think everyone on here is good people.
Yeah, there's diversity in every culture and every city in the UK these days. Diversity.
How boring would it be if everyone was the same? We wouldn't have no Chinese food, no Indian food. I mean, they're my favourite foods, for Christ's sake. Everyone was the same and everyone was robots. We'd be eating liver and bacon and.
Let me throw the curveball in. Are you being racist now? Are you saying that only Chinese can cook Chinese and Indians can cook curries?
Yeah, I'm exactly saying that.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Like I said, it's
I-
great
I-
to have.
I'm a great believer in diversity. I'm a great believer what you just said though. But they take diversity and they put it into divides, don't they? And
Yes.
and try to separate it. And that's where the argument that the wrongness comes in.
It's like people in there's certain places, especially Chinatown, or the Chinese go, or certain religions, or people pray to the mosque at like 4:30 in the morning. It's like they all go to the same place, it's diversity.
Yeah, well, let me give you a prime example of what like certain like bodies try and do to divide people. For example, this I can't mention his name on YouTube. His name's Romy Tomlinson. I think that's what it is. He had this documentary out, and they had this far left contingent that were there screaming, going, nah, nah, and they were saying refugees are welcome here, etc. The whole documentary was not even talking about refugees. The whole documentary was about child gang rape. Yeah, what's funny is that they were screaming. Andy, let me finish. They were screaming Nazi and stuff. While the victim, survivor, while the survivor was there telling her awful experience. But as soon as the film started, when she started speaking, they left. They left, but they were leaving shouting, "Refugees are welcome here." And I'm thinking to myself, it was nothing to do with refugees. There was no mention of refugees. And as soon as the hard hitting stuff comes out, they disappeared. I mean, whatever you think of Romy Tomlinson, right? Whatever you think of him, if you're against what he's presented, and if this is actually true, and you still are against what he's just produced now, then you're part of the problem. You're actually part of the problem because that's the thing. Here.
I've lived it for the last 20 years down in Swansea. I know certain areas and certain buildings where probably used to go on, but they've closed it and now it's gone. We fought back and we demolished them basically in Swansea, where I live anyway. So
I don't know what you want about, Andy. What you want about?
Where basically what Orminson is about, whatever he said.
Yeah, that's it. Like part of the problem again. That like you get this. I mean, whatever you think of Bobby Bobbinson, right? The bottom line is, right, if what he's produced here now in Telford shows that the council and the police have turned a blind eye to this, basically because of pressures.
Yeah.
Right? And you are fighting against this particular issue. You are part of the problem.
What you think is part of the problem? What?
I think the people that are protesting. Andy,
what about Prince
He's a fucking idiot. Let me finish what I'm going to say, right? If you are counter-protesting what he produced on the weekend, and if what he's produced is correct, which I believe it is from what I'm seeing, right? You are part of the problem, not you, Andrew. You, as a person that actually went out to counter-protest that and believe that you were doing the right thing. Not you, Andrew. You, if you were there and you believe that was correct. All right?
we've done it here for 20 odd years, to be honest with you.
What you? Right.
There's certain buildings where certain things happen. I mean, look at Prince Andrew now, and he's gonna get away with it. They all fucking do it, you know. They all do it. And that's the fucking Queen's son, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. How do you explain that? You know, it's just and another thing as well, you know, it's all fucking true, right? We all know it.
It's funny when you talk about certain subjects. Sometimes it's just you don't get it back, and like you said, you know, I
Well,
just
I can't say too much.
I'll be honest. Hang on, Andrew. I'll be honest with the Welshman. We've had quite a laugh all the night. I, very much like you, have incredibly strong opinions on immigration and racism and all the other isms, and I would love to talk to you about it sometime. Just not now, really. It's sort of we've gone from a high to a low, and I think everyone's detected that. But I was going to end my stream soon anyway. Sparkers is starting at 11 a.m. So if everyone jumped over to Sparkers when we're finished here,
What's that?
I always like. Hang on, Andrew, shush. I always like to finish on a nice note as well, Welshman. And when you talk about racism, when you talk about immigration, there's always people in the chat on the panel with differing views. So it's a contentious subject to do at the end of a stream, you know.
Okay. It's 10 hours.
But I would more than happily, if ever you want to do it, Welshman, I'll set up a live stream just for that, and you'll find my views are as extreme as yours. I've got the balls to say it like you have as well, you know, but I don't do it offensively, and I would never offend anyone. And I'm an Irish immigrant, so you know.
Yeah, there's nothing extreme about trying to work out who's coming in the country.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree. So we can save that one for another time. I have got one more photograph that we can debate for a few minutes or 10 minutes, and then I'm going to head off because I've got to do a little bit of work before I sleep today.
It's going to be this photo. It's going to
be
are you ready for this one, guys? Your opinions on this?
Ah, fuck!
Do you like any ladies, Nunya? Do you like any women at all?
Nah. I don't want to do that stronger than me.
She'd be able to hold you up in the air while you're doing it. Come on, it'd be great.
No, thanks.
Andrew's gone very quiet.
Can someone post Sparky Malati's channel in the lobby, please?
I'll put the link up for Sparky's, yes.
I always get confused with Sparky Malati and somebody else. He came on my first live, I think. My second live, so he's a hell of a guy. He's a really nice guy. I always get confused. I'm terrible. Really fine. Really fine.
I could bench press you lot. Nah.
Is that a no, Nunya? I wouldn't. She wouldn't feel like a woman, would she? I like a woman to be sort of squishy, you know?
Well, they're false tits anyway. Yeah, that's the first.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, have you ever seen a bodybuilder with tits like that? No, because they lose.
They reduce, don't they? They go to nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. I know false tits. I've had my hands on false tits a few times in my life.
Because there's no fat, it's all muscle, so that's why they're fake.
Yeah.
Breast tissue is not muscle, it's fat.
There we go.
Look, look at the skin definition on that.
That's exactly it. It's nuts.
Vincent, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
I know I'm
Andrew.
gonna.
Right.
Has Sparky shaved his head off? Shaved his hair off?
I've no idea. I don't. I wouldn't even know if Sparky's got hair or not in the first place.
He came on my live. We were talking about an hour on my live.
Hey, Ronnie.
My memory.
Hey, Ronnie.
Yo.
She's got texture, bro.
Yeah. Well, as long as there's a lot of baby oil. But hey, look at the breast plate though. That looks like she's got armored body. Fucking, you know what I mean? You could.
Looks like our
She got nice eyes though.
Yeah, look at the jaw. The jaw's changed. She's got a freaking guy's jaw.
RoboCop, isn't it? From the neck up.
Oh, yeah.
No, man. I mean, it'd be weird, wouldn't it? Touching it.
It's extreme.
One I consider to be the worst.
Oh.
Wow.
That's a bit mad.
Far out,
How
man.
much? How much?
That's
would you
real?
ask
That
in
can't be
money,
real.
Ronnie? Yeah, it is real. I've seen loads of pictures of her. I thought it was
Wow.
Photoshop myself. How much are you getting paid to do that, Ronnie? Name your price.
Do you know what? I'm not even kidding. That's proper like off-putting seeing that much muscle. Like you could she would crush me to death. She really would crush me.
What a way to go.
Yeah, Ronnie. Ronnie.
Yeah.
She's got hairy armpits, mate.
Probably. She probably can't even get to shave them properly. You'd be surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, she probably can't understand the seat on there, does she?
Far out.
Man.
It's
What
crazy.
do you do, Vincent? For
I'd have to say no, Andrew.
yeah, I'd say no to as well. Look, not much.
I'd be terrified of that.
That's crazy if that's real.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say in the bed she'd expect a lot, wouldn't
Yo,
she?
no,
Julia?
yeah. She's got
She'd have
bigger
very
muscles.
high expectations of a man.
Oh my god.
She's got bigger
That's-
muscles.
Maybe it wasn't, man.
Do you reckon all four of us together could do it?
That's freaky.
If we gang up.
Could what, Vincent?
I was referring to fighting it as opposed to something else.
Check out the ripple on the chest.
Check it on you. If she
Yeah.
knocks you out, if she sticks none of you out, then you can have a dick, and then Bonnie can have a dick, and I might go full for it.
If she got you in a headlock, it's game over.
It is.
You want to stay out that headlock, boy.
It's better like the fucking wrestling movement.
Or if you got caught anywhere near those thighs.
Tinder's not quite small though. If
Matt
Faith
Hampton's
doesn't
eating his real photo.
They always do that. But you know when you see strong women or men like that on the stage, they do have muscles like that. But,
There's a woman that holds a world record for squashing watermelons in between her legs. She just squeezes her thighs tight and they break. She's not even muscly. She's just like chunky.
yeah, that's a lot.
Powerful woman.
Do you reckon you could fight there, Nanya? He'll fight you with
Fuck
your
that!
muscles.
No way. I'll be running.
No. Fuck that.
You couldn't grip me in headlock then, look. Look. You can't grip me in headlock. She'd fucking turn you over and fucking turn the other fucking.
Do you know Arnold Schwarzenegger's arms were so big at one point he couldn't itch the top of his head. A lot of bodybuilders, they can't. I swear, a lot of bodybuilders can't like itch certain places where have itches and that just because of their fucking muscles. I
You
swear.
reckon she can itch under your arms, though, Ronnie? Yeah, she can itch under your arms.
What? Shave?
Itch. Itch. Oh, shave.
What did you say the first time? Hitch?
Itch. Itch. Itch.
I've never heard of that.
It's fucking itch, you damn cunt. Itch.
Oh, an itch. Oh, scratch her itch. Yeah, I know. Oh my god, I know what you mean now. My bad.
There you go, Ronnie. It's a bit more palatable, surely.
Ain't that Paul Daniels' wife? That's Paul Daniels' wife with muscles, isn't it? It's Debbie McGee.
Where the fuck do you get these pictures from, Vincent?
Well, Andrew, there's new invention called Google.
Oh, really?
Go on there. You can find all sorts of things.
These were the bridesmaids at his wedding.
What did you Google? Women with hairy armpits.
Muscly women.
No, the one before, the blonde hair.
Well, I brought that up. There was a reason why that came up the first time, and that is because if you know Glue Sniffer in the chat, he's got a brother called Armpit Sniffer. And that was the reason why I brought that photograph up first of all.
Andrew, do you want to see what I used to look like?
Yeah.
As in, you got another name called Poo Sniffer as well.
Something like that, yeah.
Go on then.
Yeah.
Show us your oh.
Yeah, I'll show you some photos. Let me have a look.
Well, you actually a bodybuilder then you?
Yeah. Hang on, let me get the link.
My brother's best mate was a big bodybuilder. Fucking crazy.
How do I make this public?
You will.
You want to put the link in the private chat or something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
I'll still on my phone. Fuck, how am I going to do it?
Hello, Vincent.
Hello, DJ. How are you, man?
DJ.
I've got really low volume again, but I'll just talk. I can't hear you, yeah, but I'll just tell you where I am and what I'm doing. This is where AB did his video about the photograph.
I know you are, Northampton.
And when he came here,
straight away.
he says there's a lot more businesses to do down there. Remember, because he was standing here. It's his last
And you've
video.
got the justice courts as well.
And you got the Criminal Justice Centre next door.
Yep.
And I've just printed off from the land registry the title plan. Just there, look, of the exact boundary. And it turns out that this fence does belong to them. So they have a duty of care to maintain this fence. Remember when AB had his foot on the fence and it says get off?
He did, he leaned on it.
Well, if they want to claim the fence, they need to keep it up to date. And I've took the drone over and I've had a look around and there's 2 illegal number plates on this site as well. So just we're armed with that information. The police turned up. They called the police on me. They've just left. I says, follow me, officer. And I took him to the illegal number plates. So they've actually shot themselves in the foot by calling the police.
Excellent.
So bear in mind, I can't hear what you say. I just wanted to share that bit of information with you.
Fantastic, DJ. Well done, man.
I got the printout as well of the mighty The rise of auditing.
Yeah, they put it in the contract, well, in the business thing, didn't they?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear a word you're saying, so I'm going to jump out.
Wow.
AB put his foot in the fence. He said the brick in the fence because he went into a plant where they used this photo.
They did. They used this photograph in one of their promos for how to get rid of auditors. So
crazy.
He's going to make a claim on that. Guys, I'm going to finish up now. No need to jump out straight away, but I'm going to finish up in 5 minutes. So I just want to let you know because Spark is going to start at 11.
Yeah, I know. I still can't remember who Sparky is, mate. I've got his. I'm subscribed. Anyway, but
I did put.
I know. I'm already.
I did put the link.
Yeah, I know. I'm already subscribed, but I always think it's always with two people. It's always Sparky and.
There's the link again, Andrew, for you.
I've got it. I'm already subscribed to him, Vincent. I'm already subscribed to him. I just can't remember. I'm terrible with names. Terrible with names.
Well, the link is there. When this stream ends, don't close it. Have a look through the chat and find that link and just click on it, and it'll take you straight to Sparky's. You'll end this
I've
one.
got it open, mate. I've got it open. I'm already subscribed, but I just can't put my. I'm pretty sure it's the same guy, but.
Did you see DJ Audits come in then?
Yeah, I heard him. How come he's gone already? How come he's gone?
Because he couldn't hear us, so he jumped back out. You know the place AB went to yesterday?
Yeah.
DJ was there today.
Oh, okay.
And he printed out a full land registry map of the area to prove that they're responsible for that fence.
Yeah.
And also, they called the police on DJ, and the police investigated 2 illegal number plates parked in their car park because DJ pointed them out.
Yeah.
And as usual, the auditor wasn't bothered. Yeah. DJ's genius. He's from the same city as me in the UK.
Yeah, he's good. He's blowing up, man. He's doing it properly. He is.
Do you know the last time I looked at his subs, he was on 12,000. He's on 19,000.
Oh, shit, he's on 12 now?
19 and a half. No, he's on 19,500 now.
No way!
He's going to be on 40,000 within a month.
DJ's the whole.
Holy shit! Oh wow, 19,000.
He's monstrous.
He came on my channel, and then 2 weeks later, he's like expired. Where I lost subscribers, and he gained like 7,000. Isn't it? That's the shady love.
A month ago, he had a community post saying he got 8,970. That was a month ago.
Yeah.
That's 5,000 subscribers.
I reckon another month he'll easily be on close to 40. Easily.
That's 10,000 subscribers in the last month.
Yeah.
If you listen to how he does his audits and the way he speaks, he was on my channel going, I'm driving somewhere, I saw you, I'll have a chat with you. Crinkles came on with his squeaky voice, and I was going to kick him off. And DJ went, no, let's talk to him. So DJ's going, no, let's interview him. You know something? I got so many people watching. Was it Live Free? Is it Crinkles? And that was down to DJ. He's got that gift of communication.
Well, I make this prediction now. And mark my words. It won't be long before he has more subs than AB. It won't be long.
Yeah,
he is going to monster this. He's going to be on television and everything. His manner his approach, his professionalism is off the fucking scale.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And here's
Like
me.
he is, he's fucking good at what he does. That's the reason
Yeah.
he's getting the subs that he's getting.
I remember when I first saw him, right? I went up to what's his name, Live Free and AB and all that. I said, I'm scanning this new channel. And then Live Free sent me a link to a shout out that he had already done. I said, oh, fucking hell. He's already been discovered.
Yeah. He's amazing. I've told him already I'm going to be his manager when he gets big enough.
Yeah.
I'm riding that
Are
game.
you his uncle? Vince, are you his uncle or something?
He's my younger brother.
Yeah.
No, he's not
Yeah,
really.
he's
We're no
not good.
relation.
Rumor has it, I was DJ's first subscriber.
See, he's different. No one else does what he does.
Yeah.
When you're unique, that's what attracts people.
And do you know what's massive here? And I know it is a little bit in America, consumer-based programs. And that's exactly what he's doing. You know, when he's checking a disabled toilet in a police station. It's
Yeah, that's what. Do you know what's what I like about him? But he says as a code that is everything right and everything's wrong. And,
yeah, and he spends hours looking up all of the bylaws, the acts, the legislation, the health and safety laws before he goes and does his audit. And when I first came into this, to the lives, I used to go into all the auditors' lives and I used to say to them, DJ audits, that's what it's all about. And he was on about 1,000 subs at that time. Now he's on 20,000. He's bigger than all of them apart from 2, you know.
Oh, it's going to be big. It's going to be big.
What,
It's
is
going
he
to
the
be big.
third biggest in the UK?
Well, he's not the third biggest in the UK, but there's Live Free, there's BuzzTex, who doesn't call himself an auditor anymore. Who else is up there?
AB, Live Free, Marty Blackburn, News of Yorkshire.
Yeah. But
I mean,
his
I think
growth
they-
is just incredible.
When you say BuzzTech, I think I'm the only small channel that timed BuzzTech out on my channel. I timed them out for 5 minutes.
BuzzTech is a knob.
I timed them out. Oh, and look.
Is that what I just seen Sparky's channel? I thought it was Sparky, well, not it. Talk channels to kind of shone through. No, I don't know if I should join that.
Guys, I'm going to wrap up now. If you're looking for somewhere else to go, Sparky's should be live now. Thanks for joining me all on the panel. Nunya, thanks to you, man.
No worries.
And I would really love at some point, Nunya, to have a one-to-one chat with you about politics and all sorts of other things, whatever you might be interested in. So please do consider that.
I think I got the other guy confused with some. Did Sparky hold the Christmas Day for people who don't have any family? Is that the right guy? Sparky shot, or am I on about someone else? Or am I?
I don't know what you're on about.
I'm on about Arcat. Yeah.
Oh, Arcash, yes.
Yeah.
Arcash
He's
is
friends
a
with
nice
Sparky, isn't he? He's friends with JB and
yeah.
Right. Okay, yeah, I got the wrong guy. I get fucking confused with the two of them. I really do. Yeah.
So I'm going to bid you all farewell, guys. I'm going to end the stream now. Say
No,
goodbye to
it's been
Nick and just read through a few. Thanks for joining me, gentlemen.
Ronnie,
You take care, Vincent.
Ronnie,
You take care, my fellow doing.
Ronnie, are you ever going to do a charity, mate?
Stay together, man. That's about football. Middle
Cheers,
of the
mate.
stay together. That's about football.
Kiss a kiss. Okay, go on, Alright, I might see you over there. I might not, I don't know.
I'm just going to pop on and say hello to Sparky's and then I'll be off.
Sparky's
Cheers,
not alive
Andrew.
yet.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Shady.
Headline.
Take care, Vincent, my fellow Midlander. You fellow Midlander, you. Stop being a Midlander cheeky bugger. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I think it's about time to go, isn't it? So let's go and see what's happening over there.
Shady, I've said to you before, I haven't got the heart to be able to boot you out. You have to leave yourself.
Okay, so what I'm saying then.
You don't have to go home, Shady, but you can't stay here. Ronnie, is you the last one? Ronnie's asleep. Let's mute him so we don't have to hear him snoring. Thanks a lot, chat. Thanks for everyone who's still here now. You're the best entertainment and the best comments. Don't you worry, by far. I wish I could get all you up on the panel and put all the reprobates that come on the panel into the chat. Thanks a lot for coming, guys. See you soon. Love you all. Bye-bye.